struck the lotto, and I be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle, and I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young, baby, I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got, and that gon' drive me crazy.
All right. Oh, let's go to the casino. Of course, folks, it is your host with the most from the East Coast. Y'all already know I'm in airplane mode, man. People that are new to the casino, they're crazy. They be like, Pocket Locker, you be live on Pocket Locker 86 for like 8 or 12 hours and 10 hours, and it's not fair because everybody else does 2-hour streams and then goes home and cries about it because they're like, I'm so tired. I was live for 3 hours. Oh, I'm going to quit YouTube. It's too hard. Get a real job. You know what I'm talking about, James? Niggas work 12 hours in the real world every fucking day. Shut up. But yeah, that's right. We be just getting started. James, you don't even know. I'll be trying to hide out from y'all. I'll go hide out on another channel, start a whole nother stream. Do another 2 or 3 hours myself, and then go to bed happy. You know, and really, I don't even go to bed then. I'll take a shower, watch the dog. I'll lay in bed, watch the stream for a while. Because I still got to, jerk off, watch some wrestling, chill out, try to get some nudes from girls, shit people do after they go live. But yeah, man, welcome to the casino. The vibe is different, man. What it was is where I grew up, Tobyhanna, Pennsylvania, Mount Pocono, PA, man. The nearest mall was the Stroud Mall in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. Timeout Casino, man. And that shit was literally like 35-minute drive from the house. So, unless your parents was willing to drive you there, you didn't go to the mall often. That was for weekends and shit. And it was hard to get there sometimes. And the casino was sort of the in-town little malt shop / putt-putt golf / arcade / movie theater. All of those being tiny but crammed into one property. Wow. And, but, it was cool for a little date and whatnot, especially before you had your license. We could ride our bikes there and shit. As we got a little older and could drive and shit like that, it was still nice because it was closer. And then once you tried to be cool, like you started smoking weed, trying to date different type of girls and shit, you realized going to the mall was kind of square. You know what I mean? So the casino was one of them spots you could go. It was kind of cool, different vibe. You know what I mean? Right. And then you could do all the shit you wanted to do on a date right there. So it was kind of then a treat and a lot of memories. So I decided to create a stream like it. And if you see the little logo that we have there and the graphic we have on our banner on the fucking YouTube page and shit, those are all from the actual place. Even that thumbnail we use is from inside the casino. So I remember a couple of my friends from Hovind when they saw this stream, they said, "Oh shit!" And that's because I'm sure they recognized it and said, "Jay, for real with this shit," and the name and everything, the casino theater. So welcome to the casino, y'all. It's a little slice of home for me. And at the same time, it takes me back to the roots of Pocket Locker, which started as a Twitch channel where I hung out with my friends, and it was always super small. A lot of hours spent streaming for 0 people, just for funsies. And you always wanted to be streaming for 0 people because that meant if someone wanted to find a stream, there was a live stream for them to find. And I sort of take a perverse sense of pride in being there for, you know, like I said, our international community and other people who are in different parts of the world, different time zones, or working the third shift, or just fucking insomniacs who can't sleep. Or fucking crackheads and, you know, need some shit to watch while they're strung out on crack. We're glad you're with us. Welcome to the casino. We try to kick the Bible nerds out. We kick the philosophy nerds out. We try to do this weird thing that y'all don't believe that people do on the internet. It's called having fun. I know the Bible nerds and the philosophy nerds can't believe it. People actually do that. I think my camera's out of sync, so I'm going to sit here and try to refresh my camera. But I won't keep y'all from the action. I'll go ahead and change to a full scene real quick. We're going to start with a little bit of... actually, you know what? Let's start with fun. Let me change the order or something real quick. We're going to do something real switch up, real random. We're going to start with the Fortnite World Cup solo finals. Yeah, Fortnite. I said fun. Fun. F-U-N, fun. You know what Fortnite is? Dumb, silly, animated, computer-generated violence, a.k.a. fun. So we're going to take something silly like Fortnite way too seriously. Oh, God, like my damn air conditioner, which is a serious problem. I'll take care of that, too. And then I'll tell y'all about the rest of the program when you can actually hear me talk. I'll be back in a second. Let me turn up this air conditioner and, oh, it calmed down. Ooh, I like that. All right. Anyway, y'all, a lot of other fun shit. A lot of fun esports. We got the 2021 F1 Esports Pro Championship. That's right, the Formula One esports, Formula One ultimate highest level driving in the world simulated. Then we talking the esports fighting league, which is a fucking supercard competitive esports league of fighting games. They normally do UFC 4 tournaments and stuff like that. A lot of my friends actually compete in these stuff, sometimes in the main events. Really proud of those guys. So maybe we'll link up with them, do some UFC stuff. But this one is a Fight Night game. Fight Night Champions is kind of the last great console boxing game we had. I love boxing video games. Not enough of them. They did a special event for the Esports Fight League Fight Night Champions 2. We'll watch that. Then we've got iRacing, the best sim racing in the world, most authentic tracks, craziest sim drivers, best sim rigs, authentic tracks licensed by everybody, used to really get into the real racing game. But we got the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. We're going to get in the trucks, get muddy, get dirty as shit. Then we've got the Porsche series from Cataluna with the supercars. Then we're going back to another iRacing off-road. Then we're going Esports Fighting League wrestling special event, right? Not pro wrestling, real grappling, getting in there, some real Greco-Roman style shit. Back to iRacing, but this time we're going dirt tracks, World of Outlaws, Real American, mud show type of shit. Then we're going to one of my favorite streamers. Team Spooky's going to bring you Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. A lot of y'all know Brick City. I used to go pick up my weed in between my lunch break at the prosecutor's office.
Nice.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of some of them law department privileges sometimes. But I used to go down to the spot. My mans would be hanging out at the arcade playing Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It's like a super dope arcade fighter where you're on teams of 3 characters from Marvel vs. Capcom, one of the great arcade fighters of all time. And then, of course, some wild, off-the-wall, weird shit y'all might not even know about. Throwback Evo 2013 Persona 4 Arena crazy, real cult, classic, scene type fighting game community culture shit. So look, fuck your sleep, basically, is what I'm saying. If you go to sleep, you're going to regret it. And that's the point. It's not personal. It's not that we don't love you. It's just that we love the people that are awake when you're not awake. We try to make sure it's dope for them. And I'm trying to tell y'all, the playlist players in the building, as AR's told you, working the third shift. And it's just what I try to do to myself. It really is love. I love y'all, but I'm trying to do what I do to myself. I'm trying to make a playlist so good that I don't want to fall asleep. I know I got to go to sleep. I got to make the playlist knowing that it's the playlist that's going to play on the channel while I'm asleep. So I know in order to stay healthy, I got to miss some of this shit. And I want to make sure it's shit on the list that I don't want to miss. So if I don't want to miss it, then you don't want to miss it. And you stuck like me. Fuck your sleep. It's really fuck my sleep too. So we all in this together. That's what it means to be a community, y'all. We're a cult. The churches do it. They gather every day. They do shit round the clock. They got 24/7 Jesus networks. They could tune in and they got midnight mass, James. Ain't somewhere got a fucking 24/7 mass on right now? We could join in and watch a Catholic mass.
Yep.
So then why the fuck can't the atheists have a 24 stream where we could gather, play some games, and have some motherfucking fun? That's how we see it. So I try to make it entertaining for when I'm sleeping. And if y'all fall asleep, we not going to be mad at you for going to sleep, but you're going to miss some shit. It's all love. Appreciate y'all. Let's check out this fucked up ass Fortnite World Cup solo finals. Why would somebody have a fucked up ass Fortnite World Cup solo finals in a stadium and shit like that? Because it's way more fun than talking about religion and theology, which is why y'all about to check it out. Let's get it.
All comes down to this. Millions and millions played online. Only
let's gamble these tickets. Let's have some fun.
Finals, and this is
Links in the description if you're on Pocket Locker 86. The link is in the description. Come over to the Casino Theater and Arcade. I'll be right back once I get my camera fixed.
Ends right here.
All 100 players on your screen there, Jack. Booga sitting out in front of everyone thus far. A commanding lead. Rio, the winner of the previous game, flying in there in the northeast corner of the map. Spread of players across the screen. There's your top 10 on the left side. Booga, Song, Creo, Skype, Nate, Riverson, Rux, and the rest. Average placement thus far of 25th for Creo. Only 8 eliminations, but 30 points. Enough to put him in 3rd place thus far.
One thing to remember too, yesterday, Zate and Saf held on to the lead the first 5 games, and it slipped away in game 6. Booga has been in the lead for all 5 games. He has never lost the first place spot. Will he suffer the same fate, or can he close it out right here to remain our Fortnite World Champion?
Booga, by the way, hails from Pennsylvania, 16-year-old player. Sentinels qualified the very first week
That's
for the
better.
World Cup.
He's probably just got his first part-time job to try to start earning money to buy himself a car. But instead, after this, could walk away with $3 million.
Jeez.
I was going to say, you ready to quit your fucking job yet, James? Holy shit. What? I'm about to write a letter to my motherfucking advisor. Rich Lensky, I don't care how good of a science are. You failed me. You should have told me to quit grad school and start spending the next 10 years playing Fortnite. Y'all fucked me up. James, my whole career I just realized is a fucking sunk cost fallacy. Right?
Yeah.
I just doubled down on science when I should have just fucking quit as soon as Fortnite became popular and just went playing Fortnite. I fucked up. He really said, what did he say, $3 million or whatever the fuck? He didn't say $3 million.
He said $3 million.
Time job to try to start earning
I had to
money
back up
to
20
buy himself a
seconds.
car. But instead, after this, could walk away with $3 million.
Holy shit, I'm about to faint.
Right.
All right, and James, here's what's crazy. I was telling people this. this is not what should even blow your mind, is that people make $3 million doing this. Here's what's crazy. There are people who can actually do this who don't, because the hassle they have to go through to try to play in these tournaments and win these things, and then the chance that they might not walk away with the $3 million prize every time, and it's probably only one a year that's even worth that much, is like they actually stop playing competitive Fortnite and other games for a living because they were losing money compared to staying at home streaming.
Wow.
Now, it ain't a lot of streamers like that, but the ones who that's really their backstory, like, yeah, I was like a champion Fortnite player, like Ninja or whatever. And then, yeah, it was costing me too much money, so I stopped being a professional gamer and stayed home and streamed with my friends because that shit was just getting too expensive to travel. It was costing me money. I was like, wait, hang on. Yeah, I fucked up at life. I suck. Never mind. Not only do I suck at video games, but the actual shit happened that being good at video games actually turned into being good at real life, unbeknownst to me. And now I suck at real life because I suck at video games. Go fuck yourself, parents that told us video games weren't the way to go. Literally, y'all fucked up. Y'all got that one wrong as shit.
Right. I didn't get it wrong.
Yeah. Our parents fucked us on that one, y'all. They fucked us. Tell them that when you go home for Christmas.
Dude's going to walk on in and say, I quit.
Can't wait for him to get home. Imagine he wins $3 million here. His parents are going to ask him to take the trash out, and he's going to laugh.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
He'll just pay his butler to do that, I guess, at that point.
Crazy.
Cease currently set up. Not many builds. One of these very early awkward fights. Cease knows that as well. You look at what he has. A common infantry rifle.
And this is one-on-one shit? That's crazy.
Jack, one of the first 4 to go down in this match is Skype, who was in 4th place.
Wow, so
very
pressure
tough.
already gone from that top spot. Cease just looting for the moment. 2 chug splashes. If I do, as he throws them down, can you see all the players surrounded outside this Sunny Steps side of the map? Cease continues to bounce around for the moment. Not many AR shots left. Will get some out of the ammo crate, which is good. Everything good counts. And the farming of stone continues. Moffin and Zate outside of Loot Lake, just fighting on the outskirts of it.
Moffin just kind of building, walling against any pressure from Zate. Doesn't want to get caught on rotation. Interesting loadout. That gold combat very early. That's a very solid pickup to start this match. Single shockwave remaining. Legendary grenade launcher. Drum gun in hand as well.
I mean, talk about a great starting inventory. As we do swap on over. Blaster in a fight. Side pressure plan. One player nearby, only at 73 HP. But again, when you're in this far into the tournament, you kind of get to a point where you just got to go for it. You got to just force an engagement. You got to get the points up. Shot comes on through. Not able to get it done as of yet. Blaster still healing up. Will have bandages to get back up to, I think, 75 HP.
The feed, it looked like Tfue picking up an elimination. Let's see here how things play out. 90 players remaining. The first circle.
Fuck you, Mom. I got 3 million exactly.
Seconds. Bandaging on the egg. Blaster just hanging out here. That player down below. Going to see if he can take shots here in a second. T-Chub's going to roll all the way down. Looks like no engagement going to happen here. Yarkos, Ledwicki, 2 players that have faced off against each other a number of times.
And these people are building like fucking mansions and shit out here. What are y'all doing? Y'all are crazy. Y'all are too good at this.
Solid aggressive play from Ledwicki to pick up his first elimination of Game 6.
Very clean, and that will end Yarkos' Fortnite World Cup run. Solid performance earlier on. We'll see where he stacks up with the rest of this lobby when it's all said and done. Reminder, this is our final game here tonight. Use the hashtag Fortnite World Cup. Get it trending just like yesterday alongside the millions of people watching online. Sam, who is our player as well, near the top of the leaderboards. What can he do in this last game? Can he make the trek to try to catch up to Booga, who was 15 points ahead in first.
Pika 1v1. And angled down through a handful of edits here at Mega Mall. He's going to push around the side and try and make his way inside Mall itself. Pika earned 12 of his total points in just the last match, and I think that says a lot about what is possible. In 11th place when we rolled into this game, Pika trying to find a way inside, pushing down through the outside. Maybe does in fact get the wall replaced. Are you kidding me? Used the shockwave to get down the wall that his player inside was smacking out.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like the building and then the shooting and then the high level movement. It's actually, I actually really respect this game. I have a ton of respect for this game. And I always tell people you should support Fortnite because it's genuinely free to play and they only really charge for the skins and shit. And I like the model. You know, they charge you for the story mode and stuff if you want to buy it. And so I always tell people if you have room on your console for it, download it just to support the developers.
Right.
At this point, 100 HP, 100 shield. I do not blame him for being aggressive here, knowing that players may be.
And then think about that. Somebody gonna make $3 million playing a free game, James.
Outside, rotating around the edge of Mega Mall. These two players going to end up on top of each other before you know it. Oh my gosh. Floor loot.
Okay.
A heavy sniper rifle.
And another slurp. Okay.
He's looking for it.
It's like that.
There's the malt shop.
Waiting.
You see that at the mall.
Not in.
Yeah, that's too far.
To try and track down the opponent underneath. Ops to back
We hung out with the middle schoolers. They can't really make it to the mall yet.
Pika's awareness inside Mega Mall is insane. Knowing exactly where his opponents are and exactly when to push. Already picked him one elimination using those skills. Going to see if we can find a second player in the slip. Going for the snipe. Oh, and he can't quite connect.
Imagine what would have happened in this.
That gun sounds scary as shit.
Right? Like you're about to lose an entire head.
Yeah, seriously, that thing is that's like a 50 cal sniper or something. It's wild.
In the Mega Mall area. Pika just going to go back, loot on up. You know,
combination AK shotgun.
Yeah, seriously.
Get the elimination, even if he's weak, he can pop a slurp, go grab another. Don't think that's going to happen yet. We'll shift our focus. There's Booga on your screen, Core Gaming, and Veggie Fishy. Within a couple boxes of each other, maybe a fight will break out here soon.
Snow rolling in the top right as well. Out in the baller.
The other thing is the real people that are great at this have to stay aggressive, right?
Quite a bit.
And in these pressure-filled situations, I would just be one of them people like hiding in a little box or something.
Banny.
Right.
Which is really not an effective way to win, but it's just so much pressure you're trying not to lose.
Most likely, honestly, round 6 of these two facing off at the beginning of these games. 73 players left. The Storm right on their backs. Things are going to start moving here in a middle battle, but these two decide to fight it out right now. He phased through the floor, could have opted to go up, misses the shot. A little bit of damage, down to 140, going to opt for a mini. Even just the 10 shield might be enough to save him from Arkram. We'll have to see here, pressure with the stink. He's trying to find a top down and kind of lead the shots on what may or may not be a build out from Arkram. Right through it, Arkram dropping all the way down the campfire. He's going to drop that on one corner in an effort to push Arkram out of the box. Unbelievably, honestly, what a shot from Arkram, the bottom there. A quick edit on the ceiling, shot comes through.
Health very similar between the two. Slight advantage to Arkram right now.
Have to imagine that almost every 1v1 between these two has played out so complexly. If we're watching this right now, I guarantee you this is not the first time we've seen it. What a shot, a quick flip and edit on the ramp.
It's cat and mouse. It's literally cat and mouse in this fight.
This is one of the most insane 1v1s I think I've ever seen.
I actually like these. It added something to first-person shooter fights.
Second gets dropped in. Gonna have to wall against that. The ramp to save him. One chance for the minis is gonna wall off. Still back and forth between these two titans. The campfire goes down. As soon as that wall edit happens, the ramp inside just to prevent any push from the opponent. apart from finding another angle, might be the only option at this point. The campfire, though, is going to have dealt a lot of HP back to BUNDY. Shot through, can't quite connect. Here we go, pressure up top, and oh my gosh,
dude,
the pyramid block. Finally, the Storm deciding it's time to play the fight out, and BUNDY goes down.
Hey, great fight though, man.
That was insane.
That went on for a full 2 minutes. I love that we got to keep our eyes on that, but moving across the map now, it's Pika. We were complimenting so much on how easily he can move through these boxes in Mega Mall, how he can navigate these areas, and it looks like that same exact pattern is continuing. It's Flexi, who's at a major health disadvantage, but as I say that, does hit a quick little shotgun shot that I think will push Pika away for a moment or make him reassess what he's doing. Maybe a misclick. It looked like he didn't really mean to do that.
Actually, Pika gonna have to try and take some sort of aggressive stance soon. A minute on this Storm before it closes, and he's not in the next safe zone. Rogue Shark on your feet, picking up an Elim. We're down to 68 players remaining. Outside of that 70 rank.
Also, guys, I'm gonna go behind the scenes. I'm gonna drop. There's already a link in the description to the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. I'm gonna go ahead and pin a link to this video to the stream directly in the Pocket Locker 86 channel. So if you're over there, come over to the Casino Theater and Arcade. It'll help everybody get more tickets. Like I said, I'm going to give 10 million tickets to everybody in the Casino Theater and Arcade chat, plus an extra million for everybody that's actually live in the chat. Thank you, guys. I think yesterday was the first time we actually maybe had 10 people watching the Casino Theater and Arcade channel, and I gave out 20 million. Or I gave out 25 to throw in an extra 5, but that was super sweet. But yeah, thank y'all so much for supporting this new channel.
Starts to tick on him.
James, this used to be my test channel.
No wall in place yet.
He's just trying every chance he can to take
tactic.
these walls. This is the speed of these players. This is some insane stuff. This is why they're here at the World Cup. Can't quite hit the shot. He did a reset, took the other corner out just as the opponent inside takes a shot with the shotgun. Can't quite connect. Still going for these wall replaces. Ooh. Big hit there, down to 16 HP.
And he's got no mats. He's got 2 total builds. So with the zone pushing as well, this looks like it's got to be a Shadow Bomb play. Pika is actually going to dive into the zone to make his path a little bit less predictable. We'll take the long route,
but then I'm probably going to
got a launch pad. I'm going to tell you right now, Pika is not happy.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna.
See him kind of.
You said you're gonna head over to the other channel.
Shadow bombs.
Head to the other channel.
And then lurk. Yeah. Me too. All right, thanks, James. Appreciate that.
Not a fun spot to be in if you're Pika. Look, still can't even build 1 box.
Yep.
Does have the minis. He's got a campfire in case he wants to put it down. I think the fear at this point is if he puts that campfire down, it's like a signal flare for anybody around. This is the box to push. Meanwhile, Tifu, Dusty Divot flying across, landing near more opponent builds potentially. Back down, shots at the target he was right next to. He's in this box alone. You see in the mini-map, only a handful of players around Dusty Divot. Clicks, reverse, Bizzle you see in the top. Pretty far out there.
And Clicks is actually, one of his trio partners. Previous trio cup that happened. They're fighting each other right now. Trying to make his way out of here. Still not in zone yet. Really used his launch pad. He did use his last shockwave, if you remember, as well. There is some loot nearby, but...
Oh, we got a skipped frames problem. Hang on a sec.
Oh, yeah, we got a fight here. Tifu, 1 versus 1. Is it Clicks? Not exactly sure.
Let me see if it fixes. Hang on a sec. I'll fix it if it doesn't straighten out.
Veteran versus the up-and-comer. Tifu backing up for the moment. It looks like there's another player nearby as Clicks will just
It looks like it's worked out.
Don't need this anymore. We'll fly away. Carhu goes down.
No, I don't know. It looks like it's coming and going. All right, I'm probably just going to disconnect the restream real quick.
No Storm Surge in this one yet.
Booga picking up an elimination. His first of this match. Just another point between him and second place.
Man.
All right, hang on, y'all. Let me get rid of this restream stuff. It'll get rid of that.
Has embodied that today. Only 1 bad game.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just gonna exit out of the restream real quick, and that'll smooth it out. It's just that I had too much going on in this other machine. It's no big deal. It should straighten out in a second.
The rest have been absolutely absolutely electric. Booga's just sat up with the high ground in the zone, waiting patiently for this lobby to drop on down. Snazy now one box away from an opponent. 54 HP, needs to perfectly edit one of these walls and get a shot down range. You see his opponent not sitting still for any moment. He expects him to drop it, and that's exactly what happens. He's finding the patterns and how his opponent likes to play.
Thank you, AR. Thank you.
But still with no healing and his opponent dropping back.
All right, let's go to Pocket Locker. Let's pin this comment.
Snazy will be at even more of a health disadvantage.
Tries to go for the floor.
No shields pop.
Catches himself. He's going to hold the edit on this pyramid. He's looking for a chance to push Martine. If one arises, we'll have to see. Snazy's hope may be to catch him off guard. There we go. Here's the Shadow Bomb, going to rotate up and away, use that redeploy, and try and make his way into the safe zone.
All right, it's still choppy right now.
HP's not quite safe yet, but now it's the chance to look to the right. Get a couple shots, player inside the box as he lands right next to him. The edit through, and Rogue Shark sets the trap and gets him.
All right, look, all right.
Tough play there. Clicks. Meanwhile, 1 elimination, 62 builds. Sit on 2 Shadow Bombs. See here, the very north edge.
I'm going to turn a lot of stuff off back here on the streaming machine. Give it a chance to breathe and relax.
Tifu on the edge, Astonish, Smeef, Zate. So many players stacked up near each other, and oftentimes you do see players utilizing the already built structures for easy wall replaces. No surprise.
All right, guys, come to the casino. The link is pinned in the description.
Imagine he picks up 1 elim on someone who's can kind of fill those numbers up. It'd be a great spot.
So there's 4 people watching on Pocket Lockers. Many you can come over. Please come over after this match. I'll award tickets on the casino channel. Also, the stream looks like it's running a bit better on the casino channel. Still looks choppier on Pocket Locker for some reason than it does on the casino network or the casino theater. Appreciate y'all. 5 players. Let's go.
Tifu just picked up his 3rd elim. Still has a launch pad, some great loot on the player that he just took down. But he doesn't have the zone again. He does have 2 launch pads, and I'm going to use one of those. He wants to make sure he makes some of those placement points, and there it comes. Launch pad used. Will Tifu get beamed? Right, this is one of those moments where you're just thinking, Ben, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me. Looks like he'll make it up through unscathed.
Literally flying past.
Tifu in going serious mode.
The second structure. Somebody underneath. Start layering up. 86 build. Still has another launch pad. Has a boogie just in case maybe a baller rolls past close enough. He can boogie the player directly out of it. Try and pick up that elim, jump in the baller and roll away. Even in a clutch situation, the boogie bomb can give you an opportunity for a free shotgun shot on someone that may be unsuspecting. The loadout here. Look at this. 2 campfires. 10 redeploys. 2 shockwaves. 6 minis, but no medium ammo, Jack.
A crazy note with Booga. When the Fortnite World Cup qualifier started, Booga qualified in League 1, in NA, in first place. From the moment Fortnite World Cup started, he finished atop the North America region. And now in another spot again where it can happen, and he's just dancing up top. He knows really this is his to take unless someone has legitimately the best performance ever in the history of a Fortnite competitive game. Booga should be our Fortnite World Champion. Tifu and Benji Fishy fighting on the bottom right of your screen. Sam, who's trying to contest and take that throne. This was the replay, did get his first limb of this game, and you see the fist bump right there. That gets cut down.
At this point, 51 players remaining. This lobby is going to get very, very tight. Going into this match, Sam was 2 points ahead of third place, with 15 points behind first.
Talk about a lead. We've just now hit our top 50 in this game.
Sorry.
Sam, 1 elimination. Can he close the gap? If you think about it right now, he's still 15 behind, Ben. Booga's still in this game. What he needs right now, Booga to go down, and he needs 5 more limbs and a victory royale, but no! No! Sam gets caught off guard. It's Zate, and as that happens, Booga gets a limb.
Wow.
The pieces are falling into place, and Booga's about to call checkmate.
Tfue on your screen here. 3 eliminations. Still has the launch pad, sitting on a pretty similar loadout. Not a lot has changed as he's waiting, biding his time, looking for eliminations up above the rest, though. Booga
hasn't had to move in 5 minutes.
Nope.
He's had height, he hasn't had to move in 5 minutes. He's sitting so pretty. Here's that a limb that we missed when Sam got taken out. And
are you kidding? Look at him laugh. Look at him absolutely laugh. Quick one tap on Storm on the move.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
Booga might be the luckiest player with zone placement I
and
think
just
we've ever
the
seen
fucking you know, bird's eye view.
His tower, a castle of metal, unthreatened.
And he built it with metal earlier, and he just kind of hoped it would work out this way, and it did. He's been sat here for so long. It basically sums up the leaderboard. This is the leaderboard in the game itself. Booga on top, nobody nearby, no threats, nothing. Now with the zone moving, everyone soaring, and this is where it picks up quick, folks. The final moments of the Fortnite World Cup. We're watching Booga. Oh, please. Imagine.
Picking up a pair in the feed there. Fledermoys and Dubs both go down. Gonna be 2 very good eliminations there. 38 players remaining. Top 25 is when placement starts to come in, and Booga is looking for shots on everybody flying around.
Holy
Still has
crap.
that high ground advantage.
I love this camera where you can just zoom out on the whole stage. That's awesome.
Still rotating in the low ground. Tfue making his way across. A lot of damage coming in. Only 1 minute in the inventory and 15 builds remaining. A tough spot for Tfue.
He's so close to placement, but can he survive? King with elimination.
Player count continuing to drop. Fizzle, Takamura, Zate picking up multiple eliminations. 30 players remaining. 29 to get closer and closer. Veggie Fishy goes down. Tfue eliminated. In the box, Kurtz picks that one up.
That will end Tfue's Fortnite World Cup. Zate drops off high ground for the moment. Booga's still alive in this game in the bottom right of your screen. Still at max HP. He's made it in the top 25. At this point, it's basically a victory lap. Yeah, he's getting beamed out of the sky, but he doesn't care. He'll drop on in, pop some minis. King on the top right had 6 limbs. The guy's an absolute brawler. The 13-year-old should be so proud of how he played today. Lulboom up top, Crew, the double qualified player as well.
Up another elimination. Takamura goes down.
Booga now into your top 20. Mongrel, your Fortnite World Cup is over. Vivid's still alive in this game. It's Crew with 4 limbs atop our leaderboard right now. Has most limbs of who's still alive. Booga there as well. Has all the ammo in the world, not a lot of materials. Let's see how he weasels his way out of this one.
Ballboom, the ultimate high ground. T-Chef going for a challenge up top. Does, in fact, take it over. Meanwhile, Booga, box fight for his life. A little back and forth here. He's waiting to see if this player rotates out. There it is, a big shot. Another elimination.
And he's got near max materials.
Kidding me.
He's gonna trap the ball. Oh, the ball escapes. The absolute scenes right now. Booga still moving through, and at this point, it's a sign of respect. We've got to watch this man continue to dominate. A statement is being made. Dr. Lupo at the end of this game, he'll most likely be crowned the best Fortnite player in the world.
Yeah, that height advantage is killer for the win. And that circle getting small. I know it's cramped. I've never been obviously at a Fortnite game this late myself. But yeah, this is wild. Everybody's just on top of each other.
Top 10. He's smiling. He knows it. He knows it.
Absolutely ridiculous.
9 players left. Unrelenting is Booga. Hasn't dropped out of first since today started. There's all the remaining players. Running low on materials, but he still wants more. 4 limbs in this game. Box it up for a moment. Pyramid comes through. Booga still alive. Shots going down. Can't connect with that one. 1 build left. The final moments of Fortnite World Cup.
Oh my gosh.
Bow down. Bow down to Booga.
Doesn't even matter. 4 players, 3 players remaining. It's a fight out for the victory royale in Game 6.
2 left.
1v1. Crew Still in it, T-Chubb as well, back and forth. And it might come down to a heel-off. T-Chubb dropping down those campfires. We'll see here, Crew following it all the way in, and T-Chubb goes down. Crew with the victory royale.
Crew with 7 eliminations and the victory royale. The monster performance at the end of it. That could have just secured him hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even over $1 million by just that game right there with how he does. But ladies and gentlemen, there's no way anyone beats him. Your Fortnite World Champion,
Holy shit. Well, I promised you fun. That was fun. That kid's really good at Fortnite.
Richer, the
$3 million.
Victory in competitive gaming history.
Wow.
Millions watching online, and folks, he didn't
Good looking kid too.
win.
Nice, probably nice kid.
Absolutely.
Hopefully he doesn't turn into a fucking douchebag.
Fortnite lobby in history, and taught him a darn lesson.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your Fortnite World Champion solo winner.
There's his family looking on. Hey, get double chicken. Get the extra meat, do the whole thing. He's buying, I'm going to tell you right now. And there's the dance.
That's right. I don't know which Fortnite dance that is. That's all right.
Moves like that. And that's what it's all about. Booga hasn't moved, as we'll probably need security to get him to leave this arena. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up again for Booga, your new Fortnite World Champion.
Wow, congratulations, kid. All right, y'all, let's keep it moving. The projection is the tier. We can keep it moving. Let's crown another champion. Ooh. I want to fight. All right, y'all, I'm going to stick my food in the oven. I'll be right back. I need to eat something. I haven't had any dinner. Could you believe that? I know. I've been working. I've been in the chair. I've been doing the things. We're going to start soon. I'm going to go stick my food in the oven, let it heat up. And when I come back, we will get ready to get this ESFL event started. I'll be back in 1 minute or two.
Everybody, virtual fight fans around the world, welcome back one more time. It is Sunday night tonight, and we have a very special event in store for you this evening at the ESFL, the Esports Fight League. We have a Fight Night Champion event tonight, some straight boxing action coming at you. 6 fights on the bill. Should be a great night of something special this evening. Not MMA, boxing. How about that? I am Bailey, and of course, welcome back, everybody. I was here yesterday. Thank you for joining us again. And I have a very special guest with me this evening, a man who I have never had the pleasure of commentating with, but have commentated an extraordinary amount of his fights. Mr. Crooks209, how are you this evening, sir? Are you excited about this boxing thing?
I am super excited. It's good to be here, Bailey, and it's good to be finally working with you. When I started commentary, you were one of the people that I wanted to work with, so I'm super excited to call this Fight Night Champions card. We got some legends of the ESFL coming out to showcase their boxing pedigree, and as a boxer myself in UFC 4, I cannot wait to see the performance that these guys are going to get ready to put on for us.
Yes, indeed. I will say, actually, I've just noticed on the Twitch page, perhaps it's me, we need to change the category to Fight Night Champion because we're in UFC 4, and that's not what we're playing today. I don't think we've changed that in a year, but we've got to change it tonight because we are doing Fight Night Champion. So let's take a look at the fight card this evening, guys. We've got 6 fights for you, some names from the world of the ESFL, but we're also co-promoting tonight with Outlaw Boxing Syndicate. So shout out to them for co-promoting. Go check out eBox Champions on YouTube if you want to watch some more esports boxing stuff. But for tonight, the main event will be Malky Pablo, a go of the Fight Night community, taking on, well, a go of the MMA community, the UFC community in Suave Jamie there in the main event. 12 rounds should be a good time. But kicking things off there at the bottom right, Double Matt versus EK Slick, a matchup of UFC veterans here. That should be a good one, as well as some names that you won't have recognized unless you are deep inside the Fight Night community. We've got Fight Night's finest taking on Zelda Random, Coach Anthony taking on Bluto, Prioxis taking on Spider, Dark taking on Sniper, and Baron. Oh no, sorry, it's Dark Sniper taking on Baron. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, Crooks, there's a lot of names on there, some that you may know, some that you don't, but any names that stand out for you tonight that you want to point out to those people at home who are watching this one?
Well, I mean, starting off with the main event, I mean, you got Malky Pablo versus Suave Jamie, the best from Fight Night Champion, coming up against one of the best from UFC 4.
I'm putting the gloves on. That's right, y'all. We are putting the gloves on. We're trying to see who is the best in combat sports fight, esports fighting today. Thank you for the new sub. We're so happy to see this channel growing. We really appreciate all you guys. Yeah, welcome to the Casino Theater and Arcade. We've had a little bit of fun with Tag and a little bit of fun with the Fortnite Championship Finals. Now, look, we've got a lot of big people here. Marshall Mind, of course, who many of you know is a big-time UFC guy. He's one of the sponsors here. You see the list down below. I'm very excited about this. Now, this is different. A lot of times in this community, you see a lot of tournaments, see a lot of cash tournaments. A lot of those are set up like the fighting game tournaments with a winner's bracket and a loser's brackets. But here we're going with the boxing and much more presentation of sort of a boxing supercard where you'd have a pay-per-view. You're leading up to a main event. I'm very excited about this, a very different type of thing. I'm going to give these commentators here probably a minute or so just to build us up. I want to jump straight into the action, but y'all know I have a love of broadcasting and showing some light on broadcasters. So maybe I'll let them go here, get us set up for our first one. And for those of you that are new to these streams, while I'm here in the booth, sometimes I do fast forward between sort of some of these down times between fights or between rounds and different things like that, just to keep the action moving while I'm in the chair, with, of course, the understanding being that's the benefit of the first phase while the projectionist is in the booth. And then once I go ahead and sort of start lurking and I'm more in passive mode, and, of course, as I fall asleep, those things just kind of play out, and hopefully you still enjoy the stream. But appreciate y'all. Thanks for supporting the channel. Casino Theater and Arcade, man. It's the first time we've done Fight Night Champions. I'm really excited. I love boxing. I grew up watching boxing. Y'all know I love commentating. You know I love esports. This brings all of those things together for me, and sharing it with my community, the Pocket Locker 86 community, sort of my overnight crowd, giving them some real gems and passions and a part of me that you know, the other time zones don't get. So everybody gets a little something special. Appreciate y'all for rocking with this stuff. That really does mean a lot to me. Kind of stream dreams, stuff I really always wanted to do with streams. I used to do this a lot. I used to do what James Apperson does, to be honest with you. I had some streamers I was in community with that were UFC fighters in the game. They were really great. They had their streams and their Twitches, and their communities would be kind of bigger, a few hundred people, you know, a whole lot of people watching, super active chat. My stream was super small, maybe only a few people, 1 or 2 people active in chat, and I would do this thing called String Wingman. I would be live while they were live. I would be in a PlayStation party with them, playing sound effects, giving crazy commentary, just trying to entertain their audience, add a little value to the broadcast, make their stream more entertaining while they focus on kicking people's asses and fighting, develop chemistry with those guys. I've been in touch with some of those guys on Discord, so we might do that. Some of these people are in this community. We actually know these ESFL guys. They're some of our friends. We're all in the fighting game community, whether you're a fighter, a commentator, a fan. We all get together and have a good time. So excited about this, man. Y'all see the game's a little bit older. It's Fight Night Champions. Like we said, we're waiting for a new boxing title, a next-gen title, a current-gen title, anything. Damn, we on last-gen titles. But this game's a classic. It's great. Let's get to it.
Isaac Frost there. Just to be confirmed, nice quick work from the inside. Immediately levels down to the body there, trying to get the headbutts going.
Yeah, Rebel Naz, that's what it is. It's Hovind debate, anxiety-induced insomnia. It's definitely not overnight streams that we do every night. It's definitely just shaking in my boots because of Ken Hovind.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking,
They quiet. Let me see if I don't have the volume all the way up. Oh, I do have the volume all the way up. Why are you so quiet?
Be careful not to get hit with counter shots, winging them hooks.
Yeah, that one countering off the jab nicely with combinations here as Slick's just landing the 1-1-2. Matt just content to just charge through, throw 3 pieces, work the body as well. He's landing, although he will be digging into those stamina reserves every time he does.
Damn,
Nice
I'm
roll
gonna need a
underneath there, came
compressor
down with
on
a
this or
left hand, nice job
something.
down to the body twice there, but covering up low. Doing a bad job of cagemanship here, or ringmanship, excuse me. He's keeping himself in that corner, but there we go. He's circled out now.
You playing Fallen Earth, and that's even older, damn. Well, that's what's up, you know? Age ain't nothing but a number, man. A classic game is a classic game. This is great boxing action. I love this. Yeah, he caught him. That's it. That's it. Knockout. That's it. Whoop, caught him. Boom. Yep. So you can't keep that up. You can't keep that up. Yeah, you got to protect yourself at all times, but you can't keep your hands up like this and just keep them there because the person just comes in with a looping hook right around. Your head is still wide open, clashing on your temple all night long. He sleep. He sleeps. It's over. He sleep.
I was gonna say.
Nah, he done. Don't let him go. 9? No. All right, give him that. He got up. Oh, he put his hands up to taunt and got caught. He got caught. Yup, he got caught with the taunt. See, he keeping his gloves up, but he not moving. You got to move your head. Move your head. See, he not moving his head. See, he done. He done. See, now he opened him up. Open the guard. He done. Come on. Yeah. Boop, boop. See, because he opened the guard. His face is fucked up, and then he just smashing him, and then he's powerful. I mean, you can't do that. He fell. He done. I mean, they could give him a 3 knockdown. He gonna get up again, and of course, in the game, he gonna keep going. But come on, let's stop this. I don't even want to see no more of this, y'all. I don't want to see no more of this. I'm done with this. You know, we want to keep our fighters safe. It's esports. You know, we got to be authentic, y'all. We want to protect our fighters here. I'm done with this. I'm done with this. It's a great game, but there's levels to this. He's fighting back. He is making it competitive. All right, that makes me think, you know, actually really, the ref really did do the right thing. He gets back up, and when a guy fights back a little bit like that, you're giving him a chance to score, but that's 3. Come on now. That's 3 knockdowns in the first round. It's probably no 3 knockdown rule. It's championship, big high level fighting, but I'm done with this even if there's no 3 knockdown rule. Yeah, I guess not.
He is trying to stick to his word and get him out. Not only in 6 rounds, he's trying to get him out
in 1.
It looks like it's gonna be all but over for him.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it.
All right.
All right, we were done with that one. That's okay. Valiant effort. Ooh, look, they rolling him over. Yeah, he got fucked up, son.
Somewhat of a cheat code, perhaps, there, Crooks, but I mean, skill-wise, do you think Matt was the better guy tonight?
Yeah, I feel like Double Matt really pulled EK Slick into his style of fight, and that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was nothing to that one, y'all. It's really nothing to that one.
The outcome for you was never really good. So good job by Double Matt employing his game plan, drawing EK Slick into that firefight and being able to.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was nothing to that one,
He
y'all.
will be happy with that one, taking it home. He said he thought that Slick was
My
gonna be a
mix
pretty
sound good
difficult
though,
opponent,
but I gotta work with these guys a
seemed to be
little
too much of
bit.
a case.
Maybe
Was
put a
that
little
first round
compression
that
here or
was over in
something,
Crooks,
especially
right?
for overnight
First
streams
round
because.
knockout. He said in 6 rounds.
Well,
but
let
he
me
got it done in
see.
the first.
Where are we
Yeah, I
going?
mean, 3 knockdowns in the first round is not a good place to start there. Obviously, there was some discussion of the pick. I'd like to hear what Slick thinks about that one. But there we go. There we go. We'll be moving on to the next fight. They are just getting themselves ready right here. It's going to be Fight Night's Finest and Zelda Random. 2 guys from the Fight Night community. If you didn't hear at the start, guys, we are co-promoting tonight. So again, shout out to Malky Pablo for organizing this, as well as Outlaw Boxing Syndicate. So you can check out eBox Champions on YouTube, eBox Champions on YouTube if you want to watch more esports boxing stuff. But we're over to the fight right now. We are back at heavyweight. Looks like some different picks coming out this time though, Crooks.
I'd rather just put a
Mike Tyson versus another Kobe.
so that I don't have to.
It must be a pretty popular fight.
Oh, hang on. Let me grab my food. My food is here, ready.
Against
I don't want it to burn.
Like Isaac Frost and Mike Tyson. So
But yeah, let me turn this
the
on.
outcome is the same as the last fight. Hopefully, it goes a little bit longer than the last fight, but we're gonna see.
Yep, we will see indeed. Zipping over to New York Arena. That's kind of a generic, is it? It seems like a generic name. I'm saying just New York Arena. Okay, wherever we are, right? So obviously we do have the well, the reach is pretty similar in this one. There will be a height advantage in the corner of Zelda here. I believe it was Fight Night that picked up Tyson, Fight Night's Finest, but we will see at the start of the contest. Specifically, though, in terms of strategy, Crooks, anything to point out in this one? You got to keep the distance on Tyson. You're going to assume that the bodywork is going to come out.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
I'm going with compressors. That way I get some automatic volume control on this shit. It's too quiet.
But he does not have the best cardio. If you guys were able to watch Mike Tyson or have watched Mike Tyson,
Don't compress it till it gets to -10 maybe.
The longer the fight goes on. If I'm Kobe Nichols, I'm trying to wade the water, trying to withstand the power shots I know that are coming in the first 2 to 3 rounds, and just trying to maybe get him out of there later on in the fight. But it's going to be a tough task for Kobe, but we're going to see if he's able to get it done.
We will indeed. All right. It's nice to call some different action here tonight, guys. We are obviously hoping to do more boxing as we move towards ACBC at some point in the not too distant future. If you managed to catch the start of the stream today, it was a little special little ACBC.
And that's the better mix.
For you lovely people.
And a better level without me doing too much work on there.
Nichols we're seeing a couple of times tonight. I don't know if these fights will be at heavyweight. I don't have the weight class listed. We do have Prioxis taking on EK Spider coming up tonight, as well as Malky Pablo, one of the goats of the Fight Night community, taking on a UFC goat here in Suave Jamie. So those are all coming up tonight as well. Lots of good fights. So it is Fight Night Finest with the Tyson pick, Zelda Random with the Nichols pick. A lot slower pace already to start with, just pouring away with the jab, flinging out that lead hook to the body there was Finest as well. Now going with that lead uppercut, lots of nice work. Orthodox v Orthodox, the lead hand's very, very nice, in close, in tight range with the jabs as well. You got all sorts of options. Pulling back, not too far. Open up to the body hooks, they trade there, right hands. Good work, very patient approach so far though, Crooks.
Yeah, I like how Finest is really just taking his time. He knows Mike Tyson doesn't have the best cardio, so he's really just trying to pick his shots here, trying to see what Zelda is going to give him for an opening. He's doing a good job of not overcommitting on shots. Zelda's doing a good job of moving his head, but Mike Tyson ripping to that body is going to be really, really brutal. You don't want to take too many from him.
The rear uppercut right to the body. Nice job countering the jab, though, with the straight right over the top of it. That was nice work. Zelda definitely using that head movement, moving the trunk. That's going to open up the body shots, though. Losing that Mike Tyson shuffle there as well to close the distance. Fight Night not letting anything go. He does there. Set up beautifully with the jab, range found it, and perfectly executed rear uppercut to the body one more time right there. Trying to fire back is Zelda with the uppercut of his own, trying to deter that body work.
Yeah, and I like how Zelda is not letting Finest really trap him in a corner. He's doing a good job of not letting Mike Tyson really cage cut him and keep him in front of him. He's moving side to side laterally very, very well. He's not overcommitting and leaving himself open for too many shots. But at some point, Finest is going to need to try to press and try to get those body shots in.
Yeah, it's a tough test, you know, to answer the call to defend the body, but there it is. It came back up top as well nicely. 3-4 piece combination there, level changing high-low with each shot. Ooh, tried to fire double shots to the body again there with the rear uppercut lead hook, but didn't land. Zelda trying to stay composed against the cage right here. You mentioned the stamina. Let's see if Fight Night's Finest will drain a little over time through these rounds. 10 seconds left, giving up that first round as Zelda, but it's a first round where he didn't take too much damage. Nice weave on the outside, got under the hook there, but caught with the uppercut as he came back through. Good opening round, Chris.
Yeah, it was a really slower pace first round, but a good round by both men. But I'm really impressed with how Zelda is bobbing and weaving these shots from Mike Tyson. He's responding when Finest decides to rip to that body with the uppercut. He's landing a few good shots of his own, but not overcommitting to where he can be countered by something big. So we're gonna see the way how Finest responds to this game plan from Zelda.
You are losing this fight. You need to throw and land a big
down one round. These fights are all 10 rounds tonight up until the main event. It's going to go 12 if they get there. That's the first time we've been past the first round so far. In 2 fights, was it 1 fight? Have we had 2? We've had 1. Blimey.
This is the second one.
Yeah, time is moving slowly. All right, the start of the second. Let's see if there's any switch up of the game plan from Zelda, who works now to jab the body. I like that, nice and fast. Got to be careful of those uppercuts. Pulling out of range there as well. Good trunk movement again. Get the head off the center line. Nice work. Really trying to weave under those hooks, but they're not coming out too much. Fight Night now committing to the jab. Probably going to use that to set up that body shot again, you would think. This time went up high with the uppercut. Came over with the lead overhand. Just out of range, though. Both men pouring jab, lead hook to the body. Just out of range of that straight on the counter there as well. Nice work. Good stuff from Zelda so far in this one, Crooks.
Yeah, Zelda is doing a very, very good job here. He's fighting Mike Tyson the way that you need to fight Mike Tyson if you don't have somebody that has very, very good power. He's moving his head very well. He's moving laterally. He's not staying in the same spot, trying to exchange with Mike Tyson for too long. He's getting his shots, and then he's moving out of the way and moving at a distance where Finest can't really hit him. But you see Finest is trying to press the pace just a little bit here. He's starting to open up just a little bit more to the head as well as the body. So we see these guys making the adjustments. It's going to be about who makes the right adjustment at the right time.
Yeah, that body jab working nicely for Zelda in this one. He's popped him a few times with it just to let him know, just to stick him with it. Again, it's 10 rounds. Zelda obviously in no hurry to win the opening couple. You know, he can really start to turn it on after the 4th if he needs to. Double uppercuts right there, in close from Finest, up the middle through the guard. Big whiff on the right hand there to the body, but no follow-up from Finest. Just pouring with the double jab, tries to stalk to close that distance. Again, not many body shots from Finest in this round so far. Was really committing to the big uppercut to the body, and they're trying to work. Snuck it in that time. After Zelda used some good head movement, fired back a few counter shots, but that rear uppercut to the body lands one more time there.
Yeah, and I like how Finest is starting to go back down to the body. I think it would serve him very, very well to continue to go to that body because Zelda is pulling a lot more than he's moving, bobbing and weaving. So that body is open to those body shots, but he needs to be careful not to get hit with an uppercut as round 2.
I like the old school Tyson gear.
Come on.
Very much.
Good second round. Now we're seeing some boxing, Crooks. Now we're seeing some boxing, you know. This is
And old school Mike could box. Don't get it twisted.
You know, let's go for the kill. That's how we roll. Well, although if it's slick, you know, we can't really expect anything less. That's just kind of how he fights, you know. So,
yeah.
But I'm loving the patience, making reads, some adjustments now. So we saw lead jab, the body work in that round from Zelda. Fight Night had a little bit more difficulty trapping him in the ropes as easily as he did in the first, and didn't really commit on as many strikes as he did. He actually ending this round here on 97% stamina, exactly what he ended the last round on as well. So put out enough output to stay in that fight, but also not to burn out any more stamina as we move for these later rounds. What do you think of that as a strategy there?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very smart strategy. I think he's trying to save his stamina for the later rounds so that way he can do more damage, but he's also doing a good job of ripping that body of Zelda. That might pay dividends here later in these rounds.
Another rear uppercut to the body and a lead one there as well. Just loop that one in. Have to go for the right hook. Out of range, check that body shot though as he backs him into the cage one more time. Ready to peek up. Ooh, there we go. Rear uppercut, lead hook to the body. Tried to come back with the right hand, doesn't land, but that lead one did. Now it's head to head. Another rear uppercut. Nice work here. No answer for this positioning against the cage, really ripping into the body now.
Yeah, and you see, this is what Finest wants to do. He wants to put Zelda in that corner, and Zelda is backing up. He was doing a good job of the first 2 rounds, getting out of there, moving laterally, but he's eating a lot of body shots now. This is not where you want to be against a Mike Tyson player here, babe.
Wow, where's his uppercuts? He's not thrown one yet. Still going for that head movement, which is all fine and dandy, but you're not going to slip shots to the body, and that seems to be the majority of the problem right now for Zelda. Batted that one away, but now changing back up top is Finest, who's just saying super composed behind that super high guard as well, tries to land the straight right. That one just falling short there. Lead hook to the body doesn't land, gets countered with another shot to the body. That double right hands, a third one coming in. Big whiff, went up top with the uppercut there, but just out of range. Zelda trying to fire back, but he's almost retreating into this corner. That was a nice counter right shot on the inside there, though.
Yeah, and as you can see, Zelda is starting to feel the pressure. Finest is doing a better job of cutting him off, keeping him in that corner. Here we are, back to the corner. He's getting those body hooks and body uppercuts ripped into his body. Finest really has decided his game plan is going to be going to the body heavy and going up to the head later on in the rounds. And it's killing Zelda right now. He needs to do something as he gets himself out of that corner.
Is there a reason he's not throwing the uppercut? Is it because it's quite easy to slip the uppercut in this game? You want to get hit with a big counter right hand off a slipped uppercut?
Yeah, maybe I'm not too sure. That would be combating the body shots would be the uppercut, but I'm not really too sure why he's not deciding to rip the uppercut, because Finest really isn't moving too much to where he could counter with something big, but maybe that's an adjustment later on in the later rounds that Zelda is going to try to make.
He has a cut under the right eye right there of Zelda now as well, so Cutman going to have to work on that one. I believe that does increase the damage to shots on that side of the body, if my memory recalls or serves well.
Yeah, it does.
I do remember that. And we see 10% now loss in the stamina there, so 10-8 round there they gave for Tyson in that second round, which actually is kind of interesting because I feel like that was his worst round there. That was kind of strange, but okay. Finest up 3 rounds and 1 round being a 10-8. So let's see if there's a little more activity from Zelda in this one. Gonna have to throw back. Finest is losing a little bit of that gas tank. 4 rounds in, still has 87% of it left though, so in no immediate danger. It's going to be up to Zelda to either make him work or work that body himself. Ooh.
Yeah, and he's doing a better job of working the body as well. He's getting out of the corner. He's not letting Finest trap him in that corner. He's working the body with the nice body jabs right there. It goes a 3-piece to the body actually with body jabs.
You just put something behind it, right, Crooks, right? Like the body jab's all good, especially even if you're going to touch a couple of times, but touch, go. You got to let these hands go. You got to throw combinations, and that's also another way he's losing this fight. It's always one shot. You know, a counter shot return with the jab. There's other options in there.
Yeah, that is true. But as you can see, what he's doing is by touching that body, is he is draining the cardio of Finest. It was at 80%, 87% at the beginning of this round. So we're going to see how far it drains down in between rounds here.
A little 3-piece coming out there for Zelda. 2-1-1. I like that. He's starting to warm up into it though. You can tell Zelda definitely playing a safe game plan, only really throwing when he feels safe enough to do so. The problem is he is back here against the cage again. Eats another straight right to the body, gives one back though. Finest takes it, and there's another rear uppercut again and again and again. He's been landing that. Try to return there. There's an uppercut right up the middle for Zelda. He took that one on the chin. And Finest now back to this patient stalking approach. Jab 2 to the body there. Nice work. Comes back with the rear uppercut. Then 1-2 and to the body. That's good work from Finest.
Yeah, and what I'm liking what I see out of Zelda is that he is starting to pop that uppercut as Finest is overcommitting to the body shots now. He's draining the stamina by going to the body himself. He needs to get out of this corner though. That's not what you want to do with Mike Tyson.
All right, well, we just saw the 4th round, I believe. Fight now, Zelda has lost every single round. There are 6 rounds left though, so he can turn it around. It is 10-8 though, so if he does win, sorry, it's 5 rounds left. Sorry, so if he does win all 5 rounds here, it will be a draw. So he has to do something. He has to get a 10-8. He has to knock him out. Otherwise, he has lost this fight. So the onus.
I'm going to grab a drink.
Find something. Very little stamina loss from Finest in that round. Another round he controlled well. I don't know, man. What would you do in there?
If it was me, I'd start trying to find openings to try to get Mike Tyson out of there, but that's a tough task, especially with Mike Tyson's stats in this game. But it's not impossible to do. It's very, very possible, but he needs to catch Finest making a mistake, maybe with that uppercut as he's going down for a body shot.
Yeah, Zelda seems to be in no hurry again at the start of this round to even outland a power puncher, which you know is something that's quite fundamental. You know, if someone has the power advantage, especially in a video game sense, you want to outland them because, well, you know, if they land 10 punches and you land 10 punches, they're going to have done more damage because they have a power advantage. You have to outland them if you want to hope to stop them, which is something Zelda's going to have to do.
Yeah, it really is, and it doesn't look like he's in any rush to do it. Maybe he has some kind of knowledge or some kind of read that we don't have, because he is just staying as patient as possible. But Finest is doing a good job of pressing the pace again. He's making Zelda retreat, use that lateral movement, not throwing too much output to drain that stamina of Mike Tyson. Good body shot right there.
Nice
good slip off by Zelda right there, though. And Zelda is starting to open up a little bit more, but Finest is doing good work as well.
He might have just supreme confidence in his counter punching to know that he's going to get enough damage off from there. Doesn't want to risk himself. I mean, it's his game plan. There's going to be a bunch of ways he wants to play this, but he's not going to win a decision at this rate. Another shot to the body there. That one is blocked, but there's a nice sneaky return. Switch southpaw right now as well. Let's see if that opens anything up. There's a straight left to the body as a result, but it's going to make that rear uppercut an even bigger target right there. And you saw it fold right underneath that left elbow. Another time, another shot there as well. Same one again from Finest. Rip the body with the left hook and then the right.
Yeah, Zelda either needs to commit to strikes. He needs to commit and then start moving laterally out of the way of Mike Tyson. He starts exchanging and then he backs himself into the ropes and then gets caught there and gets ripped with like 3 or 4 body shots. So he needs to do a better job of punching, sticking and moving, as they would call it in boxing.
All right, well, Finest is now up 5 rounds in this one. Still doing a good job maintaining that stamina around 80%. Very impressed with Finest so far.
Yeah, he really did. He didn't lose any stamina from the last round. It was at 87% at the end of last round, and it's at 87 again at the end of this round, and he has no damage done to him. So Zelda needs to do a better job of putting together combinations and putting together strikes to try to get damage on Finest if he wants to win this fight.
Yep. Yeah, it's only a couple of rounds left to do it now. Did do a good job slipping off the center line, landing a straight right, but that was probably his biggest punch of that whole round. And he's going to need more than one of them. Let's see if he goes back to this body touching with this jab, or if he does try and set things up. Finest getting things a little loose here to start this round. Looks like he's trying to get the power shots going. A little strange tactic from Finest in a fight that he's winning. I mean, he can literally just take all of these rounds off and win this fight right now, but he's still content to push forward using the double jab, trying to break through the guard. Big leaping left hook. Lead uppercut out of range, as is the follow-up right hand. Those were blocked nicely. Zelda keeping the defenses high. Check that one as well. Nice job. Tries to return to the body. Ooh, and that rear uppercut again, but he comes over the top with the left hook. Nice job. And a right hand right there. Now landing on Finest as he keeps his head out there. Finding some shots, Crooks.
Yeah, and Finest is doing exactly what he's been doing in the last round. Look at where Zelda is at. He's stuck up against the cage. He needs to circle out to that right side. Good slip off, but he didn't counter it right there. Finest is really dictating the way that this fight is going. He's pressing the pace. Zelda can do nothing but weave. He's not really trying to land any counter shots. He needs to try to respond with something to gain that respect out of Finest.
Yeah, I'm still so surprised he's not really thrown any uppercuts despite all this body work that's come out. It's been slipping off and pitching the right hand over the top or straight, and he's really hunting for that now. It must be something that he loves to do, but Finest is just free to tee off here. He's doing the head, body, lead hook to the head, rear uppercut to the body. There's another one, came back with the lead hook to the body again here. Beautiful combination. Again, down with the right hook to the body. Nice lateral movement there, sidestepped off the center line, but yeah, Zelda's still just covering, still just waiting for his moment.
Yeah, and it's not working out for him too well. He's getting his body ripped up. He's back in that corner just bobbing and weaving, trying to avoid the shots. But Finest is putting the pressure on him. But maybe he's doing a little bit of rope-a-dope and trying to get Finest to blow out his stamina, then trying to land that uppercut. But it doesn't look like Finest is really in any rush to try to get Zelda out of here. Good uppercut, gobbles him right there.
Oh, he's unloading. Oh, another uppercut. I mean, that's such a tough situation to be in. I don't feel like you're going to...
That was amazing. That was great boxing. Really patient, really disciplined, gets him in the corner, stays patient, waits, creates an opening, takes advantage. Mike Tyson power. Really clean.
Absolutely floored him. Floored him and got that knockdown. Beautiful stuff.
It's a big uppercut. All right, well, if Zelda didn't think he was in a fight, he knows he's in one now. The activity and output has been low. He's been really looking for the counter shot with the right hand. Now been dropped in a fight that he was already losing and hasn't made any adjustments so far other than to try and hunt a little harder for the big knockout punch or something that's going to change the course of this fight.
Good? You all right?
Finest stamina has just fallen below 80% here. But we're over the halfway point now. So you've got to think if he's going to lose about another 20% max with this current output, he should be okay.
Yeah, Finest is looking really, really good right now. He's not wasting too much stamina, but what he did lose in stamina, he traded for in damage. So Zelda really needs to come out. He needs to make those adjustments. This is where fights are won and lost, is the in-fight adjustments. You can have a game plan coming into the fight, but if it doesn't go according to plan, how well do you adjust in fight is what we're going to see Zelda try to do here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just confused about what the game plan was, unless it was to really, really look for the counter shot late, because Finest is not striking me as a sort of player, or he hasn't played like the sort of player that is going to be reckless and burn that stamina. He's done a really good job managing it throughout this contest. And that just leaves Zelda to think, you know, what am I going to look for here? What's my counter shot? Nice sit, rip, roll under, big left hook to the body. But Finest is going to find a shot for that right hand as well if he stays southpaw.
Well, he's a knockout. He's going to end up in a situation where he's not a knockout artist and he's looking for a knockout against a person who's more likely to knock him out, where going for a knockout is only going to result in being more likely to get knocked out. He's been too defensive to win any round, so he's lost on the scorecard, and now he really has no choice but to try to go for said improbable. I mean, this guy's put himself in a bad situation here. What he needed to try to do was move around, score more, win some of these earlier rounds on points, and then put the other guy in a position where he had to get a knockout, because, you know, but now,
you do not need to unload.
This is crazy.
You just pick your shots like Finest is doing here and watch your stamina output.
Zelda going toe-to-toe right here. Still not really throwing much, trying to pour with the jab to the body. Throws a straight left that time out of range.
But
Finest overextending, but definitely not putting himself in any kind of vulnerability position. Just content to just keep winning this round like he's won every single other one. Ooh.
And my restream got to be reloaded.
Yeah, Zelda's not really giving Finest really anything of concern. He's not throwing a lot of strikes. He's going with those jabs.
Exactly. Oh, you know what?
Really paying dividends for him.
I don't like this because now the compressor's fucking with my vocal too.
Finest is staying calculated here in this
fight.
All right,
I'll just put it on the.
Yep. And now just backing up because he knows he's won the round. This is what I mean. Like, what is Zelda's? I get this being a game plan for 4 rounds, but if it's not going your way at that point, I mean, it's simple mathematics, right? But it's too late now. Regardless, Zelda has to find that shot that he's been looking for the whole fight.
Yeah, and you see Finest's stamina actually recovered back up to 81%. He was at 77% at the beginning of last round. It went back up to 81%, which means that Zelda did hardly any damage at all. He took shots but didn't land shots up.
Sorry, hang on.
And I think it's going to be very, very tough for him to get for Zelda to get Finest out of here, if I'm being honest.
He didn't really throw either. I mean, again, he's got 2 10-8 rounds so far. Number 2 and number 6. We'll keep moving here. Only 2 rounds left now. Or 3, I suppose. Ooh.
And I like how aggressive Finest is staying with that body work. He's ripping those body hooks and body uppercuts. He's not overcommitting to the head because he knows Zelda is trying to bob and weave and pull some of those strikes. So he's mixing in good, nice head body combinations. He's not being too predictable with his strikes. But here we go. Zelda is trying to respond, but it might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, he landed that uppercut off a left hook. That was nice. And on the straight right there as well. Finest now really just turning up the volume, turning up the pressure, trying to get him out of there because, like you said, he's now recovering stamina. You know, he's in control of the fight and he's at the point where he's actually getting stamina back. So he can afford to let go with only a couple of rounds left. And there's the right hook to the body again. The same shot he's been finding all fight, that and the rear uppercut. And then came back with a liver shot as well. Look at that. Sits him down. I don't know if he's getting up from this, Crooks.
Yeah, it might be. He might be. It looks like he actually is going to be able to get up with the 5 count, but that body is in deep trouble. And we know Finest is a finisher. He's been trying to get him out of here this entire fight. So we know he's going to get him in that corner and go back down to the body like he does right here.
Yeah, and it's still Zelda shelling, not trying to throw any return offense to keep him off him. I know that Finest is a little bit wary, a little bit hesitant still, but when your opponent's not even throwing punches back, Crooks, you know, you haven't got too much to worry about.
Yeah, you really don't. And that's what we're seeing here with Finest. Look, he's ripping to that body. He's going back up to the head. Left hook to the body twice right there. Hits him with another beautiful body shot and knocks him down again. This might be it, man.
Man, I mean,
I would stop it. He done.
Proper right in the solar plexus.
I mean, come on, look at it.
Down he goes one more time. And yeah, unfortunately for Zelda, it seemed like he had a game plan to, you know, play Matador to the bull tonight, but the bull came correct and got it to work. Good job getting back to the feet, though. He stays up.
Yeah, he's able to get back up. Here we go.
Nah, he
Finest
done.
is on the hunt. He smells blood. He knows that body is hurt, so he's going to continue to try to rip to it. And this, look, Zelda's putting himself right back in that corner, getting hit with those body uppercuts and body hooks. It's not looking too good.
Yep, just sliding backwards still, getting walked all over the ring, excuse me. I almost said octagon. And there we go into the 9th. Man, this is just Finest's fight all day. He said before this one, I would like to be a high-level player who can compete competitively and teach others like I do on Fight Night Champion. I don't know anything about the person I'm fighting, so I'm just going to do my best. Nothing more, nothing less. Fine words from Fight Night's Finest there.
Yeah, I mean, and what a clinic he is putting on how to play Fight Night. I mean, he's being calculated, but he's being aggressive. He's working the body. He's not just head hunting with Mike Tyson like we would see a lot of players in Fight Night Champion do. I mean, this guy is putting on an absolute beautiful performance. And if you guys are looking to get into Fight Night Champion, this would be a fight that you would want to watch if you're trying to employ an elite game plan.
Yeah. And here he is again, walking him down, just popping him with the jab now. It's just going straight down the middle of the guard. Hands are low for Finest. And again, there's the rear uppercut. Timed it twice there nicely and slipping through the right hand there. Oh! Trying to roll through, even. Gets caught though, trying to throw the left hand that time. And another body shot there from the right hand. Trying to follow up with another one. Lead uppercut straight right one more time. And another one. Starting to accumulate now. Oh!
Yeah, the damage is starting to wear on Zelda here. He's just shelling up. He's not putting himself in the corner, but he is eating massive shots. There's another body hook, another one, and Finest is just ripping it like it's a punching bag right now.
Ooh, pulled that one with the straight right. But he's not really done that much damage. I mean, this is kind of the output he needed going into like the 5th round, you know? This many counter shots if this was it, but it might be a little too late. We don't know though. We don't know. Maybe Zelda has a game plan to really time a big right hand. Put Finest out of there. Oh, no, another lead uppercut, a big straight right. Oh, dear God. The poor man. Also, I don't like boxing. Oh my God.
That was
Crushed.
nasty. That right hand just absolutely probably put Zelda's lights out here. We're going to see if he's able to recover, but I don't expect him to get up from this one.
People from the Twitch chat are now spamming this man. And that is it. The fight is done. Easy work tonight for Fight Night's Finest, proving he's as good as his name tonight, Brooks.
Yeah, and what an absolute beautiful performance right there by Fight Night's Finest. I mean, he put on a masterful performance with Mike Tyson. He went down to the body. He stayed patient. He controlled the ring. He never let Zelda get any opportunities to land big shots. He ripped to that body and was able to get that dub there. So shout out to him for putting on such a good performance.
Yeezy, I don't know why you're acting like a child, but I will just time you out for 2 hours until you behave yourself. All right. Anyway, it's fine. Right, let's move on, people. So we have 4 more fights actually to come. That was a great performance, though, Crooks. We saw a lot more of the boxing, basically, as opposed to the first contest. So hopefully more of that tonight. It was a nice, slow-paced affair, and it just kind of ramped and ramped and ramped from there. That's what you want to see from this game, really. It's interesting to see the momentum swings in this one because the counter-punching it's pretty... What's the word? It's pretty devastating, right? It can really turn the course of a fight if you land a good counter shot.
Yes, if you're able to slip off in Fight Night Champions, you can do massive, massive damage, especially if you have like a counter puncher with the style like Mike Tyson. If you move off and are able to counter, you do massive, massive damage. But I really like the pace that last fight was contested at. We're used to seeing such a high pace pushed in UFC 4 that it's kind of refreshing to see people just take their time, like Fight Night's Finest did, and really just pick his opponent apart over the course of 8 rounds, I believe that last fight was. So it's really, really a good thing to see that there's a game where you can really just take your time and not have to rush things.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you want to play a lot of fights like that on UFC 4, but your opponent makes that choice, I think, a little bit, especially because in UFC 4 it's very hard to be defensive without taking damage. You have to throw offense back to prevent people walking you down, which is fair enough. You can't always maneuver your way out of every situation. You can't be perfect all the time, so it makes sense. But the next matchup, guys, we have Coach Anthony taking on Bluto here. Coach Anthony is a legend of the Fight Night Champion boxing community, and he's here to compete tonight. So what a treat for that one. Thank you, Coach Anthony. 200,000 subs on YouTube, I hear here, Crooks. That's pretty intense. And he's taking on Bluto here, who's also a streamer as well. So a bit of a content creator matchup. This one should be fun. We're at middleweight now as well, Crooks.
Yeah, this is going to be real interesting to see who these guys pick up. And I mean, you got a real life boxing coach in Coach Anthony, so he knows the angles, he knows what works and what doesn't work against different boxing styles. And he's going up against Bluto, who's a streamer. So we know that he plays this game quite a bit. So it's knowledge versus knowledge. Who's going to be able to employ their game plan the best here in this matchup?
Are these the eyes of the created fighters we're seeing here? Because I think Coach Anthony's got some screwed up vision now. I don't know what's going on. Maybe this is like one of those game face things, and that's what he looks like. In which case, I'd feel really bad because I don't mean to insinuate that's a strange looking character. But those are some. I mean, it's an interesting character if that is his created fighter.
Yeah, those eyes are fucking with me.
I mean, those eyes are. Those are not eyes you would want to see staring back at you across a ring, that's for sure. Ooh, so the intimidation factor is a big thing here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all part of the tactics as well. Patchy's stepbrother, I don't know who this is. Obviously, these are CAFs, so it'll be interesting to see. I think they are just, I don't know, maybe talking some trash to each other here before they pick these final fighters.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe they're getting themselves ready for a war, and if we're gonna get a war in this fight, then it is worth the wait. Trust me, Balin.
I don't know what they did, but they have exactly the same height and reach, so maybe they picked the same bodies. Although Coach Anthony coming in 2 pounds heavier.
Physical advantage. It's just gonna be knowledge on knowledge. Who's gonna be able to employ their game plan better is gonna be able to get the victory here.
All right, both 20 at boxing's middleweight here. Or maybe there are just problems. Maybe this is what this guy looks like. I don't even know. I don't know if it was a question, if there's a problem, or if this is genuinely how he designed his.
That's crazy. What the fuck is this? Nah, bro, don't show up to this shit like this. I don't know, but
I don't even.
Nah, this trolly.
With gray hair, man. I mean, hey, but maybe he's got them hands, so we're gonna see how it goes.
It's like that movie, Bright, and before they did the promo for the movie, they had the UFC do like a promo where there was like an orc, because there are orcs in that film, fighting in the UFC. Did you ever see that promo for that movie?
Yeah,
that's what this looks like, right? This is an orc, isn't it? Like,
yeah, maybe. both of them look the same way. Yeah, I mean,
maybe there's.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe these guys made an agreement that they were gonna make the same kind of calf, just with different hair.
maybe there's like a bug or something that we don't know about that's present, or something like lost information, textures, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh God, that's loud. All right, anyway, we're going to see a fight regardless. Okay, look at this, 689 wins, 800 losses. That's an interesting record there. That's 17 wins, 13 losses. Okay. Nearly 100% finish rate on Patchy's stepbrother. Oxnard. Okay, that's California, right?
Yeah, Oxnard. That's actually where I believe Tony Ferguson trains at and is from.
Oh, maybe this is Tony Ferguson. We just can't see him. All right, well, they're not skipping any of these intros. So we're going to see the full countdown here with the referee. So we have Coach Anthony. I want to say in the blue gloves, but I can't even say. Oh, no, we don't. It's blue. Oh, no, they switched me. So Bluto with the red hair. Coach Anthony here with the Southpaw Philly shell, which is very interesting because I've been told Southpaw Philly shell doesn't actually work in real life. But there we go.
I mean, Coach Anthony's going to try to make it work here in this fight. But Bluto's, I mean, they're both just kind of shelling up, trying to see what each other is throwing, trying to get a good read on it. So we're going to see, I don't think we're going to see the game plans come out until about the second round.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Bluto with the cross guard, I believe it was called. I don't remember too well. But both men playing the outside game right now. No one trying to force exchanges. In tight, Bluto stepping in there, trying to level change underneath. Through the straight right to the body. That was good work. Uppercut return right there from Anthony. A little out of range with it. I like the wide stance on Anthony as well. It looks like an MMA fighter. Yeah,
look, and he's looking good too. Look at the movement on Coach Anthony. He's cutting the angles. He's not letting himself get trapped up. You can tell he has very good ring awareness. He's not getting himself in bad situations. Bluto is wasting that stamina. If he gets caught with a shot, he is going to get hurt. So he needs to be very, very careful.
Yeah, and that was great work by Anthony. Just like jab low and then throw that straight left, right high, and he's timing it beautifully. Really just sliding out of range. Did it again there. Jab low straight high, and that's a little southpaw straight left. That lead touch to the body's not too hard to land. So good work by Anthony.
Yeah, Anthony's really pressing the pace. He's landing good shots. He's getting high damage on Bluto here. Bluto needs to watch that stamina because if Anthony slips and counters to the body or to the head, he's going to get a good stun and get good damage off of it. But Bluto's trying to respond, trying not to get swarmed by Coach Anthony, but he's able to get himself out of the corner. Now he has Coach Anthony in the corner.
Can you fake in this game?
I'm not sure. I don't believe so, but I'm not sure.
Interesting. It seemed like it would help Bluto a lot right now to try and bait out that slide back that Coach Anthony's trying to use right here. Is just trying to get that step back left or that step back and then level change jab to the body, then the left over the top. So good work by Anthony in that first round. Look how much damage they've taken though. Have they turned the damage up? Because this is a hell of a lot more than Tyson took, I can tell you that.
No, I think Bluto took more damage because his stamina was so low and Anthony was countering and ripping that body. So Bluto needs to be careful not to take too much more damage because he is going to get stunned and might even get put away here early in this round. Coach Anthony's doing a good job. He clinches him up there, makes him wear the weight. He's landing really good shots as he has him up against the ropes. Good job by Bluto being able to get off there.
Yeah, and he loves that rear left uppercut right here, does Anthony. Hasn't really landed it too clean. Oh, there's that jab to the body, straight left again and again. Man, just constant success with that jab to the body, straight left over the top. Time and time again. Puts him down with it, Crooks.
Yeah, and it was, like I said, that damage was high coming into this round, and he took one too many shots and got put on the canvas. And let's see if he gets up. He is able to get up, but that damage still is going to be really high here, Bay.
Yeah, gonna have to do well to keep in the fight. Gonna have to be careful about that jab body straight left here. Needs to find a counter to it as soon as he gets touched. Just fire that uppercut. Maybe not back up as much. Force a bit of a... Oh my God, just arms fully extended, straight left on the chin. I mean, that looks like pure pain.
Yeah, what up, Kelly? We live all weekend. Really we going overnight.
Like if he could have fallen out of the ring, I'm pretty sure he would have right there. But he gets up again.
Welcome.
Second knockdown. Now I would imagine Coach Anthony's gonna try to get him out of here as soon as possible. He's not playing any games here. He's going body and then back up to the head.
There's just no answer for this jab to the body, straight to the head. And to be fair, it's a really good technique to use on somebody who is using that kind of a guard in real life. I mean, that's perfect. Jab low, the The guard comes down, he throws a straight left, so it's working just as it should.
Yeah, it really is. And
Nice,
I mean, he's landing good shots. I mean, even when Bluto's trying to press forward and throw some kind of offense, Coach Anthony's doing a good job of slipping off and making him pay for it.
I feel like Bluto's only hope is to crowd him, try and fight toe-to-toe, go play the hook game, hooks to the body, and try and find some uppercuts to counter that jab. But it looks like Anthony really knows what he's doing here, corralling to the cage, working the body. 10 seconds left, going to cruise that round as well.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Anthony is not getting any pushback on what he's trying to do. He's working the body. He's lowering that guard by going to the body and then going immediately back up to the head. He had 2 knockdowns in that round. And look at the damage on Bluto. It's at 85%. Not looking good at all.
All right, well, let's see if Bluto can make it out of this third round. Anthony right back on the pressure, already jabbed to the body, straight to the head. He's working for it. Got a lot of confidence.
Coach Anthony's really good. I just don't know why his damn character looks so weird.
If he can slip and land that, it could be even worse. But Bluto has no answer here, Crooks. Just taking it, having to concede ground constantly. Just whiffing on everything.
Yeah, I think Bluto is a little bit getting caught in the moment here. Anthony's been putting it on him. He's pushing him back up into that corner. He's exchanging here in the pocket. There it is, that body to head combination again. Oh. Anthony's just shouldering him back into that corner. Bluto needs to try to circle out, but Anthony's doing a good job of keeping him there. Ooh. There's that clinch. That's smart. Super smart, and then he circles out. Good job by Bluto.
It almost landed the uppercut as well as they just trade there. Both men landing with their rear hands. Anthony still stalking though, looking for that straight left time and time again. 1-2. Bluto trying to fire back now, going to the body with the rear uppercuts. Straight left again from Anthony lands. Bluto trying to fire his own back.
My goodness, Anthony's just trying to put it on him right here. He's going to the body, then back up to the head, then popping that straight out to the head. Another good clinch up right there by Bluto, but he's not able to get off the cage. This might be the beginning of the end here if he stays up on these ropes right here, babe.
They're just trading straight punches right now. Bluto's taking some damage, but I kind of want to see how much Anthony's taken. There could be a rock in it at some point for Bluto as well. He's certainly been landing a few. If he can catch him with a good counter, a slip, a rip. Don't mind me, sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, no, it's Bluto's doing his fair share of damage as well, but and look at Anthony. His ring awareness is really what's separating the two fighters here in this fight. I mean, Anthony's really doing a good job of pressuring him and then backing up when the damage is getting too high for him. He's controlling the range, he's controlling the pace, and he's really controlling the damage as well.
10-7 that second round. That's crazy. Little shove there as well because he wants to keep it at that distance that we talked about. Bluto gonna be, oh, that was a nice straight right. Both men really using their rear straight hands a lot in this fight. Ooh, now going to the hooks. Does Bluto mixing things up, connecting a little, Crooks?
Yeah, he's connecting a little bit more than he has been in the past couple rounds. He's moving that head, but that damage might be a little bit too much if he gets countered. But good job here, trying to press the pace. Good right hook right there, lands. He's trying to go with the right hook again, lands again. But he's backing himself up into the ropes right there. Circles off. Ooh, good damage shot right there. Rocks him. Now is he gonna try to go on for the kill? It looks like he is, and he knocks him down. Good job by Bluto.
Oh, he is back in this fight just like that. Beautiful work by Bluto. Stayed diligent. We talked about him doing a bit of damage there. You can see it accumulating. And one good shot does turn the tide somewhat as we move into the fourth round. All that taunting from Anthony not helping him now. But he's still taking a ton of damage. You know, this could spur Coach Anthony on. He could put him away in the next 10 seconds. You never know.
Yeah, the damage on both is obviously very, very high. Is Bluto going to... Oh, good right hook right there. Just catches Anthony as he tries to come in. Maybe Anthony's starting to gas out a little bit because of the output. Bluto's making a pay. Now it's just a barn burner of a fight here. Either one of them could go out at any time here.
Yeah, both still committing to those rear hands. Right here. Ooh, big rear uppercut. Just misses as well as he plays a little rope-a-dope. Bluto trying to roll under. Oh, and he does land the rear uppercut right there. Then the right. Double shots to the body. The left overhand almost coming over the top. Both men got their defense on as well here. Look at Anthony roll in the inside. But body tried to sneak it uppercut to the head there as well. Doesn't land it.
Oh man,
they're trading.
These guys are going for it. They're not trying to let it go to a judge's decision at all. They're trying to get each other out both in this round.
Now there we go, man. The pace really picks up in intensity there.
That was a great round.
Sense they need to fight for it, but there we go. That's a round for Bluto, and we're not too far gone in this fight where he can't win this on the cards if he needs to.
Yeah, and he's doing very good damage. That round was a very, very good comeback round for Bluto.
Ooh, rear uppercut. Nice work. Yeah, Bluto was doing some good work with the hooks. You know, taking away this outside straight game. As Anthony jabs to the body, I'm sure he'll be trying to set up that jab straight left again and again here. Oof.
Yeah, and now look at how the tide has changed. Bluto is starting to get some good damage off. Anthony is not trying to engage as much anymore, not trying to swarm him. He got Anthony's respect. Now he needs to try to go in and do a little more work, try to get Anthony out of here if possible, but do more damage on him as well.
Yeah, now stalking Anthony as well, who's whiffing on these shots. Anthony looks like he's being, you know, careful, cautious, wants to take this back to how this fight started and pop shot him from the outside. But Bluto's kind of just walking through, walking him down.
Yeah, he really is. And I mean, he's working the body and the head equally as well.
A lot of these people messaging this man knowing he live like that.
Actually, there, keeping him in the corner.
Oh my God, do y'all like? What do y'all think this is about? Like, people are the worst.
Oh, rear uppercut up the middle again. Nice work. Tries to return to the body. Back and forth, back and forth. Minute left in the round.
Yeah, and they're both trading damage here. Bluto needs to be careful not to eat any more body shots, because that high cross guard is susceptible, I'm sorry, of eating body shots. But Anthony's taking his time. He's trying to pick him apart from the outside. He's moving his head very, very well. He's still utilizing that shoulder push to keep Bluto in that corner to be able to have more room to retreat. Bluto's doing a good job of getting out of that corner. This is a very, very, like, equal fight pretty much here.
Yeah, Bluto's got a really fast jab. He's just trying to pour and counter with it right now. I feel like he took that first half of the round, but Anthony kind of came back in the second half. He might have stole that off him towards the end there. Both men taking a ton of damage, though, as well. Stamina starting to drain away as they let those hands go, turning into a good fight.
Yeah, it really is. And look at the recovery on Bluto as well. It went down from 87 to 83, so he didn't take a lot of shots, but that stamina is only at 64, so he needs to be careful with the output that he's throwing out here.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think they're both kind of the same position, stamina-wise. I mean, we can't really see Coach Anthony's stats in this one. But you've got to believe it's going to be kind of similar here. We will get to see the scorecards, I think, at the start of this round, Crooks.
Yes, I believe we will. Actually, it doesn't look like they're going to show it to us, but I would imagine Anthony's probably up maybe by a round, but it looked like Bluto had a cut either underneath or over that right eye because of the, the glitch that we...
All right, y'all, I am going to go ahead and get out of here, get in the bed, watch this for a little bit from bed, and then fall asleep. I will be back after I wake up, so it'll be sometime, mid to late afternoon, obviously, with the hour it is now. I need to get some sleep, but appreciate y'all. Overnight stream's going to be great. We got boxing, we got racing, we got more fighting games. Man, I hope y'all enjoy the overnight stream. It's going to be crazy. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to Kelly, whole overnight crew. Appreciate y'all. I'll be back. Enjoy the stream.
It's still a weapon. If I was Bluto, I'd assume that left hook was there for him all day. That Philly shell from Southpaw is a little dangerous because you can't really control the lead hand for the jab as well because your hand's so low and you're pretty at risk from that big left hook. So I wonder if Bluto can change that up and work it in there. I think that's kind of how the stances work on this game.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good game plan. He's popping out that straight as well. Good job blocking the body shots right there. He's doing a good job of returning when he's getting hit as well. Missed uppercuts right there by Coach Anthony, but he wasn't being able to be made to pay for that by Bluto. But Bluto, look, he's back up against the ropes here. Clinches up. Good job. He's going to probably try to circle out when this is broken up. There it is. There's the circle out. Good job.
Man, both guys there trying to slip and rip big. Weren't able to. Bludo doing a good job there with the twos. Keeping it right on the end. Again, pulling just out of range with a rope. There's another two. Oh, and another one. Anthony struggling to enter here, Crooks.
Yeah, Anthony's he's being made to struggle. Bluto's doing a good job of negating what Anthony is trying to do, but he's eating a little bit of damage too. That stamina dropped from 64 to 52, and the damage went up, which means he ate a little more shots than he probably would have liked. But both of these guys, I feel, are starting to fight a little more cautiously because they both have high damage. So we might see the pace start to slow down a little bit here in these last few rounds.
Yep. We will see. This is where boxing gets a little interesting compared to MMA. You know, it's a longer game. The time frame isn't that different, but it's scored in a much more consecutive sequence. So it gets a little gamey, gets a little tactical here. We still have not seen the scorecards. Perhaps we'll see them going into the 8th. I would assume Coach Anthony's still ahead here, despite Bluto's success a little bit later in this one. But he's marching him down now as well.
Yeah, Bluto's trying to press the pace. Anthony's backing up. He's trying not to take too much damage because he did get knocked down earlier in this fight. But Bluto is doing a good job. He's just walking forward, holding his block up, saying, look, if you're going to try to hit me, I'm going to respond, but you're not going to push me back onto the ring anymore. But Anthony's trying to return back. Like I said, both of these guys are going to start fighting a little more cautiously because we're later in the fight and that damage has stacked up quite considerably.
Yeah, and look, Anthony here just playing it safe and easy. I mean, I don't know if he's seen the scorecards and thinks he's ahead, but he's definitely fighting like that, you know? And I love he's got that push down as well, the little shoulder bump. That's great. It helps him create space for that straight left. He's not really had as much success with the jab to the body 2 up top as he was having early. There it is again, though. The speed on it. Nice pull, though, by Bluto.
Yeah, Bluto did a good job pull straighting that missed strike from Anthony. But, I mean, both of these guys really aren't throwing too much out. I feel like they both are a little cautious of getting finished, but this is a fight, so you got to go for the gusto. You got to go for broke because who knows who's winning this fight. Anthony could very well be winning the fight on the scorecards we did not see, but Bluto needs to try to go after it if he possibly can.
Yeah, the one knockdown apiece, I think. Unless Anthony got 2 in that round. I think he may have done the 10-7 round.
Yeah, he got 2 knockdowns. 2 knockdowns to Anthony, or to Bluto's 1.
Anthony now again just content to pour. Just look for that straight left. The straight left off the jab. 10 seconds. Oh, he drops it with a straight left. There it is. The accumulation. Bam, bam. To the body, to the head. One more time. Gets it done again there, Crooksy. That combination has been working for him all night.
Yeah, and it's that same combo, like you said, that landed earlier. Now let's see if Bluto's able to get back up. He was able to do it a couple times earlier, and he does. This guy has the heart of a champion, man, especially this late in the fight. Look at that damage on him, though, Bay.
But it's been like that the whole fight.
Yeah, it really has. He's done a good job of managing it, but just got caught with a good straight left that really just put him down. But, I mean, this is a really close fight. A really, really close fight. But I feel like Anthony's probably going to be able to take control because of the cumulative damage that he's been able to land on Bluto.
Yeah, that straight left has been coming down the pipe nice and fast. He caught Bluto there as he was throwing a right hook. So I'm sure that'll do extra damage as a result of that. But yeah, the jab to the body, 2 up top against that cross block. There we go. So 1 round they have given here to Bluto. Apart from that, Coach Anthony is up every single round. So yeah, he can take this. He can take this evening off right here. He can take the rest of the night off. There's not much left for him to do apart from not getting knocked out. Oh!
And he caught him with that straight left again. That put him out. It's the same punch right through that cross guard, too. Right straight into the mouthpiece of Bluto. Just beautiful, beautiful placement on that straight.
He might not be getting up from this one. He's going to try. It's very slow. How good's your muscle memory for this minigame? Oh,
it was close. It was close.
Quick. He tried, but there we go. It is a win for Coach Anthony. I know his subs will be happy about that one. There we go. Unfortunately for Bluto, tried to keep it together. But yeah, the body shots into that 2 over the top was just too much for him there, Crooks.
Yeah, and it was set up off of the damage that he had did prior in the previous rounds prior to this one. It really just was too much for Bluto to overcome. Good job by Coach Anthony. He faced a little adversity. He got knocked down earlier in the fight. He ate some really heavy damage, but overall he was able to overcome that and get that victory with that beautiful straight left right there.
So I'm being told that is the meta at its finest, apparently. So there we go. A push straight. These guys are using every exploit. They're being called exploit. I wouldn't know as exploits, really. It feels like it's just like a consistent tool that you can use to your disposal. I mean, it doesn't really seem like an exploit. But whatever it was, it's a meta for the reason there. I mean, it's quick, it's fast, and it worked very, very well for Mr. Coach Anthony. So I know he'll be happy with that one. And we have a bunch more as well. I'm not sure what that actually meant, the person who just spoke in my ear. And also I have animals making noises. Okay, no worries. Anyway, we have 3 more fights left for you tonight as well, including Pry vs. Spider. It is the next matchup up. These guys have fought each other in UFC 3, UFC 4. Yes, so they haven't fought for a while here, one-on-one against each other. This would be a great little fight if this was a UFC 4 event, wouldn't it, Crooks? But it's Fight Night Champion, so it's going to be good anyway. We'll jump to the fight as they are going to be at middleweight, but what can you tell us about these two, Crooks?
Well, we all know Pry. I mean, Pry is a legend in the UFC 4 community. He's one of the more calculated strikers that there is in UFC 4, but he is going up against EK Spider, who is one of the more creative strikers in UFC 4, as well as being a calculated striker of his own. Pry did say that he did think that Spider was going to smash him, so that's a little bit of, gives a little bit of cause to pause here. But Spider did say that he thinks that his ring generalship is going to be a little bit too much for Pry, and that he thinks he's going to be able to get him out of there by the 7th round. So we're going to see how this fight plays out between 2 of the most creative and most technical strikers that the EA Sports UFC community has to offer here in Fight Night Champion.
Yeah, we'll also see who's been playing the most as well. I like the pick of Manny Pacquiao here. That's perfect for Pry. You know, he's got that sort of RDA-like frame-ish a little bit. He's a southpaw. That's good enough. I'm sorry, I'm getting
everybody,
shouted
so
at
glad
behind
you're
me.
with us.
But it should be a great
Joe
matchup, like you said.
alongside
UFC 4, they've clashed. UFC 3, they've clashed now. Fight Night Champion, a rivalry for the ages between these two right here. So I'm excited to see this one. I'm excited to see who looks a little better. I'm excited to see what tactics they go for here. Will it be hooks, body shots, slip and rip from the outside?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of everything. And they're going with 2 absolute boxing legends. You got Julio Cesar Chavez, and then you got Manny Pacquiao. Now, I've been watching Pry streams a lot lately, as I do most of the time. He has been putting in a lot of work with Manny Pacquiao, and Spider, I know, has been putting in a lot of work with Chavez as well. So we're going to see how this matchup really is going to play out here, Bay.
Yeah, and Spider here can get some revenge for Julio Cesar Chavez, because Spider usually plays Anderson Silva. You know, that's how he made his name in the esports scene. Obviously, his nickname is The Spider, and The Spider just beat Chavez. In fact, knocked him out, right? No, didn't knock him out, did he?
He knocked out Chavez Jr.
Here you go. Yeah, he did. Oh, wait, is this not Junior? Okay, this is Chavez Senior, my bad.
Yeah, it's Senior. He knocked out Junior, but he can get a little bit of revenge for Chavez as well.
They look so similar as well. I mean, they are father and son. It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
All right, anyway. Let's see. I'm interested to see Pry test his hand in the boxing game. I think he has some IRL kickboxing experience. I think that's correct. That's translated nicely to his MMA game. But we will see how his boxing game looks here. If it's going to be more of an aggressive approach. If both men are content to sit and trade. So on the left here in the white and gold, we've got Pry. And on the right, we have the Spider as well.
Really going to enjoy this one because
yeah, I don't expect either one of these guys to just come out, and I don't expect this to be a barn burner fight, a drag out brawl. Both of these guys are super technical. They're going to pick their shots. They're going to make the correct reads, and they're going to try to get it out. As a beautiful uppercut already landed out for Pry right there. We're going to see how creative these guys are going to be able to get here in Fight Night Champion.
Yeah, I like the patience from both men. Pry looking to counter hard and heavy with that left hand. Ooh, nice point with a jab. Slip roll underneath, nothing there. Ooh, nice little combinations from Pry as well, starting with the rear body hook. Good methodical work from Spider. He's doing a good job closing that distance quickly. He's sliding in, trying to disguise that right hand and the uppercut into the straight right. That's some Conor McGregor stuff right there.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job of trying to control the middle of the octagon. He's trying to be first in the engagements. Good left hook right there by Spider. Good uppercut and good right hook by Pry. They both land. Good uppercut again right there by Prioxis. Both of these guys are landing very, very well. Neither one is being able to edge out each other here in this first round. It's very tit for tat right now.
Yeah, Pry went jab, rear uppercut, and another rear uppercut there. Must have a lot of faith in it, especially against his body shots. Did sway out of the way of that one, but ate a long straight right from Spider after leaving himself open. And that's all Spider needs there, those short shots. 30 seconds left in this first round. It's been close. Nice work. Very accurate from Spider here.
Yeah, and Spider is starting to put together those combinations. I mean, he had 4 strikes where he landed major damage there on Pry. He's doing a good job of now pressing the pace, getting Pry to fight at his pace, but Pry's doing a good job of backing up and resetting as that round ends right there.
Oh, cut on the cheek already, though, for Chavez. That's not great. I'm sure Pry will be nice to see that, be very happy about it. But big shots kind of landing from both guys, but Spider may be showing a little bit of an edge in terms of his shot selection. And also when they're trading, it seems that Spider is landing just ahead of Pry there.
Yeah, he is, and he's landing heavy shots as well. Even though Pry was able to open up a cut on Spider's face, he did take considerable amount of damage. I mean, the recovery for the damage is only at 79%, so Pry needs to be careful not to eat too many more of these heavy shots.
All right, round 2. Nice straight left to the body there by Pry, trying to dig with the uppercut already. Nice step back, left straight over the top. Pry's done a really good job with that through this fight. Landed it a few times. Gonna have to be careful when he steps out, though, to create that space, because Spider's been stepping through with that straight right, so he doesn't get timed exiting. And Spider comes in, but the opposite just happened as Spider steps in. He comes over with that left hand. Didn't get to see the replay there, but it was the opposite of what I was talking about that could happen. It was Spider that steps in. Pry that met him with that left straight over the top again. Nice work.
Yeah, it was perfectly timed too. I mean, it wasn't even like he got a stun. He just absolutely knocked him down. Now Pry's having very good success with that rear uppercut. Now Spider's trying to get the damage back. He realizes that he's down. If I was him, I would just reset, but he is landing very good shots. Starting to press the pace a little bit on Pry, trying to make him feel a little bit uncomfortable. Good rip down to the body right there by Spider.
Yeah, trying to stay a little bit outside of the range of that straight punch now. Knows how much power is in it. Can't mess around with it. Nice little jab to the body. Tried to come back with the right hand, but that uppercut was waiting for him. And there, that right hand as he exited. That's what we talked about, and he timed it beautifully there. And there's a left hook around the side there as Pry gets caught trying to exchange in the pocket.
Yeah, and Spider is definitely doing a better job. He's starting to find a home for that right hand, whether albeit the right uppercut, the right hook, or the right straight. He's starting to land a lot with the strikes that he's throwing out. Pry needs to be very careful, even though he did get a knockdown earlier in this round.
Ooh, double uppercuts just out of range, and a nice left hand to the body, and another one from Pry, and then a lead uppercut. Was that a little wobble right there? Couldn't tell. Ooh, Spider tries to put it back on him though. Both exchanging now. There's the left, falls short again. Touches to the body with that one. Comes back again. Spider just waiting.
Ooh. I mean, these guys are starting to pick up the pace. I mean, the game plans are becoming very, very evident of what they're trying to do. They're both trying to rip to the body and then come back up to the head. We're going to see who is able to get them the damage later on in these rounds, because Pry was able to get that knockdown there in the last round.
Yeah, and if he keeps landing... Sorry, my dogs are fighting. Carry on, Crooks. Go ahead. Take over.
Yeah, no, Spider's doing a good job of pressing the pace now, but Pry is landing very, very heavy shots as well. They're both ripping to the body. Pry goes back down to the body with a good body jab, then tries to come back up, but it's blocked right there by Spider. Spider is pressing the pace, catching him with good uppercuts. Good uppercut right there by Pry as well. These guys are really starting to open up. Good counter straight right there by Pry. Good lead uppercut again. Oh, somebody's going to get rocked. Somebody is going to get rocked right here. This fight is not going to go the distance if they continue to fight at this pace.
Yeah, this is where I feel like the MMA kind of takes over, you know. They both start hurting each other. It's just like, yeah, we're going to keep getting these big power punches in, you know. There's no reset back to like a methodical game plan. Not that they have to fight like that, you know. These guys are both landing nicely. Pry loving that straight left of Manny. But Spider's timing his entries now. Got caught stepping in there, though. Oh, he's the lead uppercut. Nice return to the body, though. Another right hand to the body. It's nice to see them mirror each other's movements as well. Sometimes they both step the same way or do the same weave. 1 minute left in this round. This is heating up now in terms of competitiveness.
Yes, it is. And both men are landing heavy shots. Neither one is really taking control of this fight. They're going tit for tat. Good job by Spider right there. Landed a beautiful uppercut, right uppercut. Pry's keeping that space, trying to pick at him. Trying to make him pay as he comes in, but eats a brutal body shot by Spider right there.
Yeah, just looking to reach with that lead hook. Spider just slid in, punched him with one of his own to the body. Again, oh, just slipped this time though. Yeah, Spider's doing a great job closing the distance whenever Pry falls short on that lead hand. Cool, good round.
Yeah, very close round as well. Both men landed heavy shots, but look at the damage on Pry. It's at 80%. So he needs to be very careful, man, because when Spider hurts you, he has like this innate ability to get you out of there. You do not want to be in a rock state against Spider.
Yep, for sure. That's right. But we have seen him give fights up, actually, that he was winning before. Oh, like there's another left hand over the top lead. Uppercut straight left. Pry going off right now. Level changing down to the body and really trying to make that left hand work. Mixing the lead uppercut over. He loves it, but he's still swarming against the cage. Oh, he catches it with another left hand. They're exchanging.
Man, and good recovery right there by Spider. Good job by Pry being able to get him rocked. He needs to be careful because that damage on him is high. Good left uppercut right there by Spider. Gets Pry in all kinds of trouble right here. He's landed every single shot that he throws at this point. Pry is doing a good job of responding though, Bay. This is turning into a brawl.
Keep going, man.
Oh, no. These guys are both just brawling out right here. Pry's doing a good job of working that body, not just head hunting. But Spider is doing also a good job of returning shots when he needs them. So here we go. Good uppercut lead hook right there by Spider. Tries to return on the straight, but is not able to land it. Good head movement right there. Pry doing a good job of resetting. Both men are just landing heavy shots. It's only a matter of time before one of them gets rocked. Good left hook right there by Pry to the body. He's utilizing the step back very well at this point. But Spider's staying in his face, trying to slip off, trying to catch him with good damaging body shots. These guys are just going back and forth. I mean, I wouldn't have thought that I would have seen this fight coming from both of these guys. These guys are very good tactical fighters, but they're just brawling it out here in Fight Night Champions. It's an absolute beautiful thing to see. Good left hook right there. Good uppercut into a straight right there by Pry. Spider's trying to get the damage back, but he's eating heavy damage.
Yeah, overreaching a little as well. That right hand. Pry now trying to guard up a little bit, but they're both still just swinging big.
Oh,
good round,
crazy fourth round, Bay. I know you had to step away for a minute. You missed a whole lot of action, bro.
Oh, I did? Okay. What happened?
It was an amazing round. They both just really exchanged with heavy shots. Pry's not backing down from Spider. Spider's not backing down from Pry. They're both landing heavy shots on each other. It's a beautiful thing to see.
All right. Well, we're in the fifth round right now. So we will be approaching the halfway point in a minute in a fight that may or may not go the distance. They've both been landing big punches. Pry using that jab gauging range for that big left hand that he's loving. Spider using that quick slide in and out movement. I mean, that's helping him sometimes, but also getting him in big positions for counter shots. Almost ate something there as well. They both exchange again. Left hand from Pry. Right hook over the top, though, in return, as well as that straight. But Pry's looping those uppercuts in, still finding a home for it. Throws a four-piece right there and really tries to pour over their top with that lead hook, but there was nothing doing. And Spider's looking good right now, staying composed.
Yeah, he's looking really good, but Pry's looking very good as well. He's landing his shots. He's just getting controlled a little bit more. He's eating a little bit more shots than Spider is, but he's doing a good job of resetting, trying to find the openings where he can hit Spider. Spider, good straight right there, connects on Pry's face. Pry needs to be careful that he doesn't get one of these straights countered heavy.
Oof, they both do. Just leading with the big left hook now as Pry abandoned this jab that was working nicely for him. Oh, and there's a straight right as well from Spider, who's looking very composed. Looks like he was ready for this kind of a fight. Oh, nice slip and rip to the body with a straight right. Didn't do big damage, but it was well timed. Pry looking loading the inside as well.
Yeah, and you can see Spider is starting to feel himself a little bit more in this fight here. He's starting to open up, starting to exchange a little bit more. I feel like the tide is starting to turn in his favor. But the last 2 times that I've thought that as well, Pry has come back and landed a heavy shot. So he needs to be more calculated when he does try to step in and engage on Pryoxis here.
Oof. Yeah, you can sense the tension here. Both men trying to avoid the big punch, because they know it might put them down again. And there we go. On to the 6th. I don't know if these two thought it would go this far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this fight is going to end in a finish here if this pace continues. I mean, look at the damages at 80%. Pry was able to recover quite a bit, but if he eats too much more of those damaging shots, either to the body or to the head, he's going to be in major trouble. But the same thing for Spider as well. So we're going to see if these guys start to slow the pace down or if they're going to maintain the same pace that they've had the previous 5 rounds.
Oof, it's a long straight right there as well from Spider. Still trying to slide his way in. Oh, wow. Nice timing on that. Just as the jab came down. No, left hook came around the side as he threw the lead uppercut as well. That was nice work from Spider. Needs more of that left hook. I think it's working for him every time he throws it. But be careful though. Oh, rolls underneath. That straight left again from Pry. No counter follow-up though, but he got the rear uppercut in there that time as well. Stiff jab on the entry. Pry having a little bit of trouble in this round.
Yeah, and Spider's starting to pop off that right uppercut. It's doing a lot of damage, and every single time he touches Pry with that right hand, albeit an uppercut or a hook, it's doing massive damage on Pry. Catches him with a beautifully timed straight punch right there. Pry tries to respond, tries to go back down to the body, but doesn't get any damage done. Good job by Spider.
Ooh, another right to the body and a rear uppercut. Spider just letting it go now. Pry walking himself onto these shots almost. Spider really not the one being forced to come forward. Pry just entering the danger zone time and time again. Trying to exchange. Oh, man, so close right there. Just some whiffs on the outside from both men. Inches away from unconsciousness, perhaps.
Yeah, and they're meeting in the middle of that Jordan sign right there, and they're just going at it. Pry's landing some good shots now. He's trying to back Spider up. Good body hook right there by Pry. He's doing a good job. Good jab by both men right there. He's starting to press the pace just a little bit more, but he needs to be careful not to eat those heavy damage shots from Spider.
Ooh, a nice level change to the body. Doubled up on it, but good eyes to block blow right there. Stiff jabs on the entry. You know, Spider's looking to set something up. He did right there with a straight right rear uppercut lead hook, but nothing landed. Ooh, it's a big body shot though as Pry plants. Very close fight.
Very, very close fight, man. To be honest, unless I see the judges' scorecards, I have no idea who's winning this fight. I know they gave Pry a couple of rounds earlier in the fight, but these last 3 rounds in particular have been very, very close outside of one stun that Pry got, I believe, 2 rounds ago.
All right, I'm trying to corral these menaced animals behind me. All right, here we go, round 7. And made it this far. I am surprised. Lead hook finally coming out there again for Spider, not breaking through that block. Pry now trying to use the jab a little more, looks a little bit more composed. Going to work behind that. Perhaps this round we'll see. There's that straight left again. So much confidence in it. He just drops his hand so much when you throw it. Obviously, that's the animation of Pac-Man. Oh, big left hook. Nice job. Slipped on the inside there off that jab. And now can work a little more. Start to put some more of a pace on him.
Yeah, and Pry tries looking for that counter shot. Good job moving out of the way. Good left straight right there lands. Good right uppercut by Spider again. Every single time he touches Pry with that right hand, he's doing massive damage. But Pry starting to land that left a little bit more and more here. Good right straight. Good left hook right there by Pry. These guys are going tit for tat here in this 7th round here, Bay.
Yep. Using that jab again as Pry to the body. Spider with the eyes open. Ooh, double jab straight left. Blocked. The rear uppercut sneaks through. Big pull and a whiff for the overhand. And he jumps with the lead hook. That landed a little bit. Catches another one there. Shorter. Pry ate both of those. That's not good. Oh, so close there as well. Pitching his own hook on the inside. A little bit out of range though. Oof. And now the pressure from Spider.
Yeah. I mean, Bay, if you're Pry, how do you get some damage coming forward on Spider? It seems like every single time he steps in, Spider's just hitting him with either with a right hook or a right uppercut.
Throw leg kicks, mate. That's what you gotta do. I mean, I feel like something like a straight lead uppercut straight would work quite nicely for Pry, and I think I actually saw that was like one of his videos that he taught a lot of people that combination. So I think straight uppercut lead straight would be really nice if he can get the combo together. I want to say use the single shots, right? Try and stick him a little, but I don't know if that's going to help him. I really don't.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Spider is on point, and he's looking very good. Look at that damage is up to 90% there, Bay. It's not looking good. Probably needs to be very careful. Try to let himself recover here in this round. He might be up on the scorecards, but who knows with how close this fight has really been, Bay. Who do you think is winning so far?
I think Spider's probably walking away with it a little bit. It's hard to tell. I think he won that round. I think it's really even. Yeah, it's even. It's dead even right now. And this is scheduled for 12, is it? Or is it just... Oh, no, it is 10. It is 10.
He cannot afford a mistake.
Neither man can afford a mistake. I mean, like he said, Pry's very hurt. He knows he could get put out, but he knows he's still in this fight because it's even. So there's a lot of tension right here, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Pry knows just as much damage as he has on his body, Spider has it as well. But Spider does have the heavier punching fighter here, so Pry needs to be very careful, but he's doing a good job of exchanging. Both men are landing heavy shots again. Good jab right there by Pry as he backs up. Good body hook. Good job right here controlling the center of the ring. I don't even know what else I can really say about this fight here, Bay.
Yep, it's a good one. Stifling a yawn right there. I was like, I need to speak, but it's still going. It's been a great one so far. Not a good one, a great one. And I like both men's adjustments throughout the course of it. Proper war, tactical battle. That's what you get out of a good boxing match. Price still using that jab, trying to level change. Probably trying to set that straight left up again. Perhaps the uppercut, if he can sleep off the center line, very close here. Did eat that right hand with some venom, as well as that lead hook to the body, to that liver. And good patient work from Spider. It's only a couple of shots like that. They'll probably steal the round, Chris.
Yeah, Pry had a good sequence of punches. Ooh, as he eats an uppercut right there. Spider's, good right hook to the body. Spider's trying to turn it on. He's starting to get that damage off, catching him with good shots, but he's loading up on these shots. He needs to be very careful, does Spider, and just be a little more tactical, and maybe he can get Pry to go down to the mat here at the end of this 8th round.
I mean, he was landing big crisp punches there. He's going to steal this one. That's going to put him up 1 round, but there's still 2 left. There are still 2 left to play for here. If he can survive, Crooks, do you think he can?
I believe he can. He just needs to avoid eating those heavy shots. He had a good flurry of shots, and then right after that, Spider came out and hit him with some brutal punches to the body, as well as a brutal uppercut. He needs to be careful. That damage is high.
Ooh, rolls nicely there. Found the home for the body shot with the left hand. Spider's being patient, thinking about the overhand one more time here. Both men know how vulnerable they are. You put in a lot of time. You put 8 good rounds in. You don't want to get this far and get knocked out. Good lead uppercut.
Yeah. Good right hook right there by Spider. Good lead uppercut right there. Lands a beautiful jab again. And then the straight rips right through the block. Probably needs to be careful. Spider looks like he's going to try to get him out of here in this round. Good job by Price circling off right there. I mean, he's eating a lot of damage though right here, Bay.
Ooh, he is trading right now. Shot for shot, maybe not the most sensible thing to do. But there isn't much time to do anything else if you can't get your game plan going, because there's only 2 rounds left. He needs this round if he wants to stay in the fight. I mean, you can't. There's only 2 rounds left. He's down 1. He needs this one, and then he needs the next one. So someone's got to make it work. There's only a minute left in it. Ooh, very close there to getting caught with that left hook.
I mean, and Pry is going for it too, man. He's trying to throw. He's trying to time off a good counter. Spider is just staying in his face and landing heavy shots when Pry tries to go for those counter shots.
Stepping in again. Rear uppercut blocked. Ooh, there's a nice 2. Another one there. Another one to the body into the lead uppercut. Nice work for Spider. Went to the body again. So many different looks. Pryoxis is getting shown right now. Throws a rear uppercut back. And if I'm Pry, man, you got to just swing for the fences here, because you're going to lose if you don't take this round anyway. Big left hand.
He's trying, but Spider's doing a good job of stuffing all those shots that he was trying to throw. I mean, that sequence right there at the end where Spider was just landing right hands, right uppercuts, really stole him that round there. Pry was able to recover a little bit in between rounds, but he definitely needs a finish, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I mean, he's now down two scorecards out of these 10 rounds. So, yeah, he needs something here. He needs something, or a 10-8 or a knockdown, just anything to try and turn this around. I mean, even if he gets knocked out in the last round, I don't think anyone would hold it against him if he was trying to win the fight.
Yeah, you got to go for broke here, Pry. I mean, you're down. That last round didn't go your way. Spider is trying to bring it to you. Try to make him pay for being so aggressive, but Spider knows that as well. Good uppercut right there by Pry. Rocks Spider just a little bit. Spider's missing on a lot of shots. Another good rear uppercut into a left hand. They're both exchanging. Here we go.
Did he just level change for a takedown? He
maybe.
Also that was the 2 lead uppercut 2 he threw there. So that's the combo we called for. Finally gets it out. It works out nicely for him. But here we go. Spider's got him in a bad spot here against the cage. Just good ringsmanship moves laterally there to come back to that corner. Price trying to stay busy.
Yeah, and this is what Spider was predicting, right? In the pre-questionnaire, we talked about, Spider said that his ring generalship was going to be a little bit too much for Pry, and he's trying to put it on show here. He's backing Pry up. Good uppercut right there, catches him. Good straight right there by Spider. Snaps the head back of Pryoxis. This is a very, very close fight, but Pry's eating a lot of damage here.
Yeah, he's letting the hands go, though. He's trying to land something as Pry. Not giving up. Less than a minute now. Oh, rear uppercut as well, unfortunately for Pry, on their face. Oh, that's a big uppercut. But why not? He had to go for it. Let's see if he can find his way back to the feet.
Yeah, I mean, he might be able to get up, but he's going to be in some real trouble when he does. As he does, he's able to recover, but Spider's going to come out and try to get him out of there is what I would imagine. Good left hand right there by Pry. Another good rear uppercut by Pry right there as well. He's not giving up yet, Bay.
He's not. He's just throwing as well. He's not even trying to pull. He's just unloading with a flurry. Oh, he got him!
He rocks him! And he puts him down!
Okay, he's got 7 seconds if Spider does get up from this. I'm guessing that Spider's going to be pretty quick about the stand-up. Yep, no problems there on this one. He did get his knockdown, though, by just unloading. Oh, did it go to the... Is that how boxing works? That's how boxing works? Okay. Yeah, I was just like... We just like the timer runs out. Exactly, okay. And there we go. The winner, Spider. Great performance by both men. I mean, it was neck and neck till that 8th round. Spider pulled ahead by 2. He took the 8th. He took the 9th. The 10th was close, man. I don't know who took that one, but yeah, so Pry got the 10th. So look, 1 point in it, ladies and gentlemen. 1 round in it, 10-9s throughout for both men. Actually, there's a 10-8 from Pry that kept him in the fight. So Pry takes 4 rounds to 6, one of them being a 10-8, puts him 1 point behind. Great fight, though.
Yeah, that really was a crazy fight. It was really everything that we thought it was going to be. I mean, both guys came out. They were tacticians at the beginning. It was tit for tat. Spider was able to win a couple more rounds than Pride was, but there at the end, we kind of we almost had a finish there from Pride, so he was never out of the fight. Both guys were absolute warriors, and what a hell of a performance by both of those guys.
Yeah, it was a great fight. What the fans wanted to see, I think, as well out of that one. We got two big names from the MMA world coming in to do some boxing, and I think it delivered on every single card. Right, so we have 2 fights left for you now, guys. A matchup between LX Dark Sniper and Red Baron Pep, 2 members from the Fight Night Championship community here. So if you're from that community, I'm sure you're anticipating this one. To us, we shall hopefully see some, a masterclass of how this game is supposed to be played at a competitive level. You would hope. Yeah, we will find out now. If these guys are ready, let's go straight to the fight. We're going to be at middleweight again here. I did just see a Conor McGregor, but that must be a created fighter.
Yeah, so it's going to take place at middleweight here. It looks like one is going with Julio Cesar Chavez again. The other one still... I thought he was going to go Pernell Whitaker, but he's going to go with Roberto Duran. This is going to be a very, very close fight. Both of these guys have heavy hands, and both are very, very durable. So we're going to see who is able to get this victory here if these are the fighters that they're using.
Yeah, I assume the body work is going to be a big factor in this one. Whoever can land the majority of those shots, try and take it into the later rounds, will help them out. Hopefully they lock these picks in a couple of seconds here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're just waiting on them here. Maybe they're having second thoughts about who to be using here. But these 2 guys are very, very good picks, especially for this middleweight division here. So it would not be a bad matchup here with both of these fighters. But maybe one's gonna go with Manny Pacquiao. Maybe we get another Manny Pacquiao Julio Cesar Chavez matchup, eh?
Possibly. There's certainly a meta around here. It doesn't seem to be on the overall stats as well. I'm wondering why Chavez is such a good pick. Is it the durability?
I'm not really too sure, but it looks like we are going to get the Roberto Duran and Chavez matchup here. I'm not really too sure why Chavez has been a heavy pick here in middleweight, but hey, these guys have a game plan that we don't know about, so they're going to try to come in and execute with the fighters that we might not even think about.
And here we are in the Royal London Theatre. Royal London Theatre. I feel like all these venues are made up, dude. I feel like they didn't get the licensing for these venues. I'm like, the Royal... Man, that ain't a real place. Albert Hall, maybe. I think they have boxing fights in there, but...
Yeah, the New York Arena, too, is like it's not Madison Square Garden.
409 wins, 407 losses on these online records. It seems quite even, really, across this game. Unless this is just some ridiculous record that obviously is impossible. But there we go. Love the trunks as well. This game had great shorts, didn't it? Right, you had all the different sequins, right? It was, it's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So Dark Sniper will be in the black and green with Roberto Duran, and Julio Cesar Chavez taken here for Red Baron. So Red Baron on the right, Dark Sniper on the left. Good counter there as well. Nice shot to the body.
Yeah, and as you can see, both of these guys are kind of taking their time. Good right hook, or good left hook, I'm sorry, right there by Chavez. They're not really rushing. They're exchanging when they get into the pocket, but they're not really throwing too much quite yet.
Yeah, Dark Sniper's doing a very good job staying like a magnet, going toe-to-toe, so he can dig right on the inside. And as soon as he exits, he's got his hands up. He's just being really diligent about when he's throwing and when he's entering into that pocket. So that's good, great work from Dark Sniper. We said this before the contest, the body work will really help whoever gets the majority of it done. So far, Dark Sniper looks like he's been engaging quite nicely in that, timing that right hook to counter that overhand.
Yeah, that was very, very nice. And it looks like Dark Sniper is just trying to take his time. He's not really over-committing on the strikes. He's landed a lot of damage. He barely missed on that uppercut right there as Chavez was trying to go down for a body strike. But Dark Sniper is taking his time. The ring generalship looks nice right now. He's backing Chavez up. He's not letting him land heavy shots. And when he tries to throw that overhand, he's countering it beautifully with a right hand. So good job so far by Dark Sniper.
Yeah, it looks like here Red Baron's trying to just kind of catch Dark Sniper on the entry, you know, like time your opponent. But, I mean, that's a very hard thing to do. Most players on these combat sports games like in UFC, they'll tell you that it's not worth it to try and guess the timing on the entry like that. I mean, you put yourself in such a dangerous position, you whiff and you miss stamina. So Baron needs to, you know, catch him exiting, or set it up himself, or get him moving backwards so he can get the range correct before he just tries to catch him randomly on the entry here.
Yeah, and that's, I totally agree with that, Balin. It's hard. It's hard to do that in the first round. If you're in the 5th round trying to time something out, then you would have the timing. You have the time to really see your opponent's timing, but that's not a game plan that you can really implement right away unless you have some kind of godly timing that we don't know about.
Is there any disadvantage to stance switching in this game if you're not? I mean, boxers don't really stance switch anyway, so I assume it's probably just out of the question. It's just like you can just switch stance.
I believe they have more detailed statistics like right hand and left hand, unlike we do in UFC. So that would play a little bit into the stance switch as well. But good body work right there by Red Baron. He tries to go with that overhand again, but he's whiffing, and that's going to cost him dearly in that stamina. He needs to be careful how many overhands he's throwing, because when he misses, Dark is making him pay with right hands on occasion, so he needs to be careful.
And Dark's just fighting like a very difficult boxer to fight. You know, like as soon as you go, he goes. It's short, it's quick, it's impactful, it's to the body, and the defense is just almost impenetrable. So it's very frustrating whenever you're matched up with someone like this. That's a big left hand, but that's 1 out of the 10 he's thrown that landed. And again, it was kind of by chance that one landed. So if that's the tactic, you know, you're gonna miss a bunch more to try and land one more even now.
Yeah, and Dark is really just fighting how boxers would fight in real life. He's taking his time, he's being aggressive, he's controlling the center of the ring, but he is looking for the timing on his opponent's strikes. Look at right there, hits him with a good body shot off of that whiffed overhand. Like I said, Red Baron needs to be careful on throwing those left overhands like that, because he's getting countered damn near every single time.
Fires back to the body there as well. They both trade. Ooh. Now doing a good job popping the jab as he circles away. A bit more distance maintenance now we're seeing from Red Baron, which is good. Stay away from Dark Sniper, and that inside game he's trying to force. That will be the end of the second round though.
Ooh. And Red Baron was able to land that good left hook right there at the end of the round, but he didn't. His lands were far and few between where they needed to be at. Dark Sniper is landing at a consistent pace. It looks like he has Red Baron's timing, so maybe Red Baron needs to switch up either the strategy or the timing on his strikes.
Another dig to the body with that straight right. And this is where, I'm not sure why he's not trying to get that uppercut going. You know, someone's level change to the body that much, you're pitching the overhand over the top. That just means you're going to take more damage. Where's the uppercut, you know?
Yeah, I agree. That may be a strategy that he should try to employ. Ooh. Good strike right there, catches Red Baron. He needs to figure out a way. Maybe switch up the timing. Maybe switch back into orthodox and give Dark Sniper a different look, because right now he is reading Red Baron like a book.
Yeah, and that straight right is just landing really easily to the body for Dark Sniper, because it's just that window there, that hole there. But now we're just seeing some overhands be thrown time and time again here. Beginning to look a bit of a mismatch now, Crooks.
Yeah, it really is. Dark Sniper is putting on a masterful performance right now. Red Baron needs to try to do something drastic. Good left hook to the body right there, does some good damage. Look at that overhand again. He was almost made to pay, but luckily Dark Sniper wasn't at a distance to make him pay. But he's getting ripped to the body. Good straight right there, right to the body, and he's just doubling and tripling up on it as well, Balin.
Yeah, and he has this tendency to plant when he's on the defensive, because he's not moving his feet. It just leaves that body there all day. Obviously he wants to throw back because he's planting, but he's just sitting right there just taking these body shots.
Yeah, and Dark's not rushing. That's the thing that I like to see. This is the type of aggressiveness that you guys are going to see if you guys are playing Fight Night Champion, but also what you're going to see in ESBC as well. This is how you enact pressure. You don't have to stay in somebody's face the entire time. I like to call it calculated pressure. He's just moving in and out. He's throwing good strikes. He's getting damaging shots off, and then he's getting out of the way.
All right, another good round right there for LX Dark Sniper. His goal for ESBC, by the way, is to be the esports champion, this guy. So expect to see him again soon. Although, I don't know how ESBC... I feel like ESBC are going to run their own official league because their game is called Esports Boxing Club. So to not have their own esports boxing club seems very, you know, contradictory.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe he means that one, but I'm sure he means our one as well. So... Ooh, nice roll under. Tries to pitch the lead uppercut. And then tagged him with the left hand as well. Ooh, more straight right work to the body here from Sniper, just sticking right on it.
Ooh, there it is again. And there it was again. Like, Red Baron is trying to throw that overhand so much, and he's being made to pay. I would just abandon it if I was him. Look, there it is again. Another well-timed straight off of that missed overhand. It's incredible how Dark has that timing on that left overhand that Red Baron is throwing.
Yeah, but it's also easier for him to land this straight to the body because he's throwing it from southpaw, right? If he was throwing it from orthodox, the window would still be there, but I feel like because it's southpaw, it's just like a little bit more telegraphed. It's coming from further away. It's just easier for him to read and get underneath.
Yeah, and Dark's doing a good job again of just his ring generalship is really on point here. He's moving out at the right distance. There's that overhand again that whiffs. He wasn't made to pay, but he needs to be careful.
Oh. Man, I mean, really letting it go now is Red Baron. Oh, lovely timing. Step back, hit him with that beautiful uppercut. Baron not deterred though, still throwing. Just looping these overhands over the top, and every time eating that rear uppercut to the body, Crooks.
Yeah, and I feel like this skill matchup. Oh, he gets rocked right there by an uppercut. Going down to the body is Dark. He's swarming him. He's got him in that corner. Good job by Red Baron trying to survive right here. Oh, there's a straight right again, and another one puts him down.
Boosh. Lovely straight right. I mean, he's not even looking at him when he landed it. Like, he's over it. That's how long he threw it. But it did the job. Got it done. Drops him. Straight back to the feet on the 2 count, though. Red Baron says on fire. We go to the end of the round.
Oh, man, that's a hell of a way to end the round right there for Dark Sniper. You know his confidence has to be at an all-time high. He rocked him twice and got a knockdown. So in this 5th round, I would expect him to come out and really try to put the pressure on Red Baron here and try to get him out as soon as possible.
Yep. Sniper looking composed, 84% stamina as we move to the halfway point of the fight. Done a lot of body work. We can't see the effects of that, but I'm sure it's been adding up as well. And should be poised to almost finish this fight, you got to think, fairly soon.
Yeah, if it continues the way that it's been going, I don't see Red Baron lasting too much longer.
Long straight left from Red Baron here, committed to that southpaw stance for the entire contest. Ooh, big whiff on the lead uppercut. Oop. Sniper in no rush to get him out of there, Crooks.
Ooh, yeah, and he's just picking those shots. He's staying patient. He knows that those overhands are gonna come from Baron. Baron's been throwing them all fight long, Bay, and he's been being made to get countered as well. So Dark's just taking his time. He knows he's up on the scorecards. He's waiting for his opportunity to get it done. That one actually landed, so Dark needs to be very careful still. Those shots can do a lot of damage if they're landed.
I mean, we can't see his stamina, but you got to admit, you got to imagine it's going to be empty after just like every single time just throwing that overhand and it missing. I mean, not even letting it recover in between.
Yeah, it's got to be way down there. Look, another one that whiffs. I don't know, Bay. What can Red Baron do to change up the outcome of this fight? It just looks like he's struggling to figure out a game plan.
I mean, he's got to be more defensively responsible, I think. But also find a combination, something with some stopping power that's short, like the 2-3 or the 2 lead uppercut. You know, something short and sweet that he can just pop with good timing to keep Sniper off him. And maybe try and slip if he wants to set up that overhand. Maybe throw a jab before the overhand even, because right now he's just throwing it right over the top.
Yeah, and he's getting countered heavy. I'm sorry. Look, a good left hook right there. A good right hook, I'm sorry. But look, he's back up in the corner, and this is where Dark got him hurt the last time. Good body hook right there. Look, misses on another overhand. And there's another one. It's crazy how much stamina this guy has still, even after whiffing all those shots.
Oh, that's a good straight right. That could have been a knockout right there. Oh, and another one. Great timing.
Jeez. The damage is adding up though on Dark. Look, it's at 73%, so he's eating a lot more damage than he was previously.
Yep, here we go though, over the halfway point through the round now. Red Baron has survived this long. Sniper really starting to put on him though. Another pull down the lead hook, straight to the body, nice work. Ooh, really going to town now. And those body uppercuts rolls under the hook there, nice big rock. Back to the cage one more time. Red Baron still throwing though, Chris.
Yeah, he is. He's trying to gain that respect back, but it looks like Dark Sniper is starting to take the momentum in this fight. Good right hand again, punishes that overhand for like the 10th, 11th time in this fight.
Yeah, he's just giving it to him. You know, he's just giving him that counter shot. He keeps taking it. I mean, he can throw more than one now on the counter. He's at that point. Doesn't need to just land this one straight. He can go, 3-4 punches after these counter shots.
Yeah, oh, there's a nasty right body hook. There's another one right there as he puts Red Baron up against the ring. Now he's trying to get him in that corner. Good job by Red Baron getting off, but he's eating some massive damage here from Dark.
Yeah, and now he's just working the body, working the head. Managed to pressure him right to the back of those ropes. And this is not looking good for Red Baron right here. I feel like he's going to be crumbling sooner rather than later. Another straight right.
Oh, man. Oh, there's that beautifully timed straight right again, and he's in the corner. He's ripping up to the body. He's trying to go back up to the head. Red Baron is going to be able to recover here, but he needs to be careful. That damage is going to be high for the next 30 seconds.
Nice cover up right there as well. Good blocking. Just not able to keep the pressure off him, which is definitely something we're finding, or we're seeing it's hard to do in this game. If someone does start to eke ahead, starts pressuring you, it's not the easiest thing to do. People fire so quickly. Got to slip, got to counter, but it is going to go to the 7th round somehow.
Yeah, and he was able to survive that onslaught that Dark put on him. I got to give Red Baron credit, man. He's got the heart of a champion, and he's still landing at a high rate on Dark Sniper.
Oof. Right back to work where we left off. Sniper pressuring. Trying to get that straight right in again. Move beautifully laterally to the inside there as well, but wasn't able to find the counter shot.
That straight's being popped to the body. Good uppercut right there by Dark. Punished that. Oh, there's that overhand again, but he wasn't able to make him pay for it. But look at where Red Baron is again. He is very, very close to the ring. He's able to circle out. Good uppercut right there prevents him from moving too far.
Nice straight right as well. One to the body. Just trying to snipe him like the Dark Sniper he is right there. Loves that straight right, been his main weapon throughout the whole fight. Now using it to set up the finish here. We're just going body, head, switch southpaw real quick now as well. See if he's trying to find something else.
Yeah, and look at what Red Baron did. He switched into orthodox, which means that he's trying to keep Dark Sniper in the opposite stance. So it's interesting that he's trying to do that, because that straight has been coming out to the body pretty consistently as it goes right there again. Now they're both in orthodox. Good right hook to the body. And Dark Sniper's just really trying to put the pressure on him, try to get him to make a mistake.
Oof. Oh, nice counter. Just whiffed real big on that really forced right hand, and Sniper just stepped on the inside, crushed him with the counter shot as if he needed more damage to the body.
Ooh.
Right hand over the top there as well. Keeps cutting to the inside. Nice roll underneath the hook, but it's all too much too late.
Yeah, he's eating massive damages, Red Baron, but he is landing some good damage on Dark Sniper as well. So Sniper needs to be careful not to eat any of these overhands, because he will get rocked. But he's doing a good job of pressuring him, getting on the inside, ripping those bodies, and then going up to the head with the hook.
Nice work there from Dark Sniper. Another solid round of work. Did drop that 2nd round, but that's been it so far. Back on the bike, back on the straight rights. Timing it low again here. You can see the flurries from Red Baron as he's desperately trying to land something, anything to keep him off him, but he's just not able to land anything, Crooks.
Yeah, and he's being made to pay off of the whiffs that he is throwing out. I mean, those overhand whiffs, not only is he missing, but he's also getting countered to the body, to the head. Dark Sniper is just really looking on point. Good straight right there. Good straight right to the body. He's just doing work both to the head and the body. He's looking real nice, Dark Sniper, right now.
Yeah, low here. Crushes him again with that right hand to the body. He's landed so many of these. I can't believe he's not gone down, Crooks, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of insane how many body shots he's been landing on him. He's just been eating every single one. Eats the uppercut that time as he tries to level change. Keeping their hands up now.
With any of these shots, either to the head or to the body, that he hasn't gotten stunned is absolutely amazing. But Dark Sniper's putting the pressure on him.
Ooh. Oh, all those hooks on the inside right there as well. I mean, he's throwing them. But nice job staying patient, finding the timing for the rear uppercut to the body again here. Leading now with that body hook. Baits that out with the jab. That's good work, but there's no counter behind it. Oh, and he gets rolled on the inside, rear uppercut. Nice work. And now Dark Sniper going to town. Lead hook again here. Push away, straight to the body. Straight to the body again. He's still standing though, Crooks.
Yeah, and I don't know how. He just ate a nasty rear uppercut that would have put most people to sleep, but Chavez is doing a good job of being able to recover, but that damage still is going to be pretty high. So Red Baron needs to be careful. Stop winging them overhands like that. You're being made to pay, but it's going to be the end of the 8th round.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that this can go 8 rounds. I mean, it's been a very dominant performance by Dark Sniper. He's landed a lot of big shots. He's landed a lot of body shots, but apparently they are unfazing Red Baron here because he's made it all the way to the 9th round.
Yeah, really, you're not lying.
Oh, another sneaky lead uppercut right there. This one gets a lot close to fire back. His own one eats another one there, though. Red Baron just not giving up till the fight is actually over.
Yeah, he knows that he has Dark Sniper at high damage as well. He's trying to mount an offense, but Dark Sniper is just not having it. He's making him pay. Good straight right there. Does massive damage. And look, he's moving his head. Good body shot right there by Red Baron. So by no means is Red Baron giving up, but Dark Sniper looks like he's in firm control of this fight here.
Yep, and he has been since the bell sounded in the first round. Still stalking forward here, straight to the body. Now coming over that lead hook. Only thrown it once though. Oh, gets back with a straight left on the entry. Lead overhand almost cracks him, but this flurry surely will put him down. Sniper doing a good job. Gets shot with that body shot. Hey, he gets some revenge in the 9th round there.
Yeah, he's able to put him down. Like we were saying earlier, that damage on Dark Sniper was very high as well. I believe it was at 80 something. So Red Baron was able to find a good shot and finally put Dark Sniper on the mat.
Yes, indeed. Sniper not going to be happy about that one. Let's see if he comes back with a mind for revenge. Kind of surprising that he got dropped that easily, considering all that Sniper's been hitting him with. You know, it's kind of surprising, but it's more about the timing in this game than it is necessarily the accumulation, especially in a short period of time.
Yeah, it really is. But Dark Sniper is not taking a back step. I don't know how well this game plan is going to go out for him. If he's trying to get the win, he could just run and coast, but it looks like he's a finisher. He's trying to get out here and show Red Baron, you know what? Yes, you knocked me down, but I'm going to put you out for the count.
Will he, though? Because there's 10 seconds left in this round. I think it's going to go to the judges somehow. Another straight right there lands, but he eats it, and it will go to the 10th and final round here. Sniper looking fresh-ish, still half the gas tank left. What are the chances here that you give Red Baron to win this one, Chris?
I mean, it's high. That damage is only going to recover so much, but not throwing shots like that. He got made to pay with that right hand. Good uppercut right there by Sniper. Oh, another one, but a good left right there by Red Baron. They're both going back and forth, but I feel like Red Baron obviously needs that finish, so he needs to exchange a little bit more.
Again here, you know, like there's so much stress going on in the mind of Red Baron. He's just swinging anytime Dark Sniper takes a step forward, and most of the time they're out of range. Sniper can just, you know, tiptoe in and out, slide in and out. it'll just be offense just hitting thin air because there's a desperation, and there has been a desperation for this entire fight, really, from Red Baron. Obviously, there's a desperation now in the 10th round to get something done. But let's see if Sniper can't finish the guy who's trying to finish him.
Yeah, and Sniper's being patient with it. Look at him. He's picking his shots. He's still going down to the body. He's not rushing. He's trying to slip these overhands that are coming still. Good uppercut right there on the inside by both men. But he's really just taking his time. I think he knows for a fact and for a certainty that he's got this fight won. He just needs to survive, but that doesn't mean that he's still not going for the finish.
Very true. Just being cautious as he can. A minute left now in this contest. That big left overhand still being fired out. Oh, man, nice job. Slipped the lead uppercut, but just couldn't land the counter. He had a big body shot, though. Oh, there's a rear uppercut. Nice work by Sniper, finding a home for that. Even towards the end here, nice work. Headbutt body, but gets cracked. Low stamina, nice liver shot. And here comes Dark Sniper with a rear uppercut. Puts him down again there, Crooks. Bam, bam, bam. 3 uppercuts, look at that.
Yeah, I know, right? That's a hell of a combo. The three piece, but an uppercut version. Yeah, but he was able to put him on the mat. Who knows if Red Baron is going to be able to recover? But it looks like he is. He is with 5 seconds. Yeah.
Pretty impressive. He keeps getting up there as well. How much is left in the round, though? Less than 10. They pick away to the body. It will go to the scorecards. And that will be a win for Dark Sniper. There, guys. Gets it done. Shows up tonight. Says he wants to be... he said 2 things before tonight. Okay. He said, number 1, he wants to be the ESBC champion. Maybe he will be. But he also said, this fight will end by me knocking my opponent out cold. Unfortunately, that one didn't happen. So, can't be... Not that mystic, I don't think, there, Crooks. But still, a great fight, great performance nonetheless. Appreciate the showcasing of some Fight Night Championship, meta-level boxing. It was a good contest.
Yeah, it really was. And it was a great performance by Dark Sniper. I mean, he got put on the canvas once, but he looked very, very good. He had a great game plan up until that knockdown, and even after he recovered like a champion does. I look forward to seeing what he does in ESBC, and hopefully he's able to become the ESBC champion. I mean, the guy is well on his way. His knowledge and his skill level looks up there for what a champion would be.
All right. Well, speaking of champions, we have 2 now. One from the world of Fight Night and one from the world of MMA. And they will match up here in the main event this evening. Here we've got Suave Jamie, ESFL veteran, winner of titles. And we have as well opposite him Malky Pablo, the man who helped co-promote, co-organize this event tonight. Don't forget to check out Outlaw Boxing Syndicate as well as eBox Champions on YouTube. But before that, we have a little tribute video here for 2 members of the Fight Night community who sadly passed away recently. So we're going to just watch a little tribute video before the main event tonight. Always nice to see communities coming together, Crooks, to support each other, especially in times like this.
Yeah, it's a travesty when one of these communities or a community loses some of its players. I know we've had some losses over the UFC side, so my condolences to the Fight Night community and losing a couple of its members. It's never a good thing, and my condolences to the families of those fighters as well.
Yes, indeed. Rest in peace to both of them, and I'm sure they will be celebrated amongst their respective communities for many years to come as well. Right, let's go to the main event tonight, guys. We have a showcasing fight now. I love this matchup. What a great little Sunday night card for you guys as well. I know you're all combat sports fans in general, but we have Suave Jamie here, UFC 4 champion, UFC 3 champion, and he thinks he's going to do pretty good when ESBC drops here. I'm certainly excited myself as a UFC player to get my hands on it. You know, the boxing skills transfer. But we will see tonight how much he's been putting in on Fight Night, how he makes the transition. I know that Double Dragon, aka Malky Pablo here, there's a lot of hype around this man, of course, for his status within the community. But here he will be facing off against a champion from another organization, literally bringing Conor McGregor into this one as well, Crooks.
Yeah, it's interesting because Suave Jamie is known for his Conor McGregor in UFC, so he's trying to transfer him over to Fight Night Champion. He's taking on one of the best, if not the best player in the world in Malky Pablo. So we're gonna see how well Suave Jamie does against one of the best here in Fight Night Champion.
Yes, I'm assuming that we're going to load. We have a there we go. So this MGM Grand is a venue here, Crooks. I'm so confused. That is a real event. Maybe they got the licensing for that one. I don't know. All right, here we go. Jamal Namarko. Now, I'm not familiar with this person. I'm assuming that's also a creative fighter. It's also nice to see that these creative fighters aren't, you know, weirdly sort of, I guess, like super dark void-like deep black hole black color. So I don't know what's happening here. So kind of just like no empty voids of people. Textureless. That's the word. They were textureless. These men have textures. It's an improvement, Crooks.
Yeah, it really is compared to the last calf on calf that we had. But we see Suave Jamie even got the record of Conor McGregor, his professional boxing record, 0-1. But he's going up against Malky, and I would assume this might be Malky himself or somebody that Malky knows. But it's going to be an interesting matchup here as we go best on best here in Fight Night Champion, and I cannot wait, Bailey.
Yeah, I want to see how Jamie fights, because obviously we know his tendencies in MMA. You know, he likes to throw the rear uppercut to the body. The pull counter is something that's very good right now in UFC 4, so we see a lot of that. He loves to dig to the body as well with the stepping straight left, so we'll see if that comes in also. But yeah, to a T here, 5'9" as well for the McGregor pick. I'm kind of excited for it, so there will be a bit of a reach advantage, I think, for Jamie here. Let's see how well he uses it, but like we said, he is fighting someone, you know, who's in his element now. We're in his world. Maybe one day we'll see Malky come over to UFC 4, but I doubt it, because he'll just be playing ACBC.
Yeah.
But Jamie has brought his cojones tonight, putting it on the line. I'm excited for this one. All right, here we go. Taking that Philly shell from Southpaw again. So he's going to have to be careful of that jab. That'll pop him all night right there, as well as that lead hook. All right, already trying to reach him with his jab. Jamie stepping through right now. Lots of tight pressure from Malky. Both Philly shelling there. That's nice.
Yeah, and both men are just taking their time. Like I said, both of these guys are some of the best players at their game, so they're not going to rush. They're going to try to take their time, make a read, and try to punish their opponent when possible. But you can see no wasted movement from either one of these men here. They're just holding their blocks up, trying to see what each other's going to do. Good slip off right there by Jamie.
I was going to say, sorry, you go on, you keep going.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, I want to see what Jamie's head movement is like, because the head movement in Fight Night Champion is very freeing. As someone who uses a ton of head movement, I love it, and you have a lot more defense ability when you're trying to get in the headbutt in there. When you're trying to smoke in this game, like I feel like Jamie's a bit apprehensive of using some of that head movement in UFC 4, because the consequences can be ridiculous. I mean, a bit too ridiculous. It's almost not worth to take the risk, right, Crooks? But in this game, he might be able to get that in a little, so we'll see. But this is good, solid single shot work from the outside now by Malky. He's just landing jab, landing that rear hook to the body. And these rounds are shorter. You know, Jamie has to remember that. You know, he's been not too active this first round, but, you know, he's going to lose it if he doesn't start tagging a few shots as his fight picks up.
Yes, I totally agree. But unlike in UFC 4, Jamie doesn't have to worry about getting leg kicked or getting taken down, so he can move his head more freely here than he can in UFC 4, so I would assume we're going to see a little bit more head movement from him. He's landed a couple of good shots, but Malky is really putting the pressure on him, landing some good shots of his own. Tries to rip to the body there, but they both whiff on their strikes. And overall, a very, very close first round. I don't know who I would give that one to.
That was a beautiful jab left hook though, right at the end. That's that UFC 4 jab left hook right there. We saw he snuck that through perfectly. I'd love to see a little more lead hand work from both guys if they're both clearly showing, right? That'll come around the side. But yeah, I agree with you, Crooks. Very close round. I would probably lean towards Malky though. I think statistically he probably landed a couple more shots. I think Jamie maybe landed the harder punches.
Yeah, I would say that last combo was probably the best combination of the first round, but Malky was pressing the pace a little bit better. He was definitely controlling the center of the ring a little bit more, so I'd have to give the first round to Malky.
All right, let's see if there's any adjustments after that first feeling out process. Jamie keeping that guard high. Ooh. Look at that. He tried to do the same combo he ended the round with. Malky had the counter straight right, just loaded, ready to go. So great work by Malky. Double change to the body. Big whiff on the lead hand there. Tries to sneak the liver shot in and circle off. Jamie double missing on that uppercut right there. Good work. Just stepping slightly to the outside of it.
Yeah, and Malky's doing a good job. Look, he's making the reads, like you said on that jab lead, that jab rear hook. Oh, look at the body work right there by Malky. He's really starting to find his rhythm. He's getting a read on what Jamie's trying to do. Now Jamie needs to make those in-game adjustments that we were talking about in the earlier fights, and he's very, very good at it. So right there, he caught him with a good left hook. But
he's already adjusting, right? Like he was trying to counter, and now he's gone into he was trying to lead the dance basically, and he was getting tagged on the counter shots. Now he's waiting. Now he's letting Malky lead a little bit more because he realized he was just whiffing on everything. So already Jamie making that adjustment you call for there, Crooks.
Yeah, and the thing is about it is when you're fighting somebody that's kind of trying to counter strike you, this is why some of Anderson Silva's title defenses, the worst ones were when people did not lead the dance against him. I mean, you would see it every once in a while. So you can see Suave Jamie's not trying to lead the dance. He knows that Melky's trying to counter him, so he's not gonna continually put himself in harm's way if he doesn't have to.
Yeah, you just about disrupting rhythms sometimes as well, you know, disrupting patterns and just mixing up the tempo, the pace of the fight, just hitting the reset button, and that can cause all kinds of things to happen. That can open up new avenues of attack, that can help you read your opponent's weapons. But if you're going to play the counter-punching game, you can't get frozen in there. You do have to land a little, and I think that's what's winning these rounds right now for Malky. It's like it's even, but he's just landing a couple more shots each round.
Yeah, he's really what they would say outpointing Jamie right now. He's going to try to get a head up in the rounds, and then Jamie's going to have to try to get a finish, and that's when I think Malky's going to try to do most of his work. Oh, good body shots.
Were they both counter body shots, or did that leaping hook land?
No, they were both counter body shots.
Oh, right. And here we go, Jamie again, like we said, trying to lead the dance, getting countered. We can definitely tell. Oh, is there a disconnection or a controller problem?
that animation for the disconnect was pretty funny.
Oh, straight to the body there. Malky doesn't care. But yeah, anytime Jamie tries to lead the dance here, you know, Malky's head movement is on point. He's seen these weapons come at him millions of times. And it's just about setting the tempo, isn't it, really? You dictate and set your presence at the start of the round, and then you make your opponent work to take it off you. And that's what Jamie's having to do right now. He's having to take these rounds away from Malky, and Malky's just being too slick defensively to let that happen.
Yeah, Malky's not just giving him opportunities. Everything that Suave Jamie is gonna land, he's gonna have to work for, especially against a pro in another game. This is not UFC 4, like we said. This is not Jamie's area of expertise. This is Malky's world, and Suave Jamie is just visiting it, trying to get something out of it.
Yeah, he's mixing up the combinations now and going 4 pieces. You can tell he's just trying to land something. And Malky's just there with the counters every single time. And Jamie knows that if he doesn't throw, he's going to lose these rounds anyway, because the activity from Malky is just consistent enough to edge them out every single time. So it's a very tough strategy to fight against.
Yeah, it really, really is, Bay. And you can see Malky he's mounting an offense, but he's very sound defensively. So if he knows you're going to try to exchange back, he'll just pop himself either out of the way or move laterally to get away from your strikes. Another beautifully timed body shot rocked Suave Jamie right there.
Oof. A left hand for Jamie, but yeah, Malky did a great job entering there on the inside. Oh! big straight right to finish as well. Yeah, Malky's accuracy very high tonight as well. Did give that first round to Jamie though, so it is 2 rounds to 1 right now, but one of those was a 10-8. At least that's one scorecard opinion, not all 3. We'll see what the actual scorecards will be at the end, or maybe we won't.
Yeah, but Malky is starting to apply the pressure a little bit. He's starting to be a little more active with his strikes. So now it's going to be Jamie's time to try to release some strikes, try to get some good counter strikes in. He's doing a good job of popping that straight out as well so far.
He is indeed. Yeah, Jamie has to find a different strategy here. You know, if charging with your normal like combos trying to set them up from range isn't working, then what else can Jamie do? Can he try and make it an inside fight? Because he's still entering all of these combinations with straight punches from the outside. What happens if he tries to step right toe to toe? I imagine he'll just get hit more, most likely.
Yeah, and he needs to be careful. I mean, you need to mount a little bit of offense, but you also need to be very defensively sound. And that's something that Malky's doing very, very well. And that's something that maybe Suave Jamie is going to try to do as these rounds progress. But so far, so good for Malky.
Yeah, I mean, when this is literally Floyd versus Connor, you know, in every single way, like down to Jamie's difficulty to initiate his offense without making himself vulnerable, and Malky's just composure and understanding of like the duration of the rounds, the amount of volume and output he needs to put forth in order to steal them and secure them. So it's a tough battle here for Jamie. He's doing well though, staying in it. Malky just winning the fight though in terms of the scorecard for sure.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you even more anymore, Bay. Floyd versus Connor, this is exactly how this fight is playing out. When you know somebody's very good at point fighting, you're going to try to open yourself up to mount your offense, and then they're just going to counter you, and then they're going to beat you on points. So it's something that Malky is trying to do here with Suave Jamie, and Jamie's trying to adjust to it on the fly.
Ooh, ate that jab to land that left, and then a straight right as well on the exit. And there's not a lot of combinations from Malky. It's really just single shot counters here. Just doing a great job guarding high, guarding low. And Jamie's not throwing combinations anymore either because he's too worried about getting slipped and ripped. The more he throws, the more likely that is it's going to happen. But single shots are also making him vulnerable. Jamie just in a really tough spot right now.
Yeah, he is. And he's getting made to pay with that right. Look at that. Another shovel uppercut to that body. Another one. That's 3. In a matter of 10 seconds. You can't keep eating those to the body. They're gonna do massive damage as this fight goes along.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be something that a lot of these Fight Night guys tonight have been using. That rear shovel hook or uppercut, whatever you want to call it, to the body. Oof. Landing that straight left now though is Jamie, and we'll see if Jamie can get the uppercut in there if this continues as well.
Oh, there goes that connection again.
I guess this is just like a connection to the server. Jamie just putting it on anyway. Nice liver shot counter though. Great work on the exit.
Yeah, Malky's doing a good job. He's moving. He's not taking too much damage. Oh, another good right hand right there. Rips through Jamie's block. The connection's becoming a little bit of an issue, but we are back. Malky looks like he's starting to get a little more comfortable with what Jamie's giving him here in this fight.
Ooh, big roll under and right hook to the body as well. Nicely a rear uppercut there, and another one tries to fire through. Slip off to the outside. Malky just looking smooth right now, just staying right on the end of these punches. Knows he's already putting enough forth to win this round, so doesn't have to overcommit or close the space. It's beautiful timing on the rear uppercut right there, right as that jab came out, but didn't land it. And Malky's very good at firing off beat as well, you know.
Yeah, he is. He's really mixing up his timing very, very, very well. I like it. Jamie's doing a good job of landing his jabs. I feel like if he would switch up to the jab, good left hook right there, landing on Malky. If he would just throw a little more jabs instead of opening himself up with the hooks or the uppercuts, I feel like he would be doing a little bit better. But that's the end of that round.
Got hit big there at the end, trying like a little slide back karate. Straight punch, got clipped. Into round 6 now though. Halfway point coming up. You gotta think Malky is ahead now. 4 rounds, possibly 5 rounds to 1.
Yeah.
Jamie's probably proud of what he's been able to achieve so far, but if you're Jamie, you gotta feel like you do want to land some offense on this guy. You know, you want to make it competitive.
Well, let me tell you, Jamie is a super competitor, and I don't think he is by any means happy with how this fight is going. But there's only so much that you can do, especially against somebody like Malky, who's one of the best players in the world, and he's really proving it right now.
Nice. Jamie getting back to that head movement we talked about at the start, which he really did have on point, at least initially. He looked very good with it, moving laterally as well. Adjustment to the body shot though from Malky. Yeah, there again, the rear uppercut to the body. You can tell if that head movement's coming out, that's where he's going to go. And Jamie's firing back his own uppercuts, trying to catch him as he level changes, but he's just not able to time it or make contact. And now we've changed rhythm again.
Yeah, and he's trying. He's responding with some good stuff. It's just few and far between when he's getting his opportunities to do that. And Malky is just really just point fighting him.
He's doing a great job slipping. He fires the left hand time and time again, but it's just not landing. Also, that slide back now for Jamie, that's working nicely. Got himself out of the pocket right there. They trade. Oh, beautiful timing right there. Jamie does fire a rear uppercut back, but he's already eaten that body shot. It's a lot of damage.
Oh, he almost was made to pay off of that miss with the left hand. Oh, almost landed that left hook. Jamie's not out of this fight. He's still trying to land. He's not going to give up. He might be a little bit frustrated, but he's still trying to be aggressive and mount a good offensive game. But Malky's doing a good job of avoiding most of his strikes.
Ah, man, I would almost give this round to Jamie, but Malky's done such good work with those body shots that it's going to be tough. I think it's probably going the way of Malky again.
He's hurt.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Malky's just doing a lot more damage than Jamie at this point in the fight, so I'd have to give that one to Malky as well.
Oh, another slip after that double jab. Just goes to the outside right hand, comes right down the middle. Great work. Now Jamie playing the hesitation game again, trying to change up strategies, find a different entry.
Yeah.
Oh. Hands down low for that one. 1-2. Bounces off the block. Jamie mixed up the timing on that jab entry now.
Yeah, Jamie's trying. He's popping out that jab a little bit more too, which is good. He's trying to mix the jab into his combinations. It's just Malky looks like he sees everything coming. He looks like he's about 2 or 3 moves ahead of what Jamie is trying to do. Look at the counter right there that he was able to land too. So it's like a chess match, but right now I feel like Malky is just a little bit ahead of where Jamie's at.
Yeah, Jamie trying to change things up, trying to find a new strategy late in this fight. Beautiful straight right. Just entered, landed it. Great head movement by Malky. Eats that one though. Pouring left hand comes far. Doesn't reach though. Malky now trying to anticipate the entries there with the counter, the stiff right. Doesn't land though. Another left from Jamie, leading with that now. Oh! Again, keeps whiffing on that uppercut, keeps getting slipped, but he's been able to slide back. Then that counter right hook comes out, but there's another one. Man, he's landing a lot of those right hooks and right uppercuts to the body. Rolls underneath there with a left hook to the liver this time. That was nasty, and another right hand to the body. Just tickling Jamie every time he steps inside the pocket there.
Yeah, and you can see Malky's just making that read, right? Like he's just making the correct reads, and it's just going his way, and he's making Suave Jamie really pay for the mistakes.
All right, there we go. Next round. Yeah, I'd be interested to see what happens if you give Jamie the game for like a month or something. Maybe not even a month though, because people have been playing, Fight Night for a long time. Jamie going with the taunts. We haven't seen that headbutt yet. I wonder if it will come out.
I'm pretty sure at some point he'll probably try to throw one, but
oof. I mean, he tried to throw one earlier, but it didn't land. So, well, there it is. Listening to us now is Jamie. Straight lead hook from Jamie. I like that. At least he's trying to mix up some different combinations. It's very tough because you feel like Malky's not really moving that much, so you should be able to just walk forward and just unload a couple of combos. But the head movement of Malky is so good, as is his timing to stick you and to stiffen you up as you enter, prevent animations, get sort of like halts, and there's a rear uppercut again.
Malky is doing a good job of just moving off the line and ripping the body and then coming back up to the head. Look, there was another rip to the body, and he just continues to go with those hooks and uppercuts to that body and then come back up to the head with a hook or a straight of his own. Look, there's another one right there.
Yeah, and again, Jamie's now trying to use volume because he definitely can't go single shot for shot because it's a lot easier for those reads to be made. So Jamie is mixing things up right now. The lack of feints in this game really does make things problematic. Right now, you know, you would love to be able to fake. You fake a jab and then fake and then go. You know, I really feel like that's something that lets the game down a little bit, the lack of fakes.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think that would really benefit Jamie because he could fake a jab or a hook and then come with an uppercut as Malky was trying to dip down. But I mean, he's doing the best he can. He's not doing bad. It's just Malky is just being able to make the reads and counter effectively. It doesn't mean that Jamie's game plan is any worse or that he's not doing well because he is landing on Malky as well. It's just a little bit tough against somebody that's been doing this for a very, very long time.
Yep, he's staying in there though. There's 3 rounds left. I think Malky is up every round, apart from that first one there. He was just making those reads. 98% on the gas tank, but they both have got good gas. Oh, no respect. Ooh, that was cheeky that as well.
Yeah, that was a really very, very good pullback. Now Jamie's moving his head a little bit more like you were talking about earlier. Look, he's made to pay to the body. There's the head, and then into a straight. That's ridiculous. Come on now, Jamie. Don't be like that, bro.
Lots of booing. Nice return to the body there. Nice work by Malky. Hangs on the cage, or the ropes, excuse me. Such a good job slipping under that left hand. And again, that's the southpaw of the orthodox. You know, obviously you probably still be able to rip that shot, but once you get under that left hand, there's so much just flesh ready for you to hit there with your right.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth. And look at the rip to the body again right there by Malky. Didn't get a huge damage, but he's doing just enough to really just get those points off of Suave Jamie. He's taking his time. There's another rip to that body. Good straight right there by Jamie on the return.
Another one.
Hit again to the body. And another one.
It's that left hand, man. Every time it comes out, it's just slipped off. And then boom, that right hook comes to the body. Again.
Jeez, my body's hurting for Jamie at this point.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's tough. It's tough. Again, fakes might help. You know, you could try and bait that counter shot out and then counter the counter, but until you can, it's very tough to deal with.
Oh, and he's ripping to that body. He's trying to respond. Jamie's trying to respond, but eats another one to the body. And Malky's just going back to it. He's just repeatedly hitting that body, and it's not looking too good for Suave Jamie right now.
Yeah, and Jamie's head hunting as well right now, which doesn't help him. Because all Malky needs to do is just block and slip high. Every shot Jamie's throwing is coming off that left hand up to the head, just making Malky a lot easier to just make reads. Obviously, he doesn't really want to go to the body. He's trying to stop him from entering, and he's trying to finish the fight, but because they're all coming up high, it makes it a little bit easy for Malky.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, every single time he was countering off that, it was off of either an uppercut or a straight on that left hand. So maybe Suave Jamie, maybe switch stance just a little bit, give Malky a different look, but I don't know if it's going to pay too much of dividends, but it definitely make him think just a little bit.
Yeah. He's slipping, but he's also sort of rolling under as well, so I'm not really sure about what shot would actually land. You know, it's not like UFC 4. Well, I mean, it is, but even if he throws the left hook, he's still rolling, so he can't throw the straight or the rear uppercut or the left hook or the overhand. Everything is just getting slipped.
Yeah, that's true.
The patience.
Yeah, both of these guys are not rushing at all.
Yeah. Let's see what Jamie does in this 10th. Oh no, there's 12 rounds, of course. Oof.
He almost caught him with that straight.
Again, Jamie's really just headhunting. I know he's trying to finish the fight, Crooks, but the body work would definitely help him.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Jamie. Jamie is not known as a... Oh, he headbutted him. Yeah, there was a warning. There was a warning from the ref. Let's see if Jamie decides to go for another headbutt that would end the fight. But Jamie is not known really as a body worker in UFC 4, so it'd be something not really new to him, but something that he doesn't do customarily in his fight game. So maybe that's something that he can work on here if he's going to be competing in Fight Night Champion.
Always leading with that jab as well, but Malky doesn't really slip the jab, so you can go jab, lead hook. That'll probably help Jamie a little bit there. Now he's throwing that lead hook. I really do think he does need to throw more hooks, less linear punches. That'll help him as well. It'll take away that quick counter, force the roll underneath. Then you can start firing the uppercut to catch him on the way down. So, but it's all maybe a little too late for Jamie. But he is trying to commit a little more with those hooks.
Yeah, he is, and look at Malky. He's just staying patient, trying to do the rope-a-dope. He's inviting Jamie in, hitting him to the body. Good left hook right there by Jamie. Did some good damage on him. Yeah,
and he waited for Malky to throw and then threw back. So you see him now freezing because he's basically, and he doubled up on it. I love the word from Jamie. So he's freezing and waiting for Malky to throw and then just trying to throw at the same time he does to land that counter. And that's why he's doubling up on it, right? Hoping that he'll slip the first one. The second one will come as he throws and he'll hit him mid-execution. But again, just going back to these long-reaching left hands, not able to get it done.
Yeah. And that's it. That could be a strategy, but that's gonna work out for Suave Jamie right now. But it's too little, too late. Malky is ahead, quite big in round. So, oh, there's another body shot. Rips him again with that counter body hook and just did massive damage.
Yeah, it seems to be a very meta shot, that one. Rear uppercut to the body. We've seen basically everyone use it tonight. Doing a good job adjustment there, though, getting the blocks going nicely. Just not entirely sure the best way to go about initiating his own offense.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he's still trying. He's been able to land some straights, but that body shot is coming in heavy, and now it's doing massive damage. So Jamie's gonna be a little bit more tentative to throw than he has been in the past.
Yeah, I don't blame him for sure. You know, we can see how difficult it is to deal with Malky in there right now.
Yeah, Malky's looking absolutely great right now, especially with his body shots. And he keeps going down. Jamie's just standing in the corner now. It looks like he might try to throw an uppercut to the head as Malky is dipping down, but he's just blocking right now. There's an uppercut, but he whiffs on it.
Yeah, and if he's going to sit and wait for it again, I bet he's probably just going to get slipped. So we'll see. Finally, he decides to just circle out. And Malky just waits. Why not?
Yeah, Malky knows he's ahead in this fight. He's not going to do anything that'll give Jamie a chance to really put him out. He's just staying patient as he has the whole fight. Good straight right there. Catches Jamie as he tried to enter. Jamie's now trying to pressure a little bit. Malky backs himself into the ropes and headbutts him.
Disqualified. 1 point. Jesus. Yeah, he needs to be careful with that.
I think it was intentional. I think Jamie just got mad and threw a headbutt for no reason.
Trying to make it work. Ooh. And we will go to a final round here. Jamie's done a good job staying in the fight. Granted, Malky's not really been trying to go, balls to the wall to get it finished. But it's been an interesting contest. Just that slip, that straight left, slip, that rear uppercut. It's just been a lot of head hunting from Jamie for the last 4 or 5 rounds here.
Yeah, it really has. Good straight left right there, though. I mean, Jamie's still in it. He's not giving up, but at the same time, it just looks like Malky is a little bit too much for him at this point in his career, in his boxing career.
Yeah, Malky's able to generate a ton of power just with single shots. It's just the timing that's been really, really impressive. Not these slip straights or these slip rear uppercuts. It's the intercepting timing, when like right there, just the perfect time to throw that straight right hand. And he does it before the punches come out as well, like right there as well. It's kind of on the offbeat. It's very tricky.
Yeah, and it's a testament to how much of a pro Malky is at this game. I mean, he really has mastered the movement and the timing in this game to the point where he can put on performances like this. This is not easy to do, ladies and gentlemen. This, I mean, even if you're playing somebody that's new to Fight Night Champion, to put on a performance like this is very, very difficult and hard to do, more or less against an elite player in another combat sports game.
Oof. Jamie really reaching with that left now.
Oh,
oh, just straight rights. It's a counter from Malky. Not looking for anything else. Oh, yeah, another one to the body.
Dig into that body, man. The body work is absolutely brutal right now.
Philly shell working out nicely tonight for Malky. Jamie trying to hit him with a little TJ Dillashaw action. But it's all too late. Goes for the single. Sorry, for the single. Goes for the standing guillotine here. Much better. But there we go. It goes the distance, everybody. And it will be the Fight Night champion, Mr. Malky Pablo. Co-host or organizer, co-promoter for this event as well there. So congratulations to Malky. Gets his hand raised. Great performance. Great showcasing of, high-level Fight Night Championship boxing, Crooks.
Yeah, I mean, he put on a masterclass. I mean, that is the highest of the high level of Fight Night Champion boxing. Anyways, I can't wait to see what Malky does in ESBC. I mean, he looked absolutely good at Fight Night Champion, so you can imagine his enthusiasm and his grind for ESBC is going to be at an all-time high.
Yeah. Someone just put in the chat, Jamie just went 12 rounds in Fight Night. I wonder if we would even see 1 round in UFC. That might be true. That might be true. You never know. I don't know if Pablo will take that challenge, even if it's just for exhibitional purposes. The consequences, I don't know. I feel like in Fight Night, there's still consequences. You still have to be careful. You can get slept early. We saw that in the first fight of the night. Granted, that was a heavyweight, but regardless, it was a great night of fights there, guys. A nice little 6-card bill for you, and I'm sure we will do another one of these events in the future as we lead up to ESBC. So shout out again to Outlaw Boxing Syndicate. Don't forget to check them out on YouTube there at eBox Champions as well. Thank you to Malky Pablo for helping promote. There's been a lot of new Fight Night people in the chat tonight, so welcome everybody. Hope you've enjoyed this ESFL event. Crooks, did you have a good time?
A great time. I mean, I can't wait for ESBC to come out and Fight Night Champion cards. This is my second time commentating on them. The 2 times that I commentated on them has been absolutely great. I had such a fun time commentating with you, Balin. I had such a fun time watching these guys put on beautiful performances. We've had some crazy fights. We had technical fights, and being capped off by one of the best players going up against one of the best from UFC 4 just absolutely took the cake. So I had nothing but fun calling these fights today.
All right, well, there we go. I had a great time as well. Excellent. Well, thank you to everyone who tuned in once again. We do hope you enjoyed yourselves. We'll be back next Saturday for ESFL 127. I believe it will be a Xbox card. It's stacked to the top and bottom, that one, actually. We saw it last week. Oh, we have the card. Yeah, let's take a look at it because it is stacked. This is next Saturday. We have a beautiful, massive list of events here. The EK boys are showing up as well. Elite King is going to be representing fully in numbers there tonight. And you'll notice Zayaf not defending his belt because he is not here next week, but we do have God Ate My Pig, Jamie Bucks. Webcam is back against Faith Nater. Holloway is taking on Blake Tyler. Look at that one. What a fight that will be. We've got Dirty Dave down there as well. There's Harambe Spider back against Killer Jake. Just a really stacked card for you next Saturday. ESFL 127, October 9th. Same time as before, 8 o'clock in the UK, 3 p.m. on the East Coast, but I will end it there. So thank you very much for tuning in from myself, Balian, Crooks, everybody else who's been working behind the scenes for this one, and Outlaw Boxing as well for the co-promotion. We will see you next time. Everybody take care. Have a good night. See you soon.
Welcome to the Gfinity Arena here in London, where we are getting ready for the grand final of the 2021 F1 Esports Series Pro Championship presented by Aramco. Now, last night, Mercedes won the Team Championship, their first since 2018. Congratulations to them. But in the Drivers' Championship, well, it's still on the line. And that is a lot heavier than I thought it was going to be. A Red Bull driver is hoping to dethrone a current Mercedes champion. But before we head there, we'd like to celebrate the last 5 years of F1 esports action. It's been incredible, season after season of mighty skill. Now, while I celebrate like I've won, Matt, it's over to you.
To understand just how far F1 esports has come and how much it's grown, we have to go all the way back to 2017 in Abu Dhabi.
Look at the audience of people. The drivers are all set. Oh, I love that, Matt. It takes me right back. 2017, the heat is the most thing I remember from that. I remember the nervousness for the drivers. This had never been done before.
No, and, going to Abu Dhabi was a big statement, from Formula One and esports. And, I massively enjoyed it. Couldn't believe we were there. The drivers themselves were walking through the paddock, parading around, driving literally next to where the F1 teams were getting ready for the weekend.
And I remember that moment, we were on the desk, Yas Marina right behind us, and then all of a sudden they announced Fernando Alonso wants to come up and take part and just be amongst everybody. That's just how cool it was. All the superstars came along to set their eyes upon F1 esports and get into it. Great start, 2017. 2018, we moved to Silverstone, another Grand Prix track. Ah, such a memorable moment, that, Matt. Walking along with the drivers on the track at Silverstone. And those drivers were going through all of those assessments. So there was another level of professionalism, and they were all hoping to get selected in the pro draft.
Yeah, and to actually get the teams involved themselves as well. In 2018, to actually be representing a Formula One team is crazy for some of those drivers. You could see the beams on their faces when they got picked. It was amazing.
The reigning champion comes back and destroys the field. Brendan Lee, back-to-back F1 Esports Pro Series champion.
It was again Brendan Lee becoming a two-time champion, and the first time ever Mercedes were going to win the team championship. But would they win it in 2019, Matt?
No, they would not, Tom. It was actually Red Bull that had an amazing roster of Tormula, Rasmussen and Longay, and they just stormed to the title.
They did indeed, but we also had a brand new team. FDA joined, first time they'd ever competed, now that's 10 teams, and they got the first pick in the draft, and they chose David Tunitsa. Now, did he go on to do anything, Matt?
Yeah, he won the driver's title. He literally came out of nowhere and just blitzed it, especially the start of the season. He ran away with it.
Their first year in the championship, his first year in the championship, and the 2019 title for David Tunitsa.
2019 ended on a high. Sadly, 2020 started badly with the whole COVID outbreak, and it changed everything. But it did bring about the virtual Grand Prix.
Yeah, the virtual Grand Prix were amazing. The entertainment factor of all just random celebrities getting involved in a bit of carnage was just awesome to watch on the F1 game.
George Russell can see the checkered flag, and the British driver crosses the line to win on the streets of Baku.
George Russell becoming the unofficial official virtual Grand Prix champion there. Great to see. But for the 2020 F1 Esports Pro Championship, it was remarkable. A brand new driver champion in Jarno Opmeer.
Yes, enter Jarno to the scene. We had an evolution of the championship as well. We had 35% race distance, improved from 25%, as well as a full qualifying format, Q1, Q2, Q3, just like you see in real-life Formula One qualifying. So Jarno utilised his hot lapper title and his, I guess, alternate strategy elements that he has to his racecraft as well, combined that into a perfect storm and took the title.
It's been another masterclass for Jarno Opmeer. It's being debated brilliantly between these two. Jarno Opmeer takes the F1 Esports title of 2020.
Now, we've mentioned about the updated qualifying. I wanted to show you two different qualifying sessions, Monza 2020 and Monza 2021. Back in 2020, we had the top two separated by 27 thousandths of a second. We thought, wow, what an amazing qualifying session. Fast forward 1 year, and we have the top four separated by 17 thousandths of a second. The steps forward these drivers are making are incredible.
And their drivers took that competitiveness to the races as they went wheel to wheel into turn one of the opening round.
Lucas Blakely, welcome to the show. Lucas Blakely takes the opening win of the year and wins for the first time in F1 Esports.
What a magical moment for Lucas Blakely, getting his maiden win in the Pro Championship. And just think back to 2018 when he was in the Pro Draft, didn't get selected. Tears of disappointment for him, but fast forward to now and he could be winning his first Drivers' Championship. And that's not the only headline though, is it, Matt?
No, it's not. You've got Freddie Rasmussen trying to secure his first World Championship as a driver, but he wants to secure that Red Bull back-to-back-to-back teams victory because that's really where his priorities lie. Then you've got Jarno Opmeer. He's trying to be a double World Champion to emulate what Brendan Lee did in the first two seasons of F1 Esports.
Yeah, $750,000 prize pool on the line is beautifully poised as we headed to the grand final. Welcome along. Hey, come and join us. That was a beautiful recap of everything that's happened over the last 5 years. I'm Tom Deacon, and to my left, I have the one and only Nick Hamilton. Nick, that was beautiful. Lovely to recap some of those moments. You joined last year, and I'll tell you what, no chance of you leaving anytime soon. And you didn't. You know that's all that happens just behind that tunnel, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Totally. Okay, good. Nick, hey, we're coming down. It's on the line. It's the grand final. Have you enjoyed it so far?
I have. I've loved it. I'm part of the furniture now, Tom. Yeah. Really enjoying this desk job with you, mate. And,
yeah, I forget who hosted it before. Natalie Pinkham?
Yeah, no, we've had an amazing season. It's been full of ups and downs, so many exciting moments, breathtaking moments as well. But yeah, let's see what happens at the end of the year.
Okay, all right. Well, that Drivers' Championship is on the line. As I've mentioned several times, just building up a bit of that suspense. I'll tell you what we can do. We can have a countdown clock to come and join me on the screen right now, and that will take you to the race for the season. We are heading to Sao Paulo, Interlagos. Now, Nick, we had a race last night. We kicked proceedings off. We had two, in fact. But the first one was Imola. One of your favourite tracks, would you say?
Yeah, it's got so much history, hasn't it? So much has gone there or happened in the past there. So many champions there. So many tragedies there as well. You know, it's full of history, and it was amazing to watch last night. It definitely didn't disappoint us.
Okay, well, let's recap and remind everybody what happened. These are your Imola highlights.
And we're underway for a vital race in the championship with a good getaway for the McLaren man, who will head off the Ferrari into turn one. It's as you were, no big movers for the moment. Josh Adu leads into turn number one. Are they going to be close in the background? They are, with Lucas Blakely still ahead of Jarno Opmeer, as you were at the start. Lucas Blakely has gone to work, he can crucially see that Danny Moreno has fallen away from the DRS protection of the Ferrari in front of him. He's got it now. He's in the wheel tracks. He's alongside. He's ahead. Look how powerful DRS is. And you're looking at the battle for the lead. You're looking at Josh Odoa, who isn't in that car week in, week out. He's been swapping around with Danny Beresne, a race winner in the past who's not having the season that he would want. Barry Burramund has been outstanding as well. Such a good qualifier this year. But it was his teammate who started on pole. It's his teammate who holds the lead for the time being. But will he? By the time that he gets to the end of the straight, because the Ferrari is coming at Imola, he's pulling alongside. He's pulling ahead. David Tanitsa takes the lead. Here we go then. And Jarno Opmeer, no, it's up against the other Aston Martin, so a bit of team games going on here for the time being. Left or right if you're Jarno Opmeer, which way do you go? He's got past the McLaren. If he can pick his braking point, he's through the next car ahead, his championship rival. Now, David Tanitsa tries to fight back, can't fight back. Is there a move into the Villeneuve chicane? You'd be brave to pull this off. And every single time you have a half look like that, you invite the driver behind to send one to the inside. Lucas Blakely really stuck at the moment because he can't get a clean move.
They look at Jarno Opmeer round the outside of Lucas Blakely. Is he going to put it off?
This is so important for the championship. As they come out, he's got the traction, he's got the position, and the points lead swings back again. Jarno Opmeer now extending things. Jarno Opmeer's best bet here up against Freddie Rasmussen, who's a few cars back, is to do what he is doing and take third position on the way down to the Tamburello chicane. And what was turning into a good day for Jarno Opmeer is turning into a great day for Jarno Opmeer. Guess what? Battle for the lead on the last lap.
As always, and it's to the inside, David Tanitsa!
David Tanitsa's got the inside line! David Tanitsa's got it done! And he's off the road! Josh Odoa is off the road!
Oh!
He clipped it into the wall! That's cruel! It's brutal! It's undeserved! And David Tanitsa has the race lead! Danny Moreno's up to second position. Whilst all of that has gone on, Mercedes driver, number 2 in the standings, is ahead of Mercedes championship leader. And there he is. Is he getting out of the way? Over the line to see the checkered flag. David Tanitsa has dropped down the order, but we believe that David Tanitsa has taken the checkered flag and won. Jarno Opmeer in second place and Freddie Rasmussen in third.
Oh, top casting from Alex Jakes and Matt Gallagher. Let's have a look at the race classifications then. So it was an in-game penalty given to David Tanitsa. That was rescinded, so he won the race, winning in his home circuit for the FDA team. Brilliant from him, giving him his first win of the season. What did it do for the title? Well, as you can see, down in 10th position was Lucas Blakely for Britain, representing in the Drivers' Championship. And unfortunately, that definitely is almost put him out of winning the Drivers' Championship this season. And then Marcel Kiefer all the way down in 20th. That you don't expect to see at all there, Nick. But a great race, can I just say, from Joni Tormola, P17 to P4. Epic work from him for the AlphaTauri team, trying to put some points vitally in that team championship on the board for them. But lots of talking points. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with Lucas Blakely?
Yeah, I mean, you've told me where to start.
All right, then, let's do that. Let's talk about Lucas Blakely, because was it a brake check? Is the main talking point of that race. With David Tanitsa just in front of him. There was a train. He was trying to overtake. He wanted to put more points on the board for the Drivers' Championship. What did you make of this, then?
Yeah, I think looking back at it, David Tanitsa's not a dirty driver. He's been here many, many years. And it looked like he was just in a train. And I think Lucas, obviously, has got his got everything on the line pretty much, so it's quite easy to make a quick judgment, an emotional judgment. Maybe when he looked back at this, a couple of minutes later or hours later, he might think something different.
Yeah, but it's basically all those emotions are going through the drivers. He wants to win his first Drivers' Championship. Didn't have a great season last year, so the pressure's on him. He was feeling gutted after it. Someone who's going to feel definitely gutted is Josh Odoa from McLaren Shadow. Is pretty much his rookie debut season. Had pole position and then lost it. Talk me through that.
Well, he actually got pole position, and he was almost a lights to flag, perfect race from Josh. Just unfortunate that he was in a position where he needed to defend, but maybe a lack of experience in this sort of situation.
A clip there as well.
Yeah, I know, and it made life a lot more difficult for him. It went bad to worse. But I think, you know, with this experience, he's obviously shown that he's got so much pace. So if he's in that opportunity again, or that situation again for next year, he'll know what to do differently.
OK, so that's great. So it's looking forward. But David Tanitsa, for the FDA as a team, you've got two champions, two drivers, two champions, and they just haven't performed as we'd expect them to this year. But that's great to see David Tanitsa getting a win there. Yeah,
Tanitsa, he knows what he's doing, and so does Brendan Lee. Sometimes in motorsport, it just doesn't fall your way. And it's all about momentum. And when momentum isn't in your favour, it's really, you know, quite difficult to pull yourself out of it. But, you know, Brendan Lee, David Tanitsa, they've got the minerals to really, you know, have a good year next year if they knuckle down.
You have taken the phrase of Matt Gallagher right there, the minerals. I'll tell you what, we will come back after a short break to show you the second race from yesterday as we headed to Mexico.
Hello, we're Williams Esports and we will be doing the F1 Esports quiz, so let's see how we do. I would say like 7?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's more. Jan Omer. I knew he had like 6 podiums in a row in the first half of the season, but I didn't know the wins.
Well, it's definitely Imola and Portugal. And well, USA was in 19, but it wasn't in 20, so I'll go with USA as well.
Japan for sure, because I really like Japan. Canada, too. Man, I can't remember. Hanoi, man. I mean, literally forgot because even Formula 1 didn't race in Hanoi.
Pretty.
Yeah, that's too easy. 5.
What?
Oh my god, man. 9 drivers. Yeah, I didn't know that. Impossible.
But it was... Wait. It was Australia, Baku... Oh, China. China, Spa, and Silverstone.
He didn't even race that year, but he's goated. Yeah, well, probably Omer hasn't got this because he started on 2019, so yeah. Frederick Rasmussen.
Let's go.
Nah, language barrier. I lost because I'm Spanish.
Nah.
Nah, joke.
There is a live audience here. Great to have them on board. Those are the trophy. That's what's at stake. It is a grand final. Now, we are bringing you up to speed on the action that took place yesterday. Before we head to Interlagos, very shortly, just around about 8:05, we need to show you what happened in Mexico. So let's do that now.
5 red lights in Mexico City, and we're underway with Freddie Rasmussen getting a good start, maintaining the lead. That looks a good getaway as well for Barry Boromund in the second phase. He's going to have the inside line, and Jarno Opmeer's got a lot of momentum. Can he dive to the inside? Opmeer thinking about it to the inside immediately. Rasmussen is in trouble here. They're wide. Jarno Opmeer turns 3rd position into the race lead. He's in a brilliant opportunity now to score another victory and edge closer to that title. We've got Barry Boromund going to the inside. Barry Boromund in the McLaren takes the lead. He has never won an F1 Esports race. He's been mighty on one lap this year, multiple pole positions, but now it's his turn to punch a hole in the air, and Boromund leads. And they go over the line once again. We're in this holding pattern of Freddie Rasmussen chasing win number 10 in F1 Esports, but it's Jarno Opmeer who retakes the race lead. Easy pass into turn 1, pass that Barry Boromund wasn't exactly fighting. That is your race leader, but he wasn't in that position before. Waiting. Oh, it's glacial, and there you see going through as he gets up to speed, Opmeer. And Boromund, he is in 3rd position. Will he have called it the right way? Will that tyre advantage later on be able to turn what is a net 3rd place into a net race win? when are you going to use the energy? That's the difference if you're in this DRS train. The answer for Lucas Blakely is right here, right now. We've got Barry Burman going to the lead of the race. They know they can't afford to work together anymore. Elbows out, game on. Barry Burman, then Jarno Opmeer, then Freddie Rasmussen. Marcel Kiefer going up against Lucas Blakely, who's had enough at the moment. He's seen his chances disappear, but he can't get ahead, and he's going to dive to the inside. 3-car battle for the lead, and if they keep battling like this, it'll be a 17-car battle for the lead. Are we going to get contact between these two? He's trying to go the long way round. He's off the road as he tries to do so. Can he turn the outside line to the inside line? This is only for 7th place, but it could be for more. Who gets the power down? Who gets ahead? Can it be Blakely? Yes, it's Blakely. Wow, did he wait a long time for that? This is the closest that we've seen Rasmussen all the way. Can he stay close now? Can he go for it? Is it wide? Is it wide?
He let him through.
Wide. So he went tactical. He went tactical at the end. Freddie Rasmussen has the race lead. Was it tactical? Was it the right way to go? He's trying to break the toe. The Red Bull leads, and he's onto the last lap. Did Jarno Opmeer go tactical? And did he get it right, or did he get it wrong? Because Rasmussen's got P1. But is it the right way to go? Opmeer dived into the inside. Opmeer plays it to perfection and regains the lead. Tactical masterclass at this stage. Opmeer ahead of Rasmussen. Separated across the line by less than half a second. Jarno Opmeer brilliantly wins in Mexico City to take an 18-point advantage into the final race of the year.
I'd love to see that. Jarno Opmeer clapping his team. It's a team effort there, but I tell you what, incredible work from him to get that win there in Mexico. Barry Burman doing a fantastic job for McLaren Shadow. He moved from Mercedes this year and is doing excellently. Freddie Rasmussen down in 3rd after that penalty. Danny Moreno picking up the points for Mercedes and therefore giving Mercedes the team championship. Further down the order, what big names can I see there? Quite a few. Josh Alweir, after that disappointment in Imola, not able to get into the points. Now, the two beautiful voices, eloquent as always, are with me right now. Alex Jakes, Matt Gallagher. That was an incredible race to commentate on. What did you enjoy most about it? Was it the train, Alex?
Not the train, because so many cars glued together with the championship on the line. I mean, it's thrilling, but it's difficult to call. No, I think the tactics of Jarno Opmeer are absolutely outstanding there, because we've seen that go wrong earlier in the season. So to pull it off, it was just another feather in his cap.
Oh, we love that. And what I also have just noticed in my head while I was looking at you, Alex, is this is the first time that Alex has ever been down here. He's normally up in the comms area.
Weird, normally not allowed down
You're
there.
never allowed down here.
I don't know what I've done.
It's a grand final. That's what happened. Matt, Jarno Opmeer, again, proving how good he is. With that, they were calling it online the Giga Brain, the Pogmeer, to make that decision to drop back to 2nd for DRS.
Yeah, he quite clearly knew that it was going to be difficult for him to maintain the lead if he kept the lead going on to the last lap. So, you know, he moves out of the way and, you know, it's a bit cheeky, but it's exactly what Longuet tried to do in America and unfortunately failed. So Jarno himself said yesterday that he may have given Freddie just a bit too much breathing room going down towards turn 1, but it's such a long straight. And Freddie maybe just left the door open a little bit as well, which I was a little bit disappointed in, because the swing would have been 14 points had he stayed in the lead, Freddie.
Yeah, and could he have defended it? That's what people were talking about in the quali show earlier on, which you magnificently host.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, come on. You do. But could he have defended it?
Yes, I think so. I'm sure that, you know, he has his reasons, but the inside line was just there for the taking. Jarno made the corner pretty easily, and I felt like, you know, he just left the door open too much. And I don't know why it was conservative from him, because he didn't really have anything else to really fight for. And letting the Mercedes through gave them the team's championship as well.
OK, I am genuinely loving having you down on the floor of the studio.
It's been fun.
Beautiful. Let's have a look at the team standings then, because this is what it's all about. The 750,000 prize pool is on the line. And now we know Mercedes have won it. But then the fight happens here with FDA, Alpine. Can McLaren Shadow move up? Can Haas get a point on the board? Matt, when you look at that, what do you see?
Well, I think the big fight is obviously for 4th place, and of course, you know, there's still prize money up for grabs for the teams. And FDA Esports, they fielded a new driver for the Brazil, for Leveche, which was a bit of a strange move, considering they got 2 champions in the team of Brendan Lee and David Tanitsa. You said in the quali show that David Tanitsa was on holiday, and that's why, because he'd won the previous race. But turned out to be complete lies, because he even said in the Twitch chat, didn't he, that you were lying. But
that's unbelievable.
That's the big fight to look out for me.
OK, all right. Well, listen, gentlemen, from that previous race that we just saw, Barry Borman finished in second place, and we caught up with the McLaren Shadow driver to find out all about his F1 esports journey.
Barry Borman, for the first time, has taken pole in the Pro Championship. He's done the job for McLaren.
Everyone is dreaming about being a Formula One driver like me. When I was so young, when I was 14, I drove in the World Finals in karting when I in senior class. I was the youngest for 4 years, and I tested the Formula 4 cars and it was quite good as well. But in motorsport, you need good sponsors because the financial problem is high, and hopefully I can go to the upstairs level.
Barry Borman, the one to watch.
Oh, what a move!
What a great job from Barry Borman.
I'm just so grateful, to be honest, because I have this opportunity to show myself. This year was good. It was really good in the raw pace. I really showed a good pace, to be honest. But yeah, we were lacking a little bit on the race, but it's all good. And yeah, it's been a great journey.
Barry Borman over the line for P1 in that McLaren. Lucas Blakely now only manages P3. It's Barry Borman on pole position.
To be honest, I knew my quali pace is really good. I have so much confidence on my quali pace, especially in the pressure, and but to reach Q3 every 9 races I did, which is crazy, to be honest.
Barry Borman just set his personal best in that session.
On the last lap. On the last lap when it matters. Q3 when it matters.
You can't say I'm cool when your delta is just so up and you're coming for the last corner. And if you make a small mistake, then you're out in Q2.
This time it's Donoso and Borman, and he may go all the way round the outside, and all of a sudden Barry Borman is on a charge.
I race stuff in terms of strategy and race pace wasn't really good there to be up there, unfortunately. But to be honest, a little bit unlucky as well. But with my knowledge now and with the things I think I have a little bit learned, if we go back to Event 1 again, I will be so much better.
This is a dream start for the McLaren Shadow driver on the soft tyres.
Just for me, I need to sort out my race pace, and it's not really a problem. You cannot sort it out. With practice and understanding the more about race, you can really achieve what I want. So, I'm really looking forward.
Barry Borman is now going to take the lead from the pair of them. From P3 to P1, Barry Borman in the McLaren decides, you know what, I'm going to lead from the front. Give me those soft tyres. And now, let's see what he can do.
I have 2 dreams. I think I have the ability and everything to be a F1 esports champion, and finding the way to be Formula 1 driver as well. And I still believe it. Maybe it sounds a little bit weird for everyone, but it's my dream.
Great to catch up with Barry Borman there. It's his dream. He's living the dream. From my point of view, it's been great to see Barry given that opportunity. He was with Mercedes last year. Now, McLaren Shadow, they're just like, hey, just go for it, Barry. Show us how much speed you got. And he's been phenomenal. Matt, you even call him the hot lapper. When we call him a driver a hot lapper, what does that mean?
Yeah, we awarded him the hot lapper of the year. And, he's been in Q3 every single occasion this year, which is crazy considering the margins in qualifying have been just astronomically close, haven't they? It's been ridiculous. And to be there every single race is unheard of. So, yeah, he's hot lapper of the year.
Yeah, making it to Q3 every single time. And that's great to see, and that will build the confidence. My question to you, though, Alex, and I'm putting you on the spot. Do you know what it is that's weirding me out about it now? I can see your legs. We don't normally get to see your legs.
I know it's upsetting you.
No, it's not at all. I love it.
I exist below the waist.
My point I wanted to get to is why did Mercedes sit on a driver with this much talent? Because we have 3 drivers for each team, and some of them we won't even get to see in 2021. So are there going to be a future star, maybe, in some of these teams?
Well, maybe you take a punt. Maybe you sign someone and you think they're decent, and maybe then they go to another team and, having been on the sidelines, having been frustrated, suddenly they get their moment. They take that step up. Also, everyone wants to be in a Mercedes or have the chance to race a Mercedes. So I can see why he was the 3rd driver there. Now he's very much the main man at McLaren, and it's been great to see his progression this year.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the Drivers' Championship to see where Barry sits in the order of things. And it's not bad for your... I'm going to call it the official rookie year for Barry Boromund, which changes all of those awards we gave out in the quali show today.
It's literally unofficial.
Yeah, so, so I'll tell you what, let's just call him the McLaren Shadow Driver. And what's brilliant about Barry is obviously disposing a former almost champ in Danny Beresny. But there he is, he's 5th, 98 points. Get another good win, and maybe Danny Moreno doesn't have such a good... He could finish 4th this year. That's a fantastic achievement. And something to build on, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, when he looks back at this, getting into Q3 every single race and only being 5th in the standings, there'll be definitely stuff to improve on, maybe his race strategy, which tyres he went for, especially Monza, for example. But, you know, it is a fantastic foundation for him, and he can only improve going into next year.
OK, let's look at the top then. What is at stake tonight? Jarno Opmeer, 183 points. Freddie Rasmussen, 162. Lucas Blake down in 144. It wasn't the race for him in Imola, but... Come on, who's going to win it? I mean, who has got the possibility, the potential, with a Red Bull, finally get a Drivers' Championship?
Well, I mean, he's 21 points out of a maximum 26 available, so something really wrong is going to happen to Jarno Opmeer. You know, Brazil is very close. We saw it in qualifying that all the drivers are on the pace, but it's going to happen. You know, Jarno's ahead of Freddie on the grid as well, so something drastically wrong is going to happen for Jarno.
Basically, what that meant was it's time to move on. We've had enough of that Drivers' Championship, really. But I tell you what, Freddie Rasmussen, Brazil is not his favourite circuit. We found that in qualifying, but in previous races as well.
Yeah, for some reason, he just can't quite unlock the pace around here. So you don't know. When the moment comes up, maybe if there's a moment for Opmeer earlier in the race, maybe he'll come alive and suddenly he'll love Interlagos. OK, I'll tell you what, you guys head to that comms area. I'm going to head over here because this is what is at stake tonight. These trophies are on the line. We've given the Teams Championship to Mercedes, their first win since 2018. But the Drivers' Championship, that's what it's all about. We're heading to Interlagos after, I promise, final break.
Hey, we are WEEKEND Esports and we are doing now the 5 seconds challenge. Let's go. My table, keyboard and wallet. No, I said it.
Oh.
I said it before you.
Oh, a strawberry, a tomato, and apple? Apple. No, I said apple. Come on.
Give us 1 extra second. That's it. Grass. My microphone.
Oh, shower, brush my teeth, and eat. There we go. Nice.
Thunder, lightning, heavy shower.
Well, that's not a disaster.
Tsunami, whatever.
Keyboard, pen, and a notebook.
Paris, Marseille, Lille. Finally.
A phone, a wallet, and money. Mine ones are so much easier, I think.
Lamborghini, Ferrari, and Fiat. Let's go.
Salami, cheese, and tomato.
Imagine a pizza without cheese, man.
That's what I always have.
Yeah, I'm washed up. Yeah, GG. I'm giving up, man.
There you go then, here we go, and we're here at the desk. Myself and Nick Hamilton, we head to Brazil. Nick, what do you love about the Interlagos circuit?
It's got a lot of history, just like Imola has. Anything can happen at Brazil, Interlagos, just like we saw in the real life Formula One. But yeah, I mean, it's such a fantastic circuit. It's quite small, as in, you know, the lap time isn't that long, so you know, everybody is super close, especially qualifying today was incredible. This championship is just getting closer and closer with every year that we do. So I'm really looking forward to the race.
OK, well, let's remind ourselves of what the Brazil track looks like.
The Brazilian Grand Prix often provides some unpredictable action.
Charles Leclerc down the inside of Sebastian Vettel. They make contact. What the hell? My God!
The final track guide of the year belongs to the Brazilian Grand Prix at Sao Paulo. What an epic track to finish on. We've seen some amazing races here. Last year, into turn one, we had Longuet and Kiefer fighting so hard. Longuet won that battle, but will they both be strong this year? We'll have to find out.
And Nicholas Longuet fights her way through.
Next area to talk about is turn number 4. If you get a great exit out the centre S's, you'll have another dose of DRS to help you overtake your rival into the 90-degree left-hander. We've seen Hamilton and Verstappen fight in real-life Formula 1 so hard they fell off the track. How hard will the esports drivers fight? Finally, for this Brazilian Grand Prix track guide, we have turn number 12. Is that Glock corner from when Hamilton miraculously won the title in 2008? Not going to be so many overtakes into here, but this is definitely where the drivers will set up the move as they then go all the way down that long straight back towards turn 1.
Oh, I tell you what, when you told me about Brazil and Interlagos, that's what I pictured. I pictured all of that and then epic work from Matt Gallagher to give us the track guide. When it comes down to this race, it is on the line. I've said it so many times, but it really is. You've got Jarno Opmeer and Freddie Rasmussen. Freddie Rasmussen has to win this race. Otherwise, the title goes to Jarno, which will be incredible for him. That's back-to-back titles. But how easy is this for Freddie Rasmussen to do?
It's not going to be very easy for him at all. Overtaking in F1 esports at any circuit is so difficult because they are so close. So yeah, he's really up against it. And if he wants to win his first title, he's going to have to win the race.
Yeah, and he's going to have to rely on Jarno Opmeer having a bad race to finish way down, which Jarno Opmeer doesn't do. So would you lean towards Jarno Opmeer winning this title?
I mean, if you're a betting man, you'd put your money on Jarno, but honestly, knowing motorsport like the back of my hand, for me, anything can happen, and so that's why I don't bet on motorsport.
OK, well, let's have a look at that starting grid. It all came down to that quali that happened earlier on, and, well, let's see who's at the front grid. Oh, look at that, Nicholas Longuet, your champion from last season, 2020, at Sao Paulo. And he's backed up by Marcel Kiefer. We've mentioned before, hasn't had the best season, but saving it to the last race of the season. Jarno Opmeer down in 4th, Barry Boremon in 5th. Joni Tommler finding a bit of form, just like Marcel Kiefer towards the end of the season. Sebastian Job, that is his rookie season, in 7th. Freddie Rasmussen in 10th. So is that easy to go from 10th to win a race? Are there enough overtaking opportunities in Interlagos?
For me, I think it's all going to be down to strategy. Tyre strategy is going to be key if Freddie wants to come out with the win with this one.
OK, there you've got Brendan Lee in 20th, and that is not a familiar position. It's all tilted. We expected him to be up there in pole position. But hey, anything can happen. Will he make it into the points? Nick, I cannot wait for this. Almost time to head to Interlagos then. But before we do, a driver with a very special connection to Sao Paulo circuit has a few words for our drivers.
Hey guys, it's Pietro Fittipaldi, and I'm sending this message to all the drivers taking part in the Formula 1 Esports Championship. It's been a close championship fight, and it's coming down to the final race at my home track, São Paulo, Interlagos, Brazil. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be watching myself, and I'm wishing all the drivers all the best.
I'm just being told by my producer, you need to push Nick Hamilton to give us a prediction. Who's going to win it then?
What, the title or the race?
Let's say Drivers' Championship. Who's going to win it, Nick?
I'm going to say Rasmussen.
Wow, I love that confidence. All right, I'll tell you what, we are going to go to Interlagos right now. Two guys who have been impeccable, immaculate. They have just been superb all year. They are, of course, Matt Gallagher, Alex Jakes, on your commentary.
Thank you so much. One of the great throws, Tom. Enjoyed it a lot. Here we go then. The business end, the sharp end, the important one. One race to go for F1 Esports in 2021, and it's all on the line. Serious advantage, Opmeer, but it ain't over till it's over, Matt.
It's not, and Brazil was probably not the track that Jarno would have chosen had to clinch the title, but he's got a hefty lead, and Rasmussen's going to have to pull off an unbelievable drive. Let's see if he can do it.
Here we go then. High tension, high revs, and 3, 4, 5 red lights in Brazil. And we're underway for the final race of the year with the title on the line. Nicholas Longuet immediately checking out. And then it's Longuet, Kiefer, then Blakely and Opmeer. It's a good start for Sebastian Job. He moves up. It's a bad start for Joni Tommler. The Alpine holds the lead as we go on board with Jarno Opmeer looking to make it the double today. and he's in the wheel tracks of the man that he was fighting for so long this year. That's Lucas Blakely, and the Aston Martin man is ahead for the time being. Freddie Rasmussen in 9th position. Remember, he's got to realistically get into P1. He's got to find a way, basically got to find the race of his life to get up there, and it is a conservative opening lap. Hardly anyone taking much of a risk. Alvaro Carreton has improved up to 5th position. It's as you were for the top 4.
So Nicolas Longuet leading from the front, gone onto the soft tyres. You can see that gap is already at 1.1 seconds. Nicolas Longuet has had a brilliant opening lap to this race. He is going to want to do, like we've seen before, run away from the medium compound runners. Kiefer, Blakely, Otmir look to be all on those medium compound tyres. I can't for the life of me find another soft tyre runner. We'll have to keep an eye out for that one. But Longuet, as you can see, a second clear of Marcel Kiefer, Blakely 3rd. And they're all just line astern at the moment.
Okay, on to lap 2 we go. Dream start for Nicolas Longuet, who won this race last year and was so impressive. Many thought that he would launch a championship challenge. It hasn't materialized, but he loves Sao Paulo, and it's fantastic. Tight, twisting, high speed configuration, and that is a brilliant opening lap for Marcel Kiefer. 1.2 seconds. Well, that's all right for the time being. The Red Bull driver, a multiple race winner, Lucas Blakely, a breakthrough season for him. He is currently 3rd in the point standings. He is currently 3rd in the race. Alvaro Carreton has nothing to worry about at all. This is a fast customer. He's been on the podium before. He's been on pole position before. But this has been a season to forget until now, because he's lining up the driver who can't afford to take any risks at all. The driver we're on board with can go full send. Otmir's got to play the long game.
And Alvaro is on the soft tyre, so that is another driver on the same strategy as Longuet, and he's going to want to clear Jarno very quickly. Indeed, the Mercedes driver does not go defensive at all, and in fact, that looks like a drive of Jarno saying, you know what, I don't need to fight this.
No, the only driver he needs to man mark is down there in 9th position, another fastest lap of the race for Nicolas Longuet, 1.7 seconds away. That is taking all the frustration out. Yes, he's on the soft tyres, but he's building the gap that he needs at the moment. Carreton moving through the field. He needs to do that given the tyre he's on, and everyone else believes it's medium to soft, which is the way to go, which means that we could get a fair bit of drama towards the end of the 25 laps that are going to decide the final race of the year and decide the last championship we have unresolved. Will it be Freddie Rasmussen needs the race of his life to get out of trouble in 9th position, or will it be 2 in a row for Jarno Opmer?
Something to watch is that Nicolas Longuet is, of course, 2.1 seconds clear, looks very good, but we've seen this already so many times this season. Barry Burman, for example, at Monza, he was on the soft tyres, looking so good at the start of the race, but crucially then and crucially now, Longuet does not have a partner to play with. He does not have someone to swap DRS with and save a bit of energy in the slipstream. He has to do it all by himself, and that may cost him the amount of time that he needs as Alvaro goes on the attack.
Alvaro Carreton really enjoying himself after a tough season. He's moving past, and he's taking 3rd position. He's taking 2nd position. 2 for the price of 1 into the Senna S's. Well, that's the sort of pace that you need on the soft tyre, but that's efficient work through the field. He's making that compound advantage pay. Now, on the same tyres, can Lucas Blakely, the likeable Scotsman, get past Marcel Kiefer? These two were glued together in Mexico City. We've moved to Brazil, same thing.
So Lucas Blakely looking strong. The pressure is off his shoulders. I feel like he just felt it a little bit coming into this grand final week that, you know, he was in contention to win the title. We saw a few mistakes.
Think back, Matt. In Imola, we saw Jarno Opmer forced off the road, got away with damage. Key moment. We saw Lucas Blakely caught out by the closing distance of the Ferrari in front, did get damage. That was defining. That was where the pendulum swung.
It was indeed. I felt like in qualifying, he was leaving it late in some places, so did start to feel some of the pressure. You have to say, very, very unlucky in Imola to drive into the back of Tanitsa. But these things are what define whether you're a champion or not. And Lucas, unfortunately, this year, not in the hunt, but he wants to finish on a win. You better believe that.
Here's a driver who's been on pole positions plenty of times this year, looking for that maiden win. If you consider that we've got the Rookie of the Year ahead, Sebastian Job, in the AlphaTauri, we've got a championship leader who doesn't want to take any risks, really not interested at all, just wants to sit there. Can he go on the attack here? Because we're in the DRS train, but we've got drivers taking different risks, different percentage of risks that they're prepared to take. Lap 5 of 25. This one feels like we are building to the stops. When are the drivers going to pull the trigger? Certainly if you're on the soft tyres, how early are you going to switch to those mediums, because you want the benefit. Obviously, if you can extend the stint, it's going to pay you back later on. It's been an esports campaign that started in Bahrain, has taken us to some new venues. Imola on the calendar for the first time, and the Live Drivers' Championship as it stands. It is double Dutch for Opmeer, 193 ahead of Rasmussen, who looks destined to finish P2 the second year in a row, unless he can do something on the soft tyres. No, does he go aggressive with the strategy now? He's got no choice.
He has to. You know, this is something that he has made work a couple of times this season, where he's gone early, got track position. I think it was Monza, forgive me if I'm wrong, but he used that aggressive strategy to get then next to Marcel Kiefer in the race. I think they were second and third, and they were working together, and Freddie just tried to hold on then. That's what he has to do for Brazil as well, in my opinion. He's not going to do anything from 9th place. If he goes with the flow, with everybody else, he's not going to make any positions up. He has to go early, he has to go aggressive on the soft tyre, and then just hold on for dear life. Marcel Kiefer could play a very key role as his teammate at Red Bull.
Marcel Kiefer has shown his ability to execute team tactics has been phenomenal. The key example of that, last year, Austria, the faster driver was chasing them down. They swapped over, they worked together, they conserved battery, they were finished 1-2, despite the fact they had no right to, if you looked at the overall pace. So they've magicked rabbits out of hats before. This one, though, will be truly astonishing. Consider, though, what we saw in Imola when Freddie Rasmussen managed to turn 15th on the grid to a podium in the end. But a podium today is not good enough, and he is hoping for something truly remarkable later on. But it's Daniele Haddad, who has rolled the dice super early. He's only done 6 laps on those mediums. He's getting rid of them. He's going for the softs. He's going all in. It's the final race of the year, and you can tell.
Yeah, he wants track position. Does Daniele Haddad, maybe a little bit early, as he is the only driver in the pits, but expect him to launch up the order if some drivers don't come into the pits on the next lap. But that's what you have to do. You have to get in the mix somehow, and an undercut strategy is usually the only way to do that. We've seen Jarno Opmeer a few times go the other way, go longer into races, and then have fresher soft tyres towards the end. But Jarno Opmeer is potentially a double champion, and there's many reasons why that is.
Simon Weigang has a 3-second time penalty for corner cutting. I do not think he will be the last one out there. The driver who had so much hope going into start of this year, moving to Alfa Romeo, who contended for the team's title last year, but it's not been the year that he or they wanted. He's been a frustrated character at times. Further back, it's Kiefer, it's Blakely, it's the battle for P3. And are we beginning to see those soft tyres maybe swing the other way? Maybe the medium is now the one to be on if you've taken 7 laps. That's not the news that Daniele Haddad wants. On board with his teammate, who was our opening winner of the year. You heard the beep. That's for DRS. Unfortunately, if you are Lucas Blakely, Marcel Kiefer has got the DRS for Alvaro Caraton in front. And if you're Nicolas Longuet, well, you wish that you could race at Interlagos every single week, because he is just absolutely excellent around here. That gap maintaining 2.6 seconds.
Yeah, he was sensational in qualifying earlier, taking pole by over a 10th. And you might, if you're watching F1 Esports for the first time, you go, a 10th? That's nothing. But as I mentioned in one of the AR augmented reality pieces we had earlier, we've had the top 4 separated by 17 thousandths of a second. So over a 10th at such a short track is an unbelievable achievement. A 105.8 for Nicolas Longuet. I wonder if this soft strategy is going to work out for him, though, because that gap is coming down a little bit, if anything. 2.5 seconds now as he comes into the pits, Longuet, and we see the medium runners in as well.
Okay, super early. They've gone for this one. In he comes. So Longuet comes into the pits. Let's hear from the Alpine driver as the teams go to work.
You pit at the end of this one, Nico.
Already?
Yes.
So track position, absolutely key. That's what they're seeing. That's why they're reacting. That strategy on paper makes very little sense. But if one person goes for it, you've got to cover it off. And as they come out of the pit, it's Nicolas Longuet maintaining track position. Then it's Marcel Kiefer. Then it's Lucas Blakely, who's just ahead of his teammate. But look at how much his teammate was able to gain. Look at how he was just able to vault up the field by going 1 lap earlier. He'll take the pain later in the race, but for now, track position gained for Daniele Haddad.
Exactly, and that's that's what we saw with Brendan Lee at Imola.
Yeah.
He'd fall away at the end, but right now he's going to be reaping the rewards, and he is right in the battle for what could potentially end up being the lead. Marcel Kiefer is taking chunks out of Nicolas Longuet at the moment. 2.1 seconds the gap now between those two, as we see Alvaro Carreton in the pits as well. Clearly these two soft runners of Carreton and Longuet know that if they carry on these ailing soft tyres, they're just going to get jumped by everybody who is now going who are now going onto the fresh softs. So it's the only strategy they could really go for.
Okay, championship leader is in the pits. Jarno Opmeer has made his stop. His only rival, the only driver who can deny him the crown, is the new race leader.
And so, it's gone opposite, isn't he? He's gone the other way.
So we speculated, would it be an aggressive strategy early on? Fastest lap goes to Brendan Lee. But instead, Freddie Rasmussen has decided to hang it out there for the time being. And let's see where Longuet and Kiefer are as they jostle for positions further down. Alvaro Carreton is out behind Lucas Blakely, and then it's Sebastian Job and Daniele Haddad. Jarno Opmeer behind Job, behind Haddad, and ahead of Boromond, but he is in the middle of the pack and losing a couple of track positions there.
Yes, he is now, just trying to work that out, about 7th or 8th in the queue at the moment. So Jarno losing a few positions, but we know how good he is at overtaking. And well, right now, still, it's okay. Freddie, of course, still is yet to stop. So he's just going to be watching that, though, because Freddie clearly going for a completely different strategy here. He seems to have carried on again. So Freddie going a completely different way.
Well, he's got no choice, because a 21-point swing is enormous. He needs something to go drastically wrong for Jarno Opmeer. He needs Opmeer to be on the wrong strategy, and he needs to hope that all of his Christmases come at once. Freddie Rasmussen, a multiple race winner, has been at the front of F1 Esports for so long, but he's never taken the title. He's got the race lead that he covers at the moment. That's the good news. Bad news is, yet to stop. Will he call it the right way? Will he be able to go on the attack? Everyone man-marking themselves to put themselves down the order. Can Rasmussen make those tyres last, keep track position? He's got Danny Moreno for company, and finally poised at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if Mercedes have said to Danny, do whatever Freddie does, in case Rasmussen's got this miraculous strategy up his sleeve. And as you say, Danny is within 1 second, so we get the use of DRS to stay with the Red Bull. Very interested to see how this unfolds. Differing strategies usually always provide an amazing end to the race.
Yeah, we've seen plenty settled on the last lap. In fact, it doesn't really feel like an F1 Esports race if it isn't settled on the last lap. But we've seen contrast and drives this year. This is not Nicolas Longuet coming under serious pressure and a bit more from Marcel Kiefer, who is shaping for the move, but Simon Weigang is, for the time being, proving fairly useful for Nicolas Longuet, because he is the last of the drivers who's yet to make his stop. Longuet, Kiefer, then Blakely. Now here's the brawl. Here's the train heading down to turn number 4, and we've got Longuet feeling the pressure now because he's having to run at Weigang's pace, and Kiefer and Blakely, Job, Opmeer, Carreton and Haddad are right there, and Opmeer is not on the front foot here.
Well, no, Opmeer's actually just passed Haddad and Carreton in the last couple of corners, so he's now 5th in the queue, is Jarno, and he's making the moves he needs in order to secure this championship, no matter what Freddie does.
So that's why he's not on the tail of this lot that he was before, having lost positions through the pit stop sequence. But Simon Weigang is keeping Longuet behind at the moment and causing a bit of a bottleneck, and you can see the momentum that is costing Nicolas Longuet out of the final real corner on this racetrack. And look at this, look at the speed they've all got. Got to be careful at this stage. DRS open, here we go. The Alpine finally, surely, is going to be able to pull out, but will he be the only one? Kiefer thought about it, then decided to play the long game, and Longuet somehow can't find a way through.
And just watch this, Simon Weigang, he's fighting, fair enough, he can do whatever he wants, he's one of the competitors in this series, as Longuet's now looking to the inside again, cannot get past again. Freddie Rasmussen is not losing as much time here as he would if they were just in clean air. So watch this space with Freddie Rasmussen, who will be on the aggressive at the end of this race.
I'm pitting now.
No, wait, one more lap.
Stay out. I'm gonna get undercut from the 3 guys behind me. We have no chance.
We have literally no chance. We need you on the best tires possible.
It's already only option.
So Freddie Rasmussen overruled there in conversation with his team. Simon Weigang is playing a role in the championship here. So Nicolas Longuet, Marcel Kiefer, and they will be slightly uneasy at Mercedes now. Is this the moment? Surely it is. Marcel Kiefer. So Longuet is defending from Kiefer. Finally, he finds a way by, and that will relieve plenty of people. Longuet gets through, Kiefer gets through, so does Lucas Blakely, the driver we're on board with at the moment. And we have a yellow in Sector 1. Danny Moreno has come in. He's not the only one as well. And that's tight. That's very tight indeed. He's forcing him in wide. Where have we seen that before? Nicolas Longuet, Marcel Kiefer, they're both on the racetrack. We're on board with Lucas Blakely. Kiefer gets ahead and he gets P2, but 12 seconds up the road. Freddie Rasmussen yet to make his stop, just being sent out there for as long as possible to hope that this lot carry on tripping over themselves and build him a gap. And at the moment they are. But crucially, Kiefer now can dictate the pace. If he drives tactically, Matt, it's game on in the championship. Watch that gap on the left-hand side. 13.2. Will he fight back? He's causing the bottleneck. He drops back. He looks for the DRS. This one's in the balance. This is thrilling stuff. Oh, look at this, side by side, forcing his way through. Sebastian Job. So Longuet gets back ahead, but Kiefer's going to pull out of the slipstream, and this title battle is suddenly live. Here we go. Marcel Kiefer is going to be dictating the pace out front. He's back into the lead. Longuet's in second, and finally, Freddie Rasmussen is into the pits, but he's going to have fresh tyres. He's going to have 10 laps, and he's going to have nothing to lose.
Yeah, Freddie's going to be so much quicker than the rest of these drivers ahead of him, so he's going to have to make a lot of overtakes. But Marcel Kiefer is playing a big team game here. He let the Longuet go through, so he'd have the DRS down the straight, could take the position back. Now, I will just watch how slow Marcel Kiefer will go through these next sequence of corners. He is trying to back this entire pack up.
Well, it is Abu Dhabi all over again. Tactical driving, this time to settle the Formula One Championship of esports. And it's not a safety car period. They really are being held up. Jarno Opmeer's in the middle there. Opmeer swapping positions with Carreton. Opmeer living his nightmare at the moment because he wanted a boring race with no Red Bull dictating things at the front. You can see that Boromund is moving up to 4th position, but this is risky for Opmeer. He will know that he's got to fight his way to the front of the field. Opmeer and Carreton battling over 5th position at the moment. As long as he's ahead of Freddie Rasmussen, it's okay, but Rasmussen's got a huge tyre advantage, and crucially, his teammate, who has not had the easiest of seasons, when it matters, he's holding the pack up in the lead of the race.
He is. You know, you may look at Freddie Rasmussen.
Look at it!
Look at this. It's absolutely ridiculous. 3 wide.
3 wide on 2 occasions, heading down to turn 4, and it's Kiefer and Longuet disputing victory, with Blakely in 3rd, Job in 4th, and Jarno Opmeer counting off the laps, wanting this one to end. Barry Boromund throwing it to the inside of Joni Tormala. Different things here are happening. You've got a battle for the race lead, but you've also got a championship picture, and you've got everyone stuck together. Tactical driving once again at the end of the season, and I can't tell you who's going to come out on top in this one, because we have no idea what sort of pace we're going to get from Marcel Kiefer.
Just remember how easy it is. Look at Marcel again, just holding the pack up into that left-hander, and they're all just squabbling for positions now, but Marcel a little bit squirrely on the exit. They may look to attack.
Okay, championship battle is giving us an extraordinary race. Nicolas Longuet was in 2nd place. That now belongs to Lucas Blakely, and they're nearly 3 wide once again. It's difficult to know where to look. Your new race leader is Lucas Blakely, who gets through, and Marcel Kiefer's go slow tactics have maybe cost him, but he's given his championship a huge... his teammate a huge chance in the championship. Right, here we go then. Further back, Nicolas Longuet in 2nd place, Marcel Kiefer in 3rd, Job is 4th, and Opmeer is still hanging on despite all of this.
Longuet's got a penalty!
He's got a penalty for corner cutting. It's a 5-second penalty for the driver who's in 2nd position, and Lucas Blakely now leads.
And Alex, Rasmussen's up to 7th already.
Whilst that's all going on, Rasmussen has made his way through the field. He's passed everyone. He's passed absolutely everyone. He can see his title rival. This is going to get uncomfortable. Freddie Rasmussen on the soft tyres, on the attack, given a chance by his teammate.
This is, well, 21 points. You think Jarno's pretty safe, but right now anything can happen. Just remember how easy it was for Blakely to lose a bit of his front wing on Tanitsa with all this chaos going on. Rasmussen's passing Carreton. Next up, Jarno Opmeer.
It's not a fair fight. There's an opportunity here. Freddie Rasmussen needed something extraordinary. Marcel Kiefer has given him the opportunity. Lucas Blakely. Oh, that's off the road. Got to be careful. Got to be careful that you don't pass off the road there, because he got a penalty for that yesterday. He could easily get a penalty for that today. Blakely, Kiefer, then Longue disputing, battling, and Opmeer has his championship rival directly behind him. Opmeer just wants to score solid points and head off this opportunity, but he didn't want this scenario. He's got this scenario. The tactics of Kiefer have given a chance to his teammate Rasmussen. We talked about them playing their role. To be honest, I thought we were filling time at the start of the race. I thought there was no chance of this happening, but it has happened, and now Rasmussen is just looking for a pass to go through against his championship rival, Jarno Opmeer. Sebastian Job doing a fantastic job, and Lucas Blakely goes, fight amongst yourselves. I'm off. I'm looking for my third win of the year.
With all this squabbling, he has managed to break out of DRS to Nicolas Longue, who's picked up that 5-second penalty for corner cutting. That is going to drop him well out of the points. Look how close they are, all the way from 2nd down to 15th as they now fight into turn 1. Marcel Kiefer and Sebastian Job getting involved as well.
Right, it is very, very close through there. Everyone backing off, and then nightmare scenario appearing in a few moments' time if Sebastian Job gets past. Opmeer trying to follow him through as well. He doesn't have any part of the racetrack to use for the moment. Oh, is he getting forced wide? Is this the moment? Oh, he's up the road. Rasmussen's going to be down the inside of Opmeer. Rasmussen's going to have the opportunity as we go to Federatura. You can see Longue goes in there. Pinch to the inside is the Red Bull. Going around the outside and taking the position is Freddie Rasmussen. And Jarno Opmeer is down to 6th. Freddie Rasmussen has fresher tyres. Look how much fresher these tyres are. He's got a chance against all expectations. He's got a chance as Opmeer goes through against Kiefer, who played the team game every way he could and more, and for the time being the championship picture is still live. Sebastian Job is on for a maiden podium in F1 Esports, and as it stands, Opmeer is still the champion. He just needs to keep this man in his sights, but can he? Because he's still got an opportunity. He's pulling out to the inside, going past, taking the position, breathless stuffing into Lagos. P3 for Freddie Rasmussen, who was out, who was finished when he was languishing in 9th position. It has turned around. Nicolas Longue's got that 5-second penalty, so Freddie Rasmussen on track at least is effectively P2 with Opmeer in 5th place. Not enough to give him the title. How quickly can he clear Longue? How quickly can he really worry Jarno Opmeer?
I think the big problem for Freddie Rasmussen is Lucas Blakely clearing off in this race. 2.3 seconds now ahead of Nicolas Longue, who you can see right now with that flashing red light. He's in energy saving mode, so he's been pushing quite hard on those medium tyres. As you look down to the steering wheel of Freddie Rasmussen, he's got around 30% ERS himself, so he has been pushing to get through. He's got enough to go on the attack against Longue down the long straight towards turn 1. And Lucas Blakely may well spoil the party of this incredible strategy by Red Bull.
What a fantastic end to a fantastic season. Nicolas Longue in Brazil once again has been very, very impressive, but his tyres are older. He's got a 5-second penalty, and now Freddie Rasmussen is going to take on track what he's had for a while now on the timing page, 2nd place, and now it's just a few laps between Rasmussen getting Blakely, and Jarno Opmeer will just have to hope that he can stay ahead. He will not want Marcel Kiefer in his mirrors, but if he hangs on to 5th place, it's going to be enough, although he will be sweating right now.
Absolutely. Moreno's out of the race, as you can see on the screen there. Not sure what's happened to him at the moment. There's the Live Drivers' Championship. The gap keeps on coming down as Freddie's pushing on hard. 1.8 seconds the gap now. He's got 6 lap fresher tyres than Lucas Blakely.
Look at the gap. Look at the gap. 1.8 seconds. It's just evaporating, man.
It is. It is. So Freddie has a great chance of winning this race, but can Jarno hold on to P5? Marcel Kiefer has a huge job to do for Red Bull. Can he get back past Jarno? Can he then influence the race once more?
We're asking you a lot of questions. The good news is we're going to be giving you a lot of answers, and you don't have long to wait. 1.5 seconds. Rasmussen's got the tyre advantage. There's going to be nothing Lucas Blakely can do despite brilliant driving. He might be denied here, but the question is, where is this man going to finish? Because 5th place at the moment is enough, but he's trying to take the position away from Sebastian Job. He's got Marcel Kiefer directly behind. He can't afford to drop any further down. It's getting all rather uncomfortable for our reigning champion, who was expecting an easy cruise to the finish. He knows that Frederick Rasmussen needed something extraordinary. Well, he's getting something extraordinary at the moment.
and Marcel Kiefer, well, they get on pretty well, these two at Red Bull. They've delivered team titles in the past, but they've delivered us a thrilling finale against all expectations. It's not enough at the moment, but Freddie Rasmussen's going to heap the pressure on and close down that 1.4 second gap.
This whole season has been epic, Alex, and I think this is just the icing on the cake. It really is, the cherry on top, and this is brilliant to watch. It still is not settled. 1.3 seconds the gap now. Rasmussen to Blakely. Marcel Kiefer is eager to get through. He's saving a bit of energy. Last time we were on board with Jarno Opmeer, he had no energy left. He is trying so desperately to keep Marcel Kiefer behind, because who knows what happens then. You've got Alvaro Caraton, Josh Adowu, you've got Schutt in there as well in P9. Anything can happen.
Anything could happen. It is all on the line here. Now, can Opmeer respond? He is desperately trying to keep Marcel Kiefer behind. He shapes for the move. He can't make it. He can't make it for the time being. Wow, this is huge pressure and a bit more. This is amazing stuff here.
Alex, guess what, Freddie? Within DRS.
He has closed down the gap from 1.4. And here we go, Blakely versus Rasmussen. You can see the advantage on lap 21, nearly a second. That is the difference between tyres that are 7 laps old and Lucas Blakely and 13-lap-old tyres, and Freddie Rasmussen, who knew he needed to win, is surely going to be in position. And then can Jarno Opmeer stay in 5th position?
Look at the train behind them. They're all 2 tenths behind each other.
This is amazing. This is absolutely ridiculous. Even by the standards of the last week, this is thrilling stuff at the end of the season. We are ticking down for the final laps of the championship with Freddie Rasmussen with a brilliant opportunity. He's got 2 DRS zones in order to put Jarno Opmeer in a horrible position. The driver who started in 10th, improved up to 9th on the opening lap, was told when he asked to come into the pits, no, don't do that, because we need you to have fresher tyres towards the end. And now we are seeing why. Lucas Blakely trying to chase another win. Marcel Kiefer is very close to Jarno Opmeer whilst this goes on. Championship in the balance at the moment. Blakely finds himself ahead of Freddie Rasmussen. Rasmussen is just waiting for the opportunity. Surely he's going to get a chance as we go on to the last lap, and then it's a case of can Jarno Opmeer stay there?
This is so finely poised. I just want to say on a complete side note, but I'm proud of them right now. Van Erven for Haas, about to score potentially their first ever points for Haas this season. Anyway, back to the championship fight. Freddie Rasmussen. Now, does he go now or does he go on the final lap? You'd imagine he'll go on the attack into the final lap, potentially in the second DRS zone. We'll see. Oh, no, it goes now!
He's going for it early on. He's going early on. Right, when all this pans out on the final lap of the championship, remember that Nicolas Longuet has a 5-second penalty, and we'll try and keep you updated. The battle for the win is going for the last lap. Freddie Rasmussen has done all he could, and he's gone through from 10th on the grid to the race lead as we start the 25th and last lap of the championship. The Red Bull driver has done all he can, and he's gone through absolutely all of them. What an extraordinary drive. They've got the strategy absolutely perfectly right. Rasmussen does his bit. Now can Jarno Opmeer stay there and take the crown?
Can Freddie hold on as well, because he's got that long run up towards the line as well. So Freddie it's not over yet. He's saving some energy, as you can see. Both of them are in fact, and Lucas still believes he can win this race, but Jarno Opmeer still holding on. But Marcel Kiefer is so close behind him. Oh, it's the last lap of this amazing F1 esports season, and it's still in the balance.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Van Erven and Schutt debating 8th position. Freddie Rasmussen has done absolutely everything he needed to do. The yellow flag is out in Sector 3. What a finale we have been treated to. The Live Drivers' Championship as it stands shows that Rasmussen got close, but he will not get close enough. Freddie Rasmussen with a brilliant drive, 10th on the grid to victory. Freddie Rasmussen scores his 10th win in F1 esports, and surely one of his finest. He comes over the line, then it's Lucas Blakely, Sebastian Job, and the moment's arrived for the Dutch driver. Oh, has he been stressed in the last half hour. But Jarno Opmeer is the F1 esports champion of 2021. He takes the Pro Championship for the 2nd year in a row, and it's the double for Jarno Opmeer. Unbelievable stuff for the Dutch driver. Champion again.
in the balance all the way through. Man, we were expecting a coronation, and in the end, he had a nightmare until he crossed the line. He had to sweat for it, but he's champion again.
Absolutely speechless, Alex. That was an incredible race. Freddie Rasmussen winning. Unbelievable from where he started on the grid. Jarno Opmeer, he must have been sweating, but what a race to end this season on.
Doesn't get better than that. How about that for a final race, Tom?
I can't hear you, Alex. The pyros went off. That was an incredible way to close out the 2021 season. Oh, I tell you what, we will announce your driver's champion for 2021 when we get back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, we're Williams Esports and we will be doing the F1 Esports quiz, so let's see how we do. I would say like 7?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Small. Jarno Opmeer. I knew he had like 6 podiums in a row in the first half of the season, but I didn't know the wins.
Well, it's definitely Imola and Portugal. And well, USA was in 19, but it wasn't in 20, so I'll go with USA.
Japan for sure, because I really like Japan. Canada, too. Man, I can't remember. Hanoi, man. I mean, literally forgot because even Formula 1 didn't race in Hanoi.
Pretty.
Yeah, that's too easy. 5. Oh my god, man. 9 drivers. Yeah, I didn't know that. Impossible.
But it was... Wait. It was Australia, Baku... Oh, China. China, Spa, and Silverstone.
He didn't even race that year, but he's goated. Yeah, well, probably Opmeer hasn't got this because he started on 2019, so yeah. Frederick Rasmussen.
Let's go.
Nah, language barrier. I lost because I'm Spanish.
Nah.
Nah, joke.
Wow, truly remarkable way to close out 2021. Live audience were loving the pyros. I hope you enjoyed them wherever you are in the world. But we need to give the trophy to your 2021 driver champion, and that is the one and only Jarno Opmeer. There he is. I love, for the broadcasting purposes, that you can hear me. Jarno, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear it, Tom.
Ah, fantastic. Jarno, you look so calm. I can see the trophies are already with you. Maybe the last years that we've just sent you the new ones for this year. But Jarno, talk me through that race. How nerve-wracking was it to know that you just needed to get enough points to get across the line and become a double 2-time champion?
Yeah, I just knew I had to finish in P8 no matter what Freddie did. So I was just trying to manage it. I knew Freddie had a lot newer tires, but yeah, I tried to hold him up a bit and then just ride my own race after that.
Okay, well, I feel like I've come to you when you've just, both of you have said something bad to each other. James, I want more excitement from you, James Vowles, Motorsport Strategy Director. You haven't lost, you've won. What do you make of the team championship, James? Great to have you on board this evening.
Yeah, great to be here. I'm incredibly proud. This team, really, when you look back 12 months ago, was midfield. And here we are with 2 trophies right next to me. Jarno delivering time after time. And Danny is the reason why we've won this Constructors' Trophy. And this progression, esports, is incredibly difficult. You've got 20 drivers that within a few milliseconds of each other. And you've just got to be up there, right at the front, no mistakes, time on time again, and make sure you deliver. And Jarno did this year. And this is his reward. And trust us, we are excited. This is a fantastic evening.
Oh, it is indeed. And I imagine that checkbook's out ready because Jarno likes to move from team to team, doesn't he, James? You're going to make sure he sticks around for next season. But I want to know, what's the secret, Jarno? Every driver who's a budding star that wants to be like yourself, what's the secret? Is it just the amount of hours you're putting in? Is it the team that's behind you? Try and tell us, Jarno.
It's just about finding the right balance. I think I showed that this year I didn't quite have the best pace of everyone, but just in the race, I often managed to just edge other people out, and that's I wanted to disappoint. So yeah.
Well, a win in China, a win in Austria, a maximum amount of points for the fastest lap as well. Win in Mexico, Cota. It's just remarkable to see your journey, Jarno. And we've been treated to so many battles with other drivers. How worried were you with Lucas and Freddie, and how much do you look towards their abilities and how they pushed you to the line? You must be sort of complimentary to them.
Yeah, especially Lucas's turnaround from last year is very, very good. He struggled a lot last year with consistency, and this year he was just up there all the time, which made it hard for us because he was just up there scoring points every single race. And then, Freddie had a tough first event, but he just came back with 7 podiums in a row. So that made us a bit nervous in the end.
And I know also part of the team, Bono Huis. James has mentioned, Jarno, how important has Danny been for you to get this Drivers' Championship?
Yeah, he's pushing me a lot in qualifying. Usually is quite a bit faster in practice. And then also in qualifying this year, he is in the head-to-head out-qualified me. But yeah, I think I have most experience of the grid, which helps a lot. And he's just also in the last event helped us a lot. So it's been perfect.
Well, listen, if I had an orange flare, I'd let that off right now for you, Jarno. It's an absolute treat to watch you drive. I know you've done an incredible job as a Mercedes team, James, so congratulations for organising these guys. The studio audience here, give it up for your 2021 Drivers' Champion and Mercedes, the team champions. There you go. I'm going to head back over to the main desk there, a grand final. I tell you what, Nick, we were treated there. That was epic. I felt a bit bad for telling them they didn't look very happy. They were happy. They were just very formal about the whole thing, but they must be buzzing after, Mercedes are the champs twice.
Yeah, they're very professional, aren't they, Mercedes? And Jarno, very professional in himself. Doesn't really say much. He does all his talking on the track, and wow, he's such a talented driver. Especially with his strategies, alternate strategies always work for him. They don't always work for everybody else, and he seems to know the game like the back of his hand. He doesn't get flustered. But yeah, what a great job from him and the team as well.
OK, there was a battle. You said there was going to be a battle. You said Freddie was going to win the Drivers' Championship. Not to just pick apart and nitpick, but I tell you what, you got it spot on. He won the race 10th to 1st. But what about that battle with Kiefer, Jarno Opmeer? It was sort of neck and neck, and was he trying to push him off the track? We know that they're best mates. That would never be the case. But it was nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much respect between all of these drivers on the grid. There's no dirty driving at all. I haven't seen it in any of my time here, being here for the last 2 years. So obviously, Marcel had everything almost in his hands, let's say, because Freddie was doing such a fantastic job out front, which you didn't expect from P10, but that strategy worked so well for him. But yeah, I think it got a bit close, but we know that Marcel is a very tactical driver, very, very clean, and it would have been a shame to have seen the championship end in that way if Marcel got involved, and it didn't.
We didn't hear it during the commentary from Alex and Matt, but you actually heard Jarno get very nervous about it. And in this point in lap 25, let's have a listen.
These guys, man, they're unbelievable. They're just trying to crash me out.
Copy.
That's it, copy. Yeah, they are. Best of luck. That's what the team said. But it wasn't that way. But we're watching it, and Jarno, you could hear in his voice that panic. He wants the Drivers' Championship. Yes, we know the team championship, that's where the money is. But for pride as a driver, you want to be the best. And there was a moment where, it could have gone south for him. Yeah, especially because Freddie was leading the race. I think if Freddie wasn't leading and he was P5, P4 or whatever, Jarno would be a bit more relaxed. But, he's a racing driver. We all want to win. And obviously, with the main prize coming from the team's championship,
it's good because it shows that all drivers have to work as a team, which is really, really important. Teamwork is everything in F1 esports. But as a driver, you want to win the title, and for Jarno, for sure, to do the double is an incredible achievement.
If this was Sesame Street, the number of the day would be 10. A 10 out of 10 performance for this driver. His 10th win, going from 10th to 1st. How good was Freddie today?
Yeah, I think he was incredible. To be fair, it's driver of the day. For me, driver of the day. You can see how close they get, and they don't make any mistakes. They don't lock any wheels. Look how fair they are. And I think teammate of the day has definitely got to be Marcel Kiefer. You know, working as a team with Freddie and trying to get him as close as possible to that title. But yeah, what a fantastic job from Freddie. Super proud of him. He doesn't show much emotion, but hopefully tonight he'll be smiling at least a little bit.
Yeah, it was just so good. And Lucas did a brilliant job to try and hold him up. Is the webcam going to go for anyone who's been watching throughout the season? Yes!
No!
You won the race, Freddie! But again, it's just, you know, that's just he's a perfectionist, is Freddie Rasmussen, and that just anything. P2, no, the webcam's gone as well. But hey, epic stuff from him. 2 wins earlier on in the season for Freddie in Silverstone and Spa. That makes it 3 for him. But Lucas Blakely, he's won the hearts and minds of pretty much every F1 esports fan out there. He's just been phenomenal this year, and such a difference, night and day, to last year.
Yeah, I want to give him a personal round of applause for his...
Do you know what? You can tell him personally. I believe we can go to Lucas Blakely right now. Lucas, Nick Hamilton is giving you a solo round of applause. I'll tell you what, the whole studio is going to give you one round now. Now, just to warn everybody, Lucas's answers are very short. So, here we go. Lucas, what a season for you, buddy. And the fact that finishing second there, not quite the Drivers' Championship this year, but how are you feeling when we come to the end of the season? How are you feeling? Ready for next year?
Well, I know how much you love my long answers, Tom, so I'll try and keep it short. But yeah, it was. No, I must say I'm definitely ready for a break. But I mean, I don't know where to start. I mean, what a year it's been. It's been really emotional, really. You know, something that I could never have imagined. Definitely going into it. Of course, you hope that you can have a season like this. So yeah, I'm just really grateful that we've had the season we've had. And yeah, it might not be the Drivers' Championship, but I'm very happy with the outcome, no matter. So, yeah, it's quite hard to put into words on the spot. But yeah, I'll stop. I don't want to go too long for you, Tom.
No, it's all right. We've got 10 minutes. It's absolutely fine. Lucas, we were watching some of your highlights there, your maiden win in Bahrain. And for Aston Martin, you know, it's all about that prize pool. That's more money coming into the team. You know, you've had Daniele Haddad, Shanaka Clay backing you up. A totally different team this year. This will just give you that extra boost going into next year, right?
Well, I mean, it's not a bad way to end, is it? I mean, P3 and the Constructors' Championship, which was really the goal going into today, was to seal that off. And honestly, we couldn't have. I mean, it was going to be hard to predict how today was going to go, but that race was so crazy. So, you know, we could have ended up like both cars really high or like both really low. So, just to end the season on a high like this was something that we were really wanted to achieve. We didn't want to go in on a low. We wanted to try and do a good one to end after what's been a really good year. So yeah, it was nearly the win. There was just one lap shy. I couldn't do much more with the tyres. I tried to play a little game with the DRS, but I don't think no matter what I tried, it would have been enough to hold Freddie back, who I must say did a really good job to come through the fields. And it was funny because I was asking my engineers, okay, so how fresh are Freddie's tyres? And I was like, we'll get back to you on that one. And then it was like 6 laps or 5 laps, I don't know. And I was like, right, that's good. So, yeah.
I'm going to put my hand up. Lucas, I will say this. We're going to watch an overtake, a double overtake. Myself and Nick on the desk here right now. We loved this, Nick, didn't we?
Yeah, I thought you were incredible, Lucas. I think you've been all the way through this year. You've now become a front runner of the series. My question to you is, what's been the main changes from last year to this year? Because I see you as a consistent front runner now, and you're really dealing with the pressure really well.
Well, first of all, thank you. It's really appreciated. And yeah, secondly, I guess, it's something that I guess a lot of people want to know. It's like, how is last year, or how is this year, sorry, much better than the year we have? No, wait, I've mixed this up. No, how is this year better than last year? But to be honest, I'm not sure driving's the biggest part, because I think driving's one thing, but you need a collective package, whether that's, working on the fine details, whether that's strategy, setup, the things you can control. And then when you piece these things together, you can just build the confidence. And that's something that this year I've never experienced, probably like this much natural confidence, especially under pressure for quite a while, because last year it was very hard to have any confidence because we just didn't do a lot of the details correctly, whether that was the setup or whether it was the strategy, and it all just falls apart. You really do need the collective package for it to all go together. And yeah, I think this year we've done a lot of work behind the scenes. Like, the amount of hours we put in is really, really high, just purely driving, whether it's looking at all the details and learning from the past, and it's a constant.
Lucas, I'm putting my hand up.
The last one, but yeah.
I've got to say, only because we've got to close the show, I could chat to you for hours. You've been phenomenal this season. We will see you in 2022. Now you get to spend more time with your Cat Monaco. Get out of here, Lucas. Congratulations on this year. And there you go. I need to announce the Interlagos DHL fastest lap goes to Brendan Lee. So congratulations to him on getting that fastest lap. Alex, Matt, you need to announce the DHL.
Thank you very much, Tom. We've got a couple of awards to give out, and first up we have the DHL Fastest Lap Award of the Year. So, shall we crown it?
I think we should.
I think we should. We've got Joni Tormela on the line, shortly, I've been told, actually. So Joni Tormela has won this DHL Fastest Lap Award, which is obviously an amazing achievement, of course.
It doesn't look like a hole punch. Stop saying it looks like a hole
Here
punch.
he is.
Yes,
he's right behind me. Joni, how are you doing, mate? How's your season been?
It started off really difficult, but then I think we picked up the pace really well, got some strong results. Of course, today wasn't really the end I wanted, but it's nice to get the award at least.
Amazing stuff. Joni, congratulations on your DHL Fastest Lap. I wish you the best of luck for next season.
Thank you.
Excellent. There you go.
He's a cool cat, that man.
That was
a cool cat.
Much more brief than Lucas Blakely, that was.
Yeah.
And finally, the Aramco driver of the day goes to Freddie Rasmussen.
Here he is.
Here he is.
10th on the grid to the win.
Love that. Now, Freddie, please don't hit the camera. We are nice. But Freddie, how have you found this season? Obviously quite close to Jarno Opmeer at the end. What an amazing drive at Brazil.
Yeah, it's been a good season overall. I think there was a bit of some unlucky moments, which it cost us a lot of points, but I think we finished it off strong. Marcel, I don't know how he managed that. He kept like 15 cars behind the whole race, which made me able to win the race, which was quite mad.
It was pretty mad. It was amazing to watch, Freddie. Well, congratulations on winning Aramco Drive of the Day, and we'll see you next season, maybe for the driver's title next year?
I think I prefer P2.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Freddie.
Well done, Freddie.
Thank you.
Great drive today.
Well, there you go. Great to speak to Joni and to Freddie. And for one final time this year, Tom, back to you.
Thank you so much, Matt. And that is how you do an interview. Short and sweet. Beautiful stuff there from Joni and from Freddie Rasmussen. So this is your Drivers' Championship. This is how it ended, 195 points. I think I said 5 there. Why not? That's how I'm pronouncing it. And that is the last time I will pronounce it in 2021. There you go. Epic stuff from all of the guys there in the top 10 and from all of the drivers that competed this year. Teams Championship. Well, there you have it. Mercedes dominating 295 at the top over Red Bull. But the beautiful thing is, Haas got 10 points. That is what it's about down there at the bottom. So everyone got some points. Look at this for a shot. I've got Nick Hamill to my left. Right, we're wrapping things up. 1 minute to stop talking. That is what I've been told. So, Nick, summarise, what has the season been like for you?
I think it's been amazing. I'm so grateful to be here, to be on the desk, to be around the team. Thank you for everybody turning up, showing their support. support and everybody at home watching. I don't know what camera to look at, but it's been absolutely incredible, and hopefully I'll be back next season.
Yes, you will be. Definitely part of the team. Maybe Natalie Pinkham will be here as well. Alex, an integral part of the team. What have you loved most of all about this season?
The fact it's been so close, the fact we've had so many cars in contention all the way through. You've never known who's going to win, and what a finale we had. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, Matt, always a pleasure to be working with yourself. Highlight for you this season?
Just the how. I mean, I'm just echoing Alex's thoughts. It's been crazy to see the level up this year, and I can't wait to see what 22 brings.
Beautifully done. Well, listen, to everybody who's been watching this season, thank you so much. We'll be back next year. Make sure you check out the F1 Esports to get all of the details of how you could be here competing. But in the meantime, thank you to everybody watching, and well done to Jarno Opmeer and to the Mercedes team. See you next year.
It is time for a new season for F1 Esports, the Pro Championship. Lucas Blakely takes the lead. What a way to take your first victory in this championship.
The British Grand Prix is underway. Oh, look at that! Danny Moreno on the inside up to P2. That is unbelievable from the Mercedes driver. Marcel Kiefer has dominated from the front. He comes over the line to win the Italian Grand Prix. David Tanitsa takes the final place on the podium. Freddie Rasmussen wins the Belgian Grand Prix ahead of Jarno Opmeer. But what a race from Freddie Rasmussen.
And we're racing.
Lucas is flying out there.
Danny Moreno takes the lead. Has Freddie Rasmussen made a mistake? Danny Moreno wins at Zandvoort.
It's a big step forward for Mercedes versus Red Bull in the team's championship. The medium appears to be the preferential strategy. He wants a victory. He's let it through.
Jarno Opmeer back on top. And we're underway.
Look at Jarno Opmeer.
Roshadow is off the road. Jarno Opmeer turns third position into the race lead.
Into the final corner.
It's turning into a great day for Jarno Opmeer. Separated across the line by less than half a second. Jarno Opmeer brilliantly wins.
Just 42 days ago, 24 stood tall and stepped forward to compete in your inaugural 2022 iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. With 6 weeks in the books, just a few still stand remaining and looking to stamp their foot on the throttle as we build towards Championship Week in just 7 days' time. Welcome to the rolling hills of Michigan, welcome to Bark River, and welcome to round 7 of 2022. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside, as always, with the one and only Joshua Lee. And Joshua, as always, before the championship drivers get us underway, we got the All-Stars ready to have some fun, and we let them loose on one of the most technical, difficult tracks on our schedule with 900 horsepower and four-wheel drive to save them.
Yeah, compared to where we were a couple of weeks ago when the All-Stars came here to this track, they were in the Pro 2 Lights, which were two-wheel drive and much, much slower than even the two-wheel drive Pro 2 normal counterparts. And now they've got a lot of horsepower under them and four-wheel drive. It's going to be interesting to see how these drivers navigate.
What a finish it was as well the last time we came here, as Josh Fox and Tommy Hovind banged doors to the line in the air as Josh Fox took the closest victory of the championship season. Let's look at the schedule. Let's see where the All-Stars have been, where they still have left to go, because of course next time we return to where the road began. We go back to Crandon, but we go with the Beetle Light. It's going to be a very fun sort of an affair. Today with the Pro 4 truck, though, of course, we've mixed and matched Pro 2 Light, 400 horsepower two-wheel drive, and Pro 4 truck, 900 horsepower and four-wheel drive. We return to the four-wheel drive nature of the track today. And Josh, talk us through Bark River. Plenty of jumps, plenty of technical areas where setting your car up is going to be important. But as with all of these short courses, commitment, physicality, it becomes important as well.
And this track is just really, really unique. I mean, you look at it from the air and it doesn't look like Crandon. It doesn't look like Wild West and Wild Horse Pass, which you can draw a lot of conclusions in between those two. This is a track all in its own. You mentioned the technicality, Arjuna, and having to set yourself up. You can see through turns 2 and 3, they go through a whoop section there, then through a left and right hand chicane, and then right there is the biggest jump in all of iRacing off-road. Once you slam onto the dirt, you're already preparing for that right-hander of turn 6 immediately as you hit the ground.
Of the 4 tracks this season, 2 are long, 2 are short. Both Crandon and Bark River are 1.5 miles in length, one with 8 turns, one with 12. That's what's in store for us here today. What a venue it is. Only the toughest and the longest track to close out the championship season. But with that said, let's run you down through the starting grid for the first race of the evening as a familiar duo, Luke Knupp and Zachary Drapkin, get ready to do it all over again. The Ultra Motorsports 29, the Redline Oil 56 will take us to the green with Zach Knowles, who's put in some hard work behind the scenes, building a lot of the graphics for this series, joining us in his pepperoni pizza number 99. Adam Briggs in the 777 for Next Level Racing alongside Ryan Burden and Blake Reynolds, 5th and 6th positions, while Keenan Kuss and Trevor Teal will roll from alongside each other on row number 4. Brendan Lichtenberg and Wes Graham complete the top 10, with Christopher Strickland and the Penny Arcade number 18 rolling from 11th, where he'll see Jim DeChamp next to him in the 111 for Nitro Circus Sim Racing by Next Level Racing. Just a couple more cars in our field, a little bit smaller than we're accustomed to, with Mikey Lawrence, Justin Melillo 13th and 14th, and Michael Cozy Jr. Lots of work for him to do from the very back of the field. If you like this type of racing, you like anything available on iRacing, because we've got it all to do across the world of motorsports. Head over to iRacing.com today. New memberships are 40% off. Get on your way to the virtual checkered flag. Of course, the eyeballs will be focused on Knupp and Drapkin doing battle once more. Big missing name for me, Josh Lee, is Elliott Watson. The last couple of weeks, he has really picked up the pace. We won't see him out on track today as we take a look at the race information.
Yeah, the All-Star Series has remained a very, very constant of this campaign. 2 races, both of them being 7 minutes, and you can see that total invert from race number 1. The World Championship will have an 8-truck invert for the start of race 1 and the start of race 2, but here it is a full field invert for race 2, which is going to put, most likely, Drapkin and Knupp on the back foot in race 2.
And it's the last time that this invert is going to be crucial, because next time we go racing, it's Crandon, it's the Land Rush start. If you get inverted inside of the top 10, you're still on the front row of the grid, so keep that in mind. But it is the last time that if Knupp and Drapkin control the destiny, the tempo at the front of the field, that they'll have to do the hard slog again. Still a couple of corners to go before onto the throttle we'll get, and racing commencing at Bark River. But we think back to the championship series finish here. Knupp and Drapkin, two drivers that could have been fighting with the 24 best across of the sim racing universe. Instead, they'll do it for us in the All-Stars, Josh.
And as they get ready to go racing, you can see them working their way through that whoop section, and they'll go over to the left, a couple more small jumps, and then they'll see that green flag.
The most technical, demanding track of the season. The All-Stars are ready, though, to have some fun. Let it all out. We're racing in the rolling hills of Michigan. Good start from Knupp as he'll force Drapkin wide and goes off the track to the red line, all 56. He'll rejoin, bully his way past Zach Knowles, who on debut runs in third, will run the wall, try and hold off Blake Reynolds, who looks to the inside, but it was a nice, tidy start. Knupp leads from Drapkin.
Knowles falling like a rock as Reynolds and Briggs now able to get by the driver now sitting in fifth. And don't count out Zach Knowles. You can see him making a move to the inside of that next level racing entry on Adam Briggs, trying to beat his way around for that fourth spot. He has competed in many an off-road championship in league competition as well as rallycross competition. He knows his way around the dirt road license class.
And of course, because on the side of this car there's no pineapple, I am rooting for him. Let us know what you think. Pineapple on pizza. Josh, we've become good friends last year or so. We're about to ruin that. What are your thoughts?
I am indifferent. I won't personally eat it, but if you want pineapple on pizza, go ahead. It's not my place.
I'll allow that one. Oh, Knowles. Well, Briggs will look to the inside. Knowles got checked up behind Reynolds. If contact in that battle for fourth as the team general tire, number 66, will control the battle for third. As, of course, Knupp and Drapkin, we've seen them do this before. Not the last time we'll see it either. They break away at the front of the field. Bit of a train stacked up behind the 66 car. Blake Reynolds doing it all yesterday in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola All-Star race on the streets of Chicago. Finished inside of the top two in the open race, transferred to the main. Fun night of action for him, goes from the tarmac to the dirt, and now, of course, gets ready to see what his teammates will do later on tonight. Reynolds has won a couple of these races before, though. He's no slouch when it comes to the dirt.
Arjuna, I think you can draw a little bit of a comparison between his time here in the All-Star Series and his performance in the Open last night, because while watching it at home, I saw a lot of similarities in the way that you had to make passes on the Chicago street course versus make passes here on Bark River and in these off-road tracks. You have to be physical, you have to commit to each pass, and I think Reynolds, running through this All-Star Series, got used to doing that and was able to bring that to his next-gen NASCAR Cup Series machine in the All-Star race.
What a view this is on board with Blake Reynolds in that 66 machine. Got a view from our championship leader, Connor Barry, in the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series race. Got his first laps in the real-life Bark River just this past weekend. Shared it with his competitors. Was really interesting to see the physicality of these cars in real world as they go over these jumps. Their heads getting thrown all over the shop. Just so much weight transfer going on. Really cool insight, and of course, we mentioned with Knupp and Drapkin's real-world ability and the fact that they are quick on the sim. One of our championship series drivers, Tommy Horman, double race victory in the Nitro Rallycross Next class just this past weekend as he looks to build to try and close out 2022 with a little bit of pride. Mikey Lawrence, Michael Cozy Jr., 11th and 12th, they fight hammer and tong. Inside of the top 10, it is very much stagnated. They're finding it difficult to pass, but up in the air, Cozy Jr. looks for a way on through.
He sees Mikey Lawrence in front, who Lawrence has been one of the faster machines in this All-Star Championship, and now trying to get inside of that top 10. Of course, the driver with Lawrence Equipment, his own company on the hood, looking to represent everybody at Lawrence Equipment well as he runs 11th. Another one of these league racers that know their way around these virtual off-road tracks, is a mistake from Christopher Strickland, puts him into the outside wall, and that moves Mikey Lawrence into the top 10, and now Strickland is on the outside looking in.
I've seen a rotating cast of drivers in that number 18, the latest of them, Strickland, here today. He'll go to the outside of Cemetery Turn and open the door for Cozy Jr. to fight back down low. Won't happen there. Brendan Lichtenberg will lose one, maybe two, as the I5G number 10 machine lost out a little bit of ground. I really enjoy this onboard view. You get the dirt thrown onto the visor as we jump on board with Christopher Strickland. You see the way the car pitches around, and while we jump on board in 11th, they're side by side for the lead. Knupp trying to fend off the advances of Drapkin, who throws himself out wide, way out of the groove. Knupp will hold on for now, but they are starting to pick up the pace at the front of the field.
Could not perform that slide job well for the number 56. Just went a little bit too wide off of that jump and ended up kind of in the mess on the outside. And how about the 29 now of Luke Knupp? He gets into those marbles and pushes himself into the brick wall. Still side by side for the race lead as they go over the left-handed jump, and advantage to Drapkin.
Drapkin tried that at the very start of the race, but he was thrown a bit too wide, overcommitted, ran off the track. This time was able to stay on the track, but Knupp got the over-under. Will hold the lead as an attempted slide job back from the red line. All 56. Great fighting as they come in towards the S's. Drapkin finally gets it done in the air. New race leader. It's the 56.
And you can see him already trying to pitch himself for this corner, and he's going to outbrake himself. Completely misses the apex, but he gets the crossover move done. And now Knupp on the inside, both of them almost synchronized, getting set up for this left-hander in mid-air off of that whoop section. And how about Zach Knowles? Do not count him out. He has raced with Knupp and Drapkin for multiple seasons in leagues. He knows how these two race, and I'd argue that he's almost equally paced with them once he's in race condition.
Remember with Drapkin, he was the standout of the first couple of rounds of the championship, and then Knupp started to join us, I guess the way to put it, found his footing, started to make it an interesting fight. It's been the 56 versus the 29. Sometimes Elliott Watson joining the fun. Tyler Hudson stole a win. Blake Reynolds has had a couple of successes as well. Because of the full invert, Drapkin and Knupp not always able to work their way forward. A statement of intent, though, from Zach Knowles in that 99 machine, who ran away from Blake Reynolds after getting the move done on the Team General Tire machine. How patient will he want to be? The clock about to expire. White flag will be in hand next time at the line. So running out of time, running out of ground. If anyone wants to make the pass stick, Knupp still leads in the battle at the front with Drapkin and Knowles right behind.
Working their way through that left-hander. Knupp not going to have a ton of time left to defend. Only about 3 more corners left, and this might be the last opportunity for Drapkin in a passing zone. Tries to look low, can't get there. Knowles is going to try and look for P2.
Miscalculated where we were in the race. It will be checkered flag in hand, but Barney, the flag man, this time out. Through the whoops, through the penultimate corner they'll go. They were side by side just a couple of weeks ago in the championship series, but Luke Knupp will leave no door open for Zachary Drapkin as the 29 roars to victory lane once more. Great drive from Drapkin and Knowles as well, with the top 3 split by just over 1.1 seconds. With the full invert still yet to come, the chaos is about to descend on Bark River.
Up with yet another beautiful win and yet another great pass to get in front of the number 56. But his debut in the All-Star Series, how about the 099 of Zach Knowles? I'm excited to see how he's going to cut his way through the field with his fellow racers, Knupp and Drapkin.
We've seen that both Drapkin and Knupp, if luck goes their way, they make the right choices, can decimate their way through without too much damage being inflicted to those around them. They'll have to do it again. But Luke Knupp, yet another race victory. Zachary Drapkin, yet another podium. A streak that's been going strong since the start of this 2022 Off-Road All-Star Invitational. Zachary Knowles on debut gets onto the podium. Blake Reynolds, Adam Briggs, the rest of the top 5. Ryan Burden, the best of the Traction GG machines today, with Trevor Teal behind him in the Nitro Circus Star Car. Keenan Kusin, Mikey Lawrence, and Christopher Strickland make up the rest of the top 10. Just 5 more cars, all finishing the race on the lead lap. Great to see Michael Cozy Jr. in front of Wes Graham and Brendan Lichtenberg, with Jim DeChamp and Justin Melillo making up the 15 cars that came across the line after our first 6 laps of action here tonight at Bark River International Raceway. The full invert will make things interesting. Can Zachary Knowles spoil the party, or Luke Knupp as well for the 56 Redline All machine of Zachary Drapkin? We'll find out in a couple of moments' time. That's up next after a message from our partners at Vision Wheels. Welcome back to the iRacing Esports Network. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV and your 2022 iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. iRacing is delighted to partner up with Vision Wheels, the nation's leading provider of custom wheels for cars and trucks. Vision Wheels is proud to present the Vision Wheel Pole Award given to the driver in the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series that posts the fastest lap in the qualifying session every race weekend. My name is Arjuna Kangipati, delighted to be joined alongside by the one and only Joshua Lee for today's penultimate round of the championship, brought to you by Big Green Egg. One race done for the All-Stars, one still to go. Luke Knupp and Zachary Drapkin, another race where they finished 1 and 2. It's another race now where they'll have to work their way forward with the full invert of the grid, looking to shake things up. It will be Justin Melillo that will take us to the green, alongside on the front row the 111 of Jim DeChamp. Brendan Lichtenberg and Wes Graham have been familiar friends on the grids here over the course of this season. They'll line up on row 2 with Michael Cozy Jr. and Christopher Strickland right behind them, 5th and 6th positions. Mikey Lawrence and Keenan Kusin, 7th and 8th. Rolling from 9th will be Trevor Teal. Ryan Burden in the final of our Traction GG machines makes up the rest of the top 10. Adam Briggs and Blake Reynolds, the 777 and the 66 for Next Level Racing and for Team General Tire, find themselves in front of race 1 of the night's podium sitters. Zachary Knowles in front of Zachary Drapkin and Luke Knupp. Just 15 cars, it's a smaller grid, but by no means is the full invert going to be any less chaotic than what we've become accustomed to over the previous 6 rounds of the championship. If you like this type of racing, you like anything that iRacing has to offer across of the diverse world of motorsports, head over to iRacing.com where new memberships are 40% off. Get on your road to the virtual checkered flag as soon as you're able to. Joshua Lee, it's going to be fun with the inverted cars looking to work their way forward. They weren't fighting so hard at the front of the field. There was plenty of fighting in the mid-pack, and now the likely winners have to work their way through a gaggle of cars that won't want to give up easily.
Well, how about our patented sleeper pick, Justin Melillo, starting on the front row here. I think he's going to do a really good job at defending. We've seen that before from him, but just looking through the back of the field, I mean, you have Blake Reynolds, Zach Knowles, Drapkin, and Knupp back there. You have Adam Briggs, who has also been quick. We had a great look at that pink Traction GG, number 53 of Justin Melillo. Been very vocal about how much he's loved racing in this series. I think he'd love to grab a win in the All-Stars before the championship is over.
Justin's a great place to stay up to date on Twitter if you want to be involved across of your iRacing World Championships. Of course, with the World of Outlaws late models picking up now on a Monday night. Always busy action because you got Mondays with World of Outlaws, Tuesdays eNASCAR, and at least until next Wednesday, Wednesday's your home for the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. They'll roll once again. It's a half a pace lap. It's not too long, but there's opportunities for drivers to steal their minds, to steal their focus. Only 2 races to go for these All-Stars after this. We've had some fun, but drivers, whether they are real or virtual, are serious in nature. They are competitive. There's only 3 more races, Josh, for drivers to put their mark on this All-Star Invitational.
And of course, everybody wants to do that. Who's going to be the next new name to enter victory lane? That's not Drapkin or Knupp. As the pace truck comes off, Arjuna, let's see if anybody up near the front, Melillo, DeChamp, Lichtenberger, West the Mess 88, as he's known, can take to the checkered flag.
We've got about 3 corners before the green flag will actually fly, but the field technically is in control. The Traction GG machine of Justin Melillo as he slows down, works through that whoop section, so technical. You can see cars use the banking, especially when the Championship Series drivers will get underway. Just 3 races to go in this All-Star Invitational. 3 opportunities left for drivers to make a statement here on the iRacing Esports Network. DeChamp, Melillo, get us underway at Bark River once more. It's a good start from DeChamp, who's going to hold strong around the outside. Lichtenberg maybe thinking of picking up the pieces. Almost 6 wide. 1 car off and already going up and over as Ryan Burden's Traction GG number 91 finds itself on its roof. Knupp bullying his way past on Brendan Lichtenberg. A lot more physical a start than we've become accustomed to in this All-Star Invitational.
And unfortunately, we talked a little bit too much about him, Arjuna, I think, as Justin Malillo goes way off track. It ends up now down P14. Look at who's making a run for the lead. Zachary Drapkin from back row, now to fighting for the lead with Mikey Lawrence and taking the lead in just 4 corners. Unbelievable for the 56.
What a start, what a monster of a launch he would have got, and then the state of mind to put the car where it needed to be to get the moves done. Canup only up to 6th. Knowles is up to 4th though. Watch for the 56 to try and break away. Lawrence and Reynolds, some buffer between Drapkin and the other sitters on the podium last time by. Plenty of movement 4th on back as they jockey for track position. What an electric start that we had to this race, as it looks like potentially Chris Strickland bundled down. 2 cars already in pit road. Ryan Burden, we saw him go up and over, but Michael Cozy Jr. in the Altus Esports 99 retires here at Bark River.
Ooh, and getting physical back there between 2 of our Pro 4s, and now both of them almost sideways. That looked to be Lichtenberg and I believe Luke Canup, as Canup gets very sideways, trying to get to the inside of Keenan Kuzin, but Next Level Racing's Adam Briggs has some other plans for him as he tried to look to the inside, but Canup only up to P7. Drapkin's been able to take the lead. How about Blake Reynolds to 3rd, and Lichtenberg with a bit of a mistake there coming through the left-hander.
Yeah, ran wide, there was a bump. Confused if it wasn't a slowdown, because he definitely gained a lasting advantage to bring some race control verbiage into the broadcast booth. Briggs in the 777 though will throw to the outside, try and launch it over the whoops. Not going to get it done, as Lichtenberg will park it on the apex. Separation growing to the group in front of them. Right on board with Drapkin, and look at the instincts on the race start. Looks down low on, I believe that will be one of our Team General Tire cars. Follows Blake Reynolds all the way to the inside. You saw the smorgasbord of chaos. Drapkin was having none of it to 3rd in the space of just 2 corners.
We take a look at a replay between, looks to be the 2 of them making a little bit of contact, and this is for the battle for the lead actually on lap number 1. We're on board with Zachary Drapkin here in his Red Line Oil entry, and got up to 2nd place, took a look to the inside of Mikey Lawrence, and he had that grip in that Pro 4 to use that inside line and take that lead over, and now with 1.7 seconds, make it 2 seconds now to the good over the 85. We look back towards the middle of the field here, Arjuna, and Trevor Teal. I've heard that there is going to be a return of a certain costume next week at Crandon. So we'll have to make sure we get our director Hugo Louise on that for next week at Crandon, because he's going to join the Zoom call and he's going to be wearing a certain costume.
Love it. For those that watch the IRX All-Star Invitational in 2021, you might know what we're talking about. Otherwise, iRacing Esports Network next Wednesday. Do not miss what's bound to be not just a fun championship finale, but the reappearance of a certain costume broken out by the one and only Trevor Teal. In front of him, Luke Canup finally gets past Mikey Lawrence as they come into the final section of the track. Finds himself 4.5 back from Zachary Drapkin, who is on a Sunday drive to victory, you'd have to say right now. 4 clear of Zach Knowles in the 99. It was all about the start, that instinct that saw him duck down low, follow Blake Reynolds to the front of the field. Reynolds now trying to maybe work on Trevor Teal as they battle side by side. 2 very familiar cars, 2 very similar cars. They've done it before, they'll do it again. Here they come, up to the jump they come once more.
Side by side as the Nitro Circus entry at Teal gonna get the best of Blake Reynolds there as we look on board in his sim rig from P5 currently. Reynolds with a bit of a tap to that outside wall, gets his angle right for that corner, looks to the inside of the 72, but all 3 of these red and black marked Pro 4s stay in line, 4th, 5th, and 6th, as Knowles and Canup are gonna be in a battle soon for 2nd, and Drapkin is checking out with just north of 2 minutes left in this race.
Should be, what, 2 laps to go next time at the line, so we are winding down the laps. It is clear if Trevor Teal, you saw the background of his sim racing center, he seems to be a fan of a certain blue and gold affiliated rally team. That wasn't obvious at all. Teal and Lawrence still fighting for 4th, Briggs and Lichtenberg for 8th, Kusin and Reynolds for 6th. Battles all over the track, none for podium positions though. Keep that in mind. Teal will go wide through turn 1, run himself off the track. Also running wide is the Traction GG machine. They're always pushing the issue through turn 1. It's so easy to do. And now Kusin into the wall.
That's a hard hit into the guardrail for the 03. Move Reynolds barely. He had a couple inches between himself and Kuzin when he covered off that spot. But the 66 goes to P6 as here's Luke Knupp getting very physical with Zach Knowles in the 099. But that just ruined Knupp's race as he falls to a ton of momentum and giving Zach Knowles almost a half-second gap for second place.
There's no pineapple on that pizza. You can't try and perform a citizen's arrest for crimes against pizza. So, bit weird the contact there, and as they come around the final sector once more, it will be white flag out this time by. So, there's no chance of victory for Knowles or Knupp. It's all about holding on to second, and for the number 99, showing that on debut, he could fight with the best of them. Maybe one more. We talked about Drapkin. We've talked about Knupp maybe making a run at the Championship Series for 2023. Well, why not the 99?
I talked about it a little bit earlier, Arjuna, how Zach Knowles, multiple seasons of league competition under his belt and also an upcoming season of league competition that he's looking to compete in. He knows his way around these pro trucks. He knows what to do. So I think Zach Knowles, if he gets into the qualifying series and makes a run at this World Championship, I think he's got a pretty good shot, as we see another driver that if he would run the qualifying series next year, I have no doubt in my mind he'd be one of the top 24 in the world. It's Zachary Drapkin. White flag is out. He's looking to take the checkered flag this time by.
We were talking about it before we went live within our broadcast team about the relegation situation. The top 12 retain the championship licenses next year. 12 spots will be open for drivers to qualify their way through. Importance to finishing inside of the top 12 when we get racing in a couple of minutes? Yes, for drivers outside, they'll be watching and thinking, my time may come in 2023. But for Drapkin, it's victory once more. Luke Knupp has made life difficult for the Red Line All 56, but Zachary Drapkin with the lap ones of all lap ones, rocketing his way to the lead and not looking back after that.
I still can't believe he did that in like a half a lap, Arjuna. He got up to the lead going into the left-hander in the second sector of this track. That is just unbelievable. And there's a little bit of a love shot from the number 66, so Reynolds taking the front quarter panel off.
It's virtual racing. The damage bill is not real, although for some maybe it should be. Here's a look at those race results. So just 2 more races to go for these All-Stars. What fun it has been as they get the stage set for the Championship Series drivers. But it is yet another victory for Zachary Knowles in the Red Line All 56. For Zachary Drapkin, excuse me. For Zachary Knowles, it's double podium delight on debut in the ZKD Designs number 99 in front of Luke Knupp, who tried, just not enough here today, finishing 3rd in race number 2. Trevor Teal and Blake Reynolds make up the rest of the top 5, with Keenan Kusin, Mikey Lawrence, Adam Briggs, Brendan Lichtenberg, and Christopher Strickland making up the top 10 in the second fully inverted race of the evening. Jim DeChamp, Wes Graham, Justin Malillo. 2 of those cars started on the front row of the grid. They both finished, though, in the case of the 111 and the 53, outside of the top 10. Bird and Cozy Jr. making up the field of 15. As the All-Stars vacate the track, it is time to get down and dirty with the Championship Series. The best that iRacing has to offer, getting ready to go in Bark River, is coming up next on the iRacing Esports Network.
There's a place where fire and flavor are celebrated, where grilling traditions and new techniques are perfected. Here in Big Green Egg Country, you can grill it, roast it, smoke it, or bake it. It's the most versatile grill you'll ever own. Simple to light, easy to use, comes with a free lifetime warranty. Have it delivered to your door by a certified dealer in your community and start enjoying the ultimate cooking experience. Shop online for home delivery at biggreenegg.com. That's biggreenegg.com.
42 days ago, 24 drivers entered the ring as hopefuls in your 2022 iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. Today, just 42 laps remain as we get set to crown champion number 1 in the iRacing history books in the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. Today's coverage of this penultimate round is brought to you by Big Green Egg, partners with the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series to hand out the Big Green Egg Green Flag Award. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. As always, on a Wednesday evening, live on the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpot TV. Delighted you have joined us. Alongside is the one and only Joshua Lee. And Josh, in 7 days' time, will know who is champion number 1. There are 2 that are left to the top. It is all about Keaton Swain trying to chase down Connor Barry. But there are plenty of other drivers looking to end the season on a high. 12 will emerge at the end of this season, remember, with licenses for 2023.
There's a lot of drivers around that cut line that are starting to talk about the relegation and having to run the qualifying series again next year. But Barry and Swain at the front, I've seen this story many a times, but I've not seen it with stakes like this. There's so much riding for these 2 drivers, so much on the line, and we only have 4 points paying rounds left to tell this story.
It's fantastic. A maximum of 210 points to be handed out. We'll talk about the point structure in a couple of moments' time. Let's talk about the journey, the road that we're going on as we build up to our championship finale in just 7 days' time. It started at Crandon, June 22nd. The road will end where it began, on August the 10th, back in Wisconsin and back at Crandon. Today, we head to Bark River, though, a technical track and the home of the closest ever championship series finish, when Josh Fox and Tommy Holman, as we got to the halfway stage of this championship, battled all the way to the checkered flag. It was Josh Fox that ended up on top, but plenty of drivers showed up strong last time and look to do so once more again. Josh Lee, talk us through Bark River.
What a unique track Bark River really is. I mean, we talked about it before the All-Star Series, but just taking a look at it from the air, you go off the start-finish line, you're immediately into a jump, not only a jump, but a right-hander jump as well. Then the sweeping turns 2 and 3, the whoop section exiting those corners, the massive jump out of the left-right chicane, and then it's a hard right-hander into turn number 6, right off of a jump as well, and then that entire third sector. I mean, you want to talk about beating and banging for passes. That's how you have to make passes in 7, 8, 9, 10, and even the final corners at 11 and 12.
We saw how difficult it was with the All-Stars to get moves done. 4-wheel drive means you can be saved from your mistakes, as that 4-wheel drive nature will kick in to help you out. Let's look, though, at the championship standings with just those 42 laps left to play. It is 17 points that will split Connor Barry, Keaton Swain. 2 drivers with real-world experience, but fighting at a level that has never before been seen on iRacing before. Yes, some of these drivers have fought on national television, but for a world championship, the stakes are raised higher. Yes, Josh Edmondson, Felix Roy, you can mathematically make a case for them to fight for the championship, but Barry and Swain have been so consistently finishing inside, not just the top 10, but the top 5. It is those 2 that look to fight, and they fight with a point structure that rewards consistency. It starts in qualifying. 5 points paid out to our Vision Wheel Pole Award winner, and yes, we have the top 8 invert after qualifying. That means pole sees you start back in 8th, but if you work your way forward, 50 points awaits in the CBR winner's circle, and we do it again with a second top 8 invert for the second race of the evening. Of course, on the road to $25,000, $10,000 is on the line for our series champion. But Josh, you look at this points total, you look at the results of Swain and Barry, what stands out to you?
And honestly, I just look at how many points are on the board for passes made during the race. Every pass is 2 points. We talk about a top 8 invert. Well, if Connor Barry qualifies fastest, starts 8th. If Swain starts further up, we talk about a Connor Barry 8th place finish and a Keaton Swain win. That is going to be 14 points made up in the way of Keaton Swain. Guess what? He just moved that points difference down to 3 points heading into the second race of the night.
And we will keep you up to date with live points. We will keep you up to date on your championship situation. One driver that's not fighting for a championship, but one driver that has had some success, has drunk the champagne this past weekend. Tommy Hovind, our privateer entry in the iRacing.com yellow and red, entered this championship with 5 iRacing Rallycross World Championship wins and now a double Nitro Rallycross next race winner. Started the season off at Liddon Hill at the very start of this championship with a double podium. We've seen Tommy in the Rallycross World Championship have plenty of speed, winning speed. In these trucks, it's fair to say that he's had pace, but he hasn't had consistency. But Tommy Hovind very much deserves the joy of victory that he's been soaking in the last couple of days.
It's great to see yet another driver use what they've learned in the sim and what they can do really well, which for Tommy Hovind is that dirt road license class, and take that into the real world. And how about that shot? That is an amazing shot capture to Tommy Hovind, celebrating that victory.
It is the type of pictures where dreams are created. Of course, Tommy, champion in Rally X Nordic Supercars Light in 2021, competed in the Rallycross World Championship last year under the banner of SET Esports, won those races for SET Promotion. With that said, though, it's time to go racing. What a joyful day it is going to be as we take a look at your CBR starting grid. Tony Latin-Mackie has endured some difficult days in this Off-Road Championship Series, but qualifying in 8th will see him start his first race of the evening from the best spot possible. Alongside is the proverbial bridemaid, with Josh Edmondson second place, too many times to count, looking for that elusive race victory. Felix Roy and Alex Bergeron looking to work forward after victories this season from row 2. Nicholas Dachelet and Killian Delomo 5th and 6th positions. The championship leaders qualified first and second. One extra point will go the way of Connor Barry as he gets his second Vision Wheel Pole Award of the season, but Keaton Swain and Connor Barry will see themselves line up alongside one another. Connor Parisi and Trenton Browley make up the rest of the top 10, with Cody Retzlaff and Josh Fox, the winner in dramatic fashion just a couple of weeks ago here, starting back in 12th. Quintin Delomo, Christopher Plumley, 13th and 14th, with Tommy Hovind, Crystal King, row 8. Tom Grady, Cam Peterson, 17th and 18th position. Peterson, not normal to see him struggle that much in qualifying. Proudfoot and Miller through the top 20, with Jeffrey Larson and Tyson Miller, the Terminator, making up the 23 cars getting ready to rumble here today. For Tony Latin-Mackie, it doesn't get much better than this. Starting at the front of an iRacing World Championship Series race. If you think you can do it, if you think anything on iRacing stands out as something you'd want to try, head over to iRacing.com. New memberships, 40% off. Get on your road to the virtual checkered flag here today. Keaton Swain, Connor Barry, 7th and 8th alongside one another. We counted out Josh Edmondson at the start of this show, thinking that maybe he couldn't do too much. But if Swain, if Barry come into trouble, if Edmondson holds at the front of the field, the championship complexion could be swung on its head, Josh Lee, as we look at our race information.
2 races, as always tonight, 11 laps for both of these races, 24 trucks on the grid for both. We have inverted the top 8 from qualifying, and we'll invert our race number 1 results to make that field for race number 2. And just looking at the live points where they currently sit on the starting grid without taking the green flag yet, Arjuna, Edmondson sits 55 points back from current leader Connor Barry. He's close. If anything happens to Swain and Barry, if they both end up maybe taking each other out or just both wrecking out, then that's going to blow this championship door wide open, because as long as Edmondson can keep that gap, he's keeping enough insurance where that anything happens to the 2 championship rivals and he can swoop in and get that spot. But with still 200 points on the line, in theory, we can go all the way down to 9th place at Christopher Plumley and still find a championship hopeful.
Okay, let's not get that ludicrous. But let's put some context into the mix for our viewers, right? For Connor Barry, he's had 1 race outside of the top 10, and it was the one where he had contact. He was trying to be aggressive, yes, but aggressive in the right way. Didn't work out for him. He dropped down the order. For Keaton Swain, 12 races, 12 top 10s, and while he's only finished in the top 5 8 times, he's been on the podium 7 times. These 2 have been the class of the field in consistency and in overall pace, week in, week out.
You want to talk about consistent pace, you have to talk about Connor Barry, but you can also talk about Keaton Swain. I mean, just looking at his results, only 2 finishes outside the top 10 this entire season. Both of them came at Wild Horse. That's only slightly beat by the 1 finish outside of the top 10 for Connor Barry at Bark River when he finished 18th.
Tony Latin-Mackie, best qualifying coming into today, 10th. Qualified in 8th. It's only 2 positions higher, but with the top 8 invert, good enough to see him lead us to the green in a season where he started on average just inside of the top 20. Josh Lee, a quick prediction from you as the pace car gets ready to pull to the side. We get ready to go racing. 4 races left to go in this 2022 season.
Something has to give. Who is going to make that major mistake? Will either of them even end up making a mistake? Well, the ending sprint to the championship starts right here at Bark River. This is going to be both interesting and exciting.
Are we in for something a little bit nutty? Are we in for a day where any thoughts on the championship gets turned on its head, get thrown for a number? It will be Tony Latin-Mackie and Josh Edmondson who get us underway for race 13 in the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series, and already drama. They rack it towards turn number 1. Latin-Mackie will get away nice and cleanly. Has anyone in the championship picture been picked up in disaster? Barry looks strong on the inside. Swain almost 4 wide as they run through turn 2.
Swain gets stuck between a falling Alex Bergeron. He's able to make up a spot, but Connor Barry up into P4. An absolutely fantastic start for the blue number CBR number 2 machine, and they're still 4 and 3 wide. Bergeron way to the outside as the 112 continues to fall, now outside the top 15.
How did he miss that structure? But I think it didn't matter. He eventually got pushed wide, and Bergeron did go off the track. Up and over! Up and over will go one of your cars. It's Tom Grady in the 535. But what a chaotic start to this race. One of the more dramatic starts that we've had over the 12 races already in the books. Round 13 is an unlucky 13. Keaton Swain has held on, still in 6th, with Barry up the road in 4th.
Tony Latin-Mackie pulls away at the front. How about Felix Roy not a second? Nicholas Dachalet is there as well as Christopher Plumley almost going up and over that dirt berm on the outside of the final couple of corners. How about Tommy Hallman from Real World back to the virtual, now knocking on the door, the number 36, looking for P11 as Plumley looks for a top 10, trying to get by Connor Parisi, the Rallycross now turned off-road driver in front of him in the number 11.
And at the front, Dachalet's in 3rd. Best finish so far this season, 8th. Felix Roy has won before. He sits tucked up in 2nd. Tony Latin-Mackie, best finish of 15th, continues to lead the way as the laps start to tick away. Working lap 2 of 11. It's 3/10 that splits the top 2. A further 2nd of separation to the train that sees Dachalet's rear view mirror filled with the championship leader. There's the replay of the start, and you can see it's like Edmondson got a touch from behind as he tried to get onto the power. Look at him go up and over. Poor Josh Edmondson could do nothing in that situation as he drops the tail of the field.
That's another just bad luck race for Josh Edmondson. He's had a couple too many of those, and that's putting him out of the running for the championship. Just as we sit right now, he fell to 5th. Felix Roy, who sits in 2nd, has gained his way to P3 as Connor Barry looks for yet another podium finish. In 12 starts this season, he's got 6 of those, looking to continue the over 50% podium percentage for Connor Barry in the 2 as he goes way wide, cuts back to the inside, looks for a crossover.
Look at the face on board with that number 2 car. We'll get the look to the inside in towards the S's, that chicane section. They will have contact. Now Barry's got to be careful. He can't afford any sort of drama that sees him go up and over, sideways over the jump. Great car control, but Keaton Swain, his championship rival, will steal 4th away from Connor Barry. Killian Delomo will get through as well. Barry gets swamped, Fox around the outside.
Delomo DeLolmo gave a hip check to Connor Berry, and now here comes the other DeLolmo, Quinton DeLolmo to the inside. Goes to show one small mistake with this caliber of field, Arjuna, is going to be crucial. He cannot make any mistakes with that red banner on the top of his windshield. Now 12 points separate for the race, for the lead in the championship, as Keaton Swain now looks for that third spot on Nicholas Dachelet, as around goes the winner from earlier this season here at Bark River, Josh Fox, to the top 5.
Barry will push his way through. A door opened for him to squeeze past Killian DeLolmo. Now Josh Fox blocks the momentum for the championship leader. A couple of technical issues as we ride on board again with the CBR Performance number 2 for Team General Tire. The line starting to migrate higher. We discussed the possibility of the blue group setting in as the rubber on the tire wears into the dirt. It didn't really play out 3 weeks ago. Doesn't look like it's playing out either. Still not, though, at the halfway mark of this race. There is a long queue that is formed behind Nicholas Dachelet. On board now with the Frenchman of Killian DeLolmo. Of course, for the Europeans in this championship, they are racing at uncomfortable hours in the morning, in the dead of night. Killian DeLolmo hunts for 6th.
What is the Altus driver gonna do? How hard is he gonna race the 2 of Connor Berry? Berry, who started 8th after the invert Arjuna, now sits just 2 positions above neutral, and as he's still trying to get by the Pennsylvania native in the Williams Esports entry of Josh Fox. Berry looks to the inside, trying to put a slider, can't do it, as we still ride on board with DeLolmo. As DeLolmo gets a shot from behind, that's Connor Retzlaff.
Cody Retzlaff, just correct you there. We are getting, this is so creatively hectic that we are trying to stay on top of our own words. It is more difficult than you'd imagine. There's a look on board with Cody Retzlaff. Nice and focused as through turn 2, they'll go once more for the lead. They're side by side. Felix Roy leans on the Black Star Racing 92 of Tony Latin Mackey. Latin Mackey led for 4.5 odd laps, but on lap 5, Felix Roy hits the front once more with 3.5 seconds of separation, back to 3rd.
And Felix Roy looking for win number 2, trying to join an eclectic group of drivers that have multiple wins this season. He joined the likes of Alex Bergeron, Cam Peterson, he joined Connor Berry, and that is the end of the list of names. I should add Keaton Swain to that as well. That ends the list of names with multiple wins this season. How about Tawny Latin-Maki looking for his first, not only his first win of the season, Arjuna, how about first top 10 finish of the season for the Black Star Racing entry?
I think it is fair to say that for Tony, it's not been easy. He's 30, probably 30 this year, to be honest, given that he was 29 when I was talking to me last year. Represented Jim Beaver Esports in the iRacing Rallycross World Championship. Now back, though, with his normal Black Star Racing team, fighting against the team he represented at the top level of sim racing just last year. Lost a bunch of ground, already now slid 6/10 back from the leader, as Felix Roy is starting to make a bit of a breakaway in the championship fight. Let's check back in there. Keaton Swain has not been feeling the need to attack the back of Nicholas Dachelet, at least for the time being. Josh Fox is looking feisty. He's already up 7 spots. Connor Berry quietly up back into 6th. Swain is going to be tracking that number 2 machine.
And I have to say, Nicholas Dachelet in 3rd right now. What a run it is for the number 23 at the current moment. I've seen him really grow as a virtual racer. Only 1 top 10, and it came in race number 2 from here at Bark River earlier this season. But we know Keaton Swain is not going to sit quietly in 4th. He knows that each pass that he makes is 2 more points, and with 14 separating himself and Connor Berry, he either needs the 2 to encounter more problems like he did here at Bark River at the beginning of the season, or Swain just needs to pass more vehicles, and Dachelet is the next one in line.
It is looking increasingly likely that we are going down to the wire, where just 2 drivers will have a chance of fighting at Crandon for a championship. Still some technical issues persisting for Josh Fox. Not currently our CBR hard charger of the race. He's +7. +8 is Nick Larson in the 802, who's worked his way up to 14th spot. On board with a Pennsylvania native, a winner last time at Bark River. What an emotional win it was for him as well. You could tell he was having some trouble just recognizing it wasn't a dream, it was a reality. 4+ years on from that win in Iowa, Fox became a winner again at the World Championship level.
And Josh Fox has really made himself known in this dirt road ladder, specifically in Rallycross, and a lot of those Rallycross converts now coming over to the Off-Road Championship Series for 2022 and having a lot of fun with it as well. I think that was my main takeaway from Josh Fox after that win, was just how much fun he's been having racing this series. But look at who's right back in his rear view mirror. Connor Berry is back in the conversation.
Oh, it's great. These are two drivers, like we said, that have been consistent. The one blip for Barry was just the physical nature of this championship, striking at a moment where he would have wanted to have struck. Inside of the top 10 in every other one of the races that we've had so far in this season. Next time across the line will be 3 to go. Proudfoot and Holman are fighting for 11 outside of the top 10 as Barry goes to the inside on the Williams Esports machine. He knows he's got to start looking forward to close to Keaton Swain. Time running out in race 13 of the championship.
Goes back to the bottom, gives a little bit of a door slam to the number 12 of Josh Fox. They stay clean as they go over the jump now. Moving over to the left-hand side, right back over to the right. Does Barry have room for a crossover? No, he doesn't. A beautiful defense there for the number 12 of Josh Fox, but the power around the outside and back to the inside for Barry. He hits the inside wall. Contact with the 12 of Josh Fox. It's not enough to send the two around like it was here at Bark River earlier in the season, but he gets the pass done on the Williams number 12.
You try that in a rallycross car, you're pointing in the wrong direction, but with the way that these Pro 4 trucks can absorb the contact, Barry throws the block pass, got it done, was able to work his way forward. But Quintin Dalomo, the disappointing nature of 2022 continues to be the theme of his race. He goes up and over, didn't even look like there was any contact. We talk about the importance of car control in the air as, in effect, you become a glider trying to nurse your way back down to the ground. Felix Roy leads by 1.2. He's comfortably in the controlling seat of this race. Dashley not catching Latin Mackie just yet. Should be settling for the third step of the podium. There is the team general tire. Number 91 of Felix Roy. The Canadian winds his way through to the line once more, coming to 2 to go.
Now, on the topic of Quintin Dalomo, Arjuna, we talked about relegation at the top of the show for the World Championship. Well, Dalomo sits 41 points back from Josh Fox in the 12, who is currently on that relegation cut line of P12. He's got Tommy Hallman in front of him, but Dalomo P14, this is not the result that he needed to try and save himself from having to go back to the qualifying series next year. But I love this camera shot with the two championship rivals in Barry and Swain. Swain with just a handful of tenths separating himself and Connor Berry, but Berry's done all that he really needs to do here, Arjuna. 16 points to the good over Keaton Swain. He's not going to outright get more points so far tonight, but he's going to keep that gap manageable with 3 points paying races left after this checkered flag flies.
For Swain, the equation, the algorithm is simple. Beat Connor Barry and beat him by a couple of spots every race. For Barry, it's even simpler. If I finish directly behind the number 21, he cannot win the championship if things stand as they are. Is there still a crucial twist to come in the story of this 2022 Off-Road Championship Series? Have to wait and see. Inside of the top 10, Parisi looked for the look down low on Christopher Plumley. Blocks the line, still fighting in front with Killian Dalomo, Cody Ratzlaff in that pack as well. White flag in hand. It will be 1 lap to go as Plumley will get past on Killian Dalomo.
Great pass on Killian Dalomo there as Connor Parisi also makes a move on Cody Retzlaff in P10, but Felix Roy at the front. What a beautiful race that he has done so far as Proudfoot gets physical with Retzlaff trying to go for a spot in the top 10. Proudfoot has the run to the inside. Can he use him up? No, he cannot. He'll have to settle for P11 currently, as I believe Josh Fox just got turned around off the jump.
Oh, disaster for the Williams Esports car. As you can see, the 12 trying to get onto the throttle and get going once more, emerges just in front of Plumlee, Delomo, Parisi. Half a lap to hold on for the Pennsylvanian. The Williams Esports car fighting for all he's worth, but rounding through the final couple of corners for Felix Roy. Stalked Tony Latin-Mackie for 4.5 laps. Pounced on lap number 5, has not looked back since then. For the Canadian, Felix Roy, second victory of this 2022 campaign. What a drive it's been, and focusing on the camera, clearly something else has got his attention.
Second win for Felix Roy. Tony Latin-Mackie, best finish of his career so far in this series. Nicholas Dachelet, best finish for him. Swain makes up a little bit on Connor Berry, but rounding out the top 5, that too did everything that he needed to do. And here is the handstand from Josh Fox. He hit the structure on the outside of that jump and almost goes tumbling over, but just a little bit of a handstand for the number 12. I'm upset he didn't hit the brakes, get that thing into a moonwalk.
Yeah, you said handstand. I didn't truly believe what you were saying. Here is a look at those race results, though, after 11 laps. Felix Roy will grab victory number 2 of the season as he looks to continue building up championship points for the 92 of Tony Latin-Mackie. Not just his best finish of the season, his best World Championship finish in any sort of car. Nicholas Dachelet will get on the podium for the Legion Speed Sport number 23, while for Keaton Swain, the 21 car. 2 points gained on Connor Barry, who finishes right behind him. The championship hopefuls stalking each other neck and neck. Josh Fox, Christopher Plumlee, Killian Delomo, and Connor Parisi finish out in the top 9. Cody Retzlaff, the final car inside of that pack of action that we focus on for quite a bit of time. Brandon Proudfoot, Nick Larson right behind them. Tommy Holman won a couple of times this weekend, but this time only good enough to finish inside of 13th, right behind your CBR hard charger, Nick Larson, plus 10 positions to get to 12th. Josh Edmondson flipped on lap 1, finishes 14th with Keith Jeffrey in the Heatwave number 88 behind. Crystal King 16th with Bergeron, Miller, and Grady. The top 20 here today. Just 3 more cars. Cam Peterson had a technical issue before qualifying that saw him start back in the field. Did not move forward. 21st for him. Quinton Delomo, Trenton Briley make up the 23 cars that got underway for the first race here tonight. Get another look on board with Josh Fox as we see the incident that he had. Still 1 race to go, a top 8 invert to mix things up. That's coming up, though, after a message from our friends at today's presenting sponsor, Big Green Egg.
There's a place where fire and flavor are celebrated, where grilling traditions and new techniques are perfected. Here in Big Green Egg Country, you can grill it, roast it, smoke it, or bake it. It's the most versatile grill you'll ever own. Simple to light, easy to use, comes with a free lifetime warranty. Have it delivered to your door by a certified dealer in your community and start enjoying the ultimate cooking experience. Shop online for home delivery at biggreenegg.com. That's biggreenegg.com.
11 laps to go in the rolling hills of Michigan here today. Just 1 more weekend of action to come after this. Let's run you down through today's starting grid, brought to you by CBR Performance Products. It'll be Killian Delomo that brings us to the green alongside Christopher Plumlee. The 2 battled hard. They'll do it again, this time at the front. Josh Fox's spin, we'll see him start in 3rd. Connor Barry, the championship leader, alongside him with Keaton Swain. Getting 2 points up on Barry in the championship, starting back in 5th with Dachelet. First podium to his name of the season, starting alongside on row 3. Tony Latin-Mackie, blockbuster performance for him, alongside the Canadian Felix Roy. The top 8 invert dropping 1st and 2nd to row 4 in the grid. Connor Parisi, Cody Retzlaff make up the top 10. Brandon Proudfoot and Nick Larson in the 802 Legion Speed Sport machine start in 11th and 12th respectively, while from 13th we'll see Tommy Holman with Josh Edmondson alongside Keith Jeffrey and Crystal King in the Jim Beaver Esports and the Factory Sim Sport 88 and 278. Line up 15th and 16th, while Bergeron rolls 17th. The Terminator alongside him on the outside of row 9. Making up the rest of the top 20, we'll see from 19th position, Terry Miller, Tom Grady, his counterpart. Cam Peterson, Quinton Delomo, Trenton Briley, 23 cars locked and loaded for another 11 laps of Championship Series action. And what a crazy start it was, the first race of the evening. If you like this sort of racing, You like the diversity that iRacing is able to provide you here? Well, head on over to iRacing.com. New memberships are 40% off. Get started on your road to the virtual checkered flag. Join the world's premier motorsport simulator. It will be Delomo Plumley at the front of the field, and as I bring back in my broadcast partner in Josh Lee, still trying to catch our breaths from the first race of the evening. Josh, this, I think, is my favorite track on the season. For a lot of the drivers as well, it seems to be quite a fun one for them to try and build up, to try and get the passes done.
And it seems to me like this is really a driver's track. I mean, we talk about the drivers with the best racecraft that we've seen this season. I look at Connor Berry and Keaton Swain, who are the two in a deadlock for the championship lead right now, and I see both of them just being able to make those passes. Not only make those passes, but make those passes cleanly and as quickly as they possibly can. So I think this really is a track that suits our two championship rivals, and it clearly suits Felix Roy as well, who, by the way, is third in the championship currently.
He did jump in front of Edmondson because of his good result, and we will follow that. But Josh, very quickly, Josh Fox starts third. He's got technical issues. I think you can't look past him. But who's your pick for victory as we get ready to go racing for the final time at Bark River in 2022?
That two machine starting there in row 2 is just too tempting. How many times can I say two in a single sentence? Connor Berry's going to win this thing, I think. But Christopher Plumley, I would not count him out. He has been one of the sleeper picks of the season, and he starts on the pole with everything to defend.
Plumley showed his speed at Bark River last time, third in the second race of the night. But for the 14th time this season, we go racing in the 2022 iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. It's a great start from Delomo, who catches Plumley napping. Josh Fox will slide on through. Barry to third as well. Plumley now defends from Keaton Swain with single file for the top 5 to get race 2 of the night underway.
Plumley, that is the opposite of the start that he wanted. He sits fourth. Dachalet trying to make up spots at the start. He sits P6. Felix Roy is in a battle with Connor Parisi at the edge of the top 8 invert. Cody Retzlaff now battling with Brandon Proudfoot, and Retzlaff with an issue falling down the timing tower.
He looks very slow over the jump. Look at the inside of that turn. A little bit further back, Proudfoot gets a bit of a bump there from Edmondson, who slides on through, but there was a very slow car. Tommy Holman gets the shot from Josh Edmondson. We'll hold on, we'll lose one more spot to the 6 of Proudfoot. I don't know what's really gone on these last 2 weeks or so. The intensity has picked up. The aggression from the drivers has started to increase as well. On board with Tommy Holman, getting bullied. Retzlaff fires it down the inside.
Ooh, and Alex Bergeron now trying to go to the inside of all of them, and he hits the inside wall, and another truck goes flipping off and into the pit lane. That's Cody Retzlaff.
Oh, and more!
Incredible wrecks there at the start.
There is something that has changed for the drivers. Something has clicked, and the intensity is ratcheted up. Plumley will now drop, started inside of the front, and now takes the trip off into the grass. You saw him stricken in the middle of your shot a couple of moments ago. Temporary glitch on our timing screen. He drops down to back where he was meant to be. Let's have a look at this sequence. Bergeron gets turned into the wall. Not the first time that we saw that. Not the first time that we saw a car go over the cushion at the side of the wall and flip over as well. Then, for the 48 of Edmondson, rolled but landed on all 4 wheels. Chaos on lap 1.
That was Cam Peterson that ended up with that epic save there going through the last couple of corners, and it was Alex Bergeron who went for a slider 3 wide, by the way, to the inside, and ended up hitting that inside retaining wall that right there especially, it jets out in that grass, and it is not forgiving as Barry looks to the inside of Josh Fox. Killian Delomo trying to pull away at the front, and oh, by the way, trying to go for his first win of the season after a string of top 5 finishes.
Keaton Swain, how close do you want to get to your championship rival? That was a send and a half. I'll leave it at that. Working lap 3 of 11. A long way to go. Barry and Swain don't have teammates around them for company. In front, it's a Williams eSports car. In front, it's an Altus eSports car. So for Connor Barry, riding by himself, the Team General tire number 2. For Keaton Swain, riding in the factory SimSport number 21. They've got to do it themselves in races this short, this frenetic. Knowing the target going into the race is equally important as being able to adapt as the chaos erupts around you, Josh.
And we take a look at those live standings now. How about Connor Berry and Keaton Swain's gap? It goes to 18 points as Latinmaki and Roy fight for P6. You can see how now Felix Roy's up to third. The 18 of Killian Delamo, current race leader, up to fourth. And Josh Edmondson, with that issue on the opening lap of race number 1 tonight, drops all the way to P5. Remember, at the end of tonight, anybody outside of 100 points is mathematically eliminated from this championship. That'll only cut off Connor Parisi, and we're really only watching the top 2 anyway.
Yeah, we like to enjoy the possibility that Edmondson, maybe Roy, can spoil the surprise, but it's starting to come down to the wire for just 2. 24 started, 2 left standing. What a season it's been for them. On board with Edmondson. And you see the virtual reality for him. We've seen his teammate Cam Peterson. Not just virtual reality, but motion as well. I saw a great little video on YouTube today where a simulator company has gone to the wall. They have created a motion sim that then is integrated inside of the chassis of a real pro truck. They've had to build a door instead of clambering in through the window netting. They've got virtual reality. It really exposes why we love sim racing. Yes, maybe it's not exactly like real racing, but we look at the resumes of these drivers, we look at how they prepare for the races, Josh. There's so much that carries over, there's so much that crosses over, and that's why for Connor Berry, coming off a weekend where he's just gotten some laps in at the real Bark River, he'll take that to the sim, he'll build up confidence, he knows what he does works, whether it's real or virtual.
And the work that these World Championship drivers put in. I mean, in real life, you have maybe a handful of practice sessions. In the Formula One side, you know, just a little bit over an hour for each of those free practice sessions. You can clock in almost an unlimited amount of hours, as many hours as you want to clock in the sim. You can do that. You can put in the reps, and that's exactly what the drivers in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, the Off-Road Championship Series here, the World of Outlaws Late Model Series. They all put in countless hours of work, and for Keaton Swain and Connor Berry, they're both in a deadlock fight to try and make it all pay off and be the first ever championship of this series, as Berry taking it one race at a time, just trying to get by Josh Fox now for P2.
Remember, we talked to Berry 7 days ago after his win, his return to the top step of the podium, and he said it's also all about the family support that he gets, being able to have both a real program and a virtual program. He'll go aggressive on Josh Fox. I don't think the move forthcoming just yet, but you can see the paces there for Berry. While he was competing last week at the Wild West Motorsports Park, virtually at home, his family, I think he said his father and his uncle, already at Bark River, preparing the car for him to go racing that weekend. So it's a family affair. It's about having that support. And in this new generation of young motorsports, I guess, and as drivers build their way up, sim racing is now an option, no matter what discipline you are in. Look at the control in the air as well. Still just trying to look for the opportunity. Josh Fox has seen it all, is not giving this one up without a fight.
And Connor Berry now with a crossover goes to the inside. Remember, this is very quickly going to turn into the outside line through the right-hander right off of this jump. Can Connor Berry go for the crossover move? We've seen this happen many a times before here in this corner. He cannot get it done, and the 21 of Keaton Swain is seeing all this out of his windshield, and he's just thinking, how on earth am I going to try and get around all these drivers? Because that's basically what Swain needs to do now, as Berry tries to go back to the inside of Josh Fox for P2. DeLomo runs away with the race lead, and Swain, 18 points back from Berry, needs as many positions as he can. He can only go 3 positions forward, but Berry can go a lot of spots back.
Not seeing these guys be dropped by Killian Delamo. Yes, they are fighting side by side and having their moments as we look backwards with the big green egg onboard look. Josh Fox sees Connor Berry continuing to try and attack, harass the rear end of the Pro 4 truck. Delamo not being allowed to run away just yet. What a great view this is. See the weights of the car shifting around at the rear as they work through the turns, work over the jumps as well. Swain closes up as well. It stays like this. It all goes down to what happens at Crandon. And what happened at Crandon? It was a last corner, last lap pass as Conor Barry pushed Keaton Swain out of the way at the end of race meeting number 1. Imagine if the championship comes to the last lap, to the last corner, as we head back to Crandon next Wednesday on the iRacing Esports Network.
And now in this race from Bark River, as we sit with just about 4 laps
Fox goes
remaining,
around!
Contact with Barry and Fox, and that'll turn the 12 around. Swain, in all the mess, goes to P2, Barry down to P3.
I wonder if the technical issues of Josh Fox contributed to not just this spin, but the one that he had in race 1 of the evening as well. You saw for a moment, disappeared out of existence. For Conor Barry, it's the uncertainty of, can I commit? Where is that car going to be placed once he reappears in my vision? The answer was too close for comfort. Fox goes around from second to 8th, goes the Williams Esports number 12. There go the chances of a second career victory. But like Josh mentioned, Keaton Swain saw the seas part and like Moses sailed his way through to second.
But in the live points, Arjuna, that did not help out Swain enough. 14 points now the difference. That's 3 less than the 17 points when we came into tonight. But going into Crandon, I know both Conor Barry would like a little bit more points as a cushion, and I know Keaton Swain would like to make up 14 points tonight and be leading going into the finale. They now have 1.3 seconds to try and find to get up to the 18 of Killian Delolmo.
14 points is 7 spots in terms of track positioning. As we head into that final race meeting, of course, include the 5 bonus points that you can get for qualifying on pole position as well. There are still many permutations of this championship left to be explored. Delolmo 1.7 clear. For Swain and Barry, the chance to fight for victory sure is tempting, but consolidation, getting points on the board, equally important. And for Nicholas Dashalet, just 1 top 10 finish coming into this week. He's looking for double podiums, looking on with the 23, riding in 4th.
How aggressive is he going to be with a championship rival in front of him? Well, I guess we're going to find out, because he gives a shot to the back bumper of the number 2 of Conor Barry. Beautiful onboard with the number 23. 2 to go this time by Arjuna. They all ride that outside berm. To the inside goes Dashalet. We are seeing speed out of the 23 tonight that we have not seen all season long, as he sees both the championship rivals in front. Dashalet also fighting to be saved from relegation, as he has about 50 points to try and make up tonight and at Crandon.
Side by side for second again. Barry still just trying to put more discomfort, more doubt into the mind of the 21 in Keaton Swain. Bit of a shot there from Dashalet, reminding Barry that he's still there. 2 laps to go at the line last time by. The gap to Delolmo is closed, but it's not closing fast enough. If he can maintain this pace, can maintain this tempo, if they fight for second, victory is all but guaranteed. Barry again looks down low. Into the whoop section they go, and not alongside. Dashalet again forcing Barry forward.
White flag this time. They come across the start-finish line, and Killian Delolmo in the lead to the tune of about 1.3 seconds. Dashalet trying to go the long way around now as he makes contact with the 2 of Conor Barry through the left-hander. Nothing any of these drivers can do. They sit single file, and here comes race number 1 winner Felix Roy to make it even more interesting.
He's been patient. There's that white flag. 1.5 miles left for Killian Delolmo to hold on to race victory number 1 in his World Championship career. The fight for second has devolved into a 4-way brawl. Dashalet searching for double podiums. Felix Roy looking to get back onto the podium after a victory just about 20 minutes ago. For Swain and Barry, there is a championship left on the line. For Dashalet and Roy, surely, Josh, they're thinking about that. They don't want to be the catalyst that blows this championship wide open.
but they still want all the possible points they can get, and they still want to race for positions on the track. Can Barry get by Keaton Swain? He looks like it might be a little bit too late for the two. How aggressive is Barry willing to get? Remember, he leads by 14 points. Does he want a bigger gap? He can add 2 points to that here as they go through the left-hander. Barry to the bottom, not going to have enough momentum as the checker flag will fly this time.
Just a couple of corners to go, and while Roy can get past Dashley, I think Barry is too far behind Swain, and as we saw, yes, not even within a chance of throwing it for the battle in second. For the lead, though, it's delight for Killian Delhomme. What a rough 2022 it's been for the Delhomme family. Killian has been willing to get the elbows out. Today, though, drove away at the front of the field, tastes victory for the first time in his young World Championship career. For Altus and for their young gun in Killian Delhomme, the future looks bright.
Top five finishes this season. One of the most consistent drivers that we have had. 4th place in the points, and he can finally say that he is an iRacing Off-Road Championship Series winner.
He will celebrate with his spotter, Bo Albert, who has been guiding his young charge in the ways that a World Championship will mentally challenge and mentally frustrate a driver. For Killian, who has had his share of critics for his physicality, he will silence them today. 1.6 clear at the front of the field, a winner in the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. What a day it was for him, leading as well at the end of lap 1 to win the Big Green Egg Green Flag Award for race 2 of the night. Keaton Swain and Connor Barry, again, chipping away at the gap is Keaton Swain, but Connor Barry will head to Crandon in the lead of the championship, in control of his destiny. For Felix Roy, what a day it was as he solidified 3rd in the championship in front of Nicolas Dashley with a podium and a 5th place. May not be totally out of the battle to stay in the championship for 2023 in that Legion Speed Sport number 23. Connor Parise in front of his Jim Beaver Esports teammate of Josh Edmondson, while Josh Fox slips to 8th after 2 incidents in 2 races today. Tommy Horman 9th in the iRacing.com privateer entry. Brandon Proudfoot completes the top 10. Tony Latin-Mackie, what a day it's been. First, finishing inside of the podium spots in race 1, and then 11th, good points on the board for the Black Star Racing 92. Keith Jeffries 12th in front of Tom Grady in the 535, with Crystal King, Terry Miller 14th and 15th positions. Quintin Delhomme, saw him have a moment earlier, get 16th, but he will be delighted for his younger brother that helped him on his entry into sim racing as the 22 finishes 16th. Bergeron, Briley, Larson, and Tyson Miller make up the rest of the top 20, while Peterson, Plumley, Retzlaff, the 23 that started this race. If you're new to this series, we are so glad you joined us from Bark River. By far one of the most technical, by far one of the most entertaining championship series locations. Next week is the final week. It comes down to 20 laps at the Crandon Raceway. We will see how things play out. Before we head down to the CBR Winners Circle, before we get our post-race coverage underway, Josh Lee, let's talk about what we saw, which was, yes, plenty of fighting up and down through the field, but with our eyes locked in on Keaton Swain and on Connor Barry, the 2 stepped up and the 2 delivered lockstep all the way through the night.
And tonight just really solidified that duo as the top duo in iRacing off-road competition. And what it also did, which I think is more important, is it really showed how equal both of these drivers are. Swain only made up 3 points. He has a lot of work to do with only 2 points-paying rounds left.
We'll talk about next week before we wrap things up, but while we wait for Killian Delhomme to stop the victory celebrations, instead let's head over to CBR Winners Circle for race number 1, where for the second time in 2022 we talked to Felix Roy as a winner in this championship. Felix, a great day for you, a good performance, stalking Tony Latin-Mackie until halfway through the race. When you got the lead, you didn't look back from then. You solidified 3rd in the championship. You must be feeling quite good heading out of tonight. Felix, unfortunately, seems to have muted his mic. We'll see a look of maybe expectation on his face. We'll see if we can get our wires back in order. Live broadcasting, things will happen. We will let Felix try and get those issues sorted out. In the meantime, he has joined us, so now we'll switch over to the young Killian Dalomo for Altus Esports, now a World Championship winner. Killian, we saw the pump of the fist. We saw how revved up you were about this win. I know it's early in the morning for you, but your adrenaline must be pumping through your veins.
End of the world. I'm so happy. This work is with the win. It's awesome. It's awesome.
You had an interesting crossover from the Rallycross. You made about half the features that you competed in the Rallycross World Championship. It's not like where you were slow, but you've really picked up the pace, picked up the intensity this season. What's it like working with Altus? What's it been like having someone like Bo Albert trying to help you through the World Championship mindset?
So yeah, Bo is Rallycross, me also. It's really different. I have joined Altus, and it's an objective to come on the broadcast, and we are really happy to have the pace, and it's deserved.
I want to ask you about the friendly rivalry that you and your brother have between the two of you. When we talked before the Rallycross World Championship last year, you mentioned how you kind of helped him get used to sim racing, and it was good to compete against each other. How does that dynamic play out now when you compete at this level of sim racing, the very top, when there's prizes on the line? Killian, do you have a copy with us?
Wait, can you repeat?
Just asking you what it's like in the family dynamic as you battle in a championship with your brother.
Yeah, my brother is unlucky, but we work a lot between, and we try the best always.
It is an early morning, a late night, depending on how you look at it for Killian Dalomo, but it was worth it. He is a winner in the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. Congratulations, Killian. We'll see how the season ends for you next Wednesday.
Thank you.
A rather tired Killian Dalomo. You could hear it in his voice, but you could also hear that unmistakable jubilation that only a victory can bring. Now, we head back over to Felix Roy, where hopefully we're joined by the Jim Beaver Esports Team General Tire Car. I can hear him. Here we go. Felix, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, man, you can't really feel better than that. Got my best results of all year long, and P1 and P4. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy.
For you, solidifying third in the championship, it must be good for you. When you reflect on the season that you've had, is there anything that you think, okay, that's a moment that I could have done differently to be fighting for the championship this year?
Yeah, definitely. Last time at Bark River, I think I got like P10 and P14, and Wild West last week, we didn't have a good results too, but tonight we're getting them points back, and really happy about it.
We know you like your dirt stuff. World of Outlaws competition has been picking up as well of late the last couple of weeks. How busy are you these times as you try and balance all your various commitments in sim racing?
Yeah, fortunately, I missed the first 2 weeks of the World of Outlaw Late Model Series, but I'll be there Monday and all the rest of the year. I had real life racing stuff, so I couldn't race on the sim, but I really, for real, I'm racing one time a week, and it's on Wednesdays and Mondays to practice, so I don't really get tons of practice, and I don't know if it hurts my game, but yeah, I don't know.
One final question and I'll let you go. What were you doing with your camera at the end of race one?
Yes, that's the thing. On the pace lap of race one, I clicked on something on Zoom, and I think it kicked me out or something, and I was mad about it because we're on the pace lap and I couldn't get it fixed back. So I tried to put it as soon as I won, put the camera back. But yeah, I'm sorry about that.
You got me confused. I thought there was something wrong in your household. Glad to hear it was just a self-inflicted mistake. Congratulations on your second win of the season, Felix. Good luck this coming Monday as you return to the World of Outlaw scene, and we'll see you in our championship showdown in 7 days' time.
Thank you, guys, and I'd like to thank my sponsor, Case Code Royale, and Apex Gaming, and everyone. Would like to thank you guys for the good broadcast and every fellows from Quebec that's watching me. Thank you guys.
Quebec's own Felix Roy, a winner again in your 2022 iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. And then there were 20 laps left. Back to Crandon, back to where it all began 7 days from now on August 10th at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. It is your championship showdown of the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. How are we going to enter, Crandon, you ask? Well, ask no more. Let's have a look at the championship standings. It is just 2 that stand at the top, but the gap is looking inviting. If you're Connor Barry, it's a gap that Joshua Lee, you're somewhat comfortable with. If you're Keaton Swain, it's the type of gap where you know anything is possible in one of the wildest championships across of motorsports.
I think the easiest way to sum it up is Connor Barry is nervous about those 14 points because he doesn't think it's enough, and Keaton Swain is looking at those 14 points like it's 140 points. Swain has a lot of work to do. All Barry needs to do is stay around the number 21 at Keaton Swain. Sounds easy, but remember the last time we were at Crandon, it was all bets off, but Barry did walk away with one of those 2 wins. It's gonna be interesting with everything on the line. How are these 2 fellow competitors and friends off the racetrack going to fight each other?
And I will highlight Cam Peterson again, another round where technical issues were prevalent, and for him, he's going to finish inside of the top 10, but marginally. There is the battle for relegation. Yes, there are some car numbers missing, but Jacob Rafoss is in the bubble spot right now, about 19 clear of Tommy Holman, a further 30 clear of Nicholas Dachelet, that 23 car. This was the day, Josh Lee, if you were going to pick up the pace, that you had to do it.
And for Tommy Hallman now going into Crandon, he's on the outside looking in. It's going to be a rough one for Nicholas Dachelet. He's going to need 2 races exactly like he had tonight to make it into that top 12. And Jacob Rafoss, Josh Fox, and everybody in that top 10 looking pretty comfortable right now in the top 12 to run this again in year 2. But down from there, I mean, some great names. How about Quinton DeLalmo not in that top 12? Cody Retzlaff, Crystal King, Keith Jeffrey. They're all going to have to look at the qualifying series for 2023.
What a fun qualifying series it would be as well. So remember, Crandon in a week's time, another 1.5 mile short track. It is our season finale, and whenever you go to the final of anything, there is a different mindset that you go in with. It's the realization that this is the final chance that I get to make a statement, to make sure people know who I am. And the land rush start, Josh, when a championship is on the line, you've got to be hoping for Swain, for Barry, just to stay out of trouble, let alone make up positions.
That land rush start is going to be intense. You thought the starts here at Bark River were intense right after the start-finish line, having a jump there. How about funneling a lane 10 trucks wide into about the normal space of a normal E-short course track into turn 1 at Crandon off the land rush? It's going to be exciting. Not only are we going back to Crandon, which is a driver and a fan favorite, we're going to crown the first ever iRacing off-road champion.
The history books will have its final chapter written for the 2022 iRacing Off-Road Championship Series in 7 days' time. Do remember, World Championship action across of iRacing is underway. It's a busy time. Next Monday, it is World of Outlaws butt kicker late model time at Eldora as they get set for round 3 of their championship. Qualifying for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup continues to rumble on this weekend as they get set to go to the Styrian Mountains to the Red Bull Ring, and we get set to crown champion number 1. 7 days from today, one will stand tall, your champion of the 2022 iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. We thank a Big Green Egg for presenting today's coverage, and on behalf of the team at iRacing, on behalf of the team at RaceSpot TV, delighted to have your company this Wednesday as we gear ourselves up for the championship showdown. On behalf of Hugo Luis, for Joshua Lee and myself, Arjuna Kangipati, we bid you farewell from the rolling hills of Michigan. We'll see you to crown a champion in 7 days from Crandon. So long and goodbye.
forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.
2 weeks ago, we were in Hockenheim to see our All-Stars take part in the first round of the Porsche All-Stars Championship here as part of our coverage of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup 2022. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me, in a far-flung country, it is Matt Trivett. Welcome along, Matt. You know, you can't keep away from this championship, can you?
No, absolutely not. Look, I couldn't join you at the circuit this time, so to speak. But I am in Poland, currently at IEM Katowice, so doing double duty. Casted some Counter-Strike this morning, but like you say, couldn't miss this for the Worlds. And here we are in a hotel room, mind you, but we're gonna make it work. I've got my timing screen, I've got you on my right, and we're gonna have a good show today, and hopefully some great racing. Circuit de Catalunya is usually entertaining as a driver, but sometimes it can be interesting for racing. It has produced a lot of drama in PESC in the past.
It certainly has done, that's for sure. And of course, our All-Stars, we had them last year as well, so they're getting a second stab at this. Here's the track then, Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. As you can see, 4.6 kilometers, 2.89 miles, 16 turns. I'm old enough to remember watching the first Grand Prix back in 1991 around here, so I'm aging myself. But it's a very technical track, isn't it, Matt?
It is, and there's a reason that Formula One goes here for testing. It has a little bit of everything. You know, you've got high speed, you've got low speed, Sector 3 as well. You've got some very hard braking points, the addition of the chicane to try and bring the overall speeds down and increase safety. And we know that can be a place, especially in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, that drivers can trip over each other just because there's such the accordion effect, that concertina effect, that the hard braking. But yeah, high-speed sweepers, a lot of aerodynamic wash that happens in Formula One, which is why I think a lot of people give it a bad name as a racetrack. But in PESC, it's always been very, very close. And here we are with the All-Stars on track. And this is what I love, Paul, because they have the open qualifying. So we get to see all the cars all at once, either benefiting or being blocked. You can definitely get a draft and get a tow on this track.
You certainly can. Now, this week, we've not got Lauren Heinrich. Apparently, he was a bit too good for the All-Stars last time out. But instead, we've got somebody, he's got some racing credentials to his name. Laurens Vanthoor, of course, Le Mans winner. He's also a IMSA Sports Car Championship winner as well with the championship. Narrowly missed out on winning at Daytona just a few weeks ago as well, Matt. So he's got some racing credentials to his name, and let's see how it goes here with the All-Stars.
I'll be completely honest with you. Speaking with a few people inside of Porsche, they said that was one of the greatest advertisements for racing in years. The two Porsches going at it between Faf, who did end up winning it, and Gemini at the wheel of that, and obviously Laurens Vanthoor giving it a go in the KCG Porsche, but just coming a little bit shy at the end. But man, oh man, I can't imagine what some of the Porsche staff were feeling watching that, but that was awesome racing. That was so good to watch. So even though Laurens Vanthoor didn't win the Daytona 24-hour, he gave racing fans something to remember. So it's really cool that he's here now, jumping in with us in Sim, and we'll get a good look at the circuit now. There you go. Oh, wow, there you go. There's that hard braking point. Jimmy Broadbent showing us how it's not done. He's an entertainer, Jimmy, and that's all he's trying to do right now. He's just entertaining us. Trust me, he'll get a lap in.
Meanwhile, here's somebody who, she's entertaining, but also extremely quick. Emily Jones-Emery. I mean, what she can't do in a car with rear-wheel drive and a whole lot of horsepower isn't worth knowing, because she's just so good, so fast, and she just gives it her all here. And of course, our champion from last year, hence the number one on our Vodafone on board. But Emily Jones, fantastic driver. And here we go. Here's our Porsche factory driver, and look at that setup there, Matt.
How clean is this? Is he like in the Porsche factory right now? He's got all the helmets, he's got trophies. Did he set this up just for tonight? You know, is he flexing? I don't know. It looks beautiful though. Like if his whole apartment or house or wherever he is that clean, this guy's a stylish dude. No question about it. Yeah, but look, everyone knows this guy's one of the fastest GT drivers in the entire world, Paul, as we'll take a look for an onboard around Circuit de Catalunya, Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, I should use the full name. And this is obviously one of the longest straightaways we'll see all season, with the exception of Le Mans and Nürburgring, which are very different circuits in their own right. Turn 1, sweeper, you do get a good amount of braking, but you get nice and up hard over the curbs. You want to carry some flow, not use all the track on the exit of 2 because you need to get it in and get it balanced for 3. And this corner is such a long corner. Patience, and that's what you don't want to do. Obviously, we mentioned this last week in iRacing. One of the things that these cars do not have, the 992 Cup cars, is traction control. But a short shift, even during the torque vectoring and the higher RPMs, is still extremely valuable. So, yeah, you can see already maybe that was wise to do there, Paul.
Yeah, but look at how he was able to just control that slide, though, Matt, because that was, just how really you can sort of hold a spit and stop it completely rotating 360. As well, here's our format for today. So this is the All-Stars format. We've got the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, the 992, the first season that we're running that. We've got a fixed setup. Now, the sprint race and the main race have been increased by 2 minutes each. So we are getting a little bit more action here, Matt, from the All-Stars this week and going forward for the rest of the season. So these drivers, they don't need to maybe panic quite as much and at the start of a race and give themselves a little bit more time to make overtakes. Although,
these guys,
I say that, yeah.
Come on now, not our all-stars, not with reverse grids. But no, look, that is cool, and just yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty exciting again. Keep in mind, yes, there is that full reverse grid format, which applies to everyone. And last week that applied especially to Emily Jones. I know you talked about Emery's pace already. She wasn't on her best form, and the reason I bring that up, there you go, the timing tower. She currently sits P1 ahead of Kirkatise, who's one of the new drivers to the series this year. So another good performance for him. I think he was on the podium last time out in the main race. So again, showing off some speed.
Yeah, Bolgezazo, TK as well, Tony Kanaan pretty close together as well. And Dan Suzuki just a few hundredths of a second behind Tony Kanaan as well. Ooh. And Lawrence Van Toort trying his hardest to get around this track, and this time can't even make it through turn 2.
Yeah, he hooked the inside of the curb a little bit too much there, and it just caused the car to rotate. Obviously, the Cup car is still very much a rear-engined car, as opposed to the GT3, where the engine's been realigned and the RSR's been realigned. It's got a lot of rear weight and not as much downforce as those GT3 cars that he's been used to driving so recently. It'll catch you out. It's got a lot more grip than what we had in the 991, no question about it, but high speeds, early in the lap, it's quite an aggressive corner you have to commit to, with TK showing us how it's done much smoother. He even goes for a slightly narrower entrance than what we saw Van Thor going for in his lap, although he still has to use all the track on the exit and get out of the throttle. I think a short shift there, even though it seems odd at that point on the exit that you should be digging into the grip, but it might be something that saves some of these guys. It'd be interesting to see how the actual Tag Heuer guys get about it.
Well, I mean, I don't want to point it out, but it's worth pointing out here. Lawrence Van Toort is not the only driver with a selection of racing helmets in the background of the shot here, because here's Maxime nicely put out with the map of the Nürburgring there as well behind it. So very good presentation on the screen, much more prominent on the background. Yeah,
can you name all the helmets? The one to the right immediately is hers, I would assume, because it's a proper size. But the miniatures, let's go. What do you got?
Well, you've got Lando Norris is in there, surely. You've got Max Verstappen as well, and I believe, is that Lewis Hamilton?
It is, yeah, good job. That is exactly who it is. And Lando's, that's his rookie year helmet, the super bright one. It's a lot more overpowering than his current ones, that's for sure.
Well, that was the trick of Ayrton Senna, though, wasn't it? He had that unique bright yellow helmet that everybody in qualifying would just jump out of the way because they'd just see this neon yellow helmet coming along behind them. They didn't want to ruin his lap.
Yeah, I mean, they jump out of the way unless it was Alain Prost, and then he might jump in the way. Oh, wait, sorry, that was the other way around. My bad.
Well, we've not got that problem here today, though. That's for sure, because these drivers are pushing hard. Now, that Heike, he's not got a selection of helmets in the background. He's got his full selection of wheels rims that he can choose from.
Super cool.
I mean, I mean, personally, I've got 3 wheel rims that I use, but I think that's being a bit greedy, personally. I think he needs to send me 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, and quite clearly he's on the Fanatec setup because there's quite a few in there that I can recognize. You can see on the right side, sort of second from the top row, he's got the Formula wheel. He's got a couple different GT wheels in there as well. And I think he is on, if I were to guess, the podium hub with the carbon paddles. So he's probably kind of built up a CSL with a podium hub. On his, I'm assuming he's going to be on a DD. There you go. He's got the hand clutch. That's exactly it. The podium hub that you can basically adapt with the button box on it. The Porsche steering wheel is actually very similar to that too, and it may be the Porsche rim because it's got the red on the top as opposed to the clear, which the generic, or the yellow, which my generic one has. So, yeah, very cool. I've got a few. I think you said you got 3. I think I have 4. Yeah. Mine sit on the floor beside me. I need something like that to keep them more presentable.
I have a little cubby hole on my desk because I'm still a desk racer. I don't have the room for a rig, so they're in a little cubby hole in my desk here that I put them in.
Maybe we need to get you a rig and you can just broadcast from it. You'll just be sitting in the car, and when we green screen you, we'll just put you in pit lane. It'd be great.
Well, I mean, I have raced in other all-star events for iRacing World Championships. Just want to put that out there. But, well, here's Idro.
Are you seeing this timing gap right now?
Yes, it is incredibly close at the top of this timing right now. The top 3 covered by less than 3. That's less than 700ths of a second.
Outrageous.
That's incredible.
Well, I logged in and the timing screen was still showing me the incredible eNASCAR race from last week on iRacing, and everyone was like, what, they went 3 wide? Now the gaps are like the same. I thought it was broken again for a second. It was 0.032, 0.068. That's ridiculous. Yeah, very, very close. And then, okay, sure, there's a 3/10 gap back to Yardier, but look at the gap between he and Sanchez.
Yeah, I mean, all the way down. I mean, it's down to 10th place, Matt Malone. You know, it's still within a second here. And, well, here we are with Althea. And here's our onboard for the Vodafone onboard, of course. And a new driver to the All-Stars, still getting to grips with the car, I feel, at the moment, but certainly put up a good showing last time out at Hockenheim.
Yeah, no question about it. Great debut, and it's always awesome to see more and more people getting involved. Another female driver in the field as well, because obviously last year we quit Gabby. She's not with us this year. She's been quite busy, so she steps in now, Athelina, and yeah, and you could be right. I mean, look, the Porsche Cup's a tricky car to drive, and it's I love the 992 compared to what I thought of the 991. I had some pretty vulgar thoughts about the 991 at times while driving it, if I'm honest. That's a me problem, if I'm honest as well. But no, the 992 is great. It is the driver's car. It's raw. It's fun. It'll catch you out if you do something wrong. You've got to be quite deliberate with your inputs, just as any race car really, but more so with this car than most in iRacing. And she was, of all the ones we've ridden on board with, she's the most consistent through turn 3. That's for sure.
And the nice, the nice sort of racing seat as well, the proper GT style seat as well. James West, he's a man who loves a cup of tea out there, does Game of Muscle. He's currently down in 13th, 2 seconds off of pole position, so he needs to pull something out the bag, although with time running out, of course, when the clock strikes 0 here, that is it. That's the end of your qualifying. And he's actually given Tony Kanaan a bit of a drag. The problem for Kanaan is now he can't get past James.
I just want to point out he's changed his livery again. I assume it's all his face again, if we can get a close-up, but it's bluish.
No,
that was
Quirk. It was
that
Quirk.
Was Quirk, you're right. Has he copied him?
No, he's got now you see James last year had his logo plastered all over, and he's done it again.
I need to see the close-up. For me, I can't. Your eyes are better than mine. Oh, there's the face. Okay, he's in pits. I thought he was hitting a wall when we jumped over that quickly. The camera caught me out, but yeah, there you go. That's Kirkitage with the face all over that 920 car. Currently in second place right now in qualifying by a very, very slim margin. I think we're gonna have an awesome race.
This is going to be genuinely a really, really close race, not just at the front, but also in your mid-pack as well, because that has been incredibly close. But let's give you your starting grid then. It is Emery, who's on pole position. Alongside her in the front row of the grid is Quirk with Boljazaza and Jardier on row number 2. Row 3 is Heike 360 and Tony Kanaan. Row 4 then, Jimmy Broadbent with Dan Suzuki. Those two had a bit of a battle in the ding-dong last time out. Depaye and Matt Malone, then row number 5 with row 6 of Rai and Idra. Row 7, Game of Muscle and Fia Mosante with Maxime, and look at that, Lauren Van Tor starting all the way at the back of the grid. He's just trying a back to front challenge, isn't he?
I guess so, yeah. Well, he'll have the reverse grid to at least rely on potentially. But yeah, not what we saw from Lorne Heinrich. Lorne's raced in Pesk itself before the actual proper Porsche Esports Super Cup, and is a very, very capable sim racer, raced in the virtual Le Mans 24-hour this year. So we know he's capable in a sim, and maybe that's why Van Thor's being put on the spot now to see what he can deliver. So you might be right. Back to front challenge. But this is a great chance for the regulars in the series to maybe get a win, because it didn't happen last time out, did it?
No, it certainly did not. It was a tremendously exciting race for everyone there, especially in that feature race when we had Heinrich running his way through the field. But we've got 30 seconds left before the start of this one, and the driver's just patiently waiting for the green flag. The Quirk is the last driver onto the grid, so the drivers will be paying attention to the starting gantry now, waiting. Engine revs rising. We are go here. It was a long hold at the start there, but it's a good start. We're almost 4 wide mid-pack. Through there, there's contact already. 2-3 cars in the wall. Dan Suzuki's off there, so's DeBay as well. Oh, it's a nightmare in the mid-pack. And is that Quirk involved in all of that? No, it isn't. He's still up there at the front of it right now. It's Emily Jones and Tyson Mayer up at the front. It's 2 by 2 for first, second, third and fourth right now, because you got Boljazaza down to 4th place and Quirk to the inside. We've got moves being made in the middle there as well, Matt.
Too wide the whole way through. Yeah, I think that all started at the start from Pierre Oliver Valletta as he actually bogged down. And man, Van Thor, I think, collected one of them on the way by, but looks like he got away without damage. This is a battle. Emery does not want to give up the lead at all. The entire first 3 corners, a flowing part of the circuit, mind you, but now we're getting into that technical sector 3. We'll go through the high-speed sweeping chicane at Campsa, and then it's down to the Cuxa. That's the breaking point we have to watch, and they are still side by side.
Yes, we head on down there, and back end. The tyres are still cold here. Oh, that's a bit of an ambitious move there. Jimmy Broadbent in his mint green car down the middle.
Oh, no, he's lost it.
Quirk's around. He's a sitting duck in the middle of the track. Hopefully everybody avoids him, which they do.
Good driving to get around him, especially because it was going to be a tap immediately into Emery. She saw it coming, she gets wide, but Broadbent, Jimmy wants to mingle at this point because he's already inside of this. He's gone through the middle, we saw him under braking, and he somehow comes out of that on the other side, leading the race. Jimmy Broadbent is going to cross the line first, in first, as Yardier sits behind, and then Emery will be back on the attack, you know that.
Yeah, and this front 3 as well have just broken a little bit of a gap, not enough to break the slipstream though, as they go down the start and finish straight to start lap number 2 here. And well, Emery's got it all to do now, and she's got to try and work her way through, but Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent will not be the easiest to overtake, as we've got movement further down as well. Here's the replay of what happened at the start. And yeah, it was just 3 drivers all trying to go for the same piece of asphalt.
It was, wasn't it? And then it just, once they started chipping and cascading, like I say, Van Thor did well to get through that as he continues to run. Actually, he's down 1 lap, so maybe he had an off on his own elsewhere. Yeah, he is in the pits. Interestingly enough, maybe he did collect damage when he got clipped. It looked like the car was unscathed, but it could have bent the steering out just slightly with a front left hit, as it were. So yeah, in the pits for him, as well as for Heike 360, not ideal. And DePilio way down, 44 seconds back. The rest are all nearing, well, a bit of a battle up front. Broadbent's got a 6/10 gap at this point in time. Emery's still being held up ever so slightly by Yardier, but also want to point out that Tony Kanaan is still in this. And Kanaan, we know, is a pretty... He's a pretty bold racer on iRacing. He gets aggressive when he needs to. He looked pretty decent in qualifying in terms of smoothness. He did get a little sideways in turn 3 when we were on board, but he might be able to jump forward in this as well and capitalize on some opportunity.
He's got Matt Malone right behind him, putting the pressure on here at the moment as they head on into turn 13. And then this tight chicane at 14 and 15. Out the final corner, and around they go. Here's a replay then of what happened down at the hairpin at turn 10, Matt.
Yeah, and this is Kirk getting just way too deep on the brakes, unfortunately. We said it's a hard braking point. You can see the lockup. It was only very fractional, likely on the downshift. Just gets a bit of rear wheel locking as he was already on the threshold for braking and turning in, loading up that rear right, stepped out. Like I said, Emery did well to identify that. She actually got a bit of a hip check from it, but was already opening her steering to actually run out wide on the curb and didn't take that much of a hit, didn't really jar her off the intended line she wanted. So came out on the other side, but lost 2 positions. And Broadbent, I'm impressed. If I'm not mistaken, Paul, and this is really racking my brain, I think he led a few laps last year at Barcelona as well.
Oh my, now you're asking. I've slept since then.
I'm sure one of his diehard fans, one of his fans will know. Someone in chat will know, but I'm pretty sure at some point he led at Barcelona last year as well.
Yeah, he certainly feels confident around here. Of course, don't forget, he did win a race last year as well, in a chaotic race last year. So he's certainly somebody who's not averse to being at the front of the field. And of course, won his split in the iRace and Indy 500 as well. So he knows how to win.
I did, just to point out, just to split races and loving some of the special events. I did the Bathurst 12-hour on iRacing recently. It was a ton of fun. Unfortunately, about 5 hours into the race, we had someone spin in front of us. Couldn't avoid it, but it was a hoot, and you should absolutely get involved. I just want to point out as well right now, Paul, as we see Borzazo with the greatest driving suit of all, his lovely bow tie as always, and Tony Kanaan looking pretty comfortable in this battle against him, the battle for 5th, or battle for 4th, I should say. But all 3 of the leading cars have mint on them. What's that about? Horsepower? Is this like the Honda Civic stickers? You get +5 horsepower for the mint green?
I mean, I always thought it was racing stripes that gave you extra horsepower. That's what I always thought, but
mud flaps these days.
Well, there's Heike 360 just getting out the way. He's been in the wars out there. Lawrence Antor is out there on track, by the way. He is doing laps, so he has been on the pit road, but he has got back up and running here in this race. But Matt Malone, look at how much he's having to work that wheel. You compare that to Tony Kanaan. Kanaan's quite smooth with his action. Malone, he's really stabbing at the wheel and really working it hard, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just the edge of adhesion. And like I say, in turn 3, that's where you're going to get it the most in these cars. They're not super reliant on downforce or capable of generating a ton of it. They're certainly better than the 991 was. They're a little bit wider in the front end. They've got those aero scoops. You've got the swan neck wing as opposed to the former stanchions that came directly off the trunk. You've also got that little fin off the trunk. All of that adds up, certainly. But yeah, that's where you're really going to hang out the rear and start to, like I say, even short shift. I'll be interested to see what the Pest guys do. They might be just better balanced with their right foot. Obviously, that's an option, but it's the corner you're going to see the most sideways in. Like I say, you have to be so patient. The corner seems like it goes on forever. Like it feels like half the lap sometimes. It's just such a long corner.
Yeah, turn 3, you've really got to be patient, as well as this turn as well. Turn 12, you've really got to be patient on your throttle application. Really got to be careful with it. Now, look at the front 3 here. Jimmy Broadbent hasn't been able to pull away any more than what he did early on. So he's got 10 minutes, well, just under 10 minutes, to try and break out. And look at how he's just moving down the start and finish straight. He feels the need here, Matt, to try and break the slipstream because those drivers behind are in a draft train.
Yeah, and obviously we're seeing the timing updated intermittently. His delta might suggest that it looks like it was about a 10th that he already had gained on him. But yeah, he's within a half a second. He's definitely in that draft. We already touched on it. It's one of the longest straightaways we're going to see all season long, excepting 2 rather large tracks that we touch on. But it is a long straight. There's a ton of drafting that can be had and gained from it. So Jimmy's not unwise to be moving preemptively. You can certainly do that. You can't move under braking. You can't move in response, in defense, but he is well within his rights to try and break that toe.
Certainly is. Down into turn 5 then, and you can see the different lines being taken there. Broadbent with the wider line in to get the run out the corner, whereas you saw Jardier a little bit tighter in, getting into the early apex, and it all evens out here between the 2 drivers. I think Emery right now is just happy sat behind and just being patient in all of this. Is 8.5 minutes. Gamer Muscle, he's got the war hat on. It looks like here. He's certainly keeping his head warm. Doesn't have the heating on at home. Down the inside, goes right into turn 10. Well, that's a striking livery that Rye's got there, but out of turn 10, and he has to back out of it. Gamer muscle James West, he's just able to hold on for the time being, but he's under pressure right now.
Absolutely is. The whole field is quite close together at this point in time. This is, as we said, the battle for 8th place. And Rye seems like he has the pace on it. He's close enough as well that the front straightaway is going to be a pretty long journey, I believe, for Gamer Muscle trying to hold on to that position, because this is about as close as we've seen anyone. Even using all of the road on the exit is Rye trying to just get that extra little bit of a run. And here we go. He sucks in now. The vacuum is in effect. He's going to have to go defensive early, I think, Gamer Muscle. Try and cover that inside line. But you can force him to be on the inside there and hold if you're far enough back for turn 2. We've lost sight. I see a little bit of dirt kicked up. I think enough curb taken. I think Rye might have this one. He's just on the inside for 3.
Yeah, he certainly is. Dan Suzuki, well, it's a day to forget for Dan here. Dan in 11th place, trying to catch up to Maxime right now. Maxime as well, another one that's been caught up in all the early shenanigans here in this race. It's really a race of two halves, is this, isn't it? It's those that didn't get involved in that instant at the start of the race, and then the rest.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right on that. I just wanted to point out, Zazo's made a bit of a gap on TK. It's about a second and a half now between them, not a ton. But in doing so, he's been putting in some pretty consistently fast laps. Last time by the stripe, 47.6 for Honzik, 7 for Broadbent, so 47.7, 1/10 slower. And then it was Zazo and Emily Jones also on the 47.6 mark. So Zazo's in this battle now for the lead. And you were saying Emily Jones, she might just be sitting back, relaxing, waiting to see how this plays out. Well, now she's going to have pressure on the backside of that car as well. So she's going to have to be a little bit careful about how patient she is in all of this.
And we saw last time out, didn't we, just how aggressive Borja Zazo can be in this series.
Yeah, don't let that gentleman bow tie fool you.
Yeah, he may be a dapper man in the seat, but not in the car. As he goes down, we go down across the line. He actually butchered that last portion of the track, did Zazo, so that moves him off of the back of Jones for the time being, so Emily Jones can just focus forward again, not have to worry about Borja Zazo.
That's what I love, though. Like, you see Emily Jones, she's just chatting with her chat right now on the front straight, able to look over. I mean, that's why these guys are who they are for streaming and being entertaining. You know, there's this pillar of streaming, they say, or this sort of this trifecta of everyone I've talked to across esports. You've got to be good at the game, you've got to be entertaining, or you've got to be able to interact with your chat. You can pick 2. If you don't have at least 2 of those, you aren't going to make it as a streamer. And I can't interact with chat and sim. I have to be so focused. So it's really cool to see how these guys are able to be at a race this close and also still be entertaining and be the personalities that they are.
It's like me whenever I stream. I must be only one of those pillars that I can do.
I don't know if I'm any of those, to be honest.
But we have got a battle at the front here. Look at that. The focus on Jimmy Broadbent's face compared to Jardier again. Another one who's just, well, he's always smiling. He's one of the happiest people I've seen in sim racing. And he's, again, busy chatting away with his chat. With Broadbent, you can see how hard he's having to press that brake pedal. He is working hard here today.
Man, he is absolutely sweating. You can see the brakes glowing into turn 10, the hardest braking point on the track. I know that seems odd considering the length of turn 1, but it's more of a soft and long braking point when you get that initial stab in and then you're trying to carry speed up the hill and into the apex. That one's a lot more of a slow speed corner, slow speed entry. But yeah, Jimmy's not communicating with chat nearly as much, is he? His eyes are strictly on the screen. I can see the perspiration. He's as shiny as that whiteboard beside him as the sweat. Yeah, look, he's wiping it away again. And he glances over, but I imagine he's probably looking at the timing delta to make sure he still has a gap rather than chat.
Oh, he is focused. He is fully focused. You can see him just take that breath before he gets on the brakes. And of course, that real world racing experience that he had last year in the Prague that he raced in, that thing it's a mini prototype, so it is quite a physical car. And he has had to really work at his fitness and his strength and conditioning to be able to race that thing in real life. And it's showing, well, I would say it's showing, but he's got a bit of perspiration there, so he's having to work hard here.
But you know what? That's probably not even so much from the physical as it is from the mental right now. That is stress sweat, we'll call it. You know, he's got to be perfect. He's got people that are very fast behind him. We know that in qualifying, Honzik was every bit as quick as Emily Jones. We saw the gaps in the timing, and then she's right there as well. Ever the opportunity. So you got through all that drama at the start, turn 10. But it's as much the focus as it is the physicality right now. His heart rate's probably well through the roof. This would be a cool race to as someone, especially like him, who wants to, continue to develop as a driver and is doing more real life, get a heart rate monitor on. It'd be really cool to study this one back and just see where the stress points are for him.
Well, I mean, here's the stress point for you. He started in 7th on the grid, did Jimmy, and he's currently leading this race. So he's maybe not got that overall out-and-out pace, but his race pace, certainly, he's doing a good job to hold on to the front of that. Here's Borja Zazo. He's back. He's back.
Every time I see Zazo, I think that, like, a butler brought room service and then saw the sim rig while someone wasn't there and was like, oh, I'll just sit down and play. Like, that's just this bow tie. It throws me off. I love it.
But again, he's just a little bit... He doesn't seem to hit his marks through that final sector, does Borja, and it just loses him about 5 or 6 tenths of a second, and that's costing him the chance of a podium position right now, because time is running out. We've got enough for just over 2 minutes, so we're reaching the 2-minute warning here. Now, last time out, we would have been onto the final lap, but of course, races both here today have been extended by 2 minutes, so they've really got to keep the pressure on and keep on pushing and pushing hard. But right now it is Jardier putting the pressure on Jimmy Broadbent, and it'll only take one mistake from Broadbent and Jardier will take advantage of that.
He's been inch perfect so far. Might not have the absolute pace over these guys, but he's keeping them behind and not putting the wheel wrong, and that's very, very important, is not to give any opportunity to lose the momentum and create an opportunity. And there's certain corners as well that are important. Obviously, getting through the S's right there as he did, getting up over the hill at Kampsa, getting a good run down toward the breaking point here at turn 10, because this is where he could certainly become a victim, and then nailing that sector 3, especially coming out of the rack chicane and into New Holland, the final corner, and getting a clean run. Again, I mentioned this last week with IH and Gouvin when he was leading the feature at Hockenheim. Some of the lap isn't as important as others when you're trying to be defensive, right? There's not going to be opportunities created at every single corner, but there are certain corners that lead to straightaways or can create a loss of momentum that you have to nail. So Jimmy's going to make sure he focuses on those points, and this is one of them right here heading onto the front straight.
Yep, carry the speed out the final corner. We're going to be starting the final lap of the race here, and Jimmy Broadbent has got a half a second lead right now. Although that is closing up with the slipstream, but the slipstream, it's not the strongest here down the straight, it seems. And these drivers not able to move right up behind. So Jardier needs a mistake from Broadbent, I feel. He's half a second back. Emily Jones that we're on board with, though, she's closer to Jardier right now. As you can see, currently third. Started on pole position in this race and did well to avoid that incident of Quirk. Quirk, by the way, give him credit, he's had a recovery drive and a half here, because he has got himself up into 6th place after battling with Matt Malone. So good recovery drive from Tyson Mayer. There's Jimmy on screen right now, bottom right hand corner of your screen. Onto the brakes, into the chicane, left, right, carry the speed through there, uphill. And then this blind crest. It's a difficult corner, this one here, Matt. But right now, Jimmy, he's just got to keep his focus now.
Yeah, luckily there's a large AstroTurf runoff on the outside of that corner. So even though it is blind, you got a pretty good idea of where you're going, and it's a long straightaway after it. Get your eyes forward, get focused, hit that braking point, and Jimmy does exactly that. Even hopping a little bit of that sausage curb on the exit. Another tricky little double apex. You can kind of open the car up in this middle of turn 12 and then point it as far forward and get ready again to head into this, the final chicane. 3 corners for Jimmy, and he will have led every lap if he can close it out right now, Paul.
Well, throughout the final chicane, he's just got one more corner to do right now. And Jimmy, he can see, he can sense the checker flat. Look at his face. He's so happy. He's delighted with that. My goodness, what a drive from him. 7th to 1st in that race, all because of, well, one incident at the start. And my goodness, we've even had close action across the line. Tony Kanaan, Tyson Mayer and Matt Malone were pretty close across the line as well. Rest of your field, Dan Suzuki's car. Well, that's seen better days, hasn't it?
Yeah, I hope there's no luggage in the boot of that car. The frunk of the Porsche. Now that's, hey, credit to him for circulating and getting it done and still bringing that car home. But yeah, caught up right at the very, very start. I think he took contact. It was a bit of a pinball. Took contact twice and then clipped the wall as well. Got pushed out. So, hey, look, he has a chance. That's why we do the reverse grid. But this is how it finished for the first race, Paul. Jimmy Broadbent. Not bad.
Not bad at all. He didn't need a reverse grid. He got the win here in the sprint race here with Jade second and Emily Jones-Emery in third place. Rest of your field, Borjazazo, Tony Canaan, Tyson Mayer with Matt Malone, James West, Mathieu Vaca, and Dan Suzuki rounding out your top 10. Maxime, also Firmasant as well. DePayo with Idrao. Heike 360 finished a lap down, and Lauren Van Tor, our Porsche Works driver, 2 laps down. But what that does mean, Matt, is
he's on pole.
Porsche Works driver's off pole position. Exactly right.
Yeah, I would say the Porsche needs work driver, unfortunately, today. Maybe not as proficient in sim, but no, look, no disrespect for Lawrence Van Thor. The guy's a legend and continues to entertain everyone on the track. So, hey, look, he's got a chance to wrap it back up going the other way. He may have taken the damage, went to pits. I actually thought he looked clean. I did call that, but we never really got to verify, but I assumed took damage from that. But went out and recirculated it, and might have just, for him, that could be good. Get a little bit more practice, and maybe now he is ready. Maybe he'll do something special here and mix it in with these guys.
And maybe doing a little bit of sandbagging as well out there. But Matt, take it away with our race winner.
Yeah, the sweaty Jimmy Broadbent. I have to say it. We were talking about it. Look, you had an awesome race, 7th to 1st, and you led every single lap.
Yeah, I mean, they don't get much better than that. I was kind of confused coming across the line at the end of that one, thinking, how am I in the leads? What's happened here? I'm not really sure. But, yeah, as you say, it was a bit of a sweaty drive for that one.
I imagine we were saying as well the physicality of it. Sure, it's physical, but that's a lot of stress sweat. Your heart rate must have been through the roof the whole time because they were on you for the entire race.
It's entirely stress. I can tell you that. It's just stress. Like, now, it's not as physical as it used to be, this, but yeah, seeing so many very, very fast people in the relative behind you, you're just sort of waiting for the inevitable to happen, and it didn't happen somehow. So,
were you like? I was even thinking like, oh God, Jimmy, you're going 3 wide under braking. What are you doing? And then the seas just parted for you. It is in your mind for a second where you're like, I probably shouldn't be here.
Yeah, a little bit, but I was thinking to myself, you know, if it comes off, that's a place, you know, and it's going to be easier for me to do that at the start because I thought I was slower than the cars around me, so I thought, well, make the move now, and if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. But yeah, Tyson very kindly helped me take the lead there.
He did, absolutely. Yeah, he had a good recovery drive, but you are the champion of today. Well, essentially champion. That's a bit misleading.
Please say champion.
Okay, all right. You are the champion of today. I'll give it to you. No one else needs to take that from us, Jimmy. It was a great race.
Yeah, let's not do race 2 now, yeah?
Well, unfortunately, we have to. And you start at the back. Sorry. Congratulations on the win. You go last now.
Thanks, man.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, that's...
Reverse grid. Yeah, sorry, Paul. I was just going to say, yeah, that's the unfortunate part is he's stressed. He's exhausted from that. And guess what? Now you got to start at the very back.
Yeah, so here's our schedule then. So we're at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia right now. The next round on March the 5th will be announced after the feature race of your Porsche All-Stars. So we'll find out where we will be racing around there on March the 5th. Then we go and change car on March the 19th to the 718 Cayman GT4 for 3 rounds with Silverstone, the Red Bull Ring, and at Circuit de Villeneuve. Then we're on to the 911 GT3R, so the GT3 car at Spa-Francorchamps, at the Nürburgring, and Circuit de la Sarthe as well. And then the final round of the championship, June the 4th, at Autodromo Nacional Monza. And of course, we've yet to decide what car will be racing there. Well, we had some thrills at the start. Well, some spills at the start, and we had some thrills throughout that race there, Matt. That was a good opening race for us here today.
Yeah, look, absolutely. That was awesome. We knew it was going to be extremely close, given the circumstances of the qualifying and everyone being so tight on the grid. Drama at the line, and then Jimmy sneaks through. I'm going to be honest with you. As much as I like Jimmy Broadbent, I like the guy a lot. I didn't think he'd hold on to that, so very well raced from him.
Certainly, and if you're watching that and thinking, well, how do I get a piece of action on iRacing? Check out iRacing.com today. Start your iRacing career. Every day is a race day on iRacing. And of course, do get logged on and signed up for your membership because, well, you can join people like myself, people like Matt, and all of our all-stars here as well, and all of our World Championship drivers on iRacing as well. It certainly is a good place to get your racing fix in. Let's have a look at the track map again, Matt. Anyone who's just joining us on the broadcast here, this is exactly where we are.
Yeah, and if you've ever flown into Barcelona, if you look out the right side of the plane, typically, you'll see this thing not far outside of the city. Lots of paint around it. It's usually a very visible circuit from the air. And the one thing this graphic doesn't display is the elevation change. Obviously, from turn 1, 2, and 3, you're climbing the whole time. You go back downhill as you come through turn 5, up again into sector 2, and then, as we talked about, and I'll continue to say, the big braking points and the technical slower section of the track in sector 3. So again, bit of everything. Tires, we didn't really talk about it as much. I think the tire this year in iRacing, and with the 992 having a bigger front tire than the 991 had, not as much of a factor. Is a factor, definitely is, but they're more manageable than they used to be, I think, on the 991 car, where it kind of ate them up and chewed them up a little bit harder. So it's a cool circuit. It is, and from a driving perspective, there's a really nice rhythm to this place.
Well, let's have a look at your grid then for the feature race then, and it is our Porsche factory driver Laurens Vanthoor on pole position. Sharing that front row is Xavier Hanchez, the Heike 360, Idrao, and then DePayo in row number 2 with Theo Mossant and Maxime row number 3. Row 4 for Dan Suzuki. He'll be hoping for a better start to this one with Rai sharing that row with him. Gaby Mussel and Matt Malone, then row number 5 with Quirk and Tony Kanaan, row number 6. Row 7 for Bolgezazo and our pole sitter from last race, Emily Jones-Emery in row number 7. Row 8 then for Jardier and our race 1 winner, Jimmy Broadbent.
Yeah,
so we saw how
winner, but man, oh man, if he comes from the back now, 7 spots to make up. If he comes from the back now, that'd be ridiculous.
Well, there's the green flag. They're already racing then here at the start. There's drivers go thundering through underneath our camera, and it's Heike 360 who's made a great launch off the start here. Laurens Vanthoor on the outside into turn number 1. We're going 3 wide, 3 by 3 by 3. Will they all make it round? No, they won't. Around we go. Oh, there's 2 cars off, and I think Jimmy Broadbent is one of those involved in that one. There's another car off as well. My goodness, the drivers, they can't keep the car on track at the moment as they go through 3 into 4 now. This hairpin here, can everybody make it through? Well, Heike 360 can. He's at the front.
Yeah, he is at the front. Vanthoor's holding on to it so far, though. And if he continues on this pace and everyone continues to trip up behind like that, he's going to continue to run as they whop over each other again. Kirk's pushed out toward the wall. Gamer Muscle had nowhere to go, trying to avoid the spinning car in front of them. And it was actually, it was Wacker that went all the way back. Not to Wacker, Rai, who's had 2 poor races in a row, unfortunately, as he falls down the order, tumbling back. We saw him battling in P10 last race, but that was after recovering from getting slowed tremendously off the start. So Heike 360, bit of a gap, and Vanthoor's going to go on the brakes. Is he deep? Is he going to make the corner? Oh, he's got to lock up at the apex. And luckily, Heike 360 sees it coming and cuts back.
And look at that experience from Heike there. It's like, okay, you go thundering down the inside, I'll just get the cut back and the run out the corners. That's exactly what we needed to do. That's allowed Dan Suzuki actually to catch up to these two, because he was about a second behind. So we've got a bit of a queue forming behind Heike 360. Careful of those sausage curbs on that chicane. It can unsettle the car, and we've seen it even in the World Championship Series last year, how it just caused a spin for you out there. Across the line then, it's Heike 360, Laurens Vanthoor, and here's a replay of what happened at turn number 1. And well, it was 1 spin and then bang, contact. Jimmy Broadbent got into the side of, I believe that was Jardier.
Yeah, he definitely going to take damage from that, so he'll be running around slightly wounded. Surprisingly, Vanthoor's held on to second place. I thought he was going to be a sitting duck on that straightaway, as Dan Suzuki had an excellent run out of the last corner. And they're starting to get congested a little bit behind them, because Matt Malone is now in the mix, and Tony Kanaan might be the best placed car in terms of pace to position on this reverse grid, as Zazo is right behind though, and those two had quite a battle in the first race as well.
Matt Malone ran a little bit wide out of turn 4, manages to keep his spot though ahead of Tony Kanaan. You've got Borja Zazo, Emily Jones behind those two as well, involved in this fight. Quirk, Tyson Mayer, he's not that far off of those as well, so we've got a bit of a queue. And in fact, credit to Van Torp, he's got the bit between his teeth. Maybe that practice time of just spending that time in that first race, just getting laps in, has really helped him out for the start of the second race. There's a move to the inside, Dan Suzuki. Space given by both drivers there.
Yeah, space given, and I think Dan Suzuki actually parked the bus and realized I should probably slow down a little more and let Van Thor get back into this, because that would have been quite a dive if he drove him out to the outside of the corner. So well done on both parties. Van Thor saw it coming, and the issue is now he's got to get through the chicane, and this time Dan Suzuki, oh dear. Someone get that black flag unrolled and waved. That is a punt if I've seen it.
911, yes, I think I've just witnessed a murder there, because that was always going to happen into that chicane with that type of move. It was a day late and $1 short was that one, that's for sure. But what that means is that Matt Malone now got the run on Dan Suzuki, but wasn't able to make that move in towards turn number 1.
Take a look back at it, I think, on board with Matt Malone, who is sitting just behind all of this and obviously benefits the position from it, but yeah, that's not on. That's not on, I'm afraid. And look, I called Dan Suzuki last year Mr. Racecraft all season long. I watched some of his streams this week, and he's had a rough week of racing, but I think he could have had a little bit more patience. He had the pace. I think the front straightaway was calling his name with a draft that was probably beneficial. So somehow he survives to sit in second place, but I imagine that'll be looked at post-race. Matt Malone, therefore, in third is all over him. But what this has done is look at Heike. He's got a bit of a comfort gap right now.
Yeah, 0.8 of a second. If he can make that out to about a second, he should be nice and clear of the draft. And we've seen it so many times in races in the past that we've broadcasted that, you know, you get that breakaway at the front and you break that slipstream. Before you know it, you're able to just concentrate on yourself. You're hitting your marks every time. You're getting your lap times in, and you're able to push on and get a good explain. But well, look at this now. We've got Matt Malone on the bottom left, Tony Kanaan on the bottom right, and Matt, what we are seeing is a lot of glowing rear brakes here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, these cars do run a slightly different bias than what you get out of most cars. Certainly cars with ABS, they're not as front loaded. A lot of that weight is over the rear axle in the Porsches, and therefore they run about a 45% bias toward the front. So it's not what you'd expect to see out of, say, a full GT car with ABS that can handle that extra weight in the front, or where it needs to slow down the front half of the car. The payload is in the rear, so to speak. So that's why you're getting it. And like I say, you can trail brake these things quite a bit. They do rotate very well. In real life, I know in the 991, so I haven't actually been around a 992 due to COVID, unfortunately, at a track yet, but I've been on track with a number of 991s, and you can also use the differential as part of that. So you get the brakes to the apex, they light up the rears like you see now, and then you get on and off the power, and it's really just about rotating that car, but it's a weight distribution thing in these cars more than anything.
Yeah, it certainly is. These drivers certainly do. They get to push these cars to their limits. And if you ever get the chance to go to a race circuit and to see these Porsche 911s, the 992, then certainly they are impressive machines, that is for sure. As we go through turn number 9 there, down this back straight, it's a shorter back straight, but you get the run, and then brake hard onto the hards. There you see that brake glowing away. That's all the heat, it's dissipating. All that energy as heat there is that brake, and that's why it ends up glowing. It glows orange, glows red, those brakes. You don't want them glowing for too long, though, or else you're going to start getting brake fade and then brake failure.
Yeah, and it's not superficial at all. You see that in real life, absolutely. In broad daylight, if you get to look straight on the side of the car, you will see those brakes glowing. It's one of the coolest things to make you sort of appreciate how much heat and energy is used in a race car. But speaking of energy, I think Matt Malone wants to use a bit of his to try and get a run, but I think Heike's also lost that lead he had. Dan Suzuki's going to try and do the same. The double draft effect makes it a little bit harder for the man in third to try and get a draft and a breaking point that's successful. But watch out, because if Dan Suzuki gets caught up in this and loses momentum, turn 3 will be calling Matt's name.
Oh, look at this. This is a great run for Matt Malone. The problem is there's not really any space for him to go into. And behind Tony Kanaan, he's rubbing his hands with delight now because he's on to this lead battle. He's wanting to get a piece of the action here, looking to the inside. Malone with that little bit of a wider line, a wider entry into the corner. Onto the brakes once again, into the hairpin lockup, big lockup for Matt Malone. That's a mistake. That's allowed TK through. That's allowed Borja Zaza through. You're going to have Emily Jones looking here as well as they go into turn number 7. But no, Jones not able to make it past.
Not quite, so he'll at least recover to hold the position, but shuffled out of the line just like a go-karting race at that point. As soon as you're out, you just got to wait for an opportunity, someone to be nice and let you back into traffic. But he's also slipped up a little bit coming out of the S's, and that means Emery might have a sniff here under braking. You're right, further forward in the field, the same thing's happening for first.
Yep, so we've got Emily Jones working her way past as well. Dan Suzuki getting squeezed there at turn number 11. So business is picking up here as we're not quite at the halfway point of this race. We're onto the brakes, and Tony Kanaan now. Look at him, he's sniffing. Dan Suzuki looking for that same move he made on Van Tor, but he realised it wasn't on. And TK, look at TK. He's looking all over the back of Dan Suzuki now.
Yeah, I don't know why Dan keeps going for that. Pace and patience. He's not going to sell a dummy. He's not going to throw off the guy in front without compromising himself, and that's exactly what he's done. Heike gets a run. TK is now all over the draft.
And look, and the damage to the front as well of Dan Suzuki, that will be affecting his top speed down the straight, so that will make him a little bit more of a sitting duck. Here we are on board with Tyson Meyer then. Quirk, currently 7th place, trying to work his way past Emily Jones, and that won't be the easiest thing to do in the world of sim racing, that's for sure. I see how much the cars are moving about. Here's Tony Kanaan then. We're on board with our Vodafone on board now. And Tony Kanaan, he's all over the back of Dan Suzuki. He's putting the pressure on right now.
Yeah, he absolutely is. No question about it. Watch his mirror. Watch his mirror. Yeah, he's absolutely under pressure right now, though. Borjazo gets his nose in. I was just about to say he's filling the void for where Matt Malone was, and Matt Malone might get both these positions back if these two aren't careful. This was a rattle in the first race as well, as Zazo was ahead, but this time TK does not want to let him go, and now the overlap because it holds up Zazo just enough, and Matt Malone trying to fight back, forced to take a lot of curb. Did he hold on to it? He did, but he's lost momentum, and this is just crazy. One move, this is exactly like a karting race. You make one move, it doesn't stick, and there's 3 people waiting to get by you.
Look at this queue of cars. It's like, well, you won't know this, Matt, but it's like a bank holiday queue with the car at the front towing a caravan thinking, well, it's nice and quiet on the road today, not seeing the queue of cars behind them right now. But Tony Kanaan, I mean, if ever you want somebody who knows how to race and knows how to win races, well, TK is certainly that man, but he's having to work hard, and that's allowed Dan Suzuki and Heike 360 to pull away. Oh, big moment through the final corner. It's held up towards Zaza. Here comes Emily. Down the inside, we're going to go 3, possibly 4 wide.
How did that moment begin? Did he just do that on his own? I'm shocked that he lost the rear that easily there in the final corner, and he's going to get sent into the wall. A punt. Oh, Kirk, that's just the missing of a braking point. Completely misjudged it, and poor old TK gets absolutely speared straight into the concrete.
Exit stage left. Tony Kanaan, he's got significant damage to his car, but he's going to carry on here. But my goodness, this has been really intense. And this is all battling for 3rd place. The problem here, Matt, is that they're all fighting that hard that Dan Suzuki and Heike 360 are saying, see you later, boys, I'm off.
Man, he's been leading this whole time. The reverse grid paying off for Heike, no question about it. And, I mean, look, I'll give Dan 2nd place, but not without remembering that he sent poor old Lawrence Fanthor on vacation this race as well. So tisk to him. But, hey, look, I mean, it's entertaining nonetheless. That for TK, though, that was a brutal shunt. Absolutely, as we see it again on the bottom right of your screen, left out in the sand. Barcelona's a nice, beautiful destination, but not exactly the beach I would have picked to park inside of.
Do you know what? I've never been to Barcelona. As here goes Quirk. He's trying to make amends now, move up positions, and he's done that on Jardier. So up into 6th place. So it was Quirk who made contact with Tony Kanaan. Worth pointing out, Lawrence Van Tor, he is still in this race, and in fact has moved ahead of Tony Kanaan. So Kanaan struggling on with that damage, and Van Tor up into 10th place right now as Quirk moves up into 6th place here. Although Jardier gets the better run through the chicane, carry the speed through this final corner, you carry this all the way down, you start and finish straight. That's exactly what Jardier is trying to do now. On board with him. Just see how the cars just aren't quite gaining enough until right at the end of the straight here, Matt.
Yeah.
The slipstream just isn't that powerful here today.
Well, there's a couple of things to consider. There's been a lot of double drafting. In that instance, though, yeah, there should be enough of a gap in front of Kirk to be able to pull this back, as Quirk was able to hold on the whole way down. Heike, I was going to say, was getting the benefit of the battling behind, but yeah, not as significant as I would have thought, certainly, between these guys, because we know in iRacing in certain cars it can be extremely powerful. Now, they are on a fixed setup in this series, which means maybe they're not as trimmed out with those wings as you might otherwise get. And the reason I bring that to mind is obviously at Bathurst, where we were running GT3 cars for the 12 hours. Everyone was trimming out because the draft down the straightaway on Conrad was just so powerful. So if these aren't as trimmed, it might not be creating quite that same opportunity with the high-speed aero wall.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of commentating on the first 4 hours of the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours. Of course, Bathurst 12 hours on iRacing, one of the 21 special events held by iRacing throughout the year. So those are for the whole community, not just for the pros at the top of the standings. It's for the entire community. So do get involved in one of those special events, because even just finishing one of those is an achievement in itself.
Got a split chin on the front of that Porsche, does Dan Suzuki right now.
Yeah, that looks like it's been in a boxing ring with Evander Holyfield. Sorry, again, I'm showing my age here. As they go down the start and finish straight. Although saying that, isn't Holyfield on about making a comeback?
I
sure, I read
know.
that somewhere.
Yeah,
but,
you guys are far more in tune with boxing than we are in Canada.
But this is prime example, though. That damage on the front of his car is going to be affecting his top speed down that straight. It's not going to help him any bit, but he's got to try and carry speed through corners now instead to try and mitigate that.
Yeah, absolutely. More roll speed, more momentum at the apex, and therefore carrying just a little bit when you get on the throttle, that little bit extra to try and get a run, and then again, relying on the draft. He does have the pace because he's broken away from Emily Jones right now, who's just got ahead of Matt Malone, Borzazo, of course, all that TK drama when everyone was battling for position. But it's Dan Suzuki who's definitely the one on the move. Looking back at the last lap times, in fact, Emily Jones matched him, but he was 0.3 faster than Xavier Sanchez, Heike 360, who leads this race. And as we see on the clock, there's still 11 minutes left in this.
Well, it is a Spaniard who is leading this race, and he'll be hoping to finish this race as so. A home race for him down into the hairpin at turn number 10. We go once again. It's that battle for third place. It's Emily Jones, it's Matt Malone, and it's Borja Zazo, another driver who's racing hard. And this round, at least, he's been kept himself out of trouble so far, has Zazo. Look at this Malone. He's putting the pressure on Jones. Emily hasn't got everything her own way this round, has she?
No, she coming through the reverse grid. Yeah, I thought maybe there was a chance she'd get back to the front, but again, we saw how close it was in that qualifying session. Now, just to keep note as well, Heike 360 up at the front, obviously, but Yardier was the other one in qualifying that was very impressive and was all over Jimmy Broadbent in the last race. Broadbent has recovered to 8th after that opening lap drama, getting ahead of Gamer Muscle, ahead of Vanthor, and doing quite well considering. But Heike is also, Yardier is also someone who's not been able to really put a move on either. So it just goes to show how close they really were in qualifying, and track position's king right now.
I know after the opening round of the championship at the Hockenheim ring, that Gamer Muscle, that Jimmy Broadbent said, "I can't believe it, Gamer Bustle beat me." So there's a bit of friendly rivalry between the two of them. And well, speaking of rivalry, it is Jardier once again onto the back of Quirk. So still close battling out there as we go into this final 10 minutes of the race. Basically, front two are together, then third through fifth are together. You've got sixth and seventh together, and then the battle for ninth and 10th as well between Gamer Whistle and Lawrence Van Tor together as well out there on track. So we've got some battles all the way through the field here, and see this each and every time. That's a bit late, isn't it, Borja? You're never making that corner.
I mean, he would if it was the old one that we see behind him. You know, if he didn't have to make that hard left, and you know, fortunately, iRacing, he's going to slow down even, I think, for that.
Yeah.
He might have, because he's come way offline. There's no way he's missed it twice without brake failure, which is not really a thing right now in iRacing. So, yeah, I think that's just a slowdown penalty given to him for completely blowing that corner and going way off the curb, which it will do on the outside on certain corners in iRacing as well. It's not just about cutting the inside. If you gain a momentous exit, so to speak, it'll penalize you. It'll get you with the penalty. So, yeah, that's on him. Missed his own braking mark completely. Just don't know what he was thinking.
Well, it lost him 2 places is what is the outcome of all of that. So Jardier and Quirk, they say, "Oh, thank you, freebie." And here we go, down in towards turn number 1, the 3 of them together. Here's the onboard then from Matt Malone, and we will wave goodbye to Borja Zazo here.
Wait for it. He's going to go by. Brakes don't work. No anchors. Straight through the 2 of them.
Got close to Emily Jones.
He did on. Well, I think that camera angle is misleading, because I was just thinking that too. But you know what? It wasn't that close on the other camera angle. So I think it was just the way we were seeing that. But that would have been dramatic if he took her out as well with that one, because that's more than a dive bomb. At that point, Lawrence Van Tor, as you say, still in this race despite the early dramas that occurred to him, the crimes committed by Dan Suzuki. But these guys have been battling side by side apparently for quite a while, as Gamer Muscle is going to concede the position. So Van Thor's making his way back through the field.
Yeah, he'll have been wanting a little bit better out of the second race, though, wouldn't he, after starting on pole position? And yeah, that contact with Dan Suzuki, I don't think he'll be too pleased about that. But it still gets...
Interesting thing, though, is
good racing.
Well, and his lap times are actually very competitive this race as well. He's just gone purple in the previous sector, as well as doing a 49.4. The leaders are doing 48.6, so that's with battling on that lap. He's doing quite well. So obviously, yeah, very, I guess not to be surprised, of course, factory driver, but he's picking it up quite quickly compared to the practice that we saw. Emily Jones is closing on Dan Suzuki, 7 minutes to go, and he's frustrated. He knows he needs to nail that last corner to get the draft, and Dan Suzuki just can't quite get it.
They certainly can't, and down towards turn number 1. So we know that there's not going to be any move here, that's for sure. But he just knows that every time he makes a mistake, it just invites Emily and the rest of them. Although saying that, Emily Jones, with that little out-braking manoeuvre by Borja Zazo, has just separated Emily from Matt Malone. So that means that Malone lost the draft there, lost the slipstream, and that allows Emily to just focus forward. And it just, no matter what you're racing in, karting in real world, or on circuit racing, or even on the sim, if you've been involved in a car close behind you and then they make a mistake, it just takes all of your focus towards that car in front, and it just allows you that mental capacity to be able to push hard and hit your marks right. And you can see Emily here, she is closing this one in. We need some Jaws music. Can we license that?
Ooh, I'm gonna guess it's probably pretty expensive. So if you want to cover the bill for that one, Paul, I'm all for it.
I'm sorry, I'm saving for a house, but
Jaws music or a house. Come on, get your priorities straight, Paul. Jaws music all the way.
But what this does mean is it's just, I'm coming. I'm catching you up. I'm going to see about getting the position. But we saw in the sprint race, it's one thing to catch, as the great Murray Walker used to say, passing is quite another.
Absolutely, but her lap times are just consistently faster by so much. 4/10 over Heike in the last lap, and greater than that to the gap on Dan Suzuki, as he had the last lap, last corner we saw on board with him be a little bit sideways and lose momentum, and she knows it. She's focused. She's not as chatty this time. A little smile as she went down the straightaway. She knows she's definitely in this now, but yeah, she's got full focus on.
Yeah,
I say she's not as chatty, and then she goes through all three corners, just blabbing her mouth off, being entertaining as always. Awesome to see. It's really, really cool.
I just don't know how people have that mental capacity to be able to have a full-on conversation whilst racing at these sort of speeds and dealing with a car that's not the easiest to race.
No, the weird thing is, like, I'm more comfortable doing it in the real car in real life. Like, I don't know why. I guess if there's more instinctual aspects to it, but on sim, I can't. I have to be so focused.
It's that seat of your pants stuff, isn't it? It's that being in a real world car gives you that extra sense and that extra sensation.
Yeah, but I think as well, maybe we're just so much more on edge in sim because you're pushing the limits so much.
Well, here we've got a battle, 4th through to 7th, and I think that was a little mistake from Matt Malone. Through turn number 9 into 10, and Jardier and Quirk, they're trying to tag onto the back of Matt and put him under pressure here right now. No moves being made so far. That lead battle, that lead trio are together, and then we've got a quartet here. It's not a string quartet, it's a Porsche quartet right here, and makes a lovely noise as well.
Does, absolutely. One of the greatest sounding engines in existence, I would say. The Porsche format has always been impressive between flat sixes and various V8s they've had in other cars. They've always made great noises, and there's just that lovely high revving engine. I hope we never lose, but we know the industry and automotive industry is bringing in some electric noises that I'm sure eventually we'll look back and see, damn, these things were a racket.
Malone.
That's a big miss.
Yeah, very, very deep into one. That's allowed Quirk then to get the run, but this is the problem. You get to turn 3 and you've got nowhere to go. And Malone, actually, looking at the front of his car's very similar to what Dan Suzuki's car is as well. A lot of front end damage.
Absolutely. Yeah, no question about that. He's definitely been involved with some contact. He's also going to be on the right side of turn 5 to defend this position, but the cutback is possible here. Slow enough corner. Quirk's going to try it, but not quite get the nose in. Ooh, this will be tough. He is in now. The little kink before they head up the hill, the quick left and right, and they've got to leave room. Now, this is also going to compromise their exit onto the run to turn 10, the big braking zone, and guess who else comes into this now? Immediately, Yardier's in this battle.
And don't forget, you got Borjazazo joining in this fun as well. So we've got 4 cars here going for 4th place. It is Quirk, Tyson Mayer, who is at the front of this quartet. On to the brakes. He can carry the speed on the exit there, Matt. Hold it round the outside of 11, and look at that. Holding the inside of 12. Matt Malone, so far, able to hold off Quirk for the time being, but it's not done yet.
This is a slow enough corner with enough. Oh, no! I was going to say it's the right kind of corner that he can actually get inside far enough to lose the overlap. Well recovered, Matt Malone lost the rear on turn and tried to carry some speed, but manages to not lose any more spots, as well as lose the whole car and spin entirely in that situation. He's still struggling, catches a wheel right out on the gravel, trying to get his speed back toward the front straightaway. Emily Jones shaking her headlights in the mirror of, at this point, still Dan Suzuki in front, but she's continuing to close. There's only a minute and 16.
Yeah, we're on to the final lap then. So it's just, well, we're counting down the corners then. We're going to be towards 12 corners remaining into turn number 4. And Heike 360 looking for a victory here, the Spaniard. Through turn 4, just gotta keep it nice and keep your lines, keep working to what you've been doing all race. You should be okay here. Dan Suzuki, though, putting the pressure on. We know that Dan will try moves into that final chicane. I mean, he managed to turn our Porsche factory driver, Lawrence Van Toort, at that one. Little lock up from Heike. Oh, Dan's had to get out of it, though. Oh, big moment there. Big pressure on Xavier Sanchez's shoulders right now. You can see his face. He's concentrating. He's looking. Where's Dan going to make the move? To the outside of 10. incredibly close, and shuts the door there. Here comes Emily Jones in all of this as well, through 11 into 12. I see smoke in the background, a shot, but we're staying with this one because Heike 360 has just got a few more corners to go here. 3 corners, hold that inside line potentially, no. Dan Suzuki lost up. That's Emily Jones through. And that means that Heike 360, Xavier Sanchez, just one more corner to go. And you are a race winner. Look at the joy on his face. A home win. There's no better feeling, is there, Matt?
Not at all. I thought Jimmy was going to be the most elated winner tonight. That is sweet from Heike. And yeah, look, the best part about that is he drove a very composed race. The battling behind. But of all the laps to be under pressure, the last lap, and it mounts so quickly against you. Oh, dear. What is Emily Jones down on the cool-down lap? Sent on the sausage curve. But, yeah, Heike with a remarkable win. And I'm glad to see him that excited about it.
And the shock, I think it's just sinking in, isn't it, as to what he's done out there. And my goodness, what a drive. What a defensive drive, though. You pointed it out there. Under so much pressure. And able to hold on to that win. That was fantastic. So we're going to head on over then to our Buzz post-race show here and take you through your results, your unofficial race results here for the feature race. And well, Xavier Sanchez, Heike 360, the Spaniard himself, home win, takes the spoils here. We're ahead of Emily Jones, who had a good drive, took advantage of Dan Suzuki's mistake at the final chicane to take second ahead of Dan in third place. Tyson Meyer-Quirk, well, he had fun out there with Matt Malone and Jadier and Borjazazo all finishing 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Lawrence Van Tor then, our Porsche Works driver, ends up finishing in 8th place ahead of James West in 9th, and Idrao down in 10th place. Maxime Theo Mosanta with the 11th and 12th places, and look at that, Jimmy Broadbent 13th. He will not be happy with that after his race win in the sprint race. Right, 14th ahead of Tony Kanaan. Oh, what could have been for TK. And then DePayo 6 laps down out of the race.
Yeah, I do feel for TK. I think you're right on that one. I think his pace was there. He was racing fair. He was being very polite in both races about his position, and just got absolutely smoked out of that one. Jimmy, you're right. Look, he won first race, got taken out at the very start of that, so was never really in contention. But yeah, TK, that's a tough one because it is a championship, Paul. And after last week at Hockenheim, or last race, I should say, we mentioned Emily Jones not really on the normal game that she brings to the table. Well, she still leads now with this weekend's drive out of the way.
It's only a 5-point lead, and Tyson Meyer-Quirk certainly doing a sterling job, newcomer to the championship, and stamping his authority on it as well. Borjazazo just 1 point behind in third place. There's Lauren Heinrich, didn't take part in this race at all, and yet he's still in fourth place, 8 points off of the championship lead. Dan Suzuki ahead of Jadier with Heike 360. Great result for him to move him within 18 points of the championship lead. Matt Malone, Jimmy Broadbent and James West is your top 10 there. Well, I do believe we can get to speak to some drivers out here. Matt, take it away with our third place driver, sorry, Dan Suzuki.
Yeah, it could have been second place. You just rubbing that one in a little bit for him, Paul, because that last corner, that chicane, first off, you sent a Porsche factory driver, okay? I don't know, you might have to write an apology for that one, but you were constantly trying to make moves under braking in that position.
It's a great opportunity to overtake, to be honest. I had worked last year. Channeled my inner max there, sent it. On my screen, it was a ghost contact. There was a little gap, but yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, well, listen, Lawrence isn't here to talk about it. He was somewhere way back at the back of the field, thanks to you. No, I'm kidding. Look, it was a good race otherwise. You had the pace. You had Emily behind you catching, but what was going on? You couldn't quite get Heike, because when we were on board at one point, I even saw you look frustrated coming out of the last corner because the draft wasn't there.
I don't know, like Heike is so strong after the chicane, like the second part of the chicane and then the last corner. He always gained like what felt like 7 seconds. I couldn't stay close, and I had one opportunity, I think, where on the chicane, like the first send, but I was like, it was in my head. There was a contact and I just couldn't do it again.
Yeah, we saw you back out. Was the damage a factor as well in the straight line speed? Because the front of the car was quite bent in.
On my side, I have no damage at all. Like, car looked perfectly fine.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, because there was cosmetically, it looked pretty. It's pretty beat up. But hey, look, you get the podium. It sucks that it happened in the last corner to lose another spot, but it was entertaining. So thanks very much for that.
Thank you.
Emily Jones, this was an interesting race from your perspective as well, because the first race I think could have been a win. Is your mic working? You got it there?
Yeah, it's working.
Oh, okay,
Sorry.
I wasn't sure. I saw you dialing. I wanted to make sure you could hear me. No, but first race could have been potentially a lot more. You got kind of boxed out. Then in the reverse grid, you're coming through the order, and right at the end, you were starting to catch them. But it was a bit of a shuffle throughout the order the whole time. Pretty exciting racing at Barcelona.
Yeah, it was actually quite good. It was really difficult to pass, which I found kind of interesting in the first race. Like we were just kind of stuck there in a holding pattern, it felt like, for the race. But we had pretty mad first laps. Like both races had crazy first laps, and that second race really just like it was nuts. Like this car's making really good racing. It's a lot closer this year, and it was a really good race.
It was good to watch. The draft wasn't as much as we thought it would have been. Obviously, you guys are running the fixed setup. Were you surprised by that as well, that the long straightaway didn't give you more opportunity?
Yeah, it was interesting because in qualifying, it was a huge difference. I reckon it was like a couple of tenths in qualifying. But look, I couldn't tell. I was saying it on stream while I was driving. It felt like I was in the aero push, like I was losing front downforce when I was stuck behind another car. But I couldn't tell if that was just because I was driving badly when I was behind another car, or if I actually had aero push. So
it's an interesting point, because there is more front aero on the 992 than the 991 had last season. So maybe that is something that is a factor that I don't know that I would have thought of going into the race either. So kind of interesting, especially with that many cars running together. But you did get a gift in the last corner from Dan Suzuki. Is he on the Christmas list for that one, giving you another position?
Yeah, it was. I felt kind of bad for him because I was like encouraging him on my stream. I was like, have a go. Have a love, have a go at the final corner, and he did it. But then he ended up kind of gifting the position to me, which was unfortunate. But I'll take those. It's freebies, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, you're leading the championship again. That's the main thing, right?
Yeah, definitely. Am I? That's good. Okay, cool.
You are. I can confirm that you are.
That's good.
Well, good race. Awesome. Tyson is going to be joining us now as well in our interview room, we'll call it. What is this Bob Ross shirt?
Bob Ross is amazing. Okay, you got to stay calm and happy thoughts.
Was there any happy little accidents out there for you today?
There were a few embarrassing ones. Yeah, just a couple.
Did you maybe miss your breaking point and send an IndyCar driver into the wall at one point?
Yeah, maybe. Let's not, nobody needs to see that again. I think we should all just delete our streams.
Yeah, well, tell you what, I already screen capped it, and you have to pay me off if you don't want to. How was the race from your perspective? Because you were in the battles the whole way through.
It was great. I had a blast. The first lap of the first heat Emily was fantastic. I unfortunately kind of panicked at the end there and on the first lap and lost it under braking, but that was a fantastic first lap. Came back, got a few spots back, and then the second race was fantastic. And then Tony just braked like 300 meters early. It was unbelievable. I don't know what happened, but it happens. It's weird.
Brake lights didn't come on.
Yeah, these things happen. So
yeah. Look, I'll look the other way and pretend it never ever did happen. It did, but we'll pretend it didn't. So good job. Listen, it was entertaining as always. And one of the other guys on track that was entertaining, Matt Malone, never ceases to give us something to watch. A little bit of side-by-side action, getting up over the curbs there on the last lap with Quirk as well, and nearly lost out to Yardier, who got involved in that battle.
Yeah, that was insane. I'm running off a T-Mobile 5G home modem too, so when I'm really close to someone like that, I get really worried. So, but nothing bad happened. But yeah, no, that was some of the best close racing that I've had in a while. But at the very end of that second race, I ended up getting a slowdown. Wow, I was sweating pretty hard there because I was up into third or fourth there for a minute.
Yeah, the order changed quite a bit in the mid-pack. I'm sorry to hear about the modem, but it's nice to see your cameras mounted correctly this week. So, one thing at a time, maybe. How exciting was Barcelona from your perspective? Because it is a track that sometimes can be a bit stale in terms of actually overtaking.
Yeah, going into it, I'm like, Barcelona. I'm like, it's a very technical track, and if you don't have thousands of laps here, it's going to be tough for you. But the little bit of practice, and then after race one, I got a little bit more comfortable. The chat was letting me know, like, hey, you can cut that other corner a little bit better there if you want to. You're not going to get penalized. So I'm like picking up some little tips here and there. But yeah, I kind of grown accustomed to it. It seems to be. I think the more and more you race, it'd probably get better. But wow, yeah, that ended up being a lot more fun than I thought it would be.
It was great to watch you to the last chicane. It was unfortunate you lost the brakes a little bit, but I'm glad you didn't go all the way around and managed to at least get back into position somewhat. The man who was right there knocking on the door, though, and Matt Malone, thanks so much. Yardier, you were all over that battle, and I'm sure just licking your lips. There was no chance to really get involved, but you were waiting for the opportunity to arrive.
Yeah. Like, since we had a little incident with Jimmy in the first corner, I had a little damage on the left ear. So the car was not willing to turn to the right-hand corners, and which was very crucial on this track. But in the end, I was really hoping to have a good fight with Quirk and Matt Malone, and it almost worked. It almost worked. We had like a very nice side-by-side several times, and almost 3 wide in the end. And yeah, it was interesting. It was good. I really was not looking forward for today as well, because I was very worried about like incidents and such. But in the end, I had like really good 2 races in the end.
Yeah. Awesome to watch. And it's just as fun, I think, for us watching you guys who get to sort of enjoy this, but I love to see the intense rivalry between you guys, because you're all friends and you're all doing the same thing, but you still want to win, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, obviously I wanted to go forward, but the net code, and obviously this is not my main game as well, so I'm a bit like, I don't want to just send it to someone and crash him. So I was like over too much careful several times, which I think is definitely taking away a bit of fighting, but I'm glad that I'm trying to take it safe as well at the same time.
You might have been one of the only ones, so we appreciate that. There was a bit of contact out there today.
I hope.
Well, thanks very much, and we can't wait to see you in the next round. The next round, Paul, coming up very soon, we are going to be discussing, because we don't yet know which track that's going to be. And we'll get to that shortly as well. Oh, we just had a little preview. Was that Max Benica on screen, maybe?
Yeah,
but, there's lots to talk about.
One of our World Championship drivers there, just a little sneak peek of what they're up to as they prepare for their championship race. Well, we know where we are today, which is the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Next time out, though, on March the 5th, well, we found out exactly from our votes. The fan votes here, Watkins Glen didn't get much love, neither did the Hungaroring. It was a close battle between Long Beach and Interlagos, and in the end, it was Interlagos that won that vote here. So round number 3 is going to be held at Interlagos. So the drivers haven't had much chance to practice and get themselves ready for that one. So thank you everyone who was involved in that vote and took the time to vote and make their voices heard. The fans who decided where our Porsche All-Stars and the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup drivers all head out to. Well, it was an instant packed race in race number 2 of this championship. The Porsche All-Stars, they're done and dusted. Congratulations to Heike360 and Jimmy Broadbent for their respective wins. Stick around though, because coming up on the hour, it is the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup round number 2 from Barcelona. flag in the air. Away we go then, and it's a good launch from Dave Warren off the front row of the grid. Charlie Collins slotted in behind him. The man he's chasing is Charlie Collins. Bottom left of your screen there, you can see the focus and concentration on both of their faces. It's Dave Warren at the front. He's led from the drop of. He celebrates because it's the opening win.
The first on-track action in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup for 2020.
Green flag, away we go. It's a good start from your front row. Sarika's run wide, boot loops through. I tell you, the top 16 are covered by 7 seconds. This is absolutely incredible. It's just a queue of cars, and they're all playing this high-speed chess with each other. Sebastian Job, our 2020 champion, comes head on. This is what we get every season in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup.
Oh no! Dave Warren's just got another one as well. He just got an incident limit. It's the off tracks that are catching them out.
Well, it is the final lap of the race. Teammates, Pinto's off. He got a bit of a hip check from Warren there. Graham Carroll, look at him. The focus. He wants that slipstream from Jeremy Bootloop. Now, these two have battled over the years, but look forward because Ayachan Guvan, a man who has never had a podium in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, is coming across a race winner here in the feature race. Absolutely tremendous drive from him. Green flag, and we are off for the sprint race in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Round number 5 at Road Atlanta.
$200,000 on the line. Who will rise to the challenge? Racing for immortality. This is esports personified. This is the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup.
Well, 2 weeks ago, we saw the opening round of the championship from the Hockenheim ring. Now we stay in Europe and head on down to Spain and Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia for round number 2 of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Paul Smith and Sadakis here once again, as always here, Matt. And, well, the All-Stars, they gave us some thrills and spills, but now it's on to the World Championship.
Yeah, this is it. This is the big one. And like we said, this track in the past has given quite a bit of drama. You go back 2 years ago, Sebastian Job, I think we ended up on his roof at one point in time. Last year, Max Benica was well down the order, had a good battle back, but not without contact and some penalties post-race. So it's been a track that's been challenging for a number of the big names in the series, and I think that's absolutely something we'll see again today. It always comes down to turn 10 on the opening laps where it seems like there's some contact inevitably as they're just so tight across this whole field. And this year's no exception. Some incredible rookies as well. And we saw out at Hockenheim in the first week.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Maximilian Benica, the last time he won was right here at this circuit in 2020. Here's what happened in our All-Stars event then. So this was the start of the race, and there you see Quirk just going around. People avoided him, thankfully avoided him there. But it was a good opening race for the sprint race here, because Jimmy Broadbent, you see him at the front of this queue of traffic, was able to hang on and take victory in that sprint race.
And both of the races, in fact, because, yeah, there you see Minty Boy, Jimmy's lovely Porsche 992 Cup car, coming across the line first. But both of the races were a bit of fortune, I think, for the leaders, is when we got into this feature race as well with the reverse grid. Heike 360 got out to the front after another bit of chaos off the start. More early drama. Unfortunately, Jimmy Broadbent was caught up this time, as right there, just as we cut away from the camera, he made contact with Yardier, and then there was some more shuffling down the order as Gamer Muscle tried to take avoiding action and then actually had to run into Quirk. But poor old Lawrence Vanthour, our Porsche factory driver, our guest racer this week, taken out in the opening laps despite having good pace in the second round, the reverse grid favoring him. But again, it was Heike that had that early start, and Paul managed to hold on to it just like Jimmy did.
Yeah, certainly did. And we saw as well with this just how tricky it is to overtake. Here's the mistake from Quirk into the back of Tony Kanaan. Kanaan just hitting the brakes just a little bit earlier than Quirk expected it to. Bolgezazo and F1 finding that that middle pedal, you need to press it a little bit earlier into turn number 10. Then we saw the battle of the North Americans, and Bolgezazo getting into the back there of Jardier and turning him around. But it was Heike 360, Xavier Sanchez, a home driver, to get a home victory, and he was absolutely delighted about that. But this is where we are then. 16 turns around this amazing Grand Prix circuit. 4.6 kilometers in length, opened in 1991 for the Spanish Grand Prix, which was won by Nigel Mansell. That famous shot of him and Senna going down to turn number 1 with the sparks flying. There'll be certainly sparks flying in these races today.
Yeah, I don't think it'll quite be from the skid boards. It might be from the bumpers rubbing against each other as everyone battles for position. It might be from emotions that flare as a result of it. As we say, this track always dramatic in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. And I do like Barcelona a lot from a rhythm point of view, from a technical point of view. Again, we mentioned it during the All-Star race. It offers a bit of everything. But for some of these guys, it's going to offer a very stressful day as well. Now, one thing we did notice during the All-Star race, mind you, they're on a fixed setup. The cars might not be as trimmed. The draft was not as much of a factor. Emily Jones even said that in qualifying it was, in the race less so. And of course, that's because you're in a line of cars as well. It's less effective if the guy in front of you also has a draft. Now, for them, they had the open qualifying and had that advantage. As you can see now, as we jump on board our qualifying session for the Esports Super Cup, these guys have the isolated standard iRacing solo qualifying laps. So it is absolutely a difference that I think is both good and bad. There's no one that's going to get in your way, but you don't get that draft, and maybe there's some strategy that could have gone along with that.
Well, there's Sebastian Job, who had mixed fortunes last time at Hockenheim for the Red Bull Racing Esports team. And of course, brand new sponsor coming on board for them as well. Oracle stepping on board to support the team as well. So not just for the Formula One outfit, but also for their esports outfit here as well. So great to see big sponsors coming on board here in the world of esports, and the more that we get to these events, then the more that we'll see those sponsors come on board for it. There's the race format then. 9-lap sprint race after this qualifying, which Sebastian Job down towards turn number 1 isn't really pushing that hard at the moment. The top 8 are inverted for the feature race, an 18-lap race then for the feature race. Drivers just preparing their cars, making sure that the tyres and pressures, the tyre pressures, are all up to where they need to be here, Matt.
Yeah, tires and pressures isn't wrong either. There's a lot of personal pressure that goes on in these qualifying sessions. Sebastian Job did put a tweet out earlier saying that, you know, his qualifying pace and overall race stints have been going on a little bit better at Barcelona for him. He's a little more confident in his position. Obviously, he was a victim of drama at Hockenheim, as you said, and that was our opening round. We find ourselves here now at Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, and as you just talked about, Paul, we're heading to Brazil next time out, March 5th. That's just around the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of weeks' time for us to head to the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache. And, well, good luck me pronouncing half the corner names is all I will say about
What do you mean? You can't say 1, 2, 3, and 4?
I'm a traditionalist. I like tracks with corner names rather than numbers, but that's just me. But yeah, we then head on over to Silverstone the rest of the season after that as well. But that first third of the championship, I mean, it's only 4 weeks until we've reached a third of the championship already. Well, if you're watching this and thinking, I'm liking the look of iRacing, thinking I might want to try it out. Well, currently there's 40% off of all new memberships. So check it out, iRacing.com. Head on over to there and find out how to start your iRacing career. And as my fellow colleague Evan Pasoko usually says as well, every day is a race day on iRacing. And certainly you can have a lot of fun.
There's a reason why Porsche's hashtag that goes along with their esports campaign is Never Not Racing. It's not just about the real world tracks where I'm sure there's a Porsche on a track at any given time anywhere in the world. It's because in Sim, you literally can be Never Not Racing if you want to. There's so much that goes on iRacing. I'm sure we'll get to the standings and the table in a second, but I do want to touch on some of the rookies for this battle for the season. Obviously, Aichin Guvan leads the overall, but for rookies, Cooper Webster, I didn't give him enough credit. We talked about Red Bull now with Oracle coming in and joining that team. They've also brought in a third driver to accompany Graham Carroll, who is our star of arguably the features race at Hockenheim, getting that last lap move to finish second on the podium. But Cooper Webster had a 9th and a 5th, leads the way with 46 points. Unfortunately, it puts him quite far ahead of someone who I thought was actually the standout. Quinton Villate was so good. 5th in the first race, but contact took him out. There was penalty points applied for that. Oscar Biscarud is in second. He has 30 points right now, and he's the youngest ever World Cup license holder on iRacing, and just by a few months, as there's also a 16-year-old this year in the field in Kamil Grabowski.
Now, let me not be the pedant that I am, but I'm going to be the pedant.
Do it.
We actually had, in the iRacing Rallycross World Championship Series, we had a driver who was 13 and got a podium.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Maybe I was misled. Maybe it's just the road licenses, but that's
on the
cool.
road
That's
license,
awesome.
definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
Very, very cool either way that some of these youngsters are just so capable in sim as well. And Oscar Biscarud second place in the Norwegian Karting Championship, so no stranger to success.
Well, we're going to be, the times on the left-hand side there are not really representative because drivers are sort of preparing their laps. But now Alexander Wolters then, he missed out round number 1, but he's here for round number 2. And he's going down towards turn number 1. This is his flying lap. You get 3 laps here in qualifying. So these drivers have basically spent the first 2 flying laps actually just putting more temperature and more pressure onto those tires, and really they're leaving themselves with just a one-shot qualifying here, Matt.
Yeah, they are, absolutely. That's spot on, and it puts pressure on it. You're doing so much effort to get the car prepared, and then it's very easy to blow a breaking point, say turn 10, maybe just lose the rear a little bit in turn 3 and not quite get things executed perfectly. But these guys are the professionals they are for a reason. And as you mentioned, Alexander Wolters didn't make it out. By the way, as we look at there he is, Quinton Villate. The white wings and window banners indicate that he, in fact, is a rookie. So if you're quickly glancing at the field today, that is the easiest way. There you go. You see it for Alessandro Bicco as well, to identify those rookies. Now, you mentioned Alexander Wolters not out last time. Interestingly enough, Paul, he's not last in the championship despite not having any points. Salva Tollins received some penalty points, as too did Matti Sipola, and actually sit negative on the table right now. So they'll be trying to make amends for that. Matti Sipola had a poor first race, got taken out right at the start. Then the second race was actually making ground, but also ran into some contact there.
Yeah, it goes to show that, if you cause an incident out there, you will be punished if you're found guilty for it. Dane Warren, our sprint race winner last time out, and of course the man who put it on pole position at Hockenheim. Pressure on him after his mistake of accumulating too many instant points in that feature race. Just meant that he couldn't finish that one off. Sebastian Job coming towards the end of his lap now. So we're going to start seeing some of those quick times coming up. Quinton Villate sets the marker. Now Matti Sipola. Here comes Sebastian Job across the line. What's his time? 44.2. The times are going to come thick and fast right now. The 93 across the line. Charlie Collins, where does that put him? Zach Campbell's currently on pole. No, forget about that. Here's Charlie Collins. Now Dane Warren to the top of your standings right now. This is going absolutely just thick and fast. Aichin Guvan, of course, set a personal record in getting his first podium in winning the feature race, comes across the line. And Pinto now goes to pole position. My goodness, Matt, these times are just coming in thick and fast, and it's hard to keep up with who's on pole.
Yeah, remarkable. I mean, it's always so close. One guy who definitely needs better qualifying today has to be Max Benecke. He's been so good in so many races. We know how strong he is, but very poor in Hockenheim. Started down the order. He had the same problem here last year. So watch for him to try and improve, but this is as close as you'd expect. Dane Warren and Diogo Pinto. That is lovely. Diogo Pinto as well, moving over to the Red Bull stable this year, was a rookie last season and was already very quick at Hockenheim. And I have a feeling he might be the surprise package of the season and really make a name for himself at the front half of the field, front five, maybe even in the championship.
Matt, I think you've moved him enough for teams because you said Red Bull, not Red Line. But
Red Line, I'm sorry.
I know what you meant. But yeah, you're absolutely right. He's moved into that team and he's really made a name for himself. I mean, he sort of set his marker last year, didn't he? With his performances in his rookie season, and then to come in here and really put himself at the front of the field, it's been tremendous to see that from Diogo. Dylan Lombardi we're looking at the moment, another one of your rookies out there for the Williams Esports outfit as he goes through the chicane at 7 and 8. So there's plenty of drivers who we've seen who are really trying to get the early points and the early marker set for this season to really progress forward as the championship goes on. So Pinto Warren, your top two right now, and I can tell you from pole position all the way down to 29th, covered by 1 second. I like to bring that up each and every round because it just goes to show how tight our championship is out there.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's so great to see. It really, really is. One make series are always, separating drivers and men from the boys, so to speak. But this is even better than that, than even in real life. So close all the way through. I mean, those gaps are absolutely foolish. 0.5 all the way down to 20th, and actually beyond that, all the way down to 28th. That's how close they are. And we know this track, it's hard to pass, but it's all about staying in the train and finding the opportunity. So yeah, the other driver I just want to point out is Zach Collins, with Josh Rogers not being here this year in the championship, looking at other challenges, as well as Mitchell DeYoung. He was a guy who was very good as a rookie last year for Coanda, and I think they'll be looking to him for some leadership within that team this year as well.
Yeah, Charlie Collins has done a fantastic job coming in as everyone's a youngster compared to me, to be honest, in this championship.
That's not what I thought you were going to say. It is true, but it's not what I didn't want to agree and call you out before you finish your statement. I'm sorry.
Well, he is third provisionally on the grid. We'll be able to give you your starting grid in just a few moments' time. But my goodness, Matt, I mean, we've seen how we've lost some drivers this season. It's giving other people opportunities up there. We've seen a little bit of a mix-up at the start of this championship. It's great to see for us.
Yeah, it's awesome, and part of the reason we're seeing some of those other names at the front of the field as well is because of the drama. Sebastian Job getting knocked out of the order at Hockenheim has put him down the table a little bit further. Alejandro Sanchez actually did the fastest lap in the second race. Another guy who had a horrible qualifying, was battling back through the field. So watch for some of those regulars to return to the front as well. But yeah, super solid performance from a bunch of guys that really last year were sparse, shall we say, or inconsistent about delivering highlights. They had their moments, but weren't putting a full package together. So if they can get that going this season, you're going to see an amazing championship.
Well, we will get to see your pole award, your Tag Heuer pole award, and it is Diogo Pinto then, with his first pole position of 2022, finds himself on the front row of the grid, shared with the pole winner from last race, Dane Warren. They're the front two on the grid, so congratulations, Diogo. We'll be keeping a track of that pole position award from Tag Heuer all the way through the season. Of course, get yourself a Tag Heuer connected watch for a prize for that one. But let's go through the rest of your grid then. It is Charlie Collins with Alejandro Sanchez in row number 2, Zach Campbell and Jamie Fluke. Great drive from him up into row number 3. Yeah. Row number 4 then, it is Gianni Vecchio with Maximilian Benneker, Pete Berryman, Jeremy Bootloop, Kevin Ellis Jr. there as well. Looking further down your field, Sebastian Job 16th on the grid, Cooper Webster 17th, Graham Carroll down in 20th place, and some of the others as well. Bobby Zelensky down in 24th, Marina Sarica 27th. Not a good day for them. Jordan Caruso, who's just moved in to the Altus Esports HQ out there in Australia. He's moved into the Altus house and he's found himself all the way at the back of the grid. But the drivers are all set then for the start of the sprint race here in round number 2 of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Pleasure to have you all along here. We're going to see some tremendous action on screen. Drivers looking to the starting gantry. The revs rise. We're all set for 9 laps of racing here in the sprint race. Green flag drops, away we go. It's a good start from the front row for Pinto and for Warren. Rest of your field coming past your screen right now, but down towards turn number 1, look to the inside. It's Dane Warren from second place on the grid. He's going to try and make the move on the inside. You can run it around the outside of turn number 1 if you're Pinto. Pinto's holding that position for the time being, keeps himself in front and slams the door shut on Warren. It's Charlie Collins, Alejandro Sanchez, Zach Campbell, Jamie Fluke, with Gianni Vecchio in 7th ahead of Max Benneker. Jeremy Bootloop 9th with Pete Berryman 10th as they head into turn number 4. Still 2-3 wide all the way through turn number 4 right now. Heading into the braking zone at turn number 5. Well, one man who said he was hoping for a good race and a good round here at Barcelona was Jamie Fluke. He's found himself in the top 10, but he's got Vecchio trying to go around the outside of him.
Alejandro Sanchez, oh man, I thought for sure he'd be in the lead of the 2 battling he's with right now, the 2 VRS cars, but Charlie Collins did a brilliant job to hold on the whole way, and Alejandro Sanchez makes the decision to fall into line because you don't want to be battling 2x2 coming up the hill. And now down to where the drama normally starts, Paul. The big breaking point, and Alejandro Sanchez has to watch out for the second of the 2 VRS cars. Zach Campbell making a move, but 3 wide further back, and there's the contact. Inevitable.
Yeah, there's a car around. Well, there's multiple cars around by the looks of things. I'm sure we'll get to see who was involved in that. I think Marina Sarica was one of those cars. I saw a Williams Esports car involved in all of that. They're going 2-3 wide further down your order. Biko getting bullied out of the way there further down your field. To go through the chicane, there's a car around. It's Jeff Giassi, and it's all carnage at Barcelona here on this opening lap.
Yeah, no way by. Clips another car. I didn't catch who it was in time that hit the wall, but absolutely, it's the last half of the lap. You've got such flow, such speed, and at the front, perhaps a change as well.
Oh, Pinto trying to make that work through turn 2, but it's not. And Charlie Collins, he's sniffing around. He's thinking there's a possible lead here on the line for him. Of course, Charlie Collins, his best result was a second place. So he's really going to try and go one step back, one step further up. But Pinto can hold that outside line here, and he's got the inside line for the next corner. Look into the inside of Warren. Warren left the door open. You don't need to invite Pinto twice.
That is really well done by Pinto. He tried to open the entrance to turn 4 and actually get the momentum, but he actually nearly let Charlie Collins in as a result. And around goes Dane Warren, our victor in the first race of the season at Hockenheim. And the man who started P2 leading this race at the early stages is gone, and he is going to shuffle all the way to the back.
You saw the carnage in the bottom right of the replay of turn 10 from lap number 1 as well. Big one, Vecchio. Oh, he's missed his braking and collected the VRS car. That's Charlie Collins. My goodness, what on earth is happening here today?
That was a huge mistake. Not only did he lock up, but to try and avoid everyone, he heads to the inside wall, he clips the grass. He has absolutely no stopping. Diogo Pinto's just gone at this point. Can't imagine he'll stay up here for long with the draft train behind him. But man, what just happened? He was second place, he was side by side, now he's gonna look at his mirrors and everyone's gonna be a speck in the distance. This is drama. It's always that tough breaking point of turn 10.
Well, let's take a recap of where we are at the start of lap 3. It's Diogo Pinto, the Portuguese driver, who leads this one. Second place is the Spaniard, Alejandro Sanchez. Jeremy Bertolo, great start for him. He's managed to avoid all of the incidents. He started in 10th place, is up to 3rd place now. Max Benneker as well, up to 4th with Pete Perrin in 5th. Zach Campbell in 6th. And there's the...
Did he get tapped? He did get tapped.
Teammate.
Yeah, so that's not on him. We only caught it as he was into the breaking point, but yeah, he got tapped by his teammate. That got him out of sorts, and then he could do nothing about it. I thought it was odd he was that far onto the left. Like that, again, in sim, you're not going to get that brake failure. It's not something that iRacing includes, per se, in sort of their simulation for a reason. I mean, it's not something you want in real life. Why include it? So in real life, when you see that, you see people dart to the inside because they have so much speed. They'll even try and brush the wall, and it looked visually similar to that. And I was trying to figure out why he was so far to the left, but that's why that contact is kind of ridiculous. And we'll get another look at it, I think, as we're just being, Benneke's on board. That this is, I mean, Max Benneke, that is, 100%. He just absolutely misjudged that, sends his teammate flying, and it's just a bowling ball at that point.
And he forced his way past Zach Campbell in all of that as well, did Max. So that's how he managed to get himself up into 4th place. I'm sure there'll be an apology after this sprint race here today from Max to his teammate.
You know what the crazy part is? You know what the crazy part is about this, though, is we talked about poor qualifying. Okay, Max Benneke is definitely going to get looked at from scrutiny, and penalties can be applied after the race. Pinto's trying to break draft. He's 1.1 seconds ahead, but doesn't want any chances. Benneke's had a better start. Sanchez, P2. Those are two guys I highlighted for having poor qualifying. Well, today, the man who was way back, despite saying that he was doing so well in practice and had the confidence, was Sebastian Job. Started 17th with Cooper Webster. They're running 10th and 12th right now, so massive gains already from the Red Bull stable.
Yeah, absolutely. Graham Carroll as well has gained positions for Red Bull. Out of all of that, down at 18th, though, he'll want more than that. But right now, 8th place. And remember, your top 8 are inverted after the end of this race. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. Now, this is somebody who does know what it takes to win in a race here in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Remember, he won the opening round of the championship last year at Interlagos in the feature race. So he knows what it takes. And if he can get that reverse grid and manage to get the jump at the start of this one, he could be looking at some very good points. But Johan Haaf, 9th place. Sebastian Job, 10th. Ayachan Guvan, our feature race leader from last time. He is in 11th place ahead of Cooper Webster as well. And Gianni Vecchio will be on a bit of a mission to try and recover as much as he can.
Yeah, no fault of his own, as we saw. So he definitely won't be pleased about that, trying to recover. Sebastian Job's on the move. He's also tracking down just in front of him, Johan Harth. And I want to give you guys an indication of something, just to give perspective of pace. And I'm sure lots of you guys are on the service and can respect how quick these guys are and how beautiful these cars are as well as the circuit detail. But the All-Stars we had are good drivers in their own right. Some of those guys have 4.5, maybe beyond that I rating. They were doing 47s in qualifying, 48s to 49s in the race, and high 47s. These guys at the race pace right now are doing 45, low 45s all the way through the field, which is absolutely ridiculous pace to be racing at with this much going on around you. So these guys really are the creme de la creme of the sim racing world.
Yeah, and Alejandro Sanchez, again, another person who actually challenged for the championship back in 2020. He was the first ever Spanish driver to win a iRacing World Championship event. He is looking for a home win. We saw Ike 360 in our own All-Stars race get a home win here. Well, Alejandro Sanchez, he would love to get that, but he's under intense pressure from Jeremy Bertloop, who we're keeping a track of all the way through this season, because of course Jeremy did announce, as we mentioned last time out, that this is his final season as a full-time professional racer. He's going to go back to the real world, as he put it, and get himself back into a more regular 9-to-5 job. But I tell you what, Jeremy might be, if things go the way they are so far, he might be thinking that twice.
Dane Warren still running after leading the opening lap and being involved in that battle and unfortunately losing out in the chicane. I want to make mention of him for not that reason. Unfortunately, it's not what I was going to bring up. I was hoping to be speaking of him while he was still battling at the front, but obviously our sprint winner in Hockenheim came over to join the Coanda Esports Hub, which is now where they're racing out of, as opposed to the Purple Room and the Coanda House in Gronau, Germany, for the virtual Le Mans 24-hour, and has been there since. And the reason I bring that up is normally he'd be back in Australia right now in his own ring, but he's showing incredible pace in the championship. And I know it's different circumstances and travel restrictions that are prohibiting from going home, but I'm starting to wonder if he wants to stay there, because he's been really, really good so far in this championship. Just bad luck today. And look, I was going to bring this point up either way. It's unfortunate he's had that hit incident happen already, as I do.
Oh, contact for Thomas Tetela with Gianni Vecchio. Vecchio's got that damage to the front. I think that's affecting his top speed, because they were side by side down in towards turn number 1. Around the outside, Charlie Collins is trying to recover, and Tetela, he got a slow down penalty from cutting the inside of turn number 2, and he's got Dino Lombardi alongside him as well. Heading in towards turn number 5, can Lombardi keep it there, the Italian? Well, he's pushing and he's keeping it there, and he's got the line for the next 2 corners, but Tetela just trying to stay ahead in the cover. Esports driver doing a good job of trying to not lose any more positions other than that. Oh, that was a bit of a hip check.
Oh, that's not ideal. He's gotten forced off. I was just going to mention he's one of the well-placed rookies. He was the second-place rookie in this race so far. Cooper Webster in 12th, by my count, is currently leading that battle. But that's an unfortunate hip check indeed, is down the order. Lombardi will fall, in fact, all the way down to 18th from 12th. So let's get back on and going, but he's in a whole other battle pack at this point in time.
And it just goes to show as well the experience. So that you mentioned about the top rookie being Cooper Webster in 12th place. It's the experience that's showing here of working in the packs around here, especially at this track on the opening couple of laps. It's knowing where and when to look for that space to try and get yourself up positions. And right now, it is those experienced drivers who have got one or more seasons under their belt that seem to be showing their hand here and really push on hard.
Well, we're joined now inside of our broadcast booth by an unfortunate victim of some early contact, Jordan Caruso. Tell us what happened at the start of your race today.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I got a DQ in qualifying, so I had to start from the back. But I was feeling pretty positive about my pace, and I knew I just had to keep my nose clean and try to make some positions. But unfortunately, I had a really good first part of the lap. I think, made a lot of positions, stayed out of the carnage, and then just got really unfortunate going through that second last corner. One of the cars in front of me had spun, and I feel like I picked the right lane from what I saw, but the way he spun was just really unfortunate, and I got damaged, and I got the meatball flag, so that's the sprint race done.
Clipped and collected into the wall. Look, it's a competitive championship. As an Australian, obviously, there's been some very successful drivers come through here. Josh Rogers comes to mind. Dane Warren today as well was running near the front and has already had a victory this year. What sort of expectations do you have? Obviously, VRS on your jersey, those guys provide a lot of support, but what are your ambitions in this championship overall?
Yeah, I mean, I guess being my first year, my main priority is just to keep learning, keep getting better. I'm not expecting a huge amount in terms of results at first. I know I have the potential to be up there when I put it all together, but the lack of experience does make that really difficult, especially when you've got so many guys who are just, at the top of their game. But yeah, I definitely think, top 10s, being able to get into that invert top 8, that's really the goal. And hopefully not have to re-qualify for next year and then give it a real go for next year.
Well, all right. Well, hopefully things go a little bit better in our feature race today, and you can get some laps in and maybe battle up the order. Thanks very much, Jordan.
Thanks.
Paul getting close at the front. Diogo Pinto had that gap after the early dramas and managed to sneak away to a gap of 1.1 seconds at the time. It's back down to 0.3, and I mentioned that he was trying to break draft earlier. Well, you can see why he was this time. Sanchez is on the move.
Yeah, Alejandro Sanchez has got the bit between his teeth. Of course, changed team this winter over to Apex Racing Team. And those drivers, of course, he's not racing from the Apex facility. He is certainly back home in Spain, but he's literally been biting his lip. He's been concentrating so hard. Normally when a driver concentrates, you usually see the tongue come out. It's just that much of an uncontrollable thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got a story about that I'll get to in a minute, because this battle, I think, is going to be more important and pressing than the time in which I have to deliver that, because he is all over the back of the Team Redline driver. So close you can read that tiny little font. There it is. Look at that, man. He is just smelling the tailpipe of that Porsche, and now Sanchez is going to be in the draft for sure coming out of the final corner.
Well, he needs the good run out of this final chicane. We are going to be starting the final lap of this sprint race here at Barcelona. Through the final corner they go now. Carry the speed out that final corner. Diogo Pinto going defensive, trying to block, trying to lose the draft, but Sanchez is staying with him. He's getting closer and closer. I don't think he's close enough to make the move, but there are other opportunities around this track. Turn number 5, I think, is one of those opportunities. Turn 10 as well, another one. And if you're really, really on it, turn 14, although we saw in the All-Stars how that can all go wrong. Pinto just running that little bit wider. Sanchez feeling comfortable to hold that inside line a bit longer.
Tough because there's not enough of a breaking point in turn 4. He's managed to hold it tighter to the apex, though. Now, this comes back, remember, to a decent breaking point, but a left-hander, and Pinto places the car. It's a long enough corner. Can he get a switchback? No, not quite. They'll use the whole curb. I think this comes to turn 10, and that's going to be it. Sanchez will go for everything.
I can tell you further down your order, Collins and Vecchio have switched positions, but right now it is this battle at the front. Diogo Pinto for Team Redline. It's Alejandro Sanchez for SDK Gaming. Out of turn 9, that's the crucial one. Carry the speed, and again, looking to break the draft in towards turn number 10, braking. No move made there by Sanchez. Is he thinking a longer game perhaps and thinking about the championship? Because through 11 into 12 they go now. Pinto, he's just got to hang on for another 4 corners here in this race, and he will have the victory here in the sprint race. But Sanchez, look at how close he is to the back. He's going very defensive, is Pinto. That's going to make him slower and compromise his line through the chicane. If Sanchez could get a run, he can maybe get a chance, but no, it's not going to happen. So it's the Portuguese driver from Team Redline, Diogo Pinto, who wins this one across the line. We look back further down your order as well. Johan Haaf and Sebastian Job finish outside of your top 8, so it's Kevin Ellis Jr. who will be on pole position for the feature race here. Rest of your field running through. It got close at the end there, but just wasn't going to happen. So that means Diogo Pinto gets the win here today, and that also, I could tell you, is his first sprint race victory here in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. It's Portugal 1, Spain 0 in the sprint race ahead of Alejandro Sanchez. Jeremy Bootsloop rounding out the European top 3 with his third place. Max Benneker, and the rest of your results you can see on screen here. You're looking further down the order. Charlie Collins, he'll be disappointed with 13th out of all of that. Go a bit further down, Jeff Giassi, 25th. He'll be gutted with that. Dane Warren, 29th as well. And those drivers that did not finish there, Bobby Zelensky, Salva Talens, David Williams, Jordan Caruso, and Matti Sipola, your 5 drivers. And Matt, I believe you've got our second place driver from race number 1.
Yes, who had a much better qualifying this week, Alejandro Sanchez. No doubt more pleased with the results. Second place in this sprint race. Bit of drama. Dane Warren around you gets spun off early. Pinto gets ahead. You had Charlie Collins get pinballed behind you, but you held on and nearly had it at the end. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, really happy with how we performed. We managed to get a clean lap in, and a really good one at that, or at least I thought it was. And then, I didn't want to be so far up ahead for the feature, but things happened, and we finished P2, and I didn't want to risk either too much with the O. I need the points for the championship, so it was more of a holding on race, and but I think looking promising our pace for this race, and really happy with the work of the team and with how we've worked this week.
Just Talk to me about that championship mention. I know it's round 2, but obviously this year there's a few guys that normally are at the front not running. 2 years ago, you were 3rd place, and you were very close and very involved in that battle all the way through. Last year, there was some bad luck. Do you see this as maybe the best chance you've had yet for a championship?
Probably 2 years ago, it was a really good chance, but I think I'm a little bit more mature now in terms of driving and a little bit smarter. But yeah, I mean, this year maybe in contention should be the easiest, but there are some new guys that came in and some guys that really got fast over the last year. So it's like really similar to last year, to be honest. So
all right, well, good start today. I mean, 2nd place, that's not bad at all, and you'll be in the mix for the feature.
Yeah, just gotta hold on and stay out of trouble in the future.
All right, well, good luck, Paul. We'll talk about that one a little bit more as well, because obviously there was quite a bit of contact. It's always about the fact that you get to turn to Sector 3, and everyone's still so close and in their battles, and all of a sudden there's just not enough space, which does affect the championship overall.
Yeah, it certainly does. Diogo Pinto then 23 points clear of Ayesha and Guvan, with Jeremy Bootloop just 1 point behind him so far. Alejandro Sanchez and Graham Carroll 4th and 5th places ahead of Cooper Webster. Your 2020 champion down in 11th place, already 61 points back. That is not the start to the season that Sebastian Job wanted here, Matt, and he'll be hoping for a better feature race here.
Yeah, no question about it. Look, he was 10th place here today. Could have easily, with 2 more positions and a bit of luck, I could have easily. There's a universe out there somewhere where he's on our reverse grid pole, right? It's just the battle of close and opportunity in PESC. But today was much better because obviously last time out it was contact that put him that far down. So his season is already in recovery mode. Speaking of, what a start we had! This is down the field where they were already 3 wide, but someone else who now has to go to recovery mode, who was in 2nd place in the championship coming into today, Dane Warren. Oh my goodness, look at all the contact.
Yeah, I think we don't have enough time to show everything that happened. This is a big one though, and Gianni Vecchio out of control, nowhere he could go. He tried his best to thread the needle and it just didn't quite pan out. And Charlie Collins, the innocent party and all of that. There's that little hip check then that Dino Lombardi got. And then right at the end here then, we thought it was going to be close between Sanchez and Pinto. And Jeremy Bootloop was just loitering with intent for the bag. There you see Johan Hart and Sebastian Job across the line. So, you know, we've seen how close this championship is and how close these battles are out on track. Contact and instants like that will have a huge effect on people's championships, and we're seeing that already with people like Sebastian Job.
Well, and massively, and I just was, you can see me glancing to my right, and that's who I want to talk about. I misspoke. He was not in 2nd place coming into today. That was Diogo Pinto, who obviously won the sprint race and now leads with a decent gap at the top already. Dane Warren did win our first sprint race and was inside that top 6 placement, so he is someone that will be very disappointed to have been shuffled down the order, as well as Charlie Collins, who is hitting that. Those are some big names, and it's consistency in a championship that will win you the overall title. And sometimes when you're at the front in those dramas, there's a few under the radar names that go through, and one of them today in the sprint race was Ayesha Guvan. We didn't even mention him. He was our feature winner last time out. Still sits 2nd in the championship. Had a very quiet race and just went about business. And the business done today at the office of the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
I know that there's one motorsport journalist who on Twitter will hand out an image that says shows all different pictures of different types of officers and says these are officers, not a car or a track. I
like that.
But this is where these drivers are racing at. It's a twisty technical track in places. It's also a high speed track in places as well. You said it in our All Stars show. It's where we've got that mix of both worlds. It's a real all-rounder track. But let's not dilly-dally. Let's get on with it and get on to our feature race here. And look at that, it's an Apex Racing Team front row of the grid. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jamie Flipp with Zach Campbell and Pete Berryman, another Apex Racing Team driver in row number 2. Max Benneker and Jeremy Bootloop row number 3. with run number 4 shared by our second and first place drivers, Sanchez and Pinto. Hart, Job, Guvan and Webster round out row 6 with Charlie Collins, Gianni Vecchio, Graham Carroll, Oscar Bickford, who's getting a little bit bullied out there, Dino Lombardi, Jack Sedgwick, Violette, Lockwood, Kaita, Sonnen, Bika and Sarika, and the names just keep on coming. I mean, Dane Warren way down there, Bobby Zelensky, David Williams as well. He'll be a little bit gutted with how things have gone. So, feature race coming up for you now. Drivers getting themselves prepared for this one. It's the feature race in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Green lights on, away we go. Nice launch from the second row of the grid. That was Zach Campbell, who got a good start. He's looking to the inside of Jamie Flug. You've also got Kevin Ellis Jr., Pete Berryman involved in there. Max Benneker looking to try and make some moves right now as well from the third row of the grid. But Zach Campbell, the former Apex Racing Team driver, trying to make it into the front 2 places right now. We're going 2-3 wide through turn number 3 here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. So far, so good. No incidents out on there on track, but the worst is yet to come here, Matt.
Yeah, some stacking at the back. It looked like Caruso, who we spoke to in the first race, starting at the back due to that DNF, had to take a bit of avoiding action and stomp on the brakes halfway up the hill, but no contact. That's the main thing. Apex Racing, just an absolute cluster of cars at the front, and they'll be loving this so far. Max Benneker's already up a few spots, though, and we know he's aggressive. We're into the feature now. There's no saving it for the second race. This is on 3 wide still, and as you say, the worst is yet to come. Even some cutting of the chicane there. Those people had to and get out on the grass as they want to hold momentum. This is going to get tight.
Yeah, this is going to get a little bit messy. I have a sneaky feeling here down the inside.
There's a
car around VRS. That's going to wipe out 2 of your drivers.
It's the same driver. It's the same driver that got hit last time.
Oh, that rejoin wasn't the best as well. Oh my goodness, it was a VRS car that was out of control.
Charlie Collins, the same guy who got hit the same way in the first race. He lost it this time. I didn't see what started it. Just as last time, Vecchio, we thought he was all on his own. He may have been tapped, Collins, but he serves revenge in a dish he did not want to be a part of. That was ridiculous. And Sebastian Job again.
And I can tell you, looking at my timing screen, Alejandro Sanchez, the man who finished second in your sprint race, is all the way to the back of the field, and he's going onto pit road. He is done for today. It goes from joy to despair for Alejandro Sanchez. There he is on pit road right now. And, well, I think...
I see why F1 switched away from going to that corner format last year. I've never liked the turn 10 braking point. You get so much momentum. You have so many sweeping corners that promote racing and overtaking and have the space for it. And then you jam on the brakes and everyone thinks they can get their nose in, and everyone's nose ends up out of joint usually. I would love to see Pes go back to the sweeping corner there. That's just my opinion. But there's so much drama there every single time.
There certainly is, and I think carnage is going to be the word of the day here today. It's been chaotic, the carnage on lap 1. Lap 2, well, let's see. Let's hopefully keep everyone on track here. Just to give you a little bit of a recap then, it is still Kevin Ellis Jr. who leads this one, 0.8 of a second ahead of his Apex Racing team teammate Jamie Fluke, and then Zach Campbell in 3rd place as we head into turn 10 once again. Here's another look.
We need to see it. Yeah, we need to see this. So again, there it is. I think there was contact, and I can't see it from that angle and that far back as to who it was. But what are the odds? Is the same guy who got taken out at that exact spot in the last race, who's the protagonist in this one, is Charlie Collins, just gets absolutely sent into an unavoidable incident, and this time it takes out even more drivers. Like you say, you got the the second place man we just spoke to, Sanchez, gone already, and he's already mentioning championship, consistency, getting in there. Sebastian Job caught up again. He's well down the order. This season's wide open. This season is completely wide open, and I think we've got some young names that are going to be making their best case forward. Benneker's in here right now. Ellis Jr., he's a fast driver with his own right, but we might have a change for position at the front.
Oh, down the inside then, Gianni Vecchio trying to recover. He can't quite get past Brian Lockwood. Lockwood, he has got some experience in this championship now, and he's feeling a bit more comfortable. Changed teams over to Urano Esports. Vecchio with that damage to his front right. he's suffering down the straight, although he seemed to do well. But Lockwood seems to be a bit of a cork in the bottle here, because Vecchio, Jack Sedgwick, he has had an absolute nightmare couple of seasons before, as there goes Vecchio down the inside, a little bit of a bump, and away they go. But Jack Sedgwick, a driver who's had a terrible 2 seasons. And, well, let's have a look at another look from Oscar Bixford's car then on board.
So left side screen. Oh, it's the Red Bull car that pushes him into the spin. It's the Red Bull car that pushes him into the spin. 21, Graham Carroll, and it takes out Sebastian Job. So Graham Carroll starts that incident as Oscar Biskerud was just on the right side of it all, manages somehow to get past it and get away, but still had to get on the binders and is well down to 17th because there was just an absolute traffic jam in front of him. But just like last race, Benica hits his teammate into a spin. This time it's worse for Red Bull as opposed to Redline because Graham Carroll takes Sebastian Job out of contention.
Drivers who have been on pit road: Josh Thompson, Dane Warren, Graham Carroll, Charlie Collins, they're all still sat there. Drivers who have actually come back out onto the track, though: Johan Hart and Alejandro Sanchez. So they've been able to get somewhat of damage repaired. They're hoping that there's more carnage happening in this race and that gets them into the top 25 to get themselves any points.
And credit to Alejandro Sanchez for being back on the circuit. And you know, it'd be easy to just tuck your tail and leave after today as we look on board with Jamie Fluke and Zach Campbell battling for 3rd place at this point in time. But yeah, it's what he said. It's championship. It's long term, and into the top 25. 1 or 2 points here and there, we know, can make a massive difference.
Kevin Ellis Jr. is trying to make a breakaway at the front. Jamie Fluke has got damage to the front of his car, so he's going to be impaired by all of this. And Zach Campbell, well, it's a battle of former teammates here. Jamie Fluke, you can see in that bottom left, he is in the new Apex Racing Team facility that they're still putting together. It's great to see these teams getting these team houses and team facilities put together and to work together as a team and basically live and breathe these events and these championships. Max Benecker, well, he looks nice and calm on the exterior, but I think he's going to be like a duck on a pond. The feet are going away like crazy under the water.
Yeah, swimming for survival at this point in this race. Just trying to stay out of the waters will get you a good result, and Beneca's done a good job of it so far as he sits back and has a great view of a battle going on in front. They are slowly catching Kevin Ellis Jr. Still a 2nd gap, but he on his own does have to deal again with a draft pack trying to catch up, so I imagine that will close over time. We are only on lap 5, the start of lap 5, as we go by the stripe this time. And just to point out, Lombardi and Cooper Webster, 6th and 7th, and that's a recovery from Lombardi getting hip checked last time. Those are your first place rookies in the field. There's a string of rookies. Now look at all those white window banners in a row. There's 5 or 6 of them down the order trying to battle it together.
Well, I said in race 1 about how it was the experience of those drivers who have done multiple seasons in this championship who did well. Well, it's now the rookies who are saying, okay, we're going to play this way. Let's have some fun.
There's quite literally a pretty much all rookie race going on from 14th back to 18th. You've got, let me see in there, you got Sam, Katrutz, Alessandro Bicco, Camille Grabowski, Oscar Biscarud. So you got a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old going at it. And then behind you got other big names: Mario Soroka, Salvatolins, Thomas Tetela, and Diogo Pinto, way down the order from where he was after race 1. And remember, that's our championship leader. It's early, but we have to consider championship. With this much drama going on, it's context that counts.
Yeah, and of course, if you are new to watching the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, and you're wondering, well, how do I tell these rookies apart? You can see the white banner on the windscreen, the white number plate, number board on the side, and also the white rear wing. That tells you that driver is a rookie in the series. There's 10 rookies this championship here this year, so plenty of fresh faces competing out there in this field. I can tell you as well, Alejandro Sanchez is back on pit road. So I think his day is done. And Bobby Zelensky as well is in pit road as well.
Apologies, I didn't even count 2 other rookies in that. There's 2 in front of that. You've got Julian and Quinton in there. So there's even more in that rookie train that we just showed as we look back to the front of the field. Just to note as well, another guy we talked about being quiet today. Aichan Guvin sitting in 11th place at this point is just in front of all those rookies, but still in an okay position for points, which is something you have to consider as well when Dane Warren, not his day, taken out and spun in the first race and now in this one back in the pits. So lots of damage on some cars out there, Paul.
Yeah, it can have a huge thing. And there's your drivers who have been involved in multiple seasons of this championship. They've got the black banner on their windscreen. They've got the number boards as well, which are black, and the black rear wing as well. So that's how you tell the difference between those drivers. Brian Lockwood, 9th place. He lost the position to Gianni Vecchio. He's now got Jack Sedgwick behind him. And Sedgwick has got to say a very hard charge in Aichan Guvin behind him as well. Although saying that, he's not really moved any positions in this particular race from where he started. There you see Sedgwick, bottom left. You've got Guvin in the Coanda hub on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Those 2 battling hard. Sedgwick is a hard charger, but so too is Guvin. Look at that, getting that perfect.
Do you want the story now? Watch Guvin's tongue. Watch his tongue when he gets into these motions. You can see him under braking. We were talking about this earlier with biting your lip, the focus. The story I had is actually about Aichan Guvin and watching him in his sim rig. And Mitchell DeYoung, who's done some rallycross, and his father was there in the studio and said, man, Aichan's got to be so careful he doesn't bite that off. Apparently, Mitch had an incident landing a jump where he did bite his tongue, and it was a huge issue. And I asked Aichan after this, I said, has Porsche ever brought this up? Is that a danger? He says, I have to wear a mouth guard when I race. He said, I tried to put my tongue in my mouth because they told me to, and I wasn't as fast, so I chose the mouth guard instead.
Well, mouth guard works, certainly saves the tongue, but down into turn number 1. And it's now Guvin having to do a little bit of defensive work against Jack Sedgwick. Sedgwick is somebody who's very experienced in this championship. He is an ever-president. He's competed in every season of this championship, so he knows what it takes to race in this series. But the last few years, he's had to re-qualify. So he's had to do it the hard way here, and yet he still finds himself in the championship. And it's good to see him up in the top half of the field here today. Yeah, and speaking of the requalifying and the relegation, a great result for him right now would do a lot to keep him out of that position this year. As we look at our highest placed rookie, it is one of the only, well, the only of the 3 Red Bull cars that wasn't involved in that early drama. There is still some context, so I might have got caught up a little bit in that, but obviously Graham, the one that started it all, and Sebastian taken out, he now somewhat flies the flag for the Hallmark team in the new Oracle-sponsored Red Bull car, as sits in right now 6th place. Yeah, Dino Lombardi not that far back as well, but he's looking forward at this pack. And Kevin Ellis Jr., that gap has actually closed up a little bit, hasn't it, between him and Jamie Fluke. So Kevin Ellis Jr. hasn't been able to run away at the front quite like how he would want to. It's Fluke kind of playing the defensive role for him, doing a little bit of a blocking move right now just to try and keep Zach Campbell, Max Benneker, Jeremy Bootloop all behind. So it's great to see those 2 Apex Racing Team drivers working together out there on track. And they're certainly doing a sterling job for that outfit. Looking further down your order here now. And really, you've got Alessandro Bico there, Dennis Grabowski, Oscar Bixrud that we're looking at right now. He's got Marina Sirica behind him. Sirica, of course, caught up in that lap on instant down at turn 10 in the sprint race. He's trying to make a recovery drive here in this feature race. He's got a few drivers in front that he wants by. Bit more calm now. We'll have a chance to enjoy the order for a moment, because not as much drama on circuit as we hit lap 8, about the midway point in the race. We were at Hockenheim, as you mentioned in our opening race, Paul, and we moved south. That was the term you used, correctly so geographically, and that means we've also had some hotter temperatures. So tires today will be a bit more of a factor with a hotter track temp. The grip levels will be down slightly from what they would have expected to see at Hockenheim. So let's see who's been really crafty and patient to have a late charge in this race. Well, I can tell you that our conditions, it's actually mostly cloudy and the track temperature is only 26 degrees, so it's
Not
actually
bad.
quite a cool track. So these drivers will be able to push those tyres quite hard, actually, although these long radius right-handers really do abuse that
punishing.
front left. It is absolute murder on the front left, as you see Sarika and Tetela in this queue of traffic right now. Bixrud wait for a move. Is that a little bit of a rookie mistake to make the move into the chicane? Because now he's really now having to go defensive. Sarika and Tetela trying to force this one.
And Sarika's actually going to try and get involved. I thought he might try and pump draft and just establish the order and box out either of the two drivers. In this case, Biscaroo does get the run back down the straightaway. That's going to leave the exposure behind 3 wide as well. That's tight, and it's a stack of cars in the mix with all of this. You've got the car 44 trying to push his way through. Who is that? That's one of the red line cars.
Pinto.
It is Pinto. Yeah, that's why
Pinto.
I thought it was Pinto. So he is getting in the mix. That's a lot of positions for him to gain right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost 13 positions in the race so far, but he's in 21st, so he's in points-paying positions right now. So he's trying to minimize the damage to his championship. And we've seen this time again of when a driver Pinto to the inside. He's certainly been aggressive, isn't he, Matt?
Yeah,
he's really pushing the boat.
That car's still got pace, and I hesitated to say it was Pinto because I was surprised he was this quickly in the mix again. I know we're looking down the order right now, but the point is, if everyone's going to stack up like that and he starts picking them off one by one, if he can get up inside the top 15, it's like you say, there is good points-paying position still on the line for him.
And remember, he went into this feature race with a 23-point lead in the championship. So it's not the worst day in the world if you can recover some of those positions back here. But at the end of the day, if you're wanting to put on a championship fight, you want to get as many points as you possibly can out of every race that you go to. So Pinto, recovery drive into 20th place now. I can tell you that your biggest position gainer in this race was actually 3-4 drivers: Thomas Tetela, Salva Talens, Jordan Caruso, and Matti Sipola. They have all gained 11 positions in this race. Dino Lombardi in your top 10 has gained 10 places. But let's have a look at the front here then, Matt. Fluke has just, again, settled back about 3/4 of a second behind his compatriot Kevin Ellis Jr. at the front. So it's Jr. and then Fluke with Zach Campbell right behind and Max Benneker loitering as well. Benneker wants to get some points here and get himself a decent result.
Does indeed. Just to note, Sanchez, we did mention he was still running. He's now 6 laps down, so he's had some more issues, or he's just decided the pace wasn't there after the repairs in the car. This battle at the front, as we turn our attention here, Kevin Ellis Jr., that gap has stayed. It was a second, on lap 3 or 4, so it stayed pretty decent. I mean, it's come down a little bit, but not as much as I would have thought considering the draft behind, and he's looking pretty comfortable out there. He's almost got a bit of a smirk on his face, hardly a sweat on his brow at all, and yeah, just a pretty comfortable day as long as he can keep it clean up there so far.
Yeah, Jamie Fluke is certainly doing a rear guard role right now, and he has got Jamie Fluke behind him in the camera shot there. They're out of that Apex Racing Team facility, brand new facility, and so far the early going is showing that it's paying dividends so far. There's Fluke, and there's Ellis Jr. in the back of that shot.
Yeah, it's one of the first looks we've had into this new Apex establishment in the UK. One of the teams that are very much moving in that direction. Obviously, Team Redline would like to do that with Atze Kirchhoff in Holland, and at his SimPro facility, where we know Kevin Siggy races out of. It's not part of PESC, but a top sim driver for, I'm sure many people watching would know. It's becoming more the norm, and it's cool to see Apex taking this leap, and obviously they've got a number of drivers in this championship between Ellis Jr., Fluke, both at the front, Alejandro Sanchez, that are real protagonists and could even be at the front for this championship at the end. Kelvin Ellis Jr., I feel like we've done a disservice not talking about him so far this season enough, because he last year for me was the, if you give out an award for most improved driver, would have gone ahead and taken that easily.
Well, he's just been progressively improving season upon season. He is another one of those ever-present drivers. He had his highest ever championship position, finished last year in 4th place. So he has just seen that progression go through the years here. in this series. Here's Zach Campbell then, the former Apex Racing Team driver, who's now driving for Coanda. Currently in third place, he's driving for VRS today. Apologies, getting my teams mixed up there. But yeah, Zach Campbell in a good position right now. He was an impressive rookie last year, I thought. He really did look good at times. Didn't all go his own way, but certainly moving to Coanda must be working out for him.
Yeah, I think so. And he's he does still race out of the U.S. He's still based at home, the American driver, but has already been over as well to the Coanda Esports Hub and has done some engineering as we look back to Lockwood and Sedgwick as I combine their names.
It's been a long day for you, to be fair.
Yeah, it's all right. It's fine. We're all having fun here. I mean, it might be Lockwick if they come to blows because there's not a lot of space between them right now. Maybe they'll combine the cars and the names. But no, he's got the draft as well. But Zach, I think, is very happy on Coanda and was already doing some race engineering for his teammates. So he's integrating himself in many ways and taking it as a learning opportunity with that team. Here's the move. We saw the draft being set up, not quite enough overlap. So just barely holding on. In fact, losing the momentum now is Sedgwick. He's got to be very careful not to give up position to the rookie behind.
Yeah, that's Quentin Violate who's behind him. Manu impressed at Hockenheim, and of course, until he got involved in that incident down into the stadium section. Cedric's been turned by Violate. That was never on, was that move there, Quentin?
Not at all. And he had great turn in. Maybe he just thought he could sneak in behind. Didn't expect Sedgwick to quite come back across so much because he was, having a sniff at the guy in front. But yeah, that's on him. He has to be more responsible in that situation as the following car. And no question about it, Sedgwick is the victim of a rather unfortunate crime in that situation.
And that's the unfortunate thing as well particularly with this design of car as well. It's a rear-engined car. So once you get turned, it just rotates like a pendulum. Here we go. Here's the onboard from Violate. Yeah,
you know what? Yeah, he got in too deep. Yeah, I thought maybe he saw something in the fact that he was braking a little bit deeper in the car in front and thought he could just kind of hold the line and waited for an opportunity. I don't think he ever thought he was going for an overtake, but he definitely misjudged that braking point and turn in.
So many drivers who have been caught up in incidents in this race. Well, Sebastian Job is the big one for me. Down in 26th place right now. Of course, Charles Collins, Graham Carroll, both retired, as well as Dane Warren, Alejandro Sanchez and Josh Thompson all out of this race. Jack Sedgwick now is the last point-scoring driver in 25th place ahead of Sebastian Job.
It's unfortunate because you just touched on it, that he's had to requalify a number of times, and one good result can keep you out of, or at least take pressure off of being in that relegation position. So, yeah, that hurt. That hit hurts more than you think in that regard. So unfortunate for him as we look once again to a number of the battles on track. 3 different stables involved here, and I know we talk a little bit about teams. It's important to note if you're newer to the championship as a viewer, it's not a teams championship. There's a discrepancy in how many cars from each stable are actually in the race, so it wouldn't exactly be fair in that regard in terms of point scoring. But the teams still do have a lot to do with it in terms of supporting each other. We saw the Apex House, we touched on that, Coanda, the Esports Hub, Redline with all of their experience, and even Red Bull, who only have 3 drivers, they rely on each other in practice. So it is still a team sport, despite that it's not scored that way, and it's why we try and keep track of it and give you that context.
Yeah, certainly, and it plays a bigger part in this championship than anybody really imagines, that's for sure. And we've seen it towards the end of seasons as well, when championships are on the line, and how teammates can help each other out to a degree. There are rules that you're not allowed to actually just move over and let somebody pass. So it has to be done legitimately on track.
Yeah, put your bias all the way to the back, go into the corner, hit the brake. Oh, gee, I spun actually. Wow. No, I'm kidding. That's something I would do.
Well, at the front, Kevin Ellis Jr. doing a sterling job up there. He is now 9/10 of a second ahead of Jamie Fluke, his teammate. And these drivers, they're working together at the front of your field, and Zach Campbell just not able to work. Look at all the drivers then. This is all the drivers involved in this race, or at least a selection of them. But you can see just how all the drivers have got different setups. They're all working hard, and the different levels of focus and concentration on the faces here. It certainly it gives us a great insight these drivers, giving us that camera. It's a great insight into these drivers, what they do in these races.
Yeah, and the different emotions on their faces, the way at which they all go about the same sort of operating standard, but different mentalities to get there. It's very, very cool to watch, no question about it. I just thought of a funny story going back to the whole brake bias, so I spun thing. There used to be a great excuse in sim racing when you had someone behind you on a straightaway. We're going to see a move potentially from Quinton Violetta again. Doesn't want to get his nose in twice because he'll definitely get a talking to post-race if he does. But yeah, you used to, you know, when you flash the headlights, right, you'd have your pit lane speed limiter just beside that, and you had someone behind you. Just pop that pit lane speed limiter for a minute. Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. You know, I've seen that excuse used a few times.
Well, certainly I'm a man of honor, and I've never done that myself. So that's maybe I'm not trying hard enough. Well, speaking of trying hard, though, Quentin Violette for the R8G Esports team, of course, the Romain Grosjean owned team. You can see them on screen there. Then Violette just pushing hard, focused. Brian Lockwood, I mean, maybe tidy up your desk next time, Brian, but still, he's not focused on cleaning up his house. He's focused on his racing, and it's certainly helping him here today in 10th place.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's got a bit of pressure, though, from behind. Quinton Violette is going to make a move this time into turn one, so draft beneficial. We've seen them go side by side already once in this situation. In fact, last time we saw it happening with Jack Sedgwick, so Quinton trying to do the same, but that's twice now we've seen Brian Lockwood defend the outside successfully in one. It switches back for two. Not done yet, though. Quinton looking inside. Now, this is not a huge breaking point. It's a sweeper. It's a trail breaking corner, which means exactly that. They can both carry good speed. That one's 50-50. I got to see a different camera angle before I even think about it. I'd call that a racing incident. He was definitely in there. And Brian, no harm, no foul. He's right back in line and right back on it.
Yeah, he's pushing on and trying to fight back against Quentin, but Violette maybe just open the steering just a little bit just to help himself around the corner maybe, but Lockwood, he won't give this one up without the fight. And Sonnen as well, right behind Julien Sonnen, doing a sterling job is the Frenchman for R8G Esports, of course, rookie driver as well. He's behind Lockwood. Lockwood to the inside. Can he make that move? And he's going to squeeze Violette as well. He said, okay, Quincy. Oh, that's a bit rude.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that is unfortunate between them. I don't think it needed to go down that far. Sure, it was a bit forceful from Brian, but he was returning what he gave. That might be a huge issue, and I think Brian Lockwood might be gone from the race at this point in time.
I think he's still going. He's showing on my timing screen.
Okay, I thought he went grey on mine for a moment.
Well, he's certainly showing on my end, but Violette, I think he might be getting a visit from the stewards. It might be a little bit of let's come have a quick chat and discuss your incidents. But everyone, don't worry, don't panic. You're not missing anything at the front. They're staying as they are. So this is why we're looking further down in your field. But what this does, ahead of his teammate, 10th and 11th places. Alessandro Bico right behind for Williams Esports. These are three rookie drivers out there, and Sam Kiter actually behind, also a rookie driver in all of this.
Kiter's had a decent race, hasn't he? He's been quiet in this, but he's been consistent.
Well, saying that, Thomas Tetteler is he gave him a kiss of death there. Thomas Tetteler has gone down the inside and taken the position there. So, well, let's have a look at the replay then and see what's your thoughts on this then?
I mean, this was fine. It's a big breaking point. Brian Lockwood's obviously a little bit disappointed or annoyed with the early contact going on at the previous corner, but he shoves him out wide. I think at that point you concede. If you're Quinton Violette, you've already had some incidents in this race. You've already had your nose in. Brian's got to get into the corner at some point. Yes, there is a slight overlap, but it's not enough. And this type of corner that it is, the way that it switches back so quickly, I think you just get out of that one. You let Brian take the line. So I think Quinton Violette is definitely going to get a talking to. Have a review committee look at his race post the results, and I wouldn't be surprised if we even see potentially, and I know it's not my place to say, but some deduction or merit points on his record going into the next round.
Yeah, of course, there are stewards who review these races after each and every round. So what you're seeing on screen right now, you know, it will get looked at by a team of stewards.
And fair play to Quinton. I like to see a rookie that's aggressive. I think that the first one was a clear misjudgment when he took out Jack Sedgwick. That one's clear. This one, okay, there's a bit of racing influence to it, and they're being competitive, they're being aggressive. I think this one's less of a mistake, but it's just not good judgment overall on that situation. And I think you just let Brian Lockwood get back in, stick your, one for you, one for me, and go about it on the next lap potentially. And we've got one on this lap to talk about as the rookies continue to be the show on the track for all of us to be entertained by right now, although almost off the track as well.
There's got to be an element of self-preservation comes into it at some point as well. You know, at the end of the day, you are racing across the internet. You can't always guarantee that gap has completely gone. So, you've got to be careful. But Sonnen was very aggressive on that defensive move through turn number 4. We're coming towards the end of the race here because we were on about a lap and a half, lap and a quarter to go for your race leaders as well. So Biko has been very aggressive as well. Another one of those rookies who has been showing well in this feature race here through turn number 12. They go once again. Here's your leaders though. This is the start of your final lap of the feature race here. It's Kevin Ellis Jr., 0.8 of a second lead over his teammate Jamie Fluke, with Zach Campbell third place right now. Max Benneker has actually dropped back a little bit, and he's got the attention of Jeremy Bootsloop and Cooper Webster. So we've got 3 battling for first, second, and third, and 3 battling for fourth, fifth, and 6th at the front of your field here, Matt. But Ellis Jr., he just needs to just keep doing what he's been doing all race here, doesn't he?
Absolutely. I'm so impressed that he's been able to keep this gap what it is. He's just driving so clean, so composed, and no one being able to really close in on him at all. We've seen this gap kind of hover between 0.6 and 0.7 on various intervals of the track, but Kevin Ellis Jr., very, very well done. Very mature drive. And we saw with the experience that he has when we saw his last camera shot. There it is. There he is. As I say it, he just looks relaxed. He's not putting any pressure on himself at all. And you compare that to our All-Star race. I know it's very different drivers and circumstances, but remember how insanely sweaty Jimmy Broadbent was at the front. I say that out of admiration. And obviously he was under pressure more circumstantially in that whole race, but it's just, this guy's such a composed driver in this position. So very impressed from Kevin Ellis Jr. right now.
Yeah, Ellis Jr., of course, won the feature race, the first feature race of the season last year at Interlagos. He's just got a few more corners to go, and he will have another race victory to his name through the final chicane for the final time. He's got one more corner to go, and then Apex Racing Team, they will celebrate, and they will celebrate this well in Corby. Look at the reaction from Kevin. That's what it means to him. It's a 1-2 here for Apex Racing Team. Kevin Ellis Jr. the win. Jamie Fluke gets the second place in the end, with Zach Campbell right behind in third place. Max Benneker is able to beat out Jeremy Bootsloop and Cooper Webster across the line. Still, the battles continue. Across the line they go. And I can tell you, Sebastian Job finished outside of the points out of all of that.
Well, and the reason why that actually means so much as well for points, Kevin Ellis Jr., that we just saw win this race, was 21st and 18th in Hockenheim. Those are still point-scoring positions, but what a turnaround, one race can make for him.
Well, let's take you then to the Bose post-race show here, and give you your provisional race results here in the feature race in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Round 2 from the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Kevin Ellis Jr. first place by 0.7 of a second over his teammate Jamie Fluke. Zach Campbell rounding out the podium. Max Benneker, Jeremy Bootsloop, Cooper Webster with Dino Lombardi as well. 2 rookies, 6th and 7th. Gianni Vecchio in 8th ahead of Ayashan Guvan in 9th, and Quentin Violate 10th place. Julian Sonnen in 11th ahead of Alessandro Pico, and Thomas Tetela. Diogo Pinto with the recovery drive into 14th ahead of Sam Keitet. Kamil Grabowski, Salva Talens, Oscar Bixford, Jeff Giassi and Jordan Caruso in 20th place. Sipola, David Williams, Marina Sarika, Jack Sedgwick, unfortunately. Oh, now there's been a change on these results then. Sedgwick in 24th, Sebastian Job 25th, so he does get 1 point in the end there. Alexander Walters, Brian Lockwood further down in your order as well. And there's some of your drivers that did not finish. And, well, Matt, you've got our race winner.
Yeah, the greatest troll on Discord, but this time at the front, no trolling to be had. Kevin Ellis Jr., a winner last year of the opening feature round. This year it didn't go quite so well at Hockenheim, but today's a bit of a recovery, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely one way to make up for round one. You know, it really didn't go the way we wanted it in round one, and to come back here, you know, and really fix the issues that we had in qualifying. Yeah, you know, the guys done such a great job. I need to give Johan a big shout out. He found something that helped us in qualifying. And, you know, the whole team have just done a mega job over these past couple of weeks to remedy the issues and make sure we rocked up here and got the season back on track.
Well, and it's a 1-2 as well. You're not alone in that room on the podium. Speaking of that room, what a difference, or what kind of difference, I suppose, has that Apex facility made for you guys in your preparation this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. Obviously, being able to look a teammate in the eye and stuff like that is just, it makes a small edge when you're sitting having a conversation about setup, about racing, about, you know, anything that can sort of boost the performance. Yeah, it's just the morale has definitely been on a high, especially since you know, Pete who obviously was here when he won Daytona 24. That put a huge boost for us. And you know, obviously my season personally hasn't gone great. We really felt like we were hard done by at Daytona. So yeah, to finally get a result is, yeah, it just feels amazing.
But speaking specifically about the PESC season as well, not to mention Daytona, which obviously you guys have other commitments within the team. But like I say, 21st and 18th in Hockenheim in a season, I think that's probably the most wide open yet in terms of competition. That probably didn't sit well with you, but does this change it? Do you now look at the overall championship and say, hey, I'm right back in it. We can still go for the win?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, being in with a shout for the championship was the goal coming in this season. Yeah, round one, I didn't really put the Q lap together, and I think we definitely missed something with the tyre prep. But yeah, as I say, we dug deep the last couple of weeks. I was actually a little bit short-handed on practice, so the guys done a mega job getting everything sorted out, so that when I came back, I was just straight into it, and it's just, yeah, I didn't have to try and figure anything out. It's just a case of getting on top of the strategy that the guys had already figured out. So yeah, hopefully, I don't know what the points look like. Obviously, don't really care too much either because it's only round two. You know, we just got to focus on bagging points every week. Just keep on banging in top eights and see where we end up coming into Monza.
All right. Well, yeah, Monza, yeah, that's going to be wild. Not to mention at the end of the season, it always is. But we've got a lot of great racing before there. Congratulations on the win today. I'm actually going to leave you and go just behind you and talk to your teammate Jamie Fluke. Hey, could have timed that a little better, Jamie, but not too bad. Listen, that was a good race overall from you guys, and you were a little bit closer to all the drama behind. What was your thoughts going on as you have your teammate in front and a bunch of chaos in the rearview mirror?
So I had no idea about the chaos and then behind me. I just shut everything out and just focused on hitting breakpoints and hitting apexes, and that's all I could do. First few laps were a bit ropey on my end. I was really struggling with the car on cold tires, and Zach was, I think, actually quite generous with me. Didn't go for anything silly when there was like an opportunity to there we go. Yeah, when there was an opportunity to go for it that could have caused a bit of trouble. It was a few marginal calls, and he stayed on the safe side of it and decided just to pick up the points for his championship efforts and whatnot. So once we got through the first few laps, started to settle into a groove, and yeah, even if I could have caught Kev, well, I wasn't going to get near him. He drove excellent up front. I couldn't get near him. If anything, to make my life a bit easier, because it was pretty tough keeping Zach behind, but unreal job from everyone, top to bottom, for the last 2 weeks to recover from obviously a difficult round one.
Sorry to cut you off. Yeah, a remarkable achievement, and obviously good atmosphere inside of that room tonight, no doubt, as you guys top the podium. But as you say, you did have to work hard to speak this man behind. Thank you, Jamie. As Zach Campbell joins us now, our third step on the podium, back in America now, Zach, but in the seat, and not bad at all from a rookie last year to a podium finish this year, pretty early in the season.
Not too bad at all. I'm pretty pleased. I mean, I think biggest thing was I knew we had too much downforce on the car by the time we got in the feature, and so I wanted to battle Jamie and just kind of see what I could do there at the start. But when you don't nurse in these tires and then you get stuck in dirty air, I mean, it's a recipe for killing them. So I'm pretty happy. You know, it's a little bit of what could have been, but it could have gone a whole lot worse. It could have been like last week. So I'm more than thrilled.
Yeah, well, and there was certainly some drama not far behind you as well, with some other teammates and various incidents that you were able to avoid. So, look, good start from you, is obviously. Where does your season kind of come into this? Because as I mentioned on broadcast to a few people, you were in the Coanda Esports Hub helping the team, doing sort of an engineering role for the virtual Le Mans. Now you're back overseas, but how much communication is there still with you and the hub?
So between me and the team, I mean, it's awesome. You know, I think the time zone kind of works out almost right too, because I can come home from school and doing classes and all that and come home and really be able to talk to the guys. I mean, it's really nice, especially to have Mitchell DeYoung in my box as well, and be able to have him kind of coaching me through things, because he's obviously been through a lot more than I have in the sim. So it's nice to have a really good voice like that. And I mean, honestly, this is the best environment I've ever been in terms of a team. It's so productive, so conducive. I mean, you see it, how many cars we had up front in qualifying, and, you know, we had a few guys up there in the race and a few guys that, you know, had issues. But I mean, it was really, really nice to see, and really, really nice to have kind of just be a part of that whole deal.
Yeah. Well, hey, look, good to see you again, and congratulations on a podium early in the season. That's a fantastic way to get started.
Yeah, not too bad. I wish it would have been more. I told Jamie, like, when we came and got dragged in and we were talking, I told him there were 33 other guys in the field I would have knocked straight off the track to get in second, and it just happened to be the one guy that I don't have the heart to do it to. So
yeah, good point as well, because those guys are former teammates, obviously.
Yeah.
To you, so it is a bit different in that regard.
Yeah, there's some guys that I circle where I'm like, oh, I really don't want to be behind him, because they weave all over the track and, you know, really throw blocks and stuff. And I was sitting there behind Jamie, and I'm like, I hate being behind this guy because he's way too nice for me to just destroy him.
Wow. You were one of the only ones that didn't do that today. So
yeah,
well
so
done.
I saw.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. Congratulations on the podium.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, man. Hopefully we can talk this time next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the case, Paul. We are very, very near already to our next race. We know our track now. We're heading to Brazil. Bit of a vacation at a rather remarkable circuit, I think. There's our points, and this is closer than it was at the start of the race, but surprising for a number of names on there.
Yeah, I mean, look at how that swung. It was a 23-point lead for Diogo Pinto going into the feature race there. Now just 4 points behind is Jeremy Boutelier, who's putting on a championship charge early on in this championship. Ayachan Gouvan, a solid race around for him in third place. Cooper Webster, your top rookie out of all the championship there in fourth. Jamie Fluke, those points from that those races here today have really done him well. Max Benneker, Kevin Ellis Jr., he'll be happy with that to bring him up there. Zach Campbell, Alejandro Sanchez and Graham Carroll rounding out your top 10 there. But Matt, this has been absolutely sensational, the opening of the championship.
Barcelona, man. Barcelona. Brutal Barcelona. I think that's what I'm going to have to call it from now on for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. It is merciless. Diogo Pinto, coming out in the lead in this one by just 4 points. He'll be happy with that, considering how the second race went. Ayachan Gouvan's still in this as well, considering how a quiet day. Cooper Webster, I'm impressed with. There's a lot to talk about. I mean, even Kevin Ellis Jr. scored very minimal points. Let me look back at my notes. Where was he? He was way back in 23rd in this championship, and now he's, right up there among the top. So very well done. But as we said, Paul, we now know our facility and circuits, and what a beautiful track we have for round 3.
Yeah, 2 weeks time, so not next week, but 2 weeks time, March the 5th. Make sure you join us, because this will be an absolute cracker. It's always fantastic racing around Interlagos out there in Brazil for round number 3 of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, as voted by all of you fans who took part in the poll to decide which track.
Thank you, fans, for not picking Long Beach. I had to say it.
We would have had an interesting couple of races, that's for sure, if that was the case. That's not to say that Interlagos won't be interesting next time out, March the 5th. But as we'll look at these pictures then of our Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup drivers, The competition was close. There was controversy. There was drama. There was chaos just all the way through these races. But what we did see was some sterling drivers at the front of the field. Diogo Pinto with the sprint race win. Kevin Ellis Jr. with the feature race win. Make sure you join us 2 weeks' time for all the action from Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup 2022.
Chapter 1 in the 2022 iRacing Off-Road Championship Series has been etched into the history books. Cam Peterson will be remembered as the first ever race winner, while Connor Barry's last corner pass for race 2 has led to high expectations for the rest of the season. Today we head to the shortest track at the Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park, but we know that won't limit the excitement for Event 2 in this historic 2022 iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. With that said, and with the All-Stars ready to kick us off, I'm delighted to welcome you to RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network, where alongside Joshua Lee, my name is Arjuna Kankipati. And Josh, what fun we had 7 days ago. Today, though, we take the stakes up a little bit more. We know where the drivers stand now after that first racing event of the season, but today they've got to start kicking it into gear as they build to a potential championship run.
Off of round number 1, it was a lot of these drivers learning how exactly are the rest of the competitors going to compete in this championship series, and now they got to start focusing on points. They got to start focusing on that championship, because even though we still do have a long road left on this campaign, we're in week 2 of 8. So time is going to very quickly run out if a lot of these drivers start making mistakes on the track.
And unlike some of the other championship series, this is back-to-back. There's no time to take a break to regather your thoughts and where you stand. You've got to just keep pushing. And while the Pro Championship drivers will be competing in one car with these All-Stars, we're going to mix it up. Today, we break out the Pro 2 Lite, two-wheel drive and even less horsepower than they have in the real world. But that's because Joshua Lee, today's track, is going to be a challenge.
It is one of the most challenging tracks in virtual short course racing. Only 4 corners, but don't let it fool you. It is very difficult. Long sweeping turn 1, down into a hairpin of turn 2, another hairpin at turn 3, going the opposite way, over a small whoop section, shades of Monster Energy Supercross, and then back through sweeping left-hander at turn 4. Wild Horse Pass is tough to navigate, but the driver that can do the best is going to walk away with at least one of our 2 race wins tonight.
And in the heat of the Arizona desert, let's run you through the starting grid for today's race 1 for these all-star drivers. It's going to be Luke Knupp that leads us to the green flag with Zachary Drapkin alongside. Do remember, rolling starts today rather than the land rush starts that we had at Crandon 7 days ago. We'll scroll through the names. Good to see some new faces joining the party as well, including the 2013 iRacing NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series champion Tyler Hudson, now part of the iRacing team. We've got some fun names, but most crucially, we have a big old grid of cars getting stacked up and ready to go.
24 trucks going to take the green flag here for the All-Star Series, and much like the World Championship counterparts, Arjuna, 2 races tonight. This first one's going to be just around 11 laps in its total distance in the 7 minutes that we are going to have out here on the track. We'll have a warm-up period, and then another 7-minute race to end out the night for the All-Stars.
Luke Knupp has experience in the real and virtual worlds. Drapkin went 2 of 2 7 days ago. They'll bring us to the green flag as we're underway from the Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park with our All-Stars Entertainment. Great start from Drapkin, who tries the up and under, but it's Parker Retzlaff getting the elbows out as they run themselves up and over the jumps. Knupp goes the long way around. Retzlaff goes up and over.
And that was a bold move for Retzlaff. He almost saved it, and he is going to save it for the moment, but makes hard contact with another Pro 2 Lite. Takes the entire front end off of that virtual number 42. He'll be towing his way back to the pit lane, but he tried to go 3 wide up the inside of both Knupp and Drapkin in front of him. That went south when he had the bump on the inside line that sent him right on up and over. But now the top 3 close together as Elliot Watson takes a look to the bottom on Drapkin. Remember, Zachary Drapkin winning both races last time out at Crandon in the All-Star Series, but now he's got a fellow E-Short Course driver in Luke Knupp to try and deal with.
Great to see Keenan Kusin up there in 4th as well. Not feeling the best as the Traction GG streamer, so enjoying some fun here in what he is dubbed Dirt Scuba. It's going to be a short track, very similar to that road racing course that we do have here in iRacing, of course. 11-lap race is what we have, by the way. It's not a timed race, so just keep that in mind as we work our way through this race. Basiklia, Lichtenberg side by side inside of the top 10. They've got single file, though, at the front of the field.
And there we get a great look at Tyler Hudson. Of course, you mentioned it, former eNASCAR champion back in the Peak Antifreeze Series days. Now works race control for that series, as well as just at the iRacing offices, helping to improve the iRacing service. Great to see him competing here in the All-Star Series, having a little bit of fun in these Pro 2 lights as he fights from P7. And a little bit up the road, Trevor Teal and Blake Reynolds at the tail end of the top 5, as everybody in this front portion, Arjuna, now looking like they're running about single file as we see a side-by-side battle further back. Brendan Lichtenberg going head-to-head with Ryan Burton, who is taking a look up the inside. Couldn't get the move completed at 4 as Lichtenberg gets a little cattywampus coming over that final jump.
The Hyperstar works his way through these dirt tracks. To correct myself, not an 11-lap race. It is a 7-minute race that's going to work out to be around 11 laps as Ryan slides his way up forward. If you're wondering why we're campaigning the Pro 2 light, well, it's because somewhat counterintuitively, the Pro 2, but with its two-wheel drive nature, slightly harder to drive than the Pro 4 truck. Battle for 5th sees Trevor Teal and Blake Reynolds going side by side as they work themselves to the start-finish line. Blake Reynolds sideways as he lands, just about holds on to that as Drapkin goes to the race lead, gets in front of Luke Knupp.
Side by side, now Drapkin's going to cover off that spot on Knupp. Both of these drivers are well known in the East Shore Course circle on the iRacing service. Both of them race against each other in league action, now racing against each other here in the All-Star Series. Both know their way around a short course track. Both know these Pro 2 lights really well as Drapkin goes bottom to the top to try and cover off the outside cushion, and it will work just for the moment out of turn 4. Inside 4 minutes to go. Here comes Knupp back to the bottom looking for the lead. They've got lap traffic in front. That's Nitro Circus's Jim DeChamp as Drapkin retakes the race lead.
Gotta be careful as they work their way past DeChamp, who gets a little bit squirrely on the run down into that hairpin. Not able to scamper on through. Watson and Coonan battling over 3rd and 4th positions as they're side by side and barging for the race lead. Knupp has the inside. Drapkin holds on for the time being. 3 odd minutes left to go.
No points on the line here in the All-Star Series, Arjuna, but that's not going to deter these drivers from racing out on the track. Looks like Tyler Hudson might have had an issue further back. He's falling down the timing tower as we go on board inside the car for Zachary Drapkin as he tries to get back to the back bumper in the side of his red line oil virtual number 56. Can't make a move heading into turn 2 this time by, but he will get pulled up side by side.
Still running side by side. This is some great racing, and this is the challenge that Drapkin was missing 7 days ago as he waltzed to 2 consecutive race victories. He's migrated a little bit wider this time as they work their way towards the final corner on the racetrack. Knupp trying to get the up and under, but Drapkin will lead at the line once more. These two going back and forth, hammer and tongs.
Back to the bottom goes Knupp, trying to cover off with a slide job, but Drapkin with a run to the bottom. Getting a little bit up on that berm was Knupp. You can abuse that bump, and we'll see a lot of drivers do that in the World Championship Series. Really widen their exit of turn number 1, get up on that berm, and kind of slingshot themselves down that small man-made hill, going down the straightaway as Drapkin gets too far to the inside in 3, jumps the curb, still in second place, has a good gap to Elliott Watson, but he's going to lose the lead from Luke Knupp, and away goes the 29, 2.5 seconds now to the good.
And you wonder if part of that is traffic related as well. Mr. Aero HD has managed to mount himself on one of those barriers. He's going to try and get it pointed back around. Meanwhile, battle with Tyler Hudson, bullied off the track there by Siv Ryan, and Tyler Hudson, who was a rather late addition to today's race. Well, he's getting the elbows out. He's enjoying this sort of racing. Competition director at iRacing.com.
Ryan to get to the bottom of the driver in front. That's Michael Cozy Jr. for Logitech G Altus Esports in that 13th spot behind the wheel, the number 99. Checking back in with our current race leader as we enter 1 minute and 10 to go. Should be somewhere around 2 laps to go as it looks like Luke Knupp going to put a couple more drivers 1 lap down as there was one driver way to the outside line in turn 1. Gets out of the way for your race leaders as now Knupp gets back to the back bumper of Parker Retzlaff, who we saw that incident on lap number 1, Arjuna, him go flipping up and over a handful of times right about where they're going through now, and Retzlaff going to make a little bit of contact with Knupp, as very easy to do in these Pro 2 lights. Just got stalled out in the momentum in the corner. He'll lose the lead to Drapkin.
Traffic tracks playing a huge factor here, coming to 1 to go, this time up and over the start-finish line. Drapkin leads from Canup. It's flip-flop back and forth. They got more traffic to work their way through. This is all about putting yourself in the right position, the right situation coming to you at the right time. Still half a lap to go. Canup's trying to close.
And Drapkin trying to get by Parker Retzlaff in the 42. I'm wondering if he would have stayed up at the front, Arjuna, not had that lap 1 incident, if he would be a driver going for it here in the race win. But he is 1 lap down. Don't let the 42 confuse you. This race is between Drapkin and Canup as the clock will expire, and I believe checkered flag this time by.
Up and over the jump, Zachary. Drapkin makes it 3 wins in 3 starts to kick off this iRacing Off-Road Championship Series All-Star Invitational. Canup pushed him, but it was a little too little when it came to traffic management. Battles further back as Tyler Hudson gets in front of Michael Cozy Jr. behind Ron Capps. Plenty of fighting. The 24 cars that started will whittle down to 23 that made it to the checkered flag. We saw with big fields, yes, there was a bit of a spread across the times for the drivers, but traffic's going to play a huge factor at this short track.
And that is going to preview a little bit of what we'll see tonight in the championship series, Arjuna, with the world champions in their Pro 4s. How big is traffic going to be there? Yes, we have a lot more of slower vehicles compared to the faster vehicles here in the All-Star, but we have a long way to go tonight. Just 1 race out of 4 done.
Here's a look at the race results. The Redline Oil Machine, the number 56, victorious for the 3rd race on the bounce. Luke Knupp 2nd, with Basiglia quietly working his way up to a podium positions. Blake Reynolds in that eNASCAR star car for Jim Beaver Esports. And Team General Tire finishes 4th. Trevor T will be delighted to get into 5th in front of Brendan Lichtenberg, Ryan Burton, Wes Graham, Mikey Lawrence, and Elliot Watson. The rest of the names will cycle through on your screen right now. Give a shout out to Keenan Kusin, under the weather, and until his brief moment with the wall was looking very, very good. Well, race 1 for the All-Stars is done. They'll get a full invert and they'll go once more for another 7-minute dash. That'll be up next on the other side of a message from our friends at Vision Wheels. Friends at Vision Wheel, not just part of the series, but helping to present the Vision Wheel Pole Award in the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series, given to the driver in the World Championship that gets pole position in the qualifying before the first race of the evening's entertainment. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside with Josh Lee. And Josh, good fight at the front of the field, good fighting further back. These All-Stars continue to put on a show, but with Drapkin and Canup having a lot more work to do today than they did 7 days ago when the Land Rush start made the reverse grid basically a non-factor. This is going to be much more difficult for them to stay out of trouble's way.
And with viewers tuning in tonight that also tuned in back at week 1, we saw the All-Stars compete in the exact same vehicle as our World Championship competitors, the Pro 4 off-road truck. Tonight, they're in the Pro 2 lights, 2-wheel drive, a little bit slower than both the Pro 4 and the Pro 2s. Interesting to see how these All-Stars are taking to that vehicle, and it's producing some great racing so far tonight.
About 400 horsepower for these drivers to tame, but Jim Deschamps will be taking us to the green in the Nitro Circus Sim Racing by Next Level Racing 111. Smorgasbord of interesting names here, most significantly of which is Parker Retzlaff, after flipping on lap number 1 to get the evening underway, will roll on the outside of row number 3. Behind him, plenty more talented drivers here today, including the likes of Adam Jones. We saw his speed last time out. Michael Cozy Jr. wants to try and find some speed in the Logitech G Altus truck. Tyler Hudson from 13th will roll alongside Ron Capps. Where else would he get an eNASCAR championship winner against an NHRA Funny Car champion? What a series we have for you here today. Then we get to the tail end of the 24 cars, where of course our podium will start at the very tail end. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be interesting. Who is going to be the most patient here today?
I think patience is going to be the name of the game, because you've got these drivers at the back of the field. We saw Zachary Drapkin come from the back to the front in Crandon to win race number 2 there, but we mentioned the land rush start that we had at Crandon. Well, it's a rolling start here. Crandon, 10 trucks to a single row. Here it's 2 trucks to a row, so both Canup and Drapkin, tail end of the 12th row. They both have over 20 Pro 2 lights to try and navigate through in just 7 minutes. This is going to be interesting to say the least, Arjuna, and how those drivers at the back are going to handle all the traffic that sits in front of them, and not just lap traffic, they'll be racing them for track position.
Bit of a difference to how we're going to do it with the World Championship drivers, where only the top 8 will get inverted. That's both for race 1, so the qualifying results, so your top 8 invert for that first race of the evening, top 8 invert after race 1 to set the grid for race number 2. The drivers will get the 0.7 miles of this Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona to get themselves ready to go. And one thing that we don't really talk about too much, or we didn't last week, we should start talking about more now with these shorter laps, is track evolution over the course of these races, because certain parts will slick up, certain parts will be where you want to migrate as we work through these races.
And it won't be as much as viewers might expect of the World of Outlaws, because obviously we're not running a lot of laps on this track. In each of these races, it's only going to be around 11 laps and 7 total minutes. And the track was reset to a state of 3% by race control before we entered into this second race. So it is a very, very fresh track. It's not going to slick up too much, Arjuna, at least not within these Pro 2 lights. We'll see how the track evolution works for the World Championship Series later on tonight, but not expecting too much in terms of track evolution, but it's still something these drivers need to watch, especially if all of them are taking the same line through a lot of these corners.
12 rows of cars.